1960. A time of scarcity, of struggle, of families scraping by just to survive. And in the middle of it all was Ding Jiangguo, a young man suddenly burdened with the weight of his siblings, his family, and the uncertain future. Every day brought a new challenge. Every night, the stomachs of his loved ones cried louder than the city streets. He could only do his best. Until one day, fate intervened. Ding Jiangguo, you have unlocked the shop system. A glowing interface appeared before him. A way to buy, sell, and trade goods across time and space. With this golden finger, the ordinary boy could turn even the simplest items, coal nuggets, grain, small scraps, into precious resources for his family. The fourth sister returned to the countryside. The younger brother scavenged coal from the ash piles, and grandparents secretly sent rations each month. But Ding Jiangguo? He had a secret weapon. One by one, his online shop sold ordinary items for extraordinary value. A bag of rice became sustenance. A few scraps of metal became gold. Every sale, every transaction, strengthened his family. From barely surviving, to making life easier for his siblings. From surviving in the 1960s, to becoming the envy of neighbors and friends. With each small success, Ding Jiangguo didn't just grow wealthy. He grew wise, capable, and determined. Every decision mattered. Every click changed lives. Even in the hardest times, there is always a way to rise. From a starving boy to the master of a time-defying shop system, Ding Jiangguo proved that with a golden finger, clever thinking, and a heart for family, even the harshest era can be conquered. Everyone thought he'd starve, but he unlocked a shop system and got rich. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where ordinary lives turn extraordinary, and every humble item tells a story. Back to 1960. Disclaimer: this is a parallel universe. Any resemblance to real events or people is purely coincidental. Imagination required. 1960. I've actually traveled back to 1960. Ding Jiangguo sat at the doorway, staring blankly, muttering to himself. Just 2 days ago, he'd been an ordinary online shop owner. In 2024, a car, a house, some savings. Everything a normal man could want, except for a wife, kids, and a warm home. Then life would have been perfect. Who would have thought that a casual night of chatting with a client would end like this? One moment everything was normal, the next, darkness, and he woke up as a 9-year-old boy. Same name, same body. The original Ding Jiangguo had died trying to protect a steamed bun from a group of rowdy kids. Head smashed against a stone, instant death. Aunt John, the kind neighbor, had seen it happen and carried him back home. His 2 older sisters, busy with their own lives, assumed he'd simply fainted and carried on. They didn't know that the soul inside this boy's body wasn't the original owner's anymore. It was him, Ding Jiangguo of 2024. He was still untangling his thoughts when a joyous shout came from inside the house. "Brother! You're awake! You're all better now!" He turned. Ding Jianjun, his younger brother, was running toward him barefoot, eyes sparkling, clutching half of a dark, unidentifiable object. "Brother! This is good stuff. You eat it." Ding Jiangguo looked at the half-eaten treat in his brother's hand. With the bite marks, he really had no appetite. Smiling, he pushed it back. "You eat it. I'm not hungry." But Ding Jianjun shook his head, determined. Breaking the piece into smaller chunks, he popped them into his mouth one by one, chewing slowly with a look of pure delight. "Jianjun, where did you get this?" Ding Jiangguo asked, curious. Sharing food wasn't common, it was precious. "We collected coal nuggets all day with Dazwang near the steel plant's boiler room," Ding Jianjun said proudly. "I was going to trade one of these for food, but on the way back, I saw Sister Ziawa and gave her half. I wanted to save the other half for you, but Sister said you needed to rest and wouldn't let me in." Ding Jiangguo frowned slightly. "Why give Ziawa half? Brother, haven't you forgotten? Last month, we were so hungry we couldn't sleep. Didn't you tell me to borrow some from Sister Ziawa?" Ding Jianjun's little face twisted into a puzzled look, as if asking, "Have you really lost your mind?" "Oh, right." Ding Jiangguo shook his head, pretending not to remember. Ding Jianjun nodded confidently. "You even taught me to tell her we were starving. That way, she would lend us food. Otherwise, she'd be stuck without a boyfriend." Ding Jiangguo groaned inwardly. The original Ding Jiangguo had lied to a young girl just to survive. What a shameful trick. "And she gave you a wild vegetable bun?" he asked, a twinge of guilt in his voice. Ding Jianjun nodded. "We split it in half. You said if we ever had extra food, we should save it and return it to Sister Ziawa." Ding Jiangguo was speechless. That kid was clever and shameless. "Brother, who hit you that day? Let's go find them and get revenge today." Ding Jianjun suddenly stood, fists clenched, eyes shining with mischief. "Jianjun, it's fine. I've got it under control." Ding Jiangguo patted his brother's head. "Stay here and play. I'll rest a bit inside." Inside, he passed his fourth sister, Ding Menzu, who was mending clothes. Jiangguo, are you still feeling unwell? Do you want to lie down? She asked, concern etched on her face. I'm fine, fourth sister. Go about your business. Don't worry about me, he said, smiling. She walked over, carefully inspecting the wound on his forehead. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me. I'm fine, he reassured her again. Relieved, she pointed toward the table. I left you porridge and a boiled egg. Eat it while it's hot. Take care of yourself. And after you finish, go rest in your room. Don't wander around, you'll digest too fast and get hungry again. As she spoke, Ding Jiangguo's mind began to process the realities of his new life. Food was scarce. The neighborhood committee had notified families again next month food rations would be reduced. Currently, only the third sister, Ding Kaiju, had a job working at the steel factory to replace their father, who had died in a work accident last year. She received 26 jin, roughly 13 caddies, of monthly food. The two younger brothers shared 24 jin, 12 caddies, and the fourth sister, unemployed, cared for them. For people in the city, surviving on a mere 50 jin, 25 caddies, a month. That was just over 4 liang a day each, roughly enough for 2 small northern-style buns. They added barely a drop of oil when cooking. The food barely filled the stomach, and whatever energy they got was burned quickly. Meals were scarce, porridge in the morning, half a bun with wild vegetable soup at night. To save even more, the fourth sister sometimes skipped meals. Ding Jiangguo stared into the distance. I need to find a way to change this, to improve our life. Otherwise, all this traveling through time, taking over this body will be for nothing. A plan began to form in his mind. He would survive, thrive, and maybe change the course of history for his family. Ding Jiangguo snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the bowl of dark brown porridge and the extra boiled egg next to it, feeling quite uncomfortable. He knew from the original owner's memories that there were no eggs in this house. This was probably something that the fourth sister, Ding Menzu, secretly saved up from her own rations and traded with someone. The thought that she would have to go hungry for several more meals before she could pay off her debts made my heart ache, and tears welled up in my eyes. Fourth sister, I'm not hungry. I'll go back to my room and lie down for a while to rest. After saying that, without waiting for her fourth sister to speak, she turned and walked into her own room. He didn't want the other person to see him crying, as that would be too embarrassing. Ding Jiangguo returned to the inner room and casually closed the door. Looking at the 3 pieces of furniture in the room, a hardboard bed, a broken wooden table, and a broken wardrobe with a stone propping up one corner, he couldn't help but sigh. This family was really poor. He walked to the bedside, lay down on his side, and looked at the Chinese almanac hanging on the wall. July 31st, 1960, lunar calendar, June 8th, Sunday. He had to accept the fact that he had traveled through time. He had indeed arrived in 1960, an era where shopping required ration coupons. Alright, we're already here. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. He was just a child, and he was penniless and couldn't even get enough to eat. What should we do? Oh, right. Why hasn't the cheat code that every time traveler needs arrived yet? The moment the thought crossed my mind, the scene before me changed instantly. He found himself in that spacious area. The walls were simple white, and the floor was covered with a black carpet. A large studio room of 200 square meters. Apart from the corner bathroom, the entire studio consists of only a desk and a folding chair. There's also a laptop on the desk with its screen lit up. Isn't this my own studio? How did it get here? Ding Jiangguo walked curiously toward the computer desk. He was immediately excited when he saw the familiar backend of his online store on the screen. However, when my eyes fell on the account balance, my heart sank instantly. Account balance 0. Ding Jiangguo's lips twitched. What are you doing? Is the time travel perk just an empty shell? Undeterred, he gripped the mouse and tried clicking on various options in the background. Product management empty. Order management empty. Instant sale management empty. He leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat dejected. Thinking to myself, this cheat system is way too weak. No money and no goods. Having a laptop and a network backend is useless in this era of scarcity. Do you expect me to move my laptop out and exchange it for steamed buns? It can't be that bad, right? He stared at the backstage area, his mind racing, etc. Since it's an online store, does that mean it can sell things from this era to the original world and make money? With money, I can buy a lot of things to use here. I'm such a genius. In this era, there seems to be a shortage of daily necessities such as food, meat, sugar, and fruit. After buying these things, can I trade them with others for antiques, cultural relics, collectibles, and wines of varying quality? With these things in hand, let's start by achieving a small goal. Just then, a friendly reminder popped up on the computer screen. The online store is currently in its initial version, and you can now consign items for sale. Gold bars, large yellow croaker and small yellow croaker. Or, Other items with a unit price not exceeding 200 yuan. The system shop version is too old and the following items are temporarily unavailable for consignment: vintage currency, jewelry and antiques, collectibles, special stamps, and fine wines. To consign more high-priced items, you will need to spend more money in the store before you can upgrade. Large and small yellow croaker? Where would he get any croakers? He doesn't have a single penny on him, let alone croakers. Forget it, I'll look around at home first and see if there's anything I can sell. First, get some startup capital. With startup capital, you can snowball your profits and buy more supplies. Ding Jiangguo exited the spatial dimension, got out of bed, and began frantically searching the room. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, I only found a comic book called Railway Gorillas and 9 elementary school textbooks for grades 1 through 3. As for selling elementary school textbooks, he feels no pressure at all, because he stopped going to school after his parents passed away last year. They searched the house again carefully and confirmed that they could not find anything of value. He opened the door and walked towards the fourth sister's inner room across the street. Once inside, he continued searching for anything that might be worth selling. Ding Menzu, sitting in the main room, saw her younger brother rummaging around in the room, so she put down her needlework, got up, and went over to ask, "Jiangguo, did you lose something? Tell me, and I'll help you look for it." "Nothing's missing, sis. I was just looking around." Ding Jiangguo gave a vague reply, but his hands didn't stop moving. "You go about your business, don't worry about me." Resources were extremely scarce in those days, and their family was genuinely poor. He found only a worn-out dip pen and a few yellowed sheets of paper in the old wooden drawer. It's such a pity, they had already sold their textbooks with their younger brother to buy candy. After searching the main room for a while, they couldn't find anything of any value. Ding Jiangguo could only return to his room in disappointment. Seeing her younger brother's dejected look, Ding Menzo shook her head with amusement, sat down again, and continued mending. Back inside, Ding Jiangguo immediately locked the door from the inside. Looking at all the possessions I had collected on the table, 9 elementary school textbooks and a comic book. Take a deep breath and silently encourage yourself. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but as long as you have startup capital, things will get better and better. As long as they can sell the goods and exchange them for urgently needed supplies, they can improve their own and their families' lives. With a thought, all the books piled on the table vanished instantly. Hey, it worked! The storage function of the golden finger is so useful. Ding Jiangguo felt secretly pleased. With a change of heart, he entered the space again. Sure enough, the missing books were piled up next to the computer desk. He couldn't wait to sit down in front of his laptop and check the product page. The list of products added to the product list is as follows. 1. Product name, early 1950s elementary school textbooks, grades 1 to 3. Quantity, 9 copies. Suggested flash sale price, 1,698 yuan. 2. Product name, 1950s Railway Gorilla comic book. Quantity, 1 copy. Suggested flash sale price, 52 yuan. Total price, 1,750 yuan. Are all items sold out instantly? Without pausing for a second, Ding Jiangguo clicked yes. Then he heard a familiar, heavenly voice ring out. Ding! 1,750 yuan has been successfully deposited into your online store account. Ding Jiangguo stared expectantly at the account balance on the screen. When you see the number on the balance sheet instantly change from 0 to 1,750, he could no longer contain his emotions and excitedly raised his fist, waving it in the air several times. 1,750 yuan. This amount of money is negligible compared to the more than 1 million yuan he earned a month from his online store before he transmigrated. But this was his life-saving money. It was the catalyst that propelled him forward in this era. With this startup capital, he was able to survive in these difficult times. He even lives a very comfortable life and can help more people he wants to help. He thought of saving food rations for his fourth sister. He felt he needed to quickly buy some grain and meat to solve his family's basic needs for food and nutrition. Ding Jiangguo picked up the mouse and skillfully searched online stores for the things he urgently needed: food. Based on his memory of the general situation during that era, Ding Jiangguo selected several of the most suitable types. The prices listed below are from the system's in-game store, not prices from the 1960s. Whole grains. Cornmeal, 2.5 yuan/jin, millet, 8 yuan/jin, sorghum flour, 3.5 yuan/jin, sweet potato, 2 yuan/jin, flour and rice. Rice, 3.5 yuan/jin, high gluten flour, 2 yuan/jin. After comparing prices online, Ding Jiangguo ultimately chose the high-quality, cost-effective bean curd. This stuff is the fighter jet of food in this era. This kind of thing is usually only found in the families of cotters. It can be exchanged for a lot of gold bars, and it's practically a hard currency for getting rich. He immediately spent 600 yuan to buy 300 jin of high gluten flour. Thinking that he would need to frequently trade in the future, he spent money to buy some cloth bags commonly used in the 1960s. Considering that it would be inconvenient to take out all 300 jin, 150 caddies, for the transaction at once, he had an idea and automatically repackaged the high-gluten flour into 30 bags, each weighing 10 jin, 5 caddies. They were neatly piled up in the corner. Looking at these 30 bags of high-quality flour, he felt as if he could see the arrival of a better life. Thinking of my family members who were severely malnourished, I tried to improve their meals. He also ordered 20 jin of pork belly with alternating layers of fat and lean meat, and 100 jin of cornmeal. The thought of suddenly taking out a whole 20-pound piece of pork belly seemed a bit abrupt. He then used his mind to cut the 20-pound pork belly into 20 even portions, each weighing 1 pound. After finishing his work, he took out some snacks, white rabbit milk candy, hand-torn bread, and a jar of brown sugar, intending to share them with them later. Just as he was about to continue shopping, a pop-up message appeared in the online store. New exclusive products for the mall. Transformation clothes. Wearing these clothes temporarily transforms you into an adult. The effective usage time is 3 hours. Introductory price, 99 yuan/piece. Limited to 2 pieces per customer this time. It can only be purchased for personal use only, others cannot use it. Friendly reminder, purchase limit countdown ends in 1 hour. Whether to purchase? Yes. Wow. This online store is ridiculous. They actually sell such amazing items. But considering that I can time travel, none of this seems so bad. With this transformation outfit, you won't have to worry about your age being exposed when you go to the black market. You don't have to worry about being robbed when trading with others. However, for safety's sake, he wanted to see how much the gun cost. After all, having the truth in hand is much more useful than trying to reason with people. Just as he clicked on the search page of the online store and entered gun, the online store suddenly displayed a message: the system store version is too low and cannot search for this type of product. Having no other choice, he thought for a moment about what he could use for self-defense, since he still had to go to the black market later. His belongings weren't cheap, he needed to have some self-defense tools. After searching around, he finally found that only a stun gun was the most suitable for him. He could only use the remaining money to buy a multifunctional stun gun for self-defense. The account balance is displayed as 0. Alright. With these supplies, we can find some time to go to the black market and see if we can exchange them for some small gold coins to upgrade the shop. After finishing everything, looking at the 100 jin of cornmeal, he wondered what excuse he could use to openly take the things home. Ding Jiangwo thought for a long time in his space and finally came up with a reason. But I need to find an opportunity to tell them. Before that, mix some high-gluten flour with the cornmeal and pour it into the vat in several batches. Let's improve our family's life first. Having thought things through, he prepared to leave the space. Then a few lines of text appeared on the screen. Congratulations on your successful purchase. We welcome you to continue shopping. Customer, none of the items you purchase will expire in the space. Please feel free to purchase in bulk and store it in the space. Upon seeing this line of text, Ding Jiangwo was overjoyed, knowing that he would no longer have to worry about his meat and vegetables spoiling. Unfortunately, I've already spent all my money. I'll continue shopping when I have more. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, he returned to the real world with a thought, standing in the same spot as if he had never left. He skillfully peeled open a white rabbit milk candy and popped it into his mouth, the rich milky aroma instantly filling the air. While chewing on a milk candy, she pushed open the door and walked toward her fourth sister, Ding Menzu, who was mending clothes. "Ha! Why did you go in and lie down for a short while, and then come out again?" Fourth sister looked up at her younger brother with a puzzled expression. She felt that her younger brother was acting a bit strangely today. "I was a bit bored, so I came out for some fresh air. I also wanted to check on Comrade Ding's work today." Ding Jiangwo deliberately puffed out his chest, put his hands behind his back, and pretended to be a little adult, carefully examining the patched pants in Ding Menzu's hand. He looked just like a leader coming down to inspect the work. Ding Menzu was amused by him and immediately became interested, joining in the joke. "Oh, Mr. Ding, you've been inspecting this place for half a day now. What do you think of my work?" Comrade Ding, you've done a very good job." Ding Jiangwo said affirmatively. "And then? Verbal praise alone isn't enough. A leader as high-ranking as you needs to give some real reward, right?" Ding Menzu suppressed a laugh and deliberately pressed for more information. "Absolutely. Comrade Xiao Ding, open your mouth wide, the reward is coming right away." "What kind of reward? It's not just empty promises, is it?" Before Ding Menzu could finish speaking, she suddenly found a hard, sweet-smelling object in her mouth. She was certain that she had never eaten anything so sweet and delicious in her entire life. These are so much tastier than the 1 or 2 fruit candies you get during Chinese New Year. After a brief moment of surprise, the smile on her face quickly faded, replaced by deep worry. "Just by the taste, you can tell this candy must be expensive. Where did my brother get the money to buy such expensive things? Could it be that they stole someone's? Thinking about his inexplicable injury the day before yesterday, Ding Menzu became even more anxious. She immediately frowned and questioned him seriously. Ding Jiangguo, where did the candy come from? Tell the truth. Otherwise, I'll have third sister spank you. Well, it's that trick again. Ding Jiangguo was speechless. In the original owner's memories, from childhood to adulthood, whenever his two brothers made a mistake, his parents would have his third sister carry out the family discipline. But my third sister always carried it out meticulously. She was incredibly ruthless, which caused both brothers to develop a psychological trauma related to their third sister. However, he had already figured out where the candy came from when he secretly peeled it open in the outer room. I won this game with a former classmate a few days ago. How about that, fourth sister? Aren't I amazing? Ding Jiangguo said smugly. Really? You're not lying to me? Ding Menzu was skeptical. Ding Jiangguo could spout nonsense so easily that it sounded like the truth. Ding Menzo had no idea about Ding Jiangguo's ulterior motives. Seeing that her younger brother's story sounded plausible, she believed him. Ding Jiangguo glanced at his fourth sister's expression, and seeing that she didn't suspect anything, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly made an excuse to slip away. Sis, it's too stuffy in here. I'm going out for some fresh air and to see where Jianjun has run off to. Okay, go ahead. Ding Menzo still had some concerns and gave her a few more instructions. Remember, you're not allowed to fight again, understand? Okay, I promise I won't fight. Ding Jiangguo replied casually, stuffing a few candies into Ding Menzu's hand, and left before she could react. However, what he was really thinking was, no way they won't fight. I'm going out right now to settle the score with those brats. Relying on the remaining memories in his mind, he turned into a nearby alley where children often gathered and played. Unfortunately, he didn't see those people there, so he spent some more time searching in several nearby alleys. They were finally found in another relatively secluded alley, and there happened to be only the 4 men who had beaten him that day. Is this just a coincidence? Ha! Isn't that Ding Jiangguo? One of the skinny boys with patched clothes exclaimed in surprise. It really looks like him, the injury on his face is still there. Ha ha ha, another boy with dry, yellow hair chimed in. Look at his mouth. Is he chewing something delicious? A big-eyed boy exclaimed with delight. Let's go check it out and ask him if he's still alive. I'm starving, a man who seemed to be the leader of the group whispered. As he spoke, 4 boys, around 14 years old, stood up from the corner and surrounded Ding Jiangguo with ill intent. Ding Jiangguo wasn't afraid, in fact, he swaggered towards them, as he had come specifically for them. Ding Jiangguo, stop right there. The leader spoke first, his tone extremely arrogant. What delicious treats did you sneak out to today? Hurry up and bring them out to your grandpa Wang Dahai. The speaker was Wang Dahai, who was also the leader of his group of boys. He was considered tall among his peers in the neighborhood, probably over 1.5 meters tall, and the 3 men behind him, although a bit shorter, were all around 1.4 meters tall. The group of men casually dispersed, subtly surrounding Ding Jiangguo, their faces filled with mocking smiles, clearly intending to bully him just like that day. Seeing that Ding Jiangguo was standing still and not saying anything, Wang Dahai assumed that he was afraid, and became even more smug. What's wrong? You've already forgotten the beating you got the day before yesterday? Are you itching for another taste of our fists? Ding Jiangguo was there to teach them a lesson, so he wasn't afraid of these little brats' threats. He clenched his fists, bent his left leg slightly, and moved his right leg back half a step, firmly assuming a horse stance. He then looked calmly at the 4 people in front of him and said seriously, I advise you not to make a move, otherwise, I won't be polite. Seeing Ding Jiangguo's serious and ready-to-fight stance, Wang Dahai and the others were taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. I advise you not to make a move. And then? Otherwise, I won't be so polite. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Several people joked. Hee hee. I'm actually quite eager to see just how impolite you're going to be. Wang Dahai chuckled and reached out to grab Ding Jiangguo's collar. Yeah, Jiangguo. We're so scared. Let us see how powerful you are. Ha ha ha. The other 3 boys grinned and reached out, intending to join forces to hold Ding Jiangguo down and then slowly torture him. Since that's the case, then I'll show you what I'm capable of. Super Invincible Overlord Thunderbolt Fist. The strange name of this boxing style instantly stunned the few ignorant children, causing their outstretched hands to freeze in midair. Ding Jiangguo had been waiting for this opportunity. With a slight thought, he silently gripped the stun gun in his right fist, ensuring it wouldn't be noticed, while his thumb pressed the switch. The movements were as fast as lightning. He suddenly slammed a heavy punch into Wang Dahai. A soft crackling sound of electricity rang out. Wang Dahai's smile froze, and his whole body trembled violently as if it were a leaf. His eyes widened and his mouth opened, but he couldn't make a sound. Then, with a thud, he fell straight backward and crashed to the ground. Before they could react, the stun gun was quickly retracted into the spatial storage. The remaining people were dumbfounded, completely confused about what had just happened. In their view, Ding Jiangwo had only punched Wang Dahai, but Wang Dahai immediately fell to the ground and trembled, which they found very strange. In the brief few seconds that they were stunned, Ding Jiangwo moved swiftly, striking repeatedly with lightning speed. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the arrogant crowd was all lying on the ground, some of their bodies still twitching slightly out of control. Perhaps due to widespread malnutrition in this era, these kids' immune systems were indeed not very strong. Although the electric current from the stun gun only lasted for a moment, it was enough to temporarily incapacitate them. The group of people lay weakly on the ground, panting heavily, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Ding Jiangwo had no intention of letting them off so easily. We must torment them severely today. He walked up to Wang Dahai, dragged him deep into the alley, and without any hesitation, swung his fist and punched him in the face. Bang! 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 Of course, Wang Dahai wouldn't be foolish enough to just stand there and take the beating. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand to fight back. But Ding Jiangwo, quick as a flash, delivered another thunder fist to him. Sizzle! Wang Dahai froze again, all the strength he had managed to muster instantly dissipated, and he fell back down, only to be met with an even denser barrage of punches. The three people lying not far away watched helplessly as Wang Dahai was beaten black and blue, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His miserable appearance terrified them. The three exchanged a glance, enduring the numbness and pain in their bodies, and frantically tried to get up and run away. But as soon as they struggled to sit up, they saw Ding Jiangwo standing next to them, arms crossed, looking at them with amusement. The three of them immediately lowered their heads and obediently lay back down in their original positions, not daring to move at all. Only one thought remained in his mind: pray that Ding Jiangwo would go easy on him later, and not hit him as hard as he hit Wang Dahai. Ding Jiangwo went back and continued beating Wang Dahai until he lay on the ground begging for mercy repeatedly before his anger subsided. They killed the original owner of the body, and Ding Jiangwo now wants to send them down to the underworld, but the timing isn't right to kill them. Let's teach them a lesson first, vent our anger, and collect some interest. We'll find another opportunity to send them down, they're just a waste of food anyway. Feeling that Wang Dahai had finished tidying up, he got up and went to the other three people. Following the same method, they dragged them one by one into the depths of the alley and gave them a thorough beating. A few minutes later, 4 half-grown boys lay sprawled on the ground in the alley, looking extremely miserable. They were all bruised and swollen, with blood at the corners of their mouths. They gritted their teeth and endured the pain, not daring to utter a single cry of pain. Ding Jiangwo dusted himself off, looked down at the 4 of them, and said with feigned surprise, "Ha! What happened to you guys? How did you get so badly injured?" The 4 people lying on the ground nearly popped their eyes out when they heard this. "Don't you have any idea how we got hurt?" But they only dared to think these words in their hearts, and dared not show them on their faces, for fear that this evil star would give them another thunderbolt punch meal. They were truly terrified, especially by that so-called super invincible overlord thunderbolt fist. It was a nightmare. The moment you touched them, they collapsed, without even a chance to fight back. In the end, it was Wang Dahai, the leader, who was quick-witted and the first to understand Ding Jiangwo's hint. So, despite the excruciating pain all over his body, he forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Jiangwo, we didn't check the almanac before we went out today. We were unlucky and accidentally injured ourselves." "Oh, really?" Ding Jiangwo feigned surprise. "It doesn't look like it to me. Are you sure it wasn't someone who beat you up?" "Absolutely true. We definitely fell on our own. Look, there are still marks on the ground where we slipped." Wang Dahai pointed to the ground beside him and solemnly assured them, his expression as sincere as could be. Yes. We fell. We weren't watching where we were going and we fell so badly." The other 3 immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly echoed, afraid of being beaten again if they were a step too slow. Ding Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction, his tone carrying a hint of regret. "Oh dear, you two are so careless. How could you fall like this? Your parents would be heartbroken if they knew." Yes. We were so careless. We'll definitely reflect on our mistakes when we get back." Wang Dahai quickly replied. "Since you fell so hard, don't just lie here. Go home and recover properly." After finishing his statement, Ding Jiangwo couldn't resist offering a thoughtful suggestion. "From now on, try not to come to this alley so you don't slip and fall because the road is uneven, okay?" We know. Brother Jiangwo is right. We'll never come here to play again." Wang Dahai felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly called the other 3 to leave. Finally, the 4 of them, supporting each other, limped away from the alley. Watching the disappearing figure, Ding Jiangwo smiled coldly. "This is nothing. He'll just collect some interest today, and there will be a final reckoning later." Having just exerted himself too much, Ding Jiangwo needed to replenish his energy, so he took out a few loaves of bread from his spatial storage. While eating, she walked in the direction where her younger brother might be. Thinking about what his younger brother had said today, he roughly knew what was going on and figured he was probably going to rummage through the coal ash pile in the boiler room of the steel plant to find coal nuggets. Those coal nuggets were from coal that wasn't fully burned when the boiler was burning coal. The factory workers didn't sort them out and just poured them out mixed with coal ash. In the end, it became a place for many children and the elderly to earn pocket money. He also wanted to see for himself how people in this era managed to scrape food out of the ashes. After walking for about half an hour, we saw two gray hills in the distance. It is a slightly taller one, more than 3 meters high, and about 5 or 6 meters wide at the base. The other one is a bit shorter, probably only 2 meters high and 4 meters wide at the base. There were many figures crawling on both ash mounds, both young and old. Many people carried bamboo baskets and held toothed rakes, constantly rummaging through the ash heap. There were several people who looked like guards at the corner of the ash pile. Ding Jiangwo guessed that these people were probably there to collect coal nuggets. He slowed his pace and walked towards the larger pile of coal ash, wanting to see if his younger brother was there. As I approached, a boy who looked to be about 15 years old and was estimated to be about 1.6 meters tall walked towards me and blocked my way. "Brother, we've taken this hill. You can go look elsewhere." The tone wasn't harsh, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. "I'm not picking up things, I'm looking for someone," Ding Jiangwo explained calmly as he stopped. "Looking for someone?" The man looked him up and down, noticing that he was empty-handed and didn't seem like someone who had come to steal food. "Okay, then you go ahead and look for it. Remember this, don't steal anything, or we brothers won't be so polite." After saying that, he waved his hand, indicating that Ding Jiangwo could go over, and then turned around and walked back under the ash heap to continue chatting with the people next to him. Ding Jiangwo circled the large pile of ash twice, carefully examining the people on it, but couldn't find his younger brother. He didn't linger, but turned and walked towards another smaller ash heap. As I approached, I saw a short, dark-skinned boy covered in grime not far away. The man was bending over, speaking to the person sitting on the small stool, his face full of ingratiating smiles. "Brother Xiong, can I have half a wild vegetable bun to tide me over? I was so hungry that I had no strength left. Once I've gathered 15 caddies of coal this afternoon, you can give me the remaining half," the dark-skinned boy pleaded incessantly. Ding Jiangwo frowned slightly and quickly did some mental calculations. The current market price is 30 cents for 15 kilograms of coal. A wild vegetable bun is worth at most 2 ounces. He also saw the wild vegetable buns his younger brother brought back that day, which were worth at most 3 cents. Xiang Ji and his gang were quite something. They traded a single wild vegetable bun for 15 caddies of coal, making a tenfold profit on the resale. One has to admire that there's never a shortage of quick-wit people in any era. Currently, buying and selling is not allowed, so Xiang Ji is probably exchanging coal nuggets for other things, but in any case, this deal is sure to make a profit. No. Xiang Ji, sitting on the bench, waved his hand impatiently and glanced at the basket at the dark-skinned boy's feet. "Your basket has at most 5 pounds, not even half the required amount, so we can't exchange it." The dark-skinned boy continued to plead with a reluctant expression, but after several attempts, he realized it was hopeless. The dark-skinned boy silently poured the coal nuggets from his basket into the large basket next to Xiang Ji, waiting for the other party to register. He picked up his empty bamboo basket again and dragged his heavy steps back to the coal ash heap to continue his struggle. "Jian Jun." Ding Jiangwo found the way the dark-skinned boy walked increasingly familiar and tentatively called out. Hearing the shout, the black boy stopped and turned around in confusion. When he saw that it was his older brother, he happily flashed 2 rows of big white teeth and quickly walked over. "Brother, what brings you here? Did fourth sister send you?" In his memory, his older brother was introverted and used to love reading books, rarely going out. Since his parents passed away, he has stopped going to school and locks himself in his room all day, never going anywhere, let alone coming to a place like this to find him. "It was stuffy staying indoors, so I came out for a walk and stopped by to see you." Ding Jiangwo felt a pang of sadness seeing his younger brother like this. He's only 7 years old. At such an age, he has to go out and fend for himself. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but curse the original owner as a bastard. "Oh, is that so? I'm fine, brother, you don't need to worry," Ding Jianjun said nonchalantly. "I've already collected enough for half a steamed bun this morning. If I work a little harder this afternoon, I'll be able to collect a whole one. We'll take it home tonight and each of us will have half." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go back to continue digging for coal. "Jianjun, wait a minute." Ding Jiangwo quickly stepped forward and grabbed him. "Don't pick them up yet. Come back with me, I have something to tell you." "What's wrong, bro? Just tell me right now." He looked a little anxious. "I'll tell you when we get back. Come back with me." He pulled Ding Jianjun and started walking home. Ding Jiangwo didn't notice the change in his brother's tone. He still wanted to take his brother back as soon as possible, because staying here for too long could easily lead to lung disease. No, I'm not going back. I need to collect more coal nuggets so that I can get together with Dazwang and exchange them for half a wild vegetable bun to share with fourth sister. As long as fourth sister has food, she doesn't need to leave. Ding Jianjun became more and more anxious as he spoke, and his eyes eventually reddened. What? Fourth sister is leaving? Why? Ding Jiangwo hurriedly grabbed his younger brother's arm and asked. Ding Jianjun hung his head and cried as he said, "The day before yesterday, I overheard my fourth sister talking to my third sister in the outer room. My fourth sister said that after the ration is reduced next month, there won't be enough food for our family. She doesn't have a city household registration, she's not on a ration, and she eats our food. She doesn't want to be a burden on the family anymore and plans to go back to her grandfather's house in the countryside at the beginning of next month. When we go back, we can work in the fields to earn work points and exchange them for some food. She also said that if the harvest is good, she would try to share some grain with us." After hearing his younger brother's words, Ding Jiangwo felt as if a large stone was stuck in his chest, making him feel suffocated. Thinking of her slender frame, even if she went back, how many work points could she earn? You might end up losing your life there. It's important to understand that this year is only the second year of the 3-year period of hardship, and next year will be even more difficult. Although the ration in the city has been decreasing, at least there is still a supply. Due to severe drought and water shortage in rural areas, many places have experienced poor harvests, and some people have already starved to death. The thought that the whole family was supported by her third sister's meager salary made her very sad. Now even my sensible fourth sister has been forced to return to the countryside to make a living. It seems we need to quickly alleviate fourth sister's concerns about food shortages and reassure her to stay. Ding Jiangwo looked at his dark-skinned younger brother, who was still standing there talking and wiping away tears. Ding Jiangwo spoke again. "Jianjun, listen to your brother. We won't pick them up anymore, come home with me." This time, however, his tone was unquestionable. Before he came, he was powerless to help this family with their suffering. Now that he has become Ding Jiangwo, and has become their family, he can no longer let them suffer like this. He needs to find a way to make things better for the family as soon as possible, getting better day by day. "No way, brother." Ding Jianjun abruptly shook off Ding Jiangwo's hand. She looked up at him, stubbornly saying, "I'm not leaving. I want to collect more coal cinders. I'll exchange them for steamed buns for my fourth sister. Since fourth sister has steamed buns to eat, she doesn't need to leave." "Brother, I don't want fourth sister to leave. I don't want fourth sister to leave," he shouted excitedly at Ding Jiangwo, his voice even a little hoarse. Ding Jiangwo felt a pang of heartache looking at his younger brother's sensible demeanor. What a wonderful younger brother. At the age of 7, he was eager to scavenge for food in this dirty and tiring pile of coal ash in order to keep his sister with him. He took a deep breath and reached into his pocket to pull out some money and tickets. These were all taken from Wang Dahai and his 3 companions when they were being dealt with. "At that time, I was just thinking about these things, considering them as compensation they were giving me. Unexpectedly, this will come in handy. Jianjun, look what this is." He held up the money and tickets to his younger brother's face and waved them. When Ding Jianjun saw the money and tickets in front of him, his eyes widened in surprise. "Money? Grain?" he asked Ding Jiangwo in disbelief. "Yes, money and tickets." Ding Jiangwo nodded with a smile. "With these, you can buy a lot of white flour buns, which is much better than what you can get by exchanging coal here. So, we won't pick them up today. I'll take you back to buy some steamed buns." Ding Jianjun carefully held the money and tickets in his dark little hands. At that moment, he felt lightheaded, as if he were dreaming. This was the first time in his life he had ever held so much money and tickets. He held the money and tickets, looking at them over and over, and finally confirmed that he wasn't dreaming. But then, as if remembering something, he looked up at Ding Jiangwo curiously and asked in a low voice, "Brother, where did you get this money?" Ding Jiangwo had already prepared his answer, and replied casually, "I traded this with someone while fishing a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Ding Jianjun's eyes lit up as he looked at him with admiration. "Brother, you're really amazing. You can earn so much money." "That's right. Brother will be able to earn even more in the future. You won't have to help fourth sister earn steamed buns anymore." Ding Jiangwo gently patted his younger brother's head. "Let's go. I'll take you home to change into clean clothes, and then we'll go to the state-run restaurant to buy some steamed buns." Upon hearing that steamed buns were being bought, Ding Jianjun jumped for joy. "All right, let's go." Looking at his younger brother who was still jumping around, Ding Jiangwo smiled and shook his head gently. His brother was really too easily satisfied. When Ding Jiangwo turned to walk forward, he realized that his younger brother had not followed. He stopped and looked at his younger brother with some confusion. "What's wrong?" "Brother, wait here for me for a moment. I'll go tell Daz Wang and transfer the coal nuggets I collected this morning to him. After saying that, he stuffed the money and tickets back into Ding Jiangguo's hand, then turned and ran towards the coal ash pile not far away. Watching his younger brother dash off, Ding Jiangguo couldn't help but sigh, thinking how sensible his brother truly was. He stood quietly in the same spot and waited. Looking up at the coal ash pile not far away, where many children and elderly people were working hard, I was deeply moved. But in these difficult times, he can't even take care of his own family, so how can he be qualified to care about others? The most important thing right now is to protect the people around us. A short while later, Ding Jianjun ran back quickly. Seeing his younger brother approaching, Ding Jiangguo picked up the empty basket from the ground and waved, saying, "Let's go." Ding Jianjun immediately rushed ahead of his brother excitedly. "Fourth sister! I'm back!" Before anyone even entered the courtyard, Ding Jianjun's shouts reached inside the house. Ding Menzu, who was sweeping with a broom, came out of the house slowly when she heard the shout. When she saw Ding Jianjun approaching the door, her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. "Jianjun, why are you running over to the coal ash pile again? I just told you yesterday that it's dirty over there and I don't want you to go." Ding Menzu said with a tone of disappointment, "You've gotten yourself all dirty again. Aren't you uncomfortable? Stand still at the door and don't come in." Seeing my younger brother covered in black soot, looking like a little mud monkey, she shook her head helplessly and turned to get a towel and a wash basin. At the same time, he instructed Ding Jiangguo, who had returned with him, "Jiangguo, go inside and turn Jianjun over to get some clean clothes. I'll clean him up and change him in a bit." "Okay, fourth sister," Ding Jiangguo replied with a smile, and walked towards his room. With 2 towels draped over her shoulders, Ding Menzu held an enamel basin in one hand and grabbed Ding Jianjun's arm with the other, dragging him toward the well in the courtyard of the central compound. The 2 brothers lived in the same room, and their clothes were kept in a wooden box inside the room, making them easy to find. Ding Jiangguo opened the box, rummaged through it a few times, and found a set of clothes for his younger brother. The original owner wore this outfit for 4 years. When he was 8 years old, he grew too tall to wear the clothes anymore, so his fourth sister took them and altered them for Jianjun to wear. Looking at the patches upon patches on the clothes, Ding Jiangguo decided to buy some fabric from that era from the mall to make clothes for everyone. When he went to the black market at night, he needed to exchange some money and cloth coupons. He would then buy some more cloth coupons from the supply and marketing cooperative as a cover, otherwise it would arouse suspicion from outsiders. However, these things need to be done one at a time. For now, let's take the clothes to Jiangguo first, otherwise he'll be coming back naked later. Ding Jiangguo closed the suitcase, picked up his clothes, and got up to leave. Just as I reached the door, I heard a series of thump footsteps outside. Ding Jiangguo looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Jianjun had already washed up and was running towards them naked. "Brother, I'm done washing. Hurry up and give me the clothes." Ding Jianjun called out as soon as he saw the clothes his brother was holding. Seeing his younger brother's eager expression, Ding Jiangguo knew he was thinking about the white flour steamed buns. Without wasting any time, I simply tossed the clothes to him. Ding Jianjun reached out and took it, quickly putting it on, and soon he was all dressed. The only problem was that fourth sister was still washing her cloth shoes and had nothing to wear, but Ding Jianjun didn't care. He excitedly grabbed Ding Jiangguo's hand, barefoot, and headed out of the courtyard. "Brother, hurry up." He walked ahead, turning back every now and then to urge Ding Jiangguo on. After walking for more than 20 minutes, the two arrived at the state-run restaurant closest to their home. It wasn't even noon yet, and the place was empty, no one was eating. Ding Jiangguo pushed open the door and went straight to the counter. "Hello, sister. Do you have white flour steamed buns today? I'd like to buy a few." The waitress noticed that the person asking the question was a child, and she quickly reminded them, "You need money and tickets to buy things here." Ding Jiangguo took the money and tickets out of his pocket and waved them in front of her. "I brought them all." The waiter nodded expressionlessly. "You're really lucky today. There are only 5 left today. 5 cents each, plus 2 ounces of grain coupons. Do you want them all?" "4, please," Ding Jiangguo said, taking money and tickets out of his pocket. He ordered 5 2-cent coupons, 1 1-mao coupon, and 4 2-liang grain coupons, and handed them over together. Ding Jiangguo sighed inwardly, "It's a pity we've run out of food coupons, otherwise I would have bought them all." The waiter took the money and tickets, counted and put them away, then turned around and got 4 white steamed buns, placing them on the oil paper on the counter. Then, he skillfully wrapped them up, tied them securely with brown paper rope, and handed them to Ding Jiangguo. "Young comrade, here you go, these are 4 white flour steamed buns for you." "Thank you, comrade." After accepting the wrapped steamed buns, Ding Jiangguo politely thanked him and prepared to leave. When he turned around, he saw his younger brother staring longingly at the oil paper package. He smiled and handed the oil paper package to Ding Jianjun. "Take it." Ding Jianjun took the oil paper wrapped around the white steamed bun and happily pulled his brother outside. As soon as the two stepped out of the supply and marketing cooperative, Ding Jianjun grabbed Ding Jiangguo's arm and urged him on. "Brother, it's too hot outside, let's go back quickly." Ding Jiangguo, remembering that Ding Jianjun rarely ate candy, stopped him. "Don't worry. I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy you something delicious." He planned to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some fruit candies, then mix the white rabbit milk candy together with it for him. That way, it won't easily attract attention. After walking for a few minutes, the two arrived at the entrance of the nearest supply and marketing cooperative. Ding Jiangguo said to Ding Jianjun, "Wait here for me for a while, I'll come out after I buy the things." After saying that, he stepped inside, leaving Ding Jianjun to wait outside. Upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, one immediately sees 5 large red characters painted on the wall, reflecting the spirit of the times. Serving the people. The entire supply and marketing cooperative looked very neat and tidy. There are rows of tall wooden shelves on 3 walls. Each shelf was neatly arranged with various household items. For example, enamel mugs, printed teapots, thermos flasks, fabrics of various patterns, as well as cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, etc. In front of each wooden shelf is a row of long wooden cabinets covered with glass. Through the glass, you can see that the room is filled with all sorts of items. Ding Jiangguo found these things novel and quite interesting. The sales clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative saw him standing there but ignored him, busy with their own tasks. They chatted amongst themselves behind the counter, while some knitted with their heads down. There was only one 18-year-old female sales clerk filling a residence bottle with soy sauce using a bamboo scoop. Such a free working environment really opened Ding Jiangguo's eyes. It is said that these sales clerks in the supply and marketing cooperatives were one of the 8 types of workers. They not only enjoy good welfare benefits, but it is also easy and convenient for them to buy things. Looking at the young saleswoman, I noticed that fourth sister was about the same height as her. A thought suddenly popped into Ding Jiangguo's mind. Or, how about we find a way to get fourth sister a sales clerk job? He knew that next year would be the last year of the 3 years of hardship. Supplies will be in short supply to an unimaginable degree. Consider chlorella steamed buns as a food substitute. Especially grain and meat. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy them. But since I have my own online store, getting these things isn't a big problem. Before he transmigrated, he had read a lot of historical fiction and knew that many protagonists exchanged sex for jobs. If he had a lot of meat, he might actually be able to get fourth sister a job at the supply and marketing cooperative. Fortunately, my fourth sister looks like her father and is quite tall, almost 1.6 meters now. Moreover, she often has to take care of household chores, which makes her seem quite mature. She's just too thin due to malnutrition, so we need to find a way to supplement her nutrition and get her back in shape as soon as possible. Age is also a problem. I'm only 17 this year, just 1 year shy of turning 18. I need to find an opportunity to go back to the village and ask the team leader or village secretary for help. I need them to change fourth sister's age to 18. If I also smooth things over with the leaders at the supply and marketing cooperative, this matter should be settled. As he stood there, the more he thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. He saw the saleswoman finish buying soy sauce and quickly went over to her. Ding Jiangguo smiled and said, "Hello, sister, I want to buy a dime's worth of fruit candy." This is money. Having learned from his experience buying things at the state-run restaurant earlier, he handed over a dime in advance this time. The saleswoman took the money and then counted out 10 pieces of candy wrapped in simple paper and placed them on the counter. Ding Jiangguo thanked him, grabbed all the candy and stuffed it into his pocket, then turned and left. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, he mixed a few white rabbit milk candies with the 10 fruit candies and gave them to Ding Jianjun. Ding Jianjun stuffed all the candy into his pocket and urged Ding Jiangguo to hurry back. Ding Jiangguo knew that he was in a hurry to take the white steamed buns back to show his fourth sister, so he quickened his pace and walked home. Tomorrow is August. It's time for me to leave. I've almost finished all the chores around the house. We can't stay here and drag them down any longer. Ding Menzu kept telling herself that leaving was the best choice for this family. She took a deep breath, slung the large bundle she had already prepared over her shoulder, and held a small package in her arms. He turned around and said goodbye to Aunt Zhang across the street. "Aunt Zhang, I'm leaving. My brother and his family will be back later. Could you please give them the keys? Thank you." At this moment, Aunt Zhang was like an old mother seeing her daughter off, constantly giving her advice and instructions. "Don't worry, Xiaomeng. I'll take care of it. But Xiaomeng, when you go back to the countryside, don't work too hard. Your body is too weak to compare with those who toil in the fields year-round. Just earn enough to eat. Don't overwork yourself." "Aunt Zhang, thank you for your concern, I understand. From now on, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my 2 younger brothers whenever you have time." Ding Menzu bowed deeply to Aunt Zhang. "You silly child. Don't worry. Aunt Zhang quickly helped her up. Given the long-standing relationship between our two families, how could we not take care of the two brothers? Thank you very much, Aunt Zhang. Goodbye, Aunt Zhang, Ding Menzu said, then turned and left decisively. Watching Ding Menzu's departing figure, Aunt Zhang sighed heavily in resignation. A few days ago, she told herself that she might have to go back to the countryside and asked for help to take care of her two younger brothers. I wanted to offer some advice, since she came from the countryside and knew how hard it was for farmers. But when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say anything. Given her family's current situation, it seems she really has no other choice but to go back to the countryside. Alas! It's just that this child has suffered. The Ding brothers were unaware of what was happening in the courtyard. They were all rushing home excitedly, thinking about getting there quickly so they could tell their fourth sister the good news. Meanwhile, Ding Menzu was already carrying a large bundle and rushing towards Dingjia village without stopping. It's more than 20 miles from Dingjia village. If we don't hurry, we probably won't get back to the village until tonight. The alley was as hot and humid as an oven during the day, and the two Ding brothers were already covered in sweat. They fanned themselves with their palms as they hurried toward the courtyard. Ding Jiangwo arrived at the gate and sped up to run into the courtyard, shouting as he ran, "Fourth sister! Fourth sister! I brought you something delicious." But as soon as he entered the yard, he saw that his door was already locked. When Ding Jiangwo came in later, he was also puzzled. Fourth sister rarely goes out. Where did she go today? Did they go to Aunt Zhang's house for a chat? Jianjun, let's go check on Aunt Zhang's house. I guess fourth sister is chatting inside. Ding Jiangwo called to his younger brother and they walked together toward Aunt Zhang's house. Knock knock knock. Ding Jiangwo stood outside Aunt Zhang's door and gently knocked. Coming. Who is it? Aunt Zhang quickly opened the door. Upon seeing that the visitors were the Ding brothers, he said gently, "Oh, it's Jiangwo and Jianjun. Come, sit inside. Auntie will pour you some sweet soup to quench your thirst." Ding Jiangwo quickly waved his hand. "Thank you, Aunt Zhang. No need to trouble yourself. Our door is locked. I just came over to ask if my fourth sister is here with you." After hearing this, Aunt Zhang looked at the two brothers with a complicated expression. "You two still don't know?" Judging from Aunt Zhang's expression, Ding Jiangwo guessed that it might be about that matter that Jiangwo mentioned. If so, then things were not good. To quickly confirm his suspicions, he hurriedly asked, "I don't know. We just came back from outside. Your fourth sister has already gone back to the countryside. She left not long after you two left." "Impossible." Ding Jianjun was furious when he heard the news. "She even gave me a bath at noon." "You're lying. The month isn't over yet. Fourth sister couldn't have left. You must be lying." Ding Jianjun shouted excitedly, his eyes instantly turning red. He couldn't believe it was true. Ding Jiangwo felt a little sad, but his expression didn't change much. He's not a child, he knows that venting his emotions won't solve anything. The most important issue now is to find fourth sister. Ding Jiangwo didn't think too much about it and continued to ask, "Aunt Zhang, do you know which direction my fourth sister went?" "I saw her turn left as soon as she left the courtyard gate." Aunt Zhang pointed in the direction of the gate. "Okay, thank you, Aunt Zhang. Jianjun, let's go. Fourth sister probably hasn't gone far and can catch up." Ding Jiangwo called out to his younger brother and then rushed out of the yard first. Ding Jianjun wiped away his tears and quickly followed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ding Menzo leaned against a big tree outside the city, panting heavily as she wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Once she calmed down a bit, she carefully took out the glass bottle containing the cool boiled water from her bag that morning, unscrewed the cap, and tilted her head back to drink it. She gulped down several mouthfuls of cool water, which eased her thirst and made her feel much less tired. She rested against the tree trunk for a while before carefully putting away the glass bottle. They shouldered their burdens again, ready to continue their journey. As soon as she stood up, she vaguely heard shouts coming from behind her. "Fourth sister, fourth sister." Upon hearing the shout, Ding Menzu thought to herself, "Whose little brother is looking for his sister? This sister is really causing trouble, making her little brother search all over the place in this sweltering heat." She shook her slightly numb arm, not paying much attention to it, and prepared to continue her journey to Dingjia village. Ding Menzu, Ding Menzu, Ding Menzu. The sound was clearer this time, and it even sounded somewhat familiar. "Ha, Ding Menzu, isn't that calling me?" Ding Menzu suddenly stopped and quickly turned around. Before she could turn around, the small figure rushed over and hugged her tightly. "Fourth sister, why are you leaving? I don't want you to leave." Ding Menzu looked down and saw that it was her younger brother Jianjun. Seeing him crying so hard, his shoulders shaking with sobs, Ding Menzu felt as if something had clenched her heart tightly. Her tears were about to fall, but she tilted her head slightly and tried her best to hold them back. Ding Menzu tried her best to calm herself and coaxed, "Jianjun, be good. Fourth sister has something to do, she's just going back to grandpa's house for a few days. I'll be back in a few days. Let go of fourth sister first, and she'll bring you meat when she comes back from grandpa's house. I don't want meat, I just want fourth sister. Ding Jianjun shook his head desperately and hugged her even tighter. Fourth sister, don't lie to me. I know everything. I heard everything you and third sister said that night. Sigh. Ding Menzu sighed helplessly as she looked at her persistent younger brother. In truth, she also longed to leave them. If we stay behind, everyone will go hungry every day. If she leaves, at least they'll get a little more food. Looking at his fourth sister standing there, head bowed and silent, Ding Jiangguo knew it was his turn to speak. He went to his fourth sister and began to patiently analyze the situation for her. Fourth sister, I know what you're worried about. Is it because you were worried that there wouldn't be enough food for everyone at home that you chose to leave here and go back to the countryside? However, you may not know that life is not easy in rural areas these days either. Last year, the commune implemented the iron rice bowl system for a period of time, and the village's grain reserves have probably been exhausted long ago. With the severe drought of the past 2 years and the pitifully little rainfall, how good can the harvest be? Now, many families in the village probably rely on borrowing grain from the production team to make ends meet. If you go back now, it will be a problem whether you can even borrow your daily rations. Didn't you notice that Grandpa only had half a pound of cornmeal brought in this month? If they had plenty of food, would they have only sent such a small amount over? If we go back now, your grandparents might have to save their own food rations to feed you. After listening to her younger brother's clear and logical analysis, Ding Menzu's face gradually lost its color. She had only thought about how leaving would ease the burden on her family, but she hadn't thought carefully about the situation in the countryside. Her brother's words were like a bucket of cold water, waking her up. Yes, if Grandpa were doing well, why would he only allow us to bring such a small amount of stuff? She stood there, bewildered, unsure of what to do. The way back seems to be blocked, so what should she do? He could tell from the look on his fourth sister's face that she had been swayed by his words. Ding Jiangguo knew that as long as he gave his fourth sister a glimmer of hope, he could keep her. He immediately seized the opportunity and handed the oil paper package he was carrying to his fourth sister. Fourth sister, open it and see what's inside. Ding Menzu took the oil paper package with a blank expression and mechanically opened it. When one corner of the oil paper package was lifted, revealing the plump white contents inside, Ding Menzu looked up sharply, exclaiming in surprise, white flour steamed buns. This is a very precious item. Ding Jianjun, eager to take credit, immediately chimed in, yes. It was my fifth brother and I who bought it from the state-run restaurant. He even had a hint of smugness on his face, as if he had done something incredibly good. Ding Menzu's face instantly darkened, and she looked at her two younger brothers with a serious expression. Where did you get the money and tickets? Fearing his fourth sister would be angry, Ding Jianjun quickly explained, I traded this with someone while fishing. Ding Jiangguo explained in detail from the side, I went fishing with someone a while ago and traded it with them. This is the only reason he can come up with for now, hopefully, it will be enough to get by. Fortunately, Ding Menzu was in a state of confusion and didn't think too much about it at the moment. She looked at her younger brother, who had a completely calm expression, and only then did she begin to believe what he said, her expression softening slightly. I can earn money to buy food now, so fourth sister, you should stay. Ding Jiangguo noticed the change in his fourth sister's expression. Knowing that things were settled, he smiled broadly. After you leave, who will cook for us, mend our clothes, and wash our clothes? Ding Menzu poked Ding Jiangguo's forehead with her finger, half helpless and half teasing. So after all this fuss, you're not reluctant to let me go, you're just reluctant to use me, your long-term worker. Jianjun, your snot is all over me, why don't you let go of me right now? Ding Menzu gently patted Ding Jianjun's head again and said, I won't let go. If I let go, you'll run away, Ding Jianjun said stubbornly. How am I supposed to go home if you don't let go? Ding Menzu said, slapping her forehead, speechless. Perhaps Ding Jiangguo's analysis worked, or perhaps she truly couldn't bear to leave her family, with whom she depended for survival. In the end, I chose to stay and work with everyone to find a way to overcome the difficulties. At worst, she could go a little further away with others to dig for wild vegetables. As long as she could stay with her family, she felt it was all worth it. Fourth sister, really? You're not leaving? Ding Jianjun looked at his fourth sister with surprise. I'm not leaving anymore. Now you can let go, right? Yay! Fourth sister isn't leaving. Brother, did you hear that? Fourth sister isn't leaving. Ding Jianjun jumped around excitedly. All right. What kind of behavior is it to jump around in the middle of the road? Ding Menzu grabbed him impatiently, while also reminding him, let's hurry up and go. Third sister will be worried if she doesn't see anyone when she gets home. Let's go home. Ding Jianjun snatched the package from his fourth sister and walked to her left. Ding Jiangguo also took the large bundle from his fourth sister's back and walked to her right. The three of them walked side by side towards home. An 18-year-old girl was opening the door of an east wing room in the front yard. After opening the door, she immediately went into her own room. When he saw that the place where his fourth sister usually kept her clothes and bedding was now empty, her mood became depressed. My eldest and second eldest sisters got married when they were still living in the countryside. She and her fourth sister were the closest in the family. The two of them came to the city together with their parents. But now that my fourth sister has gone back to the countryside, she and her two younger brothers will be the only ones left in the family. She slowly walked to the bedside and sat down, worried. I don't know if my fourth sister's body will be able to withstand the hardships in the countryside. Third sister, is that you back? Just then, Ding Jianjun's voice came from outside. Ding Kaioju quickly composed herself, forced a smile, and slowly came out of the house. Jianjun, where did you go today? However, when she stepped out of the inner room, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her fourth sister was also there. She rushed forward, her face flushed with excitement, and grabbed Ding Menzu's hands. Fourth sister, what's wrong? Before fourth sister could speak, Ding Jianjun interrupted. My fourth sister tried to sneak back to the countryside this afternoon without telling us, but my brother and I caught her and brought her back. Fourth sister also said she would never leave again. Are you really not leaving? Fourth sister? Ding Kaioju grabbed Ding Menzu's hand in surprise. I'm not leaving. Third sister, Ding Menzu nodded heavily in response. Ding Kaioju hugged Ding Menzu excitedly and patted her back to comfort her, saying, don't worry, I'll find a way to get some food. In fact, she had always disagreed with her fourth sister going back to the countryside. They spent the most time together, and they came to the city from the countryside together. She was a bit older, and when she was in the countryside, she often worked in the fields to earn work points. They felt the hardship of toiling in the soil the most deeply. Thankfully, my younger sister finally came to her senses today. She made up her mind that in a few nights, she would secretly go to the black market alone to buy a batch of expensive grain. Although doing this would be dangerous, I couldn't care less about that now. Thinking that her family would no longer have to be separated, Ding Kaioju was in high spirits, and she waved her hand. Today we won't eat wild vegetable porridge, we'll have 2 steamed buns each. Half a jin. She thought that Jianjun, who usually loves to eat, would jump for joy upon hearing this. Seeing that his face was calm and expressionless, I couldn't help but feel puzzled. But she soon found out the answer. Third sister. We have something delicious to eat today. Look what this is. Ding Jianjun snatched the oil paper package from Ding Jiangguo's hand and presented it to Ding Kaioju like a treasure. Ding Kaioju was an impatient person. She took the package and opened it all in no time. Oh my. This is white flour steamed buns. Ding Kaioju's eyes lit up instantly when she saw what was inside the oil paper package. She picked up a white steamed bun, looked at the three of them, and asked curiously, who made this strange thing? At this moment, Ding Jiangguo knew it was his turn to step in. He looked at his third sister and repeated what he had said to his fourth sister before. Ding Kaioju nodded repeatedly, and couldn't help but praise, Jiangguo, you're really amazing. Finally, he added a heartfelt word of encouragement, go fishing more often when you have free time. Staying at home all the time isn't good either. Ding Jiangguo thought to himself, third sister, your abacus beads are about to pop out. Ding Kaioju instructed Ding Menzu, fourth sister, take these 3 steamed buns and steam them. Also, steam 2 cornbreads. Third sister, there are exactly 4 of these, why aren't you eating them? Ding Jianjun asked, puzzled. Third sister, you want to share this steamed bun with Aunt John, right? Ding Menzu guessed. Fourth sister, you understand me best. Ding Kaioju nodded to her fourth sister. He then turned to glare at his 2 younger brothers and continued, you've all seen how good Aunt Zhang is to our family, haven't you? Not to mention that whenever they have something delicious at their house, they always bring us a bowl to try. Just yesterday, she came into the room and saw that Jiangguo, you were still lying in bed and hadn't gotten up. She was worried that you were not getting enough nutrition and that your recovery would be slow. At night, without telling her daughter-in-law, she secretly sent her an egg. You all know how precious eggs are these days, right? And you're still willing to give them to us. Our family is usually quite poor, and we don't have much good stuff to share with others. It's rare to have white flour steamed buns this time, shouldn't we share one with Aunt Zhang? The Ding brothers were taken aback at first, then nodded vigorously in agreement, of course. Of course. Seeing their attitude, Ding Kaioju was satisfied and wrapped a white steamed bun in oil paper before heading towards Aunt Zhang's house. Aunt Zhang, are you home? Is that Kaioju? Come in quickly. Aunt Zhang came out of the house to greet her. No, Aunt Zhang. Jiangguo will buy a few steamed buns today. He asked me to send one over to Aunt Zhang so you could try it. He also said he was grateful for your usual care of him. As he spoke, he stuffed the oil paper package into Aunt Zhang's hand. Jiangguo is very thoughtful. Aunt Zhang, you don't need it, you still have food at home. Take it back, things aren't easy for you either. As Aunt Zhang spoke, she was about to push the things back. Ding Qiuju wouldn't give her that chance. As soon as she stuffed the things into Aunt Zhang's hands, she turned and walked home. As they left, they didn't forget to dissuade Aunt Zhang from returning it. This is a gift from Jian Guo to you. If you return it, he will be very upset. As Aunt Zhang watched Ding Qiuju's hurried departure, a relieved smile appeared on her face. Mom, what's that girl from the Ding family doing here? Is she trying to borrow grain again? Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law, Li Kexia, walked over quickly and asked in an urgent tone. Her mother-in-law, however, stood there with her back to her and did not reply. Knowing that the ration would be reduced next month and there wouldn't be enough food for the family, she could only grit her teeth and continue. Mom, you can't do something stupid. Our food supply is almost gone, and we're just waiting to queue up to buy more at the beginning of the month. Even if you want to borrow, you should wait until the beginning of the month when you go to the grain store to buy grain and then see how things go before you borrow. Look how thin Taidan has become. If there isn't enough food, your precious grandson will starve. Won't you be heartbroken? Go away. What are you talking about? How is that being stupid? Aunt Zhang glared at her disapprovingly. Then he handed the oil paper package to Li Kexia and waved it in front of her, saying with a smug look, "Look what this is." What is it? Li Kexia asked curiously as she approached. Just one white flour bun, I'll steam it and give it to my grandson tonight, Aunt Zhang said proudly. Li Kexia took the oil paper package, lifted a corner, saw what was inside, and said happily, Mom, this really is a white flour steamed bun. The Ding family is really good at getting along with people, it's no wonder you've always taken such good care of them. Mom, you see things clearly. Aunt Zhang raised her head slightly, looking smug, and said, That's right, don't you know who your mother is? Let me tell you, when your mother was young. After delivering the items, Ding Qiuju immediately returned to help prepare dinner. There wasn't much food, so dinner was ready quickly. Build the nation. Build the army. Time to eat. Ding Jiangwo had just lain down and hadn't fallen asleep yet when he heard his third sister come over and call him for dinner. He came out of the inner room yawning and saw that the others were already sitting at the dining table. On the dining table were 3 steamed white flour buns and 1 steamed bun, a type of steamed bread. There was also a small dish of pickled vegetables and a large bowl of wild vegetable soup on the side. In addition, his breakfast today, boiled eggs and porridge, is still there. Jiangwo, hurry up. Everyone's waiting for you. Third sister called out as she saw him come out. Ding Jiangwo sat down in the empty seat, picked up the 2-pack of steamed buns, and started eating. Perhaps because he had completely merged with this body, he actually found the 2-in-1 steamed buns to be quite delicious. Fifth brother, are you still half asleep? Did you grab the wrong one? The white steamed buns are over there, put mine down quickly. The third sister was about to reach out and grab it when she said that. Third sister, it's late. We've almost finished the 2 packs of steamed buns. Could you please finish that steamed bun for me? After finishing the 2 steamed buns in his hand, he got up to go back to his room to sleep. I'm going back to my room to sleep now, I'm really too tired today. You still haven't eaten your eggs, Ding Menzo reminded her from behind. You guys share the food, I don't have much of an appetite, I'll go inside and take a nap. After entering the room, Ding Jiangwo lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused his mind into the space while leaving his body outside. He opened his laptop to see if he could go online and look up information from the 1960s. Get familiar with the situation of this era as soon as possible. Thankfully, it has internet access, but I can only search and browse, I can't do anything else. This is enough for Ding Jiangwo. He quickly found a lot of texts, pictures, and video materials about this era. He opened the video and watched it carefully. Time quickly passed and it became late at night. Ding Jiangwo's consciousness returned from the space to his physical body. He slowly opened his eyes, turned to look at his younger brother, and found that he was already fast asleep, so he quietly went to the outer room. Upon reaching the outer room, he immediately checked his sister's door, thankfully it was closed. He then carefully took the stool, placed it under the window, and climbed up from there. Once you get to the window, put the stool away, and then climb over through the window. He went outside, changed into his transformation suit, and transformed into a young man before heading towards the black market. He saw quite a few people on his way to the black market. They were all walking hurriedly, with half of their faces covered by cloth, looking like thieves. This was Ding Jiangwo's first time going to the black market. He had only heard adults mention it before and knew the general direction but not the exact location. Fortunately, these people were leading the way, so he didn't have to worry about anything and could just follow behind. Ding Jiangwo followed these people and turned into an alley. Finally, he saw that they had all gone into a dark alley. At this time, people began to emerge from the alley one after another, heads down, their arms bulging. People passing by all tacitly avoided looking at others, worried that it would be awkward if they ran into someone they knew. He first found a deserted alley and took out a bag of high-gluten flour from his spatial storage. Then, carrying the Fukiang powder on his back, he slowly walked towards the dark alley entrance. As soon as Ding Jiangguo walked in, he saw two burly men, one of whom stepped forward and stopped him, asking, "Buy or sell?" "Sell. A dime." Ding Jiangguo was taken aback at first, but quickly realized that this meant he was being asked to pay an appearance fee. However, he also understood that those who collect money on the black market bear risks. They need to maintain fair transactions and act as lookouts for everyone. He took all the money out of his pocket, counted it, and found he had 1 cent and 1 fen left. He put that 1 cent back in his pocket and handed the rest to the burly man. "Go in." The burly man counted the items and waved for them to pass. After Ding Jiangguo went inside, he saw many faint clusters of light. The brighter ones were kerosene lamps, the fainter ones were candlelight, and occasionally there were flashlights shining. The place was bustling with people, much like a daytime market. The difference was that everyone inside was extremely quiet. You couldn't hear a single person speaking unless you got very close. Since it was his first time there, Ding Jiangguo didn't know the market prices, so he first went inside to inquire about the prices of grain. After haggling with several grain vendors, he finally figured out the market prices here. The price of grain here is much higher than that of the supply and marketing cooperatives outside, but fortunately, no grain coupons are required. Refined grains, wheat flour 2.1 yuan, rice 1.8 yuan, high gluten flour unavailable. Coarse grains, cornmeal 1.4 yuan, sweet potatoes, and potatoes 0.9 yuan. Since Ding Jiangguo had no lighting tools, he found a place not far from the stall with kerosene lamps and sat down with his cloth bag in front of him. "What are you selling here?" Ding Jiangguo had just sat down when a man came over and asked. "Rich flour, 2.5 yuan per jin, 10 jin per bag, not sold individually." "What?" the man exclaimed in surprise, then quickly covered his mouth. "That's too expensive. Wheat flour is only 1.8 yuan per jin, and enriched flour is only slightly better than wheat flour. How about this? I'll take a loss and give you 2 yuan." The man suppressed his excitement and kept trying to find reasons to bargain. No bargaining. After saying that, Ding Jiangguo ignored him. "Does he look like a newbie? I'm hoping to snag a bargain from him." "Okay, I'll add another 10 cents for you. $2 and 1 jiao, how about that? Don't be too greedy. This price is already quite high." The man spoke with a slightly accusatory tone. This time, Ding Jiangguo didn't even bother to reply. He knew that with this kind of person, you couldn't communicate with words unless you got the benefit you wanted. If it weren't for the fact that it was inconvenient to do this here, he would have liked to use a stun gun to hit him directly and make him lie on the ground to calm down. "Why are you like this? Can't you say something?" Ding Jiangguo didn't want to talk to him at first, but this guy wouldn't let it go and kept talking, thinking he was easy to bully. "You want me to speak, huh? Then listen to me carefully. Just one word. Get out." Ding Jiangguo looked up and stared into the man's eyes, his tone fierce. Having lived 2 lives, you can tell at a glance that he's a bully who preys on the weak. If you're fiercer than him, he'll cower in fear. "Fine, I won't sell. How can you swear at me? It's not like you're the only place selling these things here." "Humph." Sure enough, seeing that Ding Jiangguo seemed like someone not to be trifled with, the man slunk away. Many people have noticed what's happening here, but they're still hesitant to come and see for themselves. Just then, an older woman stepped out from the crowd and asked, "Young man, what are you selling?" She had noticed this place a while ago, but didn't know what was in the bag. Based on the man's behavior just now, she guessed that there must be something good in the bag. As soon as she saw the man leave, she rushed over, figuring she wouldn't lose anything if she guessed wrong. "Rich flour, 2.5 yuan per jin, 10 jin per bag, not sold individually." Ding Jiangguo repeated the same line. Upon hearing that it was a rare commodity like Fukiang flour, the woman opened the bag, shone a flashlight inside, and then immediately closed it again. She knew she had come to the right place after just one glance at the white flour inside. "Okay, I'll take this bag." The older woman knew her stuff. Without haggling, she handed Ding Jiangguo 2 large black stones, 10 yuan, and 1 seagull, 5 yuan. Compared to the older woman, Ding Jiangguo felt that she was quite straightforward and capable, so he thought of selling her some pork belly. "Auntie, I have some good stuff here." "Pork belly, do you want some?" Ding Jiangguo said in a low voice as he saw the auntie getting up to leave. The middle-aged woman looked at Ding Jiangguo with shining eyes and said, "Really?" Ding Jiangguo pretended to take out a piece of pork belly with alternating layers of fat and lean meat from behind his back and put it on the cloth bag. "Young man, what's the price?" Before Ding Jiangguo could even quote a price, she had already put the meat into her basket. Ding Jiangguo hadn't noticed any pork for sale earlier, nor did he know the current prices on the black market, only that it was definitely more expensive than grain. He thought for a moment and decided to let the other party give him a price quote before making a decision. "I'm not very familiar with the prices here, ma'am. Could you give me a price? If it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you." Young man, you have meat and you're still thinking about your auntie, she definitely won't cheat you. How about I give you 3 yuan, ma'am? I just saw someone selling it for this price, but there wasn't enough meat and I missed out. Ding Jiangwo thought to himself, no wonder I didn't see any meat for sale earlier, it turns out they were all sold out. He quickly weighed the options in his mind and figured the price was about right, so he nodded in agreement. It's done. We'll do as you say, ma'am. The woman took out 3 more coins and prepared to hand them to Ding Jiangwo. As she was about to get up, she was shocked by Ding Jiangwo's next move. Because Ding Jiangwo took out 4 bags of high-gluten flour and 4 strips of pork belly from behind him and put them back in front of him. The older woman smacked her lips and said, young man, you still have so many? Not much, just this much left, Ding Jiangwo said with a smile. The older woman was shrewd, she didn't believe what the other person said. The older woman tentatively asked, how much stock do you have? Ding Jiangwo looked at her warily, auntie, all my goods are here. Once they're sold out, they're gone. The older woman knew that Ding Jiangwo was wary of her, so she didn't tell the truth. But since the other party wouldn't tell her, there was nothing she could do. But she was very anxious. Her surname is Wang, her given name is Wang Chunyua, and she is a retired worker. Her husband passed away from illness 2 years ago. She has a son named Zheng Daniu, who is a purchasing agent at a machinery factory. My son has always done a good job, but he's old-fashioned and stubborn. They are not usually willing to flatter their superiors, so they are not well liked by them. However, due to the shortage of supplies in the past 2 years, his procurement tasks have often failed to meet the standards. Especially in the last 2 months, his purchasing volume was almost zero. He still only goes to the countryside every day to collect things, without being flexible or willing to give gifts to his superiors. My daughter-in-law told me that the boss was planning to transfer him to the warehouse to carry heavy loads. Because of this, her daughter-in-law cried in front of her several times. But what can a retired woman like her do? But now the opportunity has come. If I could spend some of my own money to buy the goods, I could help my son complete his factory task, and he wouldn't have to be transferred to carry heavy loads. We already eat so little, and if my son does this kind of heavy work, he'll easily get exhausted. To avoid her son being transferred, she gritted her teeth, walked to Ding Jiangwo's side, and whispered the truth. Young man, this lady isn't a bad person. My son works as a purchasing agent at the factory, and lately, supplies have been hard to come by, so he often gets criticized by his superiors. I just wanted to buy a batch of things myself and take them back to him to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh. The hearts of parents are truly selfless. But this price is much higher than the purchase price. Won't we be losing a lot of money? It's just getting criticized, it won't reduce your salary, why waste money like that? Ding Jiangwo advised, disagreeing. Auntie knows you're kind-hearted, but he's my only son. I still have some savings, so even if I lose them, I have to help him get through this difficult time, said Aunt Wang firmly. Ding Jiangwo sighed and decided to help her out. There are still some goods left, which were originally meant for our own use. If you don't need a large quantity, and considering you're a nice person, I can make an offer and give you some. Ding Jiangwo was willing to sell more supplies to this elderly woman because he was moved by her maternal love. Another reason was that he hoped to get in touch with the factory leaders through his son. In this way, one can try exchanging food or meat for work. The first person he thought of was his brother-in-law. Because my brother-in-law is a chef, and his cooking is delicious. In the original owner's memory, the eldest brother-in-law treated his 2 younger brothers-in-law, Ding Jiangwo and Ding Jianjun, very well. When they were little, I often took them to banquets. In the last 2 years, when supplies have been scarce, I still remember to send food home from time to time. In addition, Ding Jiangwo's family only has his 18-year-old third sister, Ding Kaioju, to support them. There are no other adults, making them vulnerable to being bullied. Just like last time, when they were injured and pushed down, they had no choice but to endure it. So he wanted to get his older sister and brother-in-law into the factory. This will not only improve the lives of the eldest sister's family, but also allow them to look after each other. After settling his eldest sister in, he will then arrange for his second sister and other relatives to move to the city so that everyone can live a better life. Grandma Wang was unaware that Ding Jiangwo actually had other plans. When she heard that Ding Jiangwo was willing to set aside some of their own supplies to sell to her, she was deeply moved. Grandma Wang gratefully grasped Ding Jiangwo's hand, repeatedly expressing her thanks. Thank you so much, Grandma. Thank you so much. Auntie, don't get agitated. There are a lot of people here, and you'll attract attention if you act like this, Ding Jiangwo quickly reminded her in a low voice. Give me a price first, and I'll see if it's feasible. Aunt Wang quickly calmed down, but said with some worry, would 100 jin of pork and 100 jin of enriched flour work? So many. That's quite a challenge. I need to go back and discuss it with them, Ding Jiangwo said, sounding somewhat troubled. Young man, try your best to help the old lady. She won't let you help for nothing. Hearing Ding Jiangwo's words, Grandma Wang immediately became anxious. Okay, I'll try my best to negotiate for you. There are too many people around here, so it's not convenient to talk. Go to the dilapidated temple in the west of the city around 1 p.m. tomorrow. I will send someone to find you there. Okay, I'll be there waiting for your people tomorrow. Having received Ding Jiangguo's verbal promise, Aunt Wang happily got up and left. With Aunt Wang's precedent of buying, the products sold out much faster, and in no time at all. Total income 140 yuan. This money is really easy to earn. In just a short while, I earned 5 months' salary of my third sister. There are still 25 bags of high-gluten flour, 250 jin, and 15 strips of pork belly, weighing 15 jin, left in the space. Once all the items on display were sold, Ding Jiangguo decisively stopped. He knew that wealth should not be flaunted, and if he continued selling, he might attract unwanted attention. After collecting money from the last person, he left and walked towards the thin-faced man leaning against the wall. "Brother, do you have any cloth coupons?" Ding Jiangguo asked directly as he approached the thin-faced man. As soon as the thin-faced man saw a customer coming in, he immediately stood up straight and stepped forward to quote a price: 5 feet of cloth coupons, $1.50 each. How many feet do you want? Ding Jiangguo thought he would make 2 sets of clothes for everyone in his family, but he couldn't buy them all from the mall, so he decided to use some cloth coupons. We'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some cloth for cover. He had a rough idea in his mind, so he told the other party a number: 20 feet. Absolutely, buddy. Besides cloth coupons, would you also like some sugar coupons, cigarette coupons, grain coupons, or something? Upon hearing the number announced, the thin-faced man assumed the customer was a big spender and continued to recommend his other tickets. Ding Jiangguo thought that he would be going back to visit his grandparents in a few days and needed to prepare some gifts from this era. He asked for some more cigarette and alcohol coupons before gesturing for the other party to calculate the money. How much is it in total? The cloth coupon is 6 yuan, plus the cigarette and alcohol coupons, so I'll just charge you 10 yuan in total. The thin-faced man quickly calculated the price for him. Ding Jiangguo took out a large black stone from his pocket and handed it directly to the other party. The thin-faced man took the money and handed the ticket in his hand to Ding Jiangguo. He also handed him a Dakiaman cigarette and said warmly, "Brother, remember to call me if you need tickets in the future." Ding Jiangguo politely accepted the money, exchanged a few pleasantries, and hurriedly left. He had just spent a lot of money and didn't want anyone to have their eyes on him. He wandered around the black market a few times and, finding no one following him, felt relieved enough to move on to his next target. This goal was discovered during his previous investigation into food prices. It was a stall selling old items, located in a corner of an alley. The stall owner was a well-dressed old man. The stall had very few items, only 3: a pocket watch, a snuff bottle, and a Western clock. When Ding Jiangguo walked over, there wasn't a single person looking at his stall. The old man saw Ding Jiangguo standing in front of the stall, didn't even look up, and said in a flat tone, "I'll only exchange for grain and meat." Ding Jiangguo had absolutely no interest in the items on the stall. He figured that there might be some bargains at the antique shop, so he came to try his luck. "Grandpa, I have high-gluten flour and pork belly. It's just that I'm not interested in these things." Ding Jiangguo squatted down in front of the stall, holding a snuff bottle and pretending to look at it. The old man raised his head slightly, pointed at the snuff bottle, and said, "What kind of old object do you want? Do you have any small yellow croakers?" Ding Jiangguo asked in a very low voice, so low that only the two of them could hear him. The old man finally raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Ding Jiangguo's eyes. Seeing that the other man didn't flinch, he nodded slightly and said, "Come with me." The old man packed his things, got up, and walked into the alley next door, with Ding Jiangguo following closely behind. Upon entering the alley, he walked all the way to a crossroads before beckoning Ding Jiangguo to come forward. "I want to switch to Fujian flour, how do I do that?" Ding Jiangguo thought for a moment. The small yellow croaker was 72 yuan, and the high-gluten flour he had just bought was 2.5 yuan per jin. If you give him 28 pounds, I think he'd agree. One small yellow croaker can be exchanged for 28 caddies of high-gluten flour. The old man nodded in agreement after listening. He saw that Ding Jiangguo did not go to get anything after he finished speaking. He understood what Ding Jiangguo meant, so he took out a small yellow croaker, waved it in front of Ding Jiangguo, and then immediately put it away. When Ding Jiangguo saw that they were indeed small yellow croakers, he knew he had made a fortune today. He quickly asked, "How many do you have now?" The old man held up 2 fingers, indicating that there were 2 fingers. Ding Jiangguo didn't believe it. He guessed that the old man definitely had more than 2. However, he didn't expose him, but simply told him to wait there while he went to pick up the goods. The old man didn't speak, but nodded in agreement, though he looked around warily. Ding Jiangguo entered the alley, took the items out of his spatial storage, carried them all on his back, and then walked towards the old man. When the old man saw that Ding Jiangguo was indeed carrying things out, he began to believe it a little more. He rushed forward to help, and when Ding Jiangguo saw him coming, he put the things down on the ground and said, "This is 28 jin of high-gluten flour. Take a look first, and I'll go and order another batch if I'm satisfied." Upon hearing this, the old man quickly squatted down, opened the cloth bag to check it, and found no problems. He was quite satisfied with the quality inside. "Kid, go get another batch." With that, he handed a small yellow croaker to Ding Jiangguo. Ding Jiangguo took it, glanced at it briefly, and then bit it with his teeth. Seeing the teeth marks, he put it in his pocket and went to move his things. The two quickly completed their second transaction, and Ding Jiangguo received another small yellow croaker, making him very happy. Before leaving, Ding Jiangguo asked for the old man's contact information, but the old man refused to give it to him no matter what, only saying that he often sold old items in that spot. The old man concluded by confidently stating that anyone needing old parts could contact him, but he wouldn't have any more small yellow croakers, as they were the last two heirlooms passed down through generations. Ding Jiangguo didn't believe it at all. He planned to wait until the old man finished his food before coming back to get a couple more. After finishing here, Ding Jiangguo didn't linger any longer, fearing that the transformation suit would lose its effect if he stayed too long. He quickened his pace and hurried home. Luckily, the transformation suit only went out when he returned to the courtyard house. He finally felt relieved. After a busy night, he was really tired. He went back to the inner room, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, the sun was high in the sky. After waking up, Ding Jiangguo couldn't wait to enter the space to see what he had gained the night before. With a thought, he entered the space, immediately opened the online store, and checked the online shop status. Products included: 1. Old banknotes, 119 yuan. 2. Total of 20 old tickets. 3. Small yellow croaker, 2, 62.5 grams. Old banknotes and tickets cannot be sold due to an outdated system version. Skip that for now and focus on the suggested price for the small yellow croaker, 37,500 yuan. Will it sell out instantly? Yes. Ding! 37,500 yuan has been successfully deposited into your account. 37,500 yuan. Ding Jiangguo jumped up and down happily, singing, "Today is a really good day." He can finally stock up on supplies and start living a better life. However, when he clicked on the item he wanted to buy, he found that many of the items were more expensive than usual. I thought to myself, it's normal for things delivered by Supertime Express to be a bit more expensive. Besides, the mall has to make a profit from the price difference, otherwise why would it be willing to help people buy and sell things across time and space? Once he understood all this, he stopped worrying and started shopping. He opened the search bar and added the items he wanted to his cart one by one. Cornmeal, 2.5 yuan/jin, 0.5 caddies, 2,800 jin, 1,400 caddies, equals 7,000 yuan. Corn grits, 2 yuan/jin, 0.5 caddies, 500 jin equals 1,000 yuan. Rice, 3.5 yuan/jin, 800 jin for 2,800 yuan. High gluten flour, 2 yuan/jin, 2,250 jin equals 4,500 yuan. Pork belly, 9 yuan/jin, 1,000 jin for 9,000 yuan, 5 jin/piece, 200 pieces. 3 yellow chicken, 35 yuan/chicken, 60 chickens for 2,100 yuan, freshly slaughtered, each chicken weighs over 2 jin. Cured pork, 25 yuan/jin, per 500 g, for 2,500 yuan, per 100 jin. Canned beef, 25 yuan/can, 100 cans total 2,500 yuan. Canned fruit, 4 yuan/can, 100 cans for 400 yuan. Spiced peanuts, 15 yuan/jin, 500 g, 10 jin, 5 kilograms, 150 yuan. Bulk fructose, 10 yuan/jin, 500 g, 20 jin, 10 kilograms, for 200 yuan. Bulk biscuits, 5 yuan/jin, 50 caddies, for 30 jin, 150 caddies. Apples, 4 yuan/jin, 200 jin equals 800 yuan. Milk powder, 100 yuan/can, 10 cans equals 1,000. A batch of clothing fabric, alarm clocks, oil paper, and hemp rope used in this era cost 400 yuan. After a shopping spree, the account balance showed only 3,000 yuan remaining. He felt a little hungry at that moment, and looking at the supplies piled up in the studio, a flash of inspiration struck him. Can I cook here? He excitedly ran to the bathroom and turned on the faucet in the sink. The sound of rushing water jolted him awake. I immediately went back to my laptop and put down the cooking utensils, commonly used ingredients, and oil. I bought all kinds of commonly used kitchen utensils and appliances, as well as some vegetables. When he wanted to buy something else, he discovered that his balance had already run out. It seems I got a little too excited. I should be more careful next time and keep some money in reserve. With a rice cooker, induction cooker, and electric frying pan, you can cook rice. Ding Jiangwo acted on his idea immediately. He skillfully used the appliances and quickly prepared the meal. He packed up some of the food, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a pot of white rice to take back and cook dinner for everyone. He only sat down to eat after the dishes were divided. After finishing his meal, he came out of the space. Then he went to the main room, came to the dining table, picked up the wild vegetable porridge, and pretended to drink it. In fact, he had already put it into the bowl in his spatial storage. He put down his chopsticks and walked out of the inner room as if nothing had happened. He greeted Ding Menzu and then headed outside. "Fourth sister, I'm going out to play." "Okay. Remember to come back for dinner on time tonight," his fourth sister reminded him from behind. "Understood, fourth sister," Ding Jiangwo replied as he walked out of the courtyard. Stepping out of the courtyard, Ding Jiangwo hurried towards the dilapidated temple in the west of the city. He didn't get home to sleep until after 4 a.m. last night, and slept until almost midnight just now. Remembering that he still had to make a deal with that old lady today, he had no choice but to set off with dark circles under his eyes. "It's so tough for me, I had to start earning money to support my family at just 9 years old. Hopefully, today will be a good day." After walking for about half an hour, he saw the dilapidated temple in the distance outside the west side of the city. Ding Jiangwo didn't go over immediately. He first found a corner and rolled around on the ground a few times, getting his clothes, hands, feet, face, and hair dirty. Finally, looking at his dusty hands and feet, he walked toward the dilapidated temple with satisfaction. As for the last transformation suit, he was reluctant to use it now. He was saving it for the next transaction. "Why is no one here yet? Have I been scammed? What can I do? Let's wait a little longer. Maybe we're too early. Let's wait a little longer." Aunt Wang paced anxiously in the dilapidated temple, muttering to herself incessantly. This morning, her daughter-in-law cried and told her that her son might be transferred to a different job in a couple of days. Aunt Wang didn't have any better ideas, so she could only comfort her and tell her not to worry, as she had already found a solution. Actually, she wasn't sure either. Ding Jiangwo had only made a verbal promise last night, and she wasn't sure if he would come. However, not wanting to miss this opportunity, she arrived here at 11 o'clock and waited for almost 2 hours. As the appointed time was fast approaching and no one had arrived, and Wang began to pace anxiously back and forth in the temple. Just then, Ding Jiangwo entered the temple and saw that only Aunt Wang was there. He quickly greeted her, "Fu Qianfen, a type of rice noodle." The woman was startled when she heard the shout, but then quickly showed an expression of ecstatic joy. But as she turned to take a step, her foot involuntarily stopped. Looking at the dirty child in front of her, she was somewhat surprised, wondering if she had misheard. She decided to ask tentatively, 10 kilograms of enriched flour? 1 pound of pork belly. Ding Jiangwo immediately gave the correct signal. Yes, yes, yes. The things? The woman confirmed that it was the person who had come to make contact and excitedly stepped forward to ask. Ding Jiangwo suggested in a low voice, "Let's find somewhere else to talk in detail. It's not safe here." "Okay. I happen to have a small courtyard in the western suburbs of the city, which has been empty and uninhabited. Why don't we go there?" Aunt Wang suggested. "Okay. You lead the way." Ding Jiangwo nodded in agreement. And so, Aunt Wang led Ding Jiangwo for more than 10 minutes until they arrived at a rather dilapidated courtyard. The yard looked quite large, probably over 200 square meters, but it was overgrown with weeds, probably because no one lived there. Grandma Wang took out her key, opened the gate, and led Ding Jiangwo into the yard. Ding Jiangwo entered the courtyard. Aunt Wang looked back at the gate and, finding no one else, bolted the gate shut. Then the two went inside together and began to discuss the transaction. "Kid, did they say how much stuff we can spare?" Aunt Wang asked hurriedly as soon as she entered the house. Ding Jiangwo replied with a smile. "You're lucky, you managed to scrape together 100 jin of pork and 100 jin of high-gluten flour." "Great. Did they say how the transaction would proceed?" Aunt Wang asked in a low voice, suppressing her excitement. "They'll put the things inside at 10 p.m. tonight. Just bring the money with you." Aunt Wang looked a little embarrassed when she heard about the money. 100 caddies of meat cost 300 yuan, and 100 caddies of high-gluten flour cost 250 yuan, which would cost 550 yuan in total. She said somewhat embarrassedly, "Young man, this lady doesn't have that much money. I wonder if I could exchange something with them." Ding Jiangwo was immediately displeased upon hearing her words. Wasn't this just a joke? However, his current role is just a messenger, so he can't have too many expressions. So he continued speaking calmly, as if he were relaying a message to both sides. "What are you going to offer in exchange? If it's just some ordinary stuff, they probably won't want it." Aunt Wang hurriedly whispered, "It's not an ordinary thing. It's a large yellow croaker." Ding Jiangwo was taken aback at first, then his eyes lit up as he said, "If it's this one, there shouldn't be any problem." Aunt Wang thought of one of her old friends who had run out of food last month and had no other choice. He also took a large yellow croaker to the black market to exchange for things, but only got 100 caddies of cornmeal and 10 caddies of meat. He continued, "Kid, is 100 jin of high-gluten flour and 100 jin of pork enough for one large yellow croaker?" Ding Jiangwo quickly did the math in his head. In those days, a large yellow croaker weighed 312.5 grams, and each gram cost about 2.3 yuan, so one croaker would cost approximately 719 yuan. When you calculate it this way, the price difference between the items you want to exchange and the actual items is not significant. After all, supplies are scarce these days, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to buy food and meat even if you have money. He wanted to continue trading for large yellow croakers from Aunt Wang. For the first transaction, he would quote a low price to avoid scaring her away. After her first successful transaction, she tasted success and gradually increased the price in subsequent transactions. He replied, feigning uncertainty, "It should be enough." Actually, Ding Jiangwo didn't know that even if he asked for more now, Aunt Wang would still agree. This time, she has gone all in for her son, placing all her hopes on Ding Jiangwo and his gang. "I heard that the big yellow croaker should be able to be exchanged for so many things." Aunt Wang couldn't help but marvel at her good fortune, while at the same time she started to make some plans in her mind. She planned to find an opportunity to help those older women exchange some items, and she could also make a lot of money in the process. Seeing that everything had been settled, Ding Jiangwo gave a final, serious instruction. "By the way, they told you to remember this, don't take it upon yourself to hide people in the vicinity. If they find out, they will cancel the deal, and there might even be bloodshed." Startled, Aunt Wang quickly waved her hand, "Don't worry, I know the rules. I don't want to know about their affairs, I just want to buy some things." "All right, I'll go back and tell them the result now," Ding Jiangwo said, then turned and left. As Aunt Wang watched Ding Jiangwo's departing figure, she felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. "Forget it. Who cares? As long as I can get the item tonight." Aunt Wang muttered a few words, then walked out of the yard, closed the gate, and turned to leave. After leaving the courtyard, Ding Jiangwo did not go home immediately. He planned to go to the river to see if he could use his spatial ability to collect some fish. He left the city from the west and came to the moat. He walked along the riverbank and saw many people sitting there fishing. As I passed by them, I glanced at their wooden barrels out of the corner of my eye and saw that most of them were empty. Only a few people had small fish, about 2 fingers wide, in their wooden buckets. Ding Jiangwo continued walking towards less crowded areas, and finally found a good spot a few hundred meters away. There are several large trees here, which provide shade from the sun, and the surrounding area is covered with grass. Ding Jiangwo crawled into the bushes and came to the riverbank. He looked around and found that there was no one around. He squatted down by the river and tried to search for fish in the river with his mind. Sure enough, after searching for a while, he actually found a few. Ding Jiangwo was overjoyed and immediately used his mind to collect it. As a result, after several attempts, it was found that it was still impossible to store the data. Just then, he began to feel dizzy and suddenly sat down in a chair in the space. When he opened his eyes, he saw several lines of text suddenly appear on the screen. The version is too old to store non-store animals in the space. You need to accumulate 1 million yuan in spending to upgrade and unlock the live animal collection function. I just don't know if there will be any other functions besides collecting living creatures after the upgrade? System, after the upgrade, besides collecting living creatures, are there any other functions? The space was quiet, the computer screen text disappeared, and it returned to the online store page. Ding Jiangwo called out several times, but there was no response, so he gave up calling out. Spending 1 million yuan? That's no small matter. You can exchange grain for antiques, calligraphy and paintings, or mutai liquor. Then you can make a lot of money by selling items in the mall. Perhaps the mall detected Ding Jiangwo's thoughts, because another line of text appeared on the screen. The version is too old to consign other valuables and collectibles besides gold bars. Damn it! Ding Jiangwo muttered to himself, staring at the screen speechlessly, before angrily leaving the space. After emerging from the space, he hurried home, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. As he walked towards the alley near his home, he picked up the 2 oil paper packages he had packed that morning, humming a little tune, and headed towards the courtyard gate. Third sister. Fourth sister. Jian-jun. I'm back. Ding Jiangwo happily walked into the house. Just as I was about to put the oil paper package on the table, I noticed that the atmosphere in the room was very strange. The third and fourth sisters both looked very unwell, while their younger brother Jian-jun looked angry and had bruises on his forehead. Ding Jiangwo had a premonition that something might have happened at home. He hurriedly put down his things and asked his third sister, what happened? Ding Kaiuju forced a smile and said, Jiangwo is fine. Go wash your hands and come eat. Brother. Third sister is lying. This afternoon, Wang Meizi and 2 other men stopped my sister on the road and said they wanted to date her. My sister disagreed. He just wouldn't let me leave, Ding Jianjun said angrily. Jianjun, shut up and eat. Third sister snapped at him sternly. After hearing this, Ding Jianjun lowered his head with a resentful expression and remained silent. Looking at the bruise on his younger brother's forehead, Ding Jiangwo suppressed his anger and asked calmly, Jianjun, tell me, were those guys the ones who did the injury on your forehead? Ding Jianjun kept his head down and didn't speak, but Ding Jiangwo already knew the answer from the expression on his face. His eyes sharpened, and he clenched his fists under the table before slowly relaxing them, already thinking about how to deal with those people. Seeing that Ding Jiangwo's expression was off, Ding Kaioju feared that he might seek revenge in a fit of anger, so she quickly tried to dissuade him. Jiangwo, you can't do anything reckless. Those guys are all thugs, they don't know their own strength. If they hurt you, how could I face my deceased parents? Jiangwo, let's not fight with them. Let's avoid them for now. In a few years, when you're all grown up, they won't dare to bully us anymore. Yes, Jiangwo and Jianjun, you should listen to your third sister. You're still young, don't be impulsive. The fourth sister quickly chimed in to persuade them. Sister, don't worry. We won't do anything reckless. Jianjun and I will stay far away from them whenever we see them. Ding Jiangwo spoke up to comfort his two older sisters. He then looked at his younger brother and comforted him. Jianjun, don't be angry. People like them will definitely get their comeuppance. If you see them, remember to hide and protect yourself, okay? Ding Jianjun nodded reluctantly after hearing Ding Jiangwo's words. Understood, brother. After he finished speaking, his attention was quickly drawn to the two oil paper packages on the table and the aroma emanating from them. Brother, what's in here? It smells so good. Ding Jianjun couldn't help but ask. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Ding Jiangwo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ding Jianjun quickly opened one of the oil paper packages. The moment the oil paper package was opened, the aroma of the meat inside instantly filled the air. Looking at the glistening pork belly and green vegetables, Ding Jianjun exclaimed excitedly, Third sister, fourth sister, it's meat! It's meat! Their family didn't have enough food, so they had to exchange their monthly meat coupons for grain. The last time I remember them eating meat was about 6 months ago, when Aunt Zhang would bring over a few slices so everyone could have a taste. Ding Kaioju and Ding Menzu couldn't help but swallow hard when they saw the large package of vegetables and meat wrapped in oil paper. Seeing the soup spilling out, Ding Menzo hurriedly took a ceramic plate from the cupboard behind her and poured everything into it to prevent the soup from spreading. Ding Menzo had just finished packing the stir-fried vegetables and meat when another paper package was opened. Chicken! It's chicken! Ding Jianjun exclaimed with delight. Seeing the half-eaten chicken in the oil paper package, Ding Kaioju and Ding Menzu couldn't sit still any longer. It probably weighed more than a pound. Now, black market meat costs nearly 3 yuan per pound, which is about 3 yuan more, possibly more. Where did my younger brother get these things from? They looked at Ding Jiangwo with some surprise. Jiangwo, where did these things come from? Ding Jiangwo didn't explain immediately, but instead got up, closed the door, and sat back down. Third sister, fourth sister, don't be angry when I say this. Ding Menzo stared at him with a serious expression and without saying a word. Ding Jiangwo pretended to swallow hard before whispering, This is all money I earned running errands for the black market. Her face changed drastically upon hearing this. What did you say? You're going to work for the black market. Ding Jiangwo pretended to lower his head and not look at Ding Menzu. When Ding Menzu saw Ding Jiangwo's expression, she immediately understood. She immediately got up, quickly went to the corner of the wall, grabbed the rattan cane, and hit Ding Jiangwo's leg hard. Ding Jiangwo gasped in pain, but he held back his groan. Do you realize you're wrong? Will you dare to do this again? If something happens to you, how will I face my parents? Ding Menzu cursed fiercely, but she only lightly lashed the rattan cane twice. She saw Ding Jiangwo stubbornly refusing to admit his mistake. As he cursed, he felt upset, so he threw the rattan cane on the ground and lay down on the table to cry. Seeing his fourth sister crying, Ding Jiangwo panicked a little and quickly went to her side. Fourth sister, I know I was wrong. Please don't cry. Ding Menzo pushed him away forcefully. It's none of your business. You did nothing wrong. I'm the one who's wrong. Ding Jiangwo didn't know what to do at this moment, so he turned to look at his third sister. He saw his third sister give him a wink, but he didn't react before she did. The third sister had already picked up the vines from the ground, dragged him over, and gave him a good beating. Fourth sister, don't be angry. I'll help you get revenge now. Ding Jiangwo understood what she meant now. This was a damn self-inflicted injury ruse. With so many stratagems, why choose only this one? Ouch. Third sister, stop hitting me. Oh dear. Fourth sister, I was really wrong. Please tell third sister to stop. Otherwise I'll beat you to death. You'll be missing a little brother. Actually, Ding Jiangwo wasn't acting, he was really in pain. As always, the third sister was ruthless, she really wanted to beat him to death. Hearing Ding Jiangguo scream in agony, Ding Menzu finally couldn't hold back and reached out to stop Ding Kaioju. But he was still saying, "It's better to have one less brother who likes to cause trouble." But when she saw the bloodstains on Ding Jiangguo's legs, she immediately ran to get medicine to apply to Ding Jiangguo. She was still complaining to Ding Kaioju, "Third sister, why did you actually hit him? What if you hurt Jiangguo's bones?" Ding Kaioju pursed her lips without saying anything, picked up her bowl and continued eating. Ding Menzo had calmed down now, and she looked at Ding Jiangguo again, offering her advice. "Jiangguo, let's not do this anymore, okay?" Ding Jiangguo remained silent, keeping his head down as he ate. I thought to myself, that definitely won't work, otherwise how will I have a reason to take my things back later? Ding Menzu knew she couldn't persuade him, so she could only sigh helplessly and ask, "When did you start doing this?" Ding Jiangguo looked up at Ding Menzu. 2 years ago, Dad also knew about this. In order to make them more accepting, Ding Jiangguo had no choice but to use his father as an example, since there was no way to verify it anyway. He did this to improve his family's life, and he believes his father won't blame him. What? Even Dad knows. This time, even Ding Kaioju was surprised. "Third sister, fourth sister. Haven't you noticed? Out of our family of 6, only Dad goes to work. But our family never lacks food every month, and we even eat meat every few days. Even for dual-income families, this is probably not much different. Where did these things come from? Have you ever thought about that?" Ding Jiangguo paused deliberately, letting them fill in the blanks themselves. Ding Menzu looked at Ding Jiangguo uncertainly. "You mean, Dad also secretly works for the black market?" Ding Jiangguo pretended to spread his hands. "Otherwise what? I discovered it by accident. At that time, I didn't want my dad to work too hard, so I offered to help him. At first, my dad disagreed, so I secretly followed him. I even got beaten up several times. Later, the factory's large-scale steelmaking often required overtime, and my father had less and less free time, so I often secretly followed him. He had no other choice but to ask me to run errands and deliver messages. After my father passed away last year, those people let me continue working because of him." Ding Kaioju immediately made a decision after hearing the report. "Since father agreed back then, let's let Jiangguo continue doing it, fourth sister. Actually, there's still 1,000 yuan of my father's pension at home. If we can get a job for my fourth sister, we can solve her quota problem. Unfortunately, they didn't have any reliable connections in the city. I want to buy it but I don't know who to ask. There's no adult in my family to take charge, and I'm afraid of being scammed." To solve the food shortage problem at home, she had no choice but to secretly go to the black market to buy food late at night. But after only a few visits, it was robbed. She was almost murdered once, but fortunately a kind person saved her. However, after that incident, fourth sister absolutely refused to let her go to the black market. Now that Jiangguo is helping the black market, it's convenient for him to buy grain. The food shortage at home has finally been alleviated. Fourth sister can now settle down and live here in peace. Besides, if someone comes to arrest her, she'll just take the blame and cover for Jiangguo. Seeing that his third sister had relented in agreement, Ding Jiangguo quickly persuaded his fourth sister. "I know you're worried about me, fourth sister, but don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just a kid, I only run errands and pass on messages. Nobody notices me. Once when they were arresting people, they saw that I was just a child and ignored me." Ding Menzu's expression turned somewhat self-reproachful. "Sigh. Fine, it's all my fault for being useless. You're still so young and you have to shoulder the burden of this family together. Fourth sister, don't say that. If it weren't for you managing the household so well, we wouldn't have the mood to do anything else." Ding Jiangguo didn't want Ding Menzu to get caught up in this mood, so he quickly tried to distract her. "Fourth sister, hurry up and get something to put it in, otherwise the soup from this chicken will spill onto the table." Sure enough, upon hearing Ding Jiangguo's words, fourth sister immediately focused her attention on the chicken. She turned around, took an enamel basin from the cupboard, and put the chicken in it. Because the space was still, the two dishes were almost as good as when they were freshly made. They were still hot. When Ding Jianjun saw the half-eaten chicken being poured into the basin, he couldn't resist reaching out with his chopsticks to pick it up. Ding Kaioju gently tapped his hand with her chopsticks. "What's the rush? Fourth sister, bring out 2 more bowls. I'll put a few pieces in one and take it over to Aunt Zhang so she can have a taste too. Take a few pieces from the other bowl and save them for tomorrow. How can you eat such good food all at once?" Upon hearing this, Ding Jianjun's face immediately fell. "Okay, third sister." Ding Menzu took out 2 more bowls, handed one to her third sister, and put a few pieces into the other bowl herself. Ding Kaioju filled a small bowl with chicken and took it out to deliver it to Aunt Zhang. Ding Menzu kept putting chicken into another bowl. Seeing that the chicken in the enamel basin was dwindling, Ding Jiangguo couldn't help but speak up. "Fourth sister, there's no need to keep so much. Meat that's been sitting overnight won't taste good. Ding Menzu rolled her eyes at Ding Jiangguo, annoyed. It's good enough to have something to eat, and it's not even that good. We haven't eaten meat in so long, we can't eat too much at once, or our stomachs won't be able to handle it. A short while later, Ding Kaioju also returned from outside. She first put 2 pieces of chicken in each of her 2 younger brothers' bowls, then put 1 piece in each of Ding Menzu's and her own bowls, before saying, "Let's eat." After hearing this, everyone picked up their bowls and started eating, drinking cornmeal porridge while eating 2 dishes with plenty of oil. At this moment, everyone had a happy expression on their face. After they finished eating, they sat half reclined in their chairs, looking completely satisfied. Ding Jiangguo felt even happier seeing the smiles on their faces. Ding Kaioju looked at Ding Jiangguo and joked, "Jiangguo, this family will be counting on you from now on." Ding Jiangguo tilted his head back with a smug look on his face. "Third sister, follow your little brother and I guarantee you'll eat and drink well every day. I have another piece of good news for you." Ding Kaioju leaned closer with a curious look on her face. "What good news?" Ding Jiangguo said with a smug look, "Actually, I still have some stock that I didn't dare bring back because I was afraid you would find out." Ding Kaioju immediately became interested upon hearing this. "What kind of things are there?" Ding Jiangguo said mysteriously, "Third sister, listen carefully. Don't be surprised. I still have 100 jin of cornmeal, 10 jin of cured meat, and 2 cans of milk powder." Ding Jiangguo calculated in his mind that these, plus the rations, would be enough to feed everyone for more than a month. "I'll get another job for my 4th sister this month, so everyone will have a fixed amount of money. If he brings something home every now and then, life will get better." Suddenly, Ding Kaioju raised her hand and flicked Ding Jiangguo on the forehead. "You idiot, you have so much stuff, why didn't you bring it back? It's making us starve all the time." She thought for a moment and then said, "No, I'll take a day off tomorrow and go with you to move the things back." Ding Jiangguo hurriedly waved his hand, "No need. I'll ask them to help me move it back tomorrow. You all go about your business. You can't go to that place." Ding Kaioju agreed after hearing Ding Jiangguo's suggestion. Seeing that the matter was finally resolved perfectly, Ding Jiangguo decided not to waste any more time. He quickly finished what was in his bowl, then put down his chopsticks, got up, and went out of the room. "Sis, I'm going to play outside for a while." "Hey, your leg injury hasn't healed yet. Don't run around." Ding Menzo reached out to pull Ding Jiangguo back. Unfortunately, the person had already left the yard and no one knew where they went. Ding Jiangguo left the courtyard, turned into an alley, and then walked through several streets. Finally, we arrived at our destination, the courtyard house where Wang Meizi lived. Wang Meizi's real name is Wang Qiang, and he is a local hoodlum. His father, Wang Yuki, was also a worker in the steel factory, but he was two-faced and not well liked by everyone in the factory. My mother, Lu Xianhua, is unemployed. She spends her days chatting with people and looking for any bargain she can get. She's quite a well-known figure in the neighborhood. It's just that because her son is a hoodlum, nobody wants to mess with her, and they let her have her way as long as she doesn't go too far. It was dinner time, and no one was outside. Ding Jiangguo easily reached Wang Meizi's window. He squatted outside the window, thinking to himself, if only I could go in and see what's going on inside. Suddenly, I found myself entering a space, then exiting it, and arriving in an unfamiliar room. He was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but wonder if this was Wang Meizi's room. He looked up at the window and saw the big tree he had just passed. He quickly returned to his spatial dimension, and then, with a thought, remembered the spot where he had been squatting. Upon exiting the space, I found myself back at the spot outside the window. This feature wasn't available before. Could it be that consuming that little yellow fish unlocked it? He tried it repeatedly and found that the function was quite useful. He could reach another place he wanted to go with just a thought. Unobstructed by objects, it can hide in space and monitor its surroundings, seeing and hearing what others are doing and saying. The only downside is that the current monitoring range is only 3 meters. Ding Jiangguo once again focused his mind and entered the space, his divine sense beginning to enter the outer room of Wang Meizi's house. At this moment, Wang Meizi and his family of 3 were having dinner. On the table was a dish of pickled vegetables, 3 cornbread buns, a plate of fried eggs, and a bowl of corn porridge for each person. Looking at the food, Ding Jiangguo thought to himself, Wang Meizi's food is quite plentiful. "Son, how did your talk with that girl from the Ding family go today?" Just as Ding Jiangguo was still marveling at the food the other party was eating, he heard Lu Xianhua speak. "Stop talking. I took Go and Deshan to stop her today. She's ungrateful, how dare she refuse me? And that youngest one from the Ding family, he even dared to throw stones at me. However, I slapped him to the ground," Wang Meizi said smugly. "That's right, that's how it should be. Only if you're fierce enough will they be afraid of you. There are no adults in their family right now. At this time, as long as you are a little fierce, you can marry her. As long as we marry her, we can send those 2 younger ones back later. And her younger sister is almost 16 too. If we sell her then, we can get a decent dowry. Lu Xianhua became more and more excited as she spoke, her eyes filled with greed. That's not a good idea. Don't worry about what your mother said for now. The most important thing right now is to marry that girl from the Ding family. Wang Uki gave a false instruction. Get that $1,000 compensation and pay off your gambling debts. Otherwise, those guys really will come after you. Yes, your dad is right. Get the money first to pay off the gambling debts, and then have that girl give you the job. You can go work in the factory. Let her stay home and help with the chores, so your mother can have an easier time. Lu Xianhua quickly agreed. Okay, I'll go talk to her tomorrow. If she doesn't want to, I'll beat up her 2 younger brothers every day. Let's see if she dares to refuse me then. Humph. Wang Meizi said with a fierce expression. Yes, let's do it this way. How dare she look down on my son? When she marries into the family, I'll teach her a lesson she won't forget. Lu Xianhua echoed her agreement from the side. Ding Jiangguo listened quietly to their words in the space, having already sentenced this family to death in his heart. They initially thought it was just Wang Meizi trying to bully his sister, but they never expected this family to actually plot against their entire family. In that case, none of them should be left alive. However, simply killing them would be too lenient on them. I'll deal with their whole family thoroughly late at night. He had already come up with a brilliant idea. Ding Jiangguo snapped out of his thoughts, quietly went outside the courtyard, and then slowly went home. When he got home, he picked up the wash basin, grabbed a towel, and went to fetch water to wash up. I got covered in dust today, and if I don't wash myself clean, I'll feel uncomfortable all over. After washing up, he changed into clean clothes and lay down on the bed to rest. In those days, residents had little entertainment, and everyone went to bed early at night. Ding Jiangguo looked at his sleeping brother, turned off the light, went back to bed, and covered himself with the blanket. He had already gone outside and looked around. He was very happy. This new function was really useful. He no longer needed to climb out of the window. Ding Jiangguo strode out of the courtyard and headed towards the courtyard where the transaction was to take place that evening. Meanwhile, at Grandma Wang's house. Mom, are you serious? You can buy 100 jin each of high-gluten flour for 1 yuan and pork for 1 yuan and 50 cents? Zheng Dania stood up from his chair in surprise. The daughter-in-law next to her grabbed Wang's arm excitedly. Mom, is this true? Aunt Wang proudly pointed to the steamed buns made with enriched flour and a plate of radish stew with meat on the table today, and said, "Is this fake?" Aunt Wang sighed inwardly. Her son was so stubborn. If she told him the real price, he certainly wouldn't allow people to spend high prices on those grains and meats. If he can't buy meat and grain, how will he explain himself to the factory? What if I can't deliver on my assignment and get reassigned to carrying heavy loads? Forget it, I'll just keep the real price from him this time. As long as I buy the goods and give him the goods, that's fine. I can slowly save up the money I lost later. Once Zheng Dania confirmed that what his mother said was true, he excitedly swung his fists into the air a few times. He couldn't wait to bring the items back to the factory. He wanted to show those who looked down on him, and that leader, who the real talent was. He needs to understand how foolish it was to transfer him out of the purchasing department. Thinking of this, he lost all appetite. He grabbed his mother's hand and said anxiously, "Mother, what are we still doing sitting here? Let's set off now, get the goods back as soon as possible, and put our minds at ease." Aunt Wang glanced at her son and said, "What's the rush? It's not time yet, why go so early? What if we get there and someone else is delivering something? That would be bad." Upon hearing this, Zheng Dania became even more excited and quickly spoke up. "Mom, wouldn't that be even better? You can introduce me to them then, and then you won't have to bother with this anymore." He's already fantasizing that once he gets in touch with these people, he'll be able to buy a steady stream of meat. Maybe Zheng Daniu, will have a chance to be promoted to deputy section chief or something. When Aunt Wang saw her son's foolish look, she knew what he was up to, and she couldn't help but sigh. Doesn't he even look at the current market prices? How could he possibly buy these things at this price? Aunt Wang, fearing her simple-minded son would ruin her plans, said in a serious tone, "You absolutely must not have any contact with them. They warned us beforehand at noon that they didn't want anyone else to know. If someone of ours is lying in wait nearby, we might not only cancel the deal, but we might also take action." Upon hearing this, Zheng Dania's expression first showed surprise, then turned to frustration and resentment. At this moment, the daughter-in-law sitting next to her whispered, "Mom, I think it would be better to let Daniu go with you. If you go alone and they have bad intentions, you will not only lose your money, but you may also lose your life. If the deal is real, you'll need someone's help to get your things back. Otherwise, it's not good to leave it there and let it get stolen or chewed by rats." Aunt Wang thought it made sense, but she was afraid that taking it upon herself to bring people over would affect the transaction. Seeing the hesitation in his mother's expression, Zheng Dania quickly tried to persuade her. "Yes, mother. I'm worried about you going alone. What if something happens to you? What will happen to this family? Seeing her son like this, Aunt Wang knew that if she didn't take him along, he would probably sneak off on his own, so she could only nod helplessly. He reiterated, I can take you, but you have to be obedient. I didn't call you, so you can't go up and talk to people. If you anger them, both my daughter and I could be in danger. With his mother's consent, Zheng Daniu immediately beamed and said, Mom, don't worry, I'll do whatever you say when I get there. But in her heart she was thinking that as long as she met the person, she would take the initiative to make contact with them. How could her mother be angry with her? It seems that the old lady hasn't arrived yet. Ding Jiangwo stood outside the dilapidated courtyard wall, extended his divine sense to explore the area covered by space, and muttered to himself. He opened the courtyard gate and strode into the yard. Pushing open the door, I scanned the hall, found a relatively clean corner, and used my mind to release everything out of the space. 100 caddies of high-gluten flour, 100 caddies of pork. There was a pile of grain and a pile of meat, arranged in 2 piles, with several cloth bags placed under the meat. After finishing, he returned to the space, where the alarm clock showed it was almost 10 o'clock. He then put on the last transformation suit and transformed into another form. It's a pity this item is gone after it's used up. I wonder when the store will release such a good item again. Ding Jiangwo sighed inwardly. The system store seemed to detect his thoughts, and soon text appeared on the screen. Exclusive new products for the mall. 1. Toolman Boss Wang can execute any order from the buyer. 2. Transformation pill. After taking it, you can transform into anyone you want to be. 2 new products will be launched soon, please keep sufficient balance. Ding Jiangwo couldn't help but mutter to himself, what a damn shrewd businessman. Ding Jiangwo had just finished complaining when Aunt Wang arrived. He quickly came out of the space and heard a man and a woman walking and talking in hushed tones. A strange young man said, Mom, why does this seem so unreliable to me? Ding Jiangwo recognized another voice. It was Wang Dama's voice. She said with a hint of impatience, I've told you so many times, and you've seen what I bought last night. You'll find out soon enough whether it's reliable or not. Ding Jiangwo guessed that the man was probably Wang Dama's son, Zheng Daniu. Although there was an extra person, he could understand it. After all, it was such a large transaction, and no one would trust someone to come alone. Seeing that the two were almost outside the door, Ding Jiangwo pushed open the door and slowly walked out. As soon as Aunt Wang saw the man's clothes, she knew he was there to make a deal. She quickly stepped forward and said apologetically, I'm sorry, my son was worried about me coming alone, so he insisted on coming with me. But don't worry, he won't say anything out of line. After saying that, Aunt Wang turned around and instructed, wait for me here. Don't follow me. Zheng Daniu was unhappy and wanted to say something, but Wang Dama glared at him fiercely and he didn't follow. Ding Jiangwo acted as if he hadn't seen Zheng Daniu, and said calmly, come in. As she spoke, she turned and went into the main room, with Aunt Wang following closely behind. Once inside, Ding Jiangwo continued, everything is here. Take a look. Aunt Wang hurriedly took out a flashlight and shone it into the hall. Upon seeing the 2 piles of things, she nervously stepped forward and opened them one by one to check them. We discovered that everything inside was real, and it matched what we had discussed at noon today. She was initially a little worried that the other party might have mixed in something else to deceive her. Now that the checkup is over, I feel relieved, but at the same time, I'm starting to feel a little excited. With these things, not only was her son's problem solved, but her family's meals also improved significantly. Are you satisfied with the items after checking them? Ding Jiangwo asked, not wanting to waste any more time, seeing that the other party had finished inspecting them. Satisfied. Very satisfied. This is a large yellow croaker. As he spoke, he pulled out something wrapped in cloth from his pocket. She quickly opened the cloth, revealing a large golden croaker. She put the cloth in her pocket and handed the large yellow croaker to Ding Jiangwo. Ding Jiangwo didn't stand on ceremony, he took it directly and examined it carefully from all angles. He bit it again with his teeth, saw the teeth marks, thought it was okay, and put it in his pocket, actually putting it into his spatial storage. He had a lot to do tonight and didn't want to waste any more time, so he turned to leave. Just then, Aunt Wang hurriedly came up to him and said, young man, if I want to exchange something again in the future, how can I contact you? Ding Jiangwo looked at the other person with a puzzled expression, but did not speak. He was waiting for the other person to explain. Seeing the other person's confusion, Aunt Wang quickly explained, I have a few good old friends who also want to exchange some things, but they don't know if it's possible. Ding Jiangwo waved his hand to interrupt her, saying, just exchange for small or large yellow croakers, nothing else. We can get less and less now. If we trade next time, we can exchange small yellow croakers for 20 kilograms of high-quality flour. The large yellow croaker can probably only be exchanged for 200 caddies of high-gluten flour or 150 caddies of pork. Don't think it's too little, even if you have money, it's hard to get food these days. If you want to change, contact us as soon as possible. If you wait too long, we may not have any left to offer. Understood, understood, Aunt Wang thought to herself. Although there were fewer things to exchange, it was still much more cost-effective than going to the black market. Then how can we contact you? Aunt Wang continued to ask. After thinking for a moment, Ding Jiangguo said, if you need to exchange something that day, you can write the date on the left side inside the courtyard gate in advance. Our people will see it and draw a line under the date, so you can wait in the yard at noon on that day. Just like last time, someone will come and talk to you. Aunt Wang also thought this was a good idea, as it would be safer, so she nodded in agreement repeatedly. Seeing that everything was done, Ding Jiangguo didn't linger any longer and walked towards the door. Just as he stepped out of the house, a dark figure suddenly darted in front of him. He quickly took 2 steps back, and a stun gun appeared in his hand. Ding Jiangguo turned to look at Aunt Wang with a grim expression and said in an icy tone, "What's going on here?" When Aunt Wang heard the question, she was also taken aback. Before she could react, she heard a familiar voice. "Brother, please don't misunderstand. I'm her son, one of our own. I am the factory's purchasing agent, and I want to cooperate with you long-term." Zheng Dania realized the other party had misunderstood and tried to explain. As he spoke, he took out a box of Dakiaman cigarettes, pulled one out, and handed it over. Ding Jiangguo didn't take the cigarette, he stared straight at Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang realized that something bad might be going to happen, so she hurriedly came out, pulled her son away, and apologized repeatedly. Seeing that the people had been pulled away, Ding Jiangguo left without looking back. Grandma Wang was furious with her son, that idiot. Why didn't Ding Jiangguo want to get in touch with Zheng Daniu? Because he knew that at most, the other party could only help him connect with the factory leaders, and that would be of no further value. As long as he brings all the supplies back, the leaders will ask him to make introductions without Ding Jiangguo even having to ask. He refused to speak to the other party today, but the leader eventually forced him to. Zheng Dania knew that he was not well liked here, so he asked his mother to help him get a recommendation. That way, you can have less contact with one person, which increases your safety. Moreover, since family members will be working in the same factory in the future, the one less person knowing will mean less trouble. Another point is that Aunt Wang is quite clear about the price and transaction method. If Aunt Wang is in charge of the introduction, she will make all the necessary preparations for him beforehand. Especially after witnessing Zheng Dania's rash behavior, he felt even more strongly that his decision today was absolutely correct. After watching Ding Jiangguo's figure disappear, Aunt Wang said with exasperation, "What did you promise me when you came here?" "Mom, I just want to talk to them and see if I can buy things from them in the future. This way, I won't have to worry about my monthly targets anymore, and I won't have to put up with the attitudes of my colleagues and superiors. Who would have thought that my enthusiasm would be met with such indifference? They wouldn't even look at me," Zheng Daniu said, looking aggrieved. Aunt Wang really felt exhausted. Even if she wanted to connect with someone, she had to wait until she and the other party became familiar with each other first. She had everything planned out, but after that incident, she guessed that person probably didn't have a good impression of her son. Forget it, let's help him get through this difficult time first, and we'll deal with the rest later. Hey, come in, let's see how to get these things back. Grandma Wang didn't want to discuss what had just happened with her son, so she simply called him in to see what to do with the things. Wow, Mom, it really is 100 jin of enriched flour and 100 jin of pork. These people are amazing. Mom, how did you manage to stop me just now? If you can really cooperate with them long-term, your son might have a chance to be promoted to deputy section chief or even section chief. Zheng Dania was rambling on, looking utterly regretful. Don't think about things that aren't true. This is just a one-time deal, there won't be another good opportunity like this. Aunt Wang quickly spoke up to dispel his unrealistic idea. She secretly resolved that she would never let her foolish son know about the next transaction. After finishing the transaction, Ding Jiangguo received a large yellow croaker as a reward. He hurried quickly toward Wang Mei's house. About 40 minutes later, he arrived at Wang Mei's house again. He instantly entered the space, sat down in front of the laptop, and checked the collected items. 1 large yellow croaker, 312.5 grams, suggested instant selling price, 187,500 yuan. Will it sell out instantly? Yes. Ding. 187,500 yuan has been successfully deposited into your account. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ding Jiangguo was only slightly pleased before quickly recovering. He stared at the computer screen, thinking about how to make this family receive the harshest punishment. The simplest way is to sneak into their house through spatial means and secretly kill them all. However, given his current physical condition, it would be difficult for him to deliver a fatal blow. He also thought about what they had said that night. Ding Jiangguo felt that killing them like this would be too lenient on them. Ding Jiangguo kept searching for various revenge cases on his computer and found that being wrongly accused was the greatest punishment a person could receive. He quickly sifted through various options in his mind, and time ticked by. An imperfect revenge plan quickly formed in his mind. Ding Jiangwo decisively spent 2,000 yuan on the online store to buy over $100 that circulated in the 1950s, old envelopes, letter paper, and matches. They bought another old wooden box and put a radio transmitter and $1,000 inside. In the end, I bought an invisible writing pen. After buying all these things, he sat down in the chair, emptied all the matches from the matchbox, picked up an invisible pen, and wrote on it, "Well done, keep lying low, Shadow." After the ink dried, he put about half of the matches back one by one. After doing all this, I looked at the balance of 185,500 yuan. He decisively bought 9,000 jin of modern farmed wild boar meat at 20 yuan per jin, for a total of 180,000 yuan. With so much meat, we can probably exchange it for a lot of gold bars to upgrade the shop. It can also help some of my relatives find new jobs. Although wild boar meat is more expensive, it's easier to explain that it was hunted in the mountains. If it's regular pork, meat processing plants don't have any meat right now, so if he were to release a large quantity, people would definitely be suspicious. Ding Jiangwo snapped out of his thoughts and remembered what Wang Meizi and the others had said. He wanted to get some of his family members who truly cared about them into the factory as workers as quickly as possible. For example, the families of the two older sisters, as well as the eldest and second uncles, have all treated their family well. Over the years, although my two older sisters live far away from home, they often bring things back to visit them. My two brothers-in-law are also nice. I always bring them delicious food. When I visited their home before, I even took the two brothers to the mountains to hunt small birds for them to roast and eat. Besides helping them with their father's funeral arrangements, my eldest and second uncles also came to the factory with my grandmother to help my third sister get a good job. In the past 2 years, I have occasionally brought some food to visit them. If possible, help them get a job in the factory. If everyone can be placed in the same compound, they can look out for each other in the future. Outsiders who want to take advantage of their family will think twice. He hadn't even realized that he had 1,000 yuan in savings at home. There must be quite a few people in the factory who know about this money. It's likely that Wang Meizi's family isn't the only one eyeing their 1,000 yuan. Thinking about these things gave him a headache. He himself wasn't afraid, but his younger brother was still small, and he couldn't be by his side all the time. Should we send him to school? That way, you're not only safer, but you can also learn a lot, which is much better than just aimlessly wandering around every day. Poor Jianjun had no idea that his carefree days were about to end. If he knew how much his brother cared for him, he would surely be moved to tears. Just thinking about his younger brother's expression when he learned he would have to go back to school made Ding Jiangwo grin. Feeling much better, Ding Jiangwo looked at the remaining amount, 5,500 yuan. After thinking about it again, it seemed there was nothing I needed to buy, so I didn't delay any longer. He quickly left the space and sensed it with his divine sense, and heard Wang Meizi snoring, huffing and puffing. Ding Jiangwo confirmed that the other party was already asleep, and then entered Wang Meizi's room through the spatial portal. Upon entering the room, he immediately returned to his spatial dimension and used his mind to silently absorb some of the soil from under Wang Meizi's bed. Then they put the old wooden box containing the wireless telegraph machine inside, and covered it back with soil. After doing all that, he used his mind to put some US dollars into the other person's cabinet. To prevent people from finding it easily, he kindly scattered the US dollars and hid them in the collar, sleeves, and rolled up trouser legs inside the closet. Looking at the clothes, each stuffed with US dollars, he smiled with satisfaction. He scanned the room with his divine sense, pondering where it would be most appropriate to put the matchbox. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a pack of cigarettes on the table and a matchbox of the same style next to it. He immediately replaced the matchbox on top. Seeing Wang Meizi fast asleep, Ding Jiangwo sneered inwardly, "Hopefully, you'll still be able to sleep in a bit." Ding Jiangwo used his mind to pick up the pen and quickly and carelessly wrote 2 lines on the letter paper. The liaison for the secret agents is in the east wing of the front courtyard of Shengfeng Hutong, number 98. It's extremely urgent, please arrest him immediately. Anonymous. After finishing writing, he crumpled the letter into a ball and put it in his pocket. He quickly left the courtyard and ran towards the nearest police station, Dongsan Police Station, following his memory. As he approached the police station, he began to slow his pace. He used his divine sense to explore his surroundings, and only after finding no one around did he slowly walk towards the police station. At that moment, the light in the police station's guard post was on, and through my spiritual sense, I perceived that a police officer was on duty inside. Just as Ding Jiangwo was about to toss it over, a thought popped into his head: could he just hand it over directly and get a reward that way? Then he thought about his secret. If the police noticed it, his future actions would be easily exposed. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. He used his mind to control the paper ball, sending it flying into the guard post and landing squarely on the other person's head. Then he immediately hid in the space and spread his divine sense to observe the other party's situation. The police officer on duty is named Lee Hunky, and he hasn't been working for very long. Tonight was his first night shift, and he never expected to be attacked like this. The moment he was hit, he instinctively threw himself to the ground, then subconsciously drew his gun, cocked it, and ducked behind the wall. After waiting for about a minute, he cautiously peeked out to check the situation outside. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and found it quiet and everything normal. He let out a soft breath, wondering who could have done it. Could this be a test arranged by the captain? He wants to see how I react in an unexpected situation. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it shouldn't be like this. His uncle had never mentioned these things before. As he was thinking, he caught a glimpse of a small crumpled piece of paper under his desk. This must be what just hit me on the head. He got up, walked over, and unfolded the crumpled paper. The moment the crumpled paper was unfolded, his expression instantly became very serious. After reading the words above, he didn't even have time to fix his makeup before rushing into the office building. "Chief Chen, there's a situation." Lee Hunky entered the office building and pushed open the office door of the duty officer. Chen Kuavwa saw Lee Hunky enter and said with a smile, "Hunky, what happened? Don't worry, tell me slowly." He knew that Lee Hunky was working the night shift for the first time tonight and lacked experience, so it was normal for him to be overly alarmed. They had all been through this before. "Director Chen, look." Lee Hunky didn't explain, but directly handed the letter to the other party. "Where did you get this?" After reading the above content, Chen Kuavwa's expression instantly turned serious. He stared at Lee Hunky and spoke. "Just now, I don't know who threw it in, but it hit me on the head," Lee Hunky said, pointing to the spot on his head where it had hit him. "Sit here and wait a moment, I'll go make a phone call." After saying that, Chen Kuavwa went to make a call to report the situation. "Sorry to disturb your rest so late, boss. Just now, our comrade Lee Hunky on duty received an anonymous letter reporting a spy. I didn't see anyone, I only saw what was thrown in." "Okay, I understand. We must trust the masses. Okay, we will definitely invite the person back politely, and we will never wrong an innocent person." After hanging up the phone, Chen Kuavwa turned to Lee Hunky and said, "Let's go, gather the comrades on duty tonight, and get ready to set off with our weapons." "Yes, Chief Chen." A few minutes later, 2 jeeps and a sidecar drove out of the police station and headed towards Shengfeng Hutong. Watching them disappear into the night, Ding Jiangwo quietly exited the space and quickened his pace to run towards Wang Mei's house. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Kuavwa whispered instructions to the team members. Xiao Tao had someone open the door. "Hunky, Xiangyang, Heibo, you guys are in my group, go in and search this room. The rest of you go search that room, and remember to subdue the person immediately." Xiao Tao went inside, facing Wang Mei's house, and quickly fiddled with the lock on the front door a few times. "Chief Chen, the door is open." Upon receiving the news, Chen Kuavwa immediately ordered action. Upon receiving the order, everyone tiptoed into the house. As soon as Lee Hunky entered, he rushed up and subdued Wang Mei, who was still fast asleep. Wang Mei was suddenly caught on fire in his sleep, which terrified him. He thought his crime had been discovered. With a trembling voice, she asked, "What are you doing here? Why are you arresting me?" "This is from the Dongsan police station. This is my identification. You'll find out why we're arresting you soon enough." Once the others saw that Wang Mei had been subdued, they began searching the inner room. When Wang Qiang saw so many people rushing in, he realized that things were not simple. But when he thought about it, he realized he hadn't done anything particularly significant that would require so many people to search. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a policeman exclaim in surprise, "Chief, we've made a discovery." Chen Kuavwa strode over. "Did you find anything?" "We found US dollars in his collar," the police officer exclaimed excitedly. Chen Kuavwa walked to the cabinet, picked up the shirt, and saw that there were indeed US dollars hidden in the collar. "Good. Hunky, quickly interrogate him to find out if he has any other accomplices. Everyone else, search the house again, inside and out, thoroughly, making sure you don't miss a single place." After seeing these US dollars, Chen Kuavwa felt much more confident. Even if they are not enemy agents, illegally hiding foreign currency makes them disruptors of the country's financial order. Soon they found more than a dozen US dollar bills in the clothes, totaling about 200 US dollars. "Great. Comrades, keep it up. I believe there's more than just this," Chen Kuavwa encouraged excitedly. Wang Qiang stared in disbelief at the items that had been found during the search. He was so frightened that he forgot to explain. Wang Yuki and Lu Xianhua, who were being held captive in another room, were also quite frightened when they heard that US dollars had been found in their house. They all suspected that the son was a fake. Where did he get so many US dollars? They didn't even know. Startled, Wang Qian quickly recovered and hurriedly explained, "None of these are mine. I don't know how the US dollars ended up in my clothes. If it were really mine, I would have used it to pay off my gambling debts long ago. Why would I keep it at home? Lee Hunky ignored his explanations and took him directly to the main room for interrogation. Wang Qiang, do you still harbor any illusions about escaping? I can tell you for sure that there will be no such opportunity. Your only chance to reduce your punishment is to confess what you did and expose your accomplices. Try to do good deeds. Comrade, these things really aren't mine. I confess, I admit it. Wang Qiang was so frightened that he couldn't speak coherently. Lee Hunky opened the small notebook he carried with him and asked, "How many accomplices do you have?" "Several accomplices? What do you mean?" Wang Qiang asked, looking bewildered. "He's the one you usually work with," Lee Hunky explained to him. Oh, Zhang Ergu and Ma Dasan," Wang Qiang replied instinctively. "Besides these two, are there any others?" Lee Hunky continued to ask. "No." Wang Qiang thought for a moment, then shook his head to indicate that he did not. "What did you all do? Tell me everything clearly," Lee Hunky continued to press. Okay, I'll tell you." Wang Qiang then explained everything about himself from childhood to adulthood clearly and plainly. "Wang Qiang, you know that's not what I'm referring to. If you continue to be so stubborn, you'll suffer the consequences." Lee Hunky closed the notebook, his face grim. No matter how much he questioned him, Wang Qiang refused to admit it or cooperate. "Keep an eye on him, I'll go report to the director." Lee Hunky spoke to his colleague who was guarding him, and then prepared to report the situation to the director in the inner room. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from inside. "Chief, major discovery. The soil under the bed is strange." The man continued, "It looks like the soil here has been turned over." Chen Kuo immediately instructed, "3 people, come quickly and move the bed aside. Go inside and find a shovel." The 4 of them worked together and quickly moved the bed. They also saw that the soil on one patch of ground had clearly been turned over. The man with the shovel came over then, rolled up his sleeves, and began shoveling the dirt on the ground to one side again and again. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dilapidated wooden box soon came into view. The group carefully pulled the box out of the pit and gently placed it on the ground. Everyone is feeling both excited and apprehensive. They haven't opened it rashly because they don't know if there will be any danger if they do. At this moment, Chen Kuo said, "You all go out, and take these 3 with you as well, and put the shovels down." The others understood what he was trying to do and were all ready to try to dissuade him. Execute the order. The group had no choice but to force Wang Meizi and his family out of the house and stand 10 meters away, looking inside through the window. Everyone was on edge, their breathing slowed, and time seemed to pass incredibly slowly. There was complete silence inside and outside the house. About 2 minutes later, Chen Kuo's voice came from inside the house, "It's all right, come in." Everyone rushed into the house, and when they saw the wireless telegraph machine in the box, their expressions became excited. They all knew what these things represented. They're going to do something really important tonight. At this moment, Wang Meizi and his family of 3 were stunned. They stood there dumbfounded, their eyes wide open, unable to believe that such a thing would appear in their home. They all knew what these things represented. They all cried out in panic, "We're innocent. This isn't ours. It must have been enemy agents who put it in our house to frame us." When the police officer guarding them saw that they were still shouting, he took 3 towels and gagged them. "Chief, there are $300 in here." A policeman found another envelope in the old wooden box, opened it, and said, "All right. Hey Dao, take these 3 enemy agents back to the station. Xiang Dong, you stay here and guard the scene. The rest of you, come with me to capture the other 2 enemy agents. Once this operation is over, I will definitely recommend everyone for commendation." After saying that, he led the remaining police officers to Zhang Ergu and Ma Dasan's house. As for Ding Jiangguo, he already knew Zhang Ergu and Ma Dasan's address. They arrived at the couple's house ahead of time, since the 2 lived in the same courtyard, which saved Ding Jiangguo a lot of time. He stood in the yard, patted a few $dollars in his hand, and then went into the house with a sinister smile. The same method was used, except this time they had $1 in the sole of a shoe and the other in a pillow. As for other things, nothing else was arranged. With these $dollars, they would have enough to live on. After a lot of hard work, Ding Jiangguo finally got everything done. Just as he was about to make his escape, he heard the sound of a car stopping, and he quickly hid inside the space. "Hunky, you are in charge of leading a group of people to Zhang Ergu's house. All of you must follow Hunky's instructions during any subsequent actions. Everyone be on high alert. If anything seems amiss, open fire immediately. The rest of you come with me to Ma Dasan's house." Chen gave the instructions in a low voice. "Yes, Chief Chen. All right, let's move out." One of the police officers quickly opened the door, and the others rushed inside. "Don't move." Zhang Ergu, who was still asleep, was suddenly pinned down on the bed by 2 people. Zhang Ergo had no time to react and could only shout, "What are you doing here? Help! Someone's being robbed." Upon hearing the shouts, one of the police officers immediately grabbed a piece of cloth from the side and gagged him. He then shouted sternly, "Don't move. We're from the police station. Your accomplice, Wang Qiang, has already confessed. You should confess your crimes and those of your accomplices now, and try to atone for your crimes and receive leniency." "We didn't do anything. We just stopped Wang Qiang's girlfriend tonight," Zhang Ergo quickly explained. "You think you can get away with this by saying that?" Li Hunky sneered at Zhang Ergo. Just then, a policeman's voice rang out. "Hunky, look, we found US dollars on the solace of these shoes, and the year they were from is the same as the one found in Wang Qiang's place." "All right. Leave 2 people here to continue the search. Take him with you, the rest of you come back to the station with me." Li Hunky waved his hand and gave the order. Red flag. No one's in that room. We searched the house as well, but didn't find anything unusual. At that moment, a policeman came over from another room to report on the situation there. Li Hunky looked at Zhang Ergo and said, "Where are the people inside? Did they know beforehand and run away?" Zhang Ergo was so startled by the US dollars on the sole of the shoe that he couldn't react in time and could only instinctively reply, "That used to be where my mother lived. She passed away last year, and it's been empty ever since." "In that case, you can come with us. 2 people are enough." Li Hunky then let the man from earlier come back to the station with him. Meanwhile, things weren't going so well for Ma Dasan's family. There were many people in their family, and they weren't very cooperative at first, thinking that the people in the office had made a mistake. Fortunately, Director Chen decisively ordered that all of them, men, women, and children, be handcuffed. They also found US dollars in Ma Dasan's pillow. Only then did they have to believe that their son might have colluded with the enemy. Seeing that they had all been arrested, Ding Jiangwo returned home in a good mood. The next morning, the conversation in the main room woke Ding Jiangwo from his bed. He got up with a yawn and curiously went to the outer room. A middle-aged man with dark skin was sitting in a chair chatting with his 4th sister. There was a cloth bag at his feet. When Ding Jiangwo saw that the person who came was his cousin, Ding Yuansheng, he quickly greeted him, "Uncle Yuansheng." Hearing the sound, Ding Yuansheng turned his head and saw that it was Ding Jiangwo. He smiled and said, "Jiangwo, did I wake you up?" "No, no." Ding Jiangwo waved his hand hurriedly. Then he asked, "Uncle Yuansheng, have you had breakfast?" "We just ate before leaving the village. I had some business in town today, so I thought I'd bring the food to your grandparents while I was at it." As he spoke, he lifted the cloth bag at his feet. "Thank you, Uncle Yuansheng," Ding Jiangwo said quickly. Ding Jiangwo's grandparents have always lived in the village. Grandma's name was Lu Xiangying. She was originally a landlord's daughter. She was capable, cultured, and knowledgeable. She married her grandfather, who was a farmhand, while fleeing from war. Grandpa's name was Ding Dasan. He was honest and obedient, and Grandma basically made the decisions in the family. My father was able to get a job as a worker in the city thanks to my grandmother's money. The fact that my eldest and second uncles didn't compete for job opportunities was also related to my grandmother's upbringing. After my father passed away from a work injury, my 3rd sister was supposed to fill in for him in the workshop, as required. Grandma brought her whole family to the factory and negotiated with the leaders before she was able to be transferred to the logistics department as a clerk. The salary is also higher than that of a regular worker who has just started working, at 28 yuan per month. The 2 elders have always cared for them. Since their parents passed away, they have sent food to them every month. I wonder how the 2 elderly people are doing lately. Thinking of this, he asked with concern, "Uncle Yuansheng, how have my grandparents been doing lately?" "Fortunately, your eldest and second uncles are taking care of you, so you're doing all right, at least you don't go hungry." "All right, it's getting late. I should head back now." Ding Yuansheng stood up to say goodbye, seeing that the matter was settled. Ding Menzu and Ding Jiangwo got up and saw him out together. "You 2 can go back now, no need to see me off." As Ding Yuansheng drove his donkey cart out of the courtyard, he waved to the 2 of them and drove away. After watching Ding Yuansheng drive away in his donkey cart, the 2 turned around and went back into the house. Ding Jiangwo picked up the cloth bag, opened it, and saw that it was still cornmeal, probably about a pound. 4th sister looked at the grain in the bag and said with some worry, judging from Uncle Yuansheng's tone, "I guess Grandpa and Grandma are having a hard time at home. Don't touch the things in this bag. Once you bring the grain back, add some more in and then take it back to Grandpa and Grandma when you have time." Uncle Yuansheng just said that the village's harvest is very poor this year due to the weather. The grain distributed to everyone this year is simply not enough to eat. 2 elderly people from other families have already starved to death in order to save food for their families. Do you still remember Grandma Osmandas? I definitely remember. When I was little, I went to her house and picked a pumpkin. She found out and then blocked our door and cursed at us for a whole day. It was only after Grandma came back and paid her 5 cents that she was willing to leave. I guess she's gone too. I heard she went into the mountains to save food for her family and never came out again. The more they talked, the more worried they became. If the food shortage continued, their grandparents might also end up like this. Ding Jiangwo thought to himself that he couldn't wait any longer and would go back to the village tomorrow to solve the problem of his grandparents' food supply, to avoid the same tragedy from happening again, so that we won't regret it later. Wang Qiang, quickly confess what you've done. You know the policy, confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be punished severely, a police officer said sternly. I don't know anything about it, and I don't know why those things are in my house. Someone must have framed me. Wang Meize cried out loudly, looking aggrieved. He really didn't know why those things ended up in his house and in his clothes. But no matter what he said, the police didn't believe him. He was truly more wrong than Dou-yi. Is it because I've done too many bad things in the past that God is punishing me? Are you still trying to get away with this? Your identity has been exposed. Who is this shadow? The police officer didn't believe him at all, pointing to the words in the matchbox and continuing to question him. But Wang Meize was a fake enemy agent. How could he possibly know these things? So the police at the station interrogated him all night, but still couldn't get anything out of him, and could only go back and report the situation to their superiors. Wang Qiang was also temporarily returned to the detention cell to await the final outcome. Lock him up with his 2 accomplices. Keep a close eye on them and see if you find anything else. The police officer, following orders, led Wang Qiang into a detention cell, then pretended to close the door and left. Wang Qiang walked inside and was surprised to see Zhang Ergu and Ma Dasan. After being interrogated, Zhang Ergu and Ma Dasan were pacing anxiously back and forth inside. Upon seeing Wang Qiang enter, the 2 men flew into a rage. They rushed over, pinned Wang Qiang to the ground, and began to brutally beat him. Wang Qiang, you son of a bitch, you actually framed us. We've been so good to you, whatever you say, we'll do. We usually do all the heavy and tiring work, and you're the one who pays all the money. And yet you still want to frame us. Dasan, why are you wasting your breath talking to this scumbag? Keep fighting him. Stop. What are you doing in there? About 5 minutes later, a shout came from outside. Officer, Wang Qiang came in and tried to hit us. We had no choice but to fight back. Zhang Ergu and Ma Dasan quickly spoke up to explain. The policeman looked at the group and said sternly, fighting is not allowed inside. If anyone makes another move, I'll handcuff him. He didn't give these enemy agents a friendly look. After the policeman left, Zhang Ergu and Ma Dasan stared intently at Wang Qiang and said, if nothing happens this time, that's fine, otherwise we won't let you off the hook. Wang Qiang staggered to his feet, leaned against the wall, and shouted angrily, are you all crazy? Have you taken the wrong medicine? You started attacking the moment you walked in. If we hadn't taken the wrong medicine, how would we have gotten to know you, you bastard? Even if we die, we'll be dragged down with us. Zhang Ergu and Ma Dasan grew angrier as they spoke, and the 2 were about to stand up and charge forward again. Wang Qiang was furious when he saw the 2 men about to fight again. He was already in a bad mood, and now he was being beaten up by his 2 underlings. He couldn't hold back any longer. He clenched his fists and began to fight fiercely with the 2 of them. Before long, all 3 of them were covered in injuries and bleeding from their faces. Wang Qiang was the most seriously injured because he was alone. He was lying half reclined on the ground, and even breathing hurt. He knew that 2 of his ribs were probably broken, but he still endured it, afraid that the other party would find out and take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Come here. Why aren't you coming? He roared at the 2 men, his voice trembling with fear. Zhang Ergu and Ma Dasan lay half reclined on the ground, panting as they stared at Wang Qiang. Wang Qiang, don't be arrogant. Let's catch our breath first, and we'll settle the score with you later. Wang Qiang was the one who mainly handled all those things in the past, and he also took most of the money. The other 2 were just helping out to make a living. They never imagined that Wang Qiang would frame them. Both men agreed that Wang Qiang had deliberately placed those US dollars in their home. The aim was to drag them into the mess and coerce them into working for enemy agents. While they were fighting, the interrogation results had already been reported. After discussion, the higher authorities quickly issued their approval. All personnel involved will be dealt with severely, swiftly, and strictly. Wang Qiang, Zhang Ergu, and Ma Dasan, who were found to have hidden things in their homes, were executed. No items related to enemy agents were found in Wang Yuki's and Lu Xianhua's house, and after investigation and screening, they were determined not to be enemy agents. However, as the parents of enemy agents, they were ultimately punished and sent to the far northwest for labor reform. When Lu Xianhua heard the news, she couldn't accept it at all and started shouting and screaming inside. My son can't be an enemy spy. He's innocent. We haven't done anything immoral or heinous. Lu Xianhua finally collapsed to the ground, patting the ground with her hands, and burst into tears as she spoke. What a tragedy. Heavens! Why are you punishing our family like this? Wang Yuki seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant, sitting there blankly, staring at the roof without saying a word. My son is gone just like that? They were also to be sent to the far northwest for labor reform. They're all old bones, they wouldn't survive if they went. He couldn't understand how his family had become like this in just one night. Is it really retribution? Those in the courtyard who knew what their family was going through all applauded and cheered. Some of those who had been bullied by their family in the past couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ding Jiangguo knew nothing about these things. He had other things to do today, which was to find a job for his fourth sister at the supply and marketing cooperative. Since the quota was reduced again this month, food in the city has become increasingly difficult to buy. Yesterday morning, my fourth sister and Aunt Zhang went to the grain store early in the morning and queued for a whole day before they finally bought 10 jin of coarse grains. Ding Jiangguo estimated that 300 or 400 caddies of meat should be enough to get his fourth sister a new job. With that in mind, he finished his breakfast, grabbed an empty bag, slung it over his shoulder, and headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. When he was almost at the supply and marketing cooperative, he put the meat into a bag before going inside. When the sales clerks at the supply and marketing cooperative saw someone come in, they only looked up slightly before continuing with their work. Only last time, when the saleswoman saw Ding Jiangguo come in, she smiled and walked to the counter to greet him. Young man, here to buy fruit candy again? Ding Jiangguo was somewhat surprised that the other person remembered him, but that was even better. He leaned closer to the counter and looked at her, saying, "Hello, comrade. I'm not buying anything. I have something I want to sell, so I came to ask if you would buy it." "What is it? Let me show you." "The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't accept ordinary things," the saleswoman continued with a smile. She saw that Ding Jiangguo was carrying a small cloth bag, which was still a little wet, and assumed it contained small fish and shrimp from the river, or some wild vegetables that had just been dug up. I kindly helped him take a look first, so that he wouldn't be kicked out by the purchasing department for bringing useless stuff. In recent months, supplies have been extremely scarce, and the purchasing department has been unable to procure anything outside of the planned supply, leaving everyone in a bad mood. Knowing the other party meant well, Ding Jiangguo handed over the cloth bag, adding, "Okay, comrade. It's a bit heavy, you'll have to put in some effort." The saleswoman smiled and nodded, then reached out and took the cloth bag. It was indeed quite heavy, probably weighing about 20 pounds. Curious, she opened the bag and looked inside. The man froze for a moment, then looked at Ding Jiangguo with a serious expression and said, "You didn't steal from my house, did you?" Ding Jiangguo smiled and waved his hand, explaining, "Comrade, don't worry. My family asked me to handle this. Our family is the only one from our village living in the city, so they asked me to bring it over to learn about the situation here." "Where are your parents? Why aren't they here?" the saleswoman asked, still somewhat puzzled. "My parents passed away from a work injury last year. Although I am young, I am of a relatively high seniority in the village, and it is convenient for me to handle matters in the city, so I took the initiative to take on this responsibility." Ding Jiangguo explained slowly, "Comrade, do you accept these? If not, I'll go ask the purchasing department at the steel plant," he said, making a gesture as if to take the item back. The saleswoman quickly pulled the bag back forcefully and hurriedly said, "Take it, take it. We'll definitely take it. This is meat." Their family is quite well off, but they still get a pitifully small amount of meat each month. She bought so much meat for the supply and marketing cooperative this time, it's not unreasonable for her to buy a pound for herself, is it? Thinking of this, she warmly led Ding Jiangguo towards the supply and marketing cooperative's office area. "Come with me, I'll take you to the director, he'll definitely give you a satisfactory price." Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangguo was overjoyed. It was like a godsend, as his original plan was to talk directly to the person in charge here. He followed closely behind, carrying a cloth bag, and walked into the office area, which was a two-story white brick building. The first floor has individual rooms, a purchasing and transportation department, a sales department, a general affairs department, a warehouse, and a small canteen. Along the way, everyone she met greeted the saleswoman, and from their address, she learned that the saleswoman's name was Wang Li. Watching her walk and casually respond to others, Ding Jiangguo thought that Wang Li probably had some kind of background. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the director's office on the second floor. Wang Li casually pushed the door open and went in. "Uncle, I have good news for you." Ding Jiangguo was also taken aback. Sure enough, she was someone with connections. No wonder everyone was so polite to her. "Lily, I've told you many times, you should use titles when you're at work." A gentle middle-aged male voice came from inside. "Hey, young comrade, come in quickly," she said, turning back and tugging at Ding Jiangguo's sleeve. Ding Jiangguo quickly followed her inside and stood behind Wang Li. At this moment, a middle-aged man who was slightly bald and a little overweight, sitting in a chair, looked at his niece with a puzzled expression. Wang Li quickly stood between the two and introduced them. "Young comrade, this is my uncle, the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. You can just call him Director Chen." "This young comrade is." "My name is Ding Jiangguo," Ding Jiangguo quickly replied. "Uncle, this is Comrade Ding Jiangguo. He came here on behalf of the village to ask if they buy wild boar meat. If you want to buy it, he can go back to the village and have someone bring the meat over. If they don't accept it, he'll go ask the purchasing department at the steel mill." "Accept it? How can we not accept it? What are you saying, girl?" Upon hearing that this was good news, Director Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. He strode up to Ding Jiangguo and warmly shook his hand. "Jiangguo, I'll take all the meat you brought. These are all the things you brought today, right?" Director Chen said, looking at the small cloth bag on Ding Jiangguo's shoulder. Ding Jiangguo smiled and handed over the cloth bag, adding, "Uncle Chen, take a look and see if it meets the standards of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." Hearing Ding Jiangguo call him Uncle Chen, he was taken aback, but he didn't show it on his face. He nodded inwardly, thinking to himself, "This kid is quite clever. No wonder I sent him out on this mission." Director Chen took Ding Jiangguo's small cloth bag, felt its weight, and confirmed it was indeed 20 pounds. He then opened the bag and looked inside. I was overjoyed. It was definitely wild boar meat, and judging by the width of the meat, it must have been a wild boar weighing over 400 pounds. However, he then realized that the price was hard to calculate. It could sell for at least $3 on the black market. Their Supply and Marketing Cooperative couldn't afford to buy it at such a high price. They wouldn't be able to explain it to their superiors. So, he looked at Ding Jiangguo with some hesitation. "Jiangguo, this meat is good. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative will definitely buy it, but the price can't compare to the black market. We can only offer 1.4 yuan per jin." After hearing this, Ding Jiangguo stared at the small cloth bag with a troubled expression, standing there quietly without saying a word. Seeing Ding Jiangguo's expression, Director Chen, fearing the prize was about to slip away, added fuel to the fire. "Although the price offered is not high, we can give you some tickets as a subsidy. Or you could exchange it for some things from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." Ding Jiangguo wasn't in it for the money, so he readily agreed, "All right. For Uncle Chen's sake, I'll sell the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." "Forget about the money, Uncle Chen. Do you think we could exchange it all for grain or cloth?" Director Chen thought for a moment and said, "We don't have much grain in our warehouse, so how about this? Seeing how hard it is for our farmers, I'll sell you 100 jin of sweet potatoes at 2 mao per jin. I'll even cover the food coupons for you this time. 20 catties of wild boar meat at 1 yuan and 40 cents a catty, that's 28 yuan in total. Subtract the 20 yuan from the 100 catties of sweet potatoes, and there are 8 yuan left. We happen to have some flawed fabric left in the warehouse. Do you want it? No coupon needed, it's 25 cents a foot," Director Chen said with a smile. Ding Jiangguo didn't stand on ceremony. "Then I'll trouble you, uncle. I'll go pick out some fabric now." Director Chen was very pleased to see that Ding Jiangguo was not being polite, and immediately led him to the warehouse to look at the fabric. Actually, Ding Jiangguo didn't know much about these things either, but Wang Li, who was with them, enthusiastically recommended them to him. After browsing for a while, Ding Jiangguo chose one of the horses recommended by Wang Li and had it tailored. He then prepared to go find the old man to come and take the things away. After Director Chen found out, he pretended to be displeased. "Jiangguo, you still don't treat me like your uncle. Why would you need to go to Uncle Ban when you're with me? Lily, go and call Xiao Li over here." "Okay, uncle, I'll go get him right now," Wang Li replied and then rushed out. Ding Jiangguo and Director Chen chatted idly in the warehouse. Director Chen became increasingly frustrated as they talked. This kid was very shrewd. After chatting for so long, he hadn't gotten any useful information out of him. Just then, a young man ran over. "Director, you wanted to see me?" "Okay. Xiao Li, now you go with Comrade Jiangguo to deliver something. Remember to provide excellent service, understand?" Director Chen said with a serious expression. He knows all too well the bad habits of those people below him. If you don't take them seriously, they won't pay attention and they'll easily cause you trouble. When Ding Jiangguo saw that people had arrived, he quickly stood up and said, "Uncle, I'll be going now. I'll come to see you again in a few days." Director Chen immediately understood what he meant, and stood up with a smile to see him to the door. "Jiangguo, remember to come and visit your uncle when you have time." Ding Jiangguo readily agreed, and then led Xiao Li and the other man to move all the things onto the tricycle outside. After moving his things, Ding Jiangguo went into the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and bought a pack of Dakium and cigarettes, a box of matches, and 3 bottles of Zifeng liquor. When I came out, I took advantage of the fact that no one was around and put the contents of the package into my storage space, leaving only one package in my pocket. At this moment, Xiao Li was already waiting at the entrance of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. When he saw Ding Jiangguo come out, he quickly greeted him. "Comrade, over here." Ding Jiangwo quickly ran over and said apologetically, "Comrade, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Xiao Li quickly said, "It's all right. I just came out too. Where do we go now?" Xiao Li dared not give Ding Jiangwo a hard time. Judging from the way Director Chen was so warm towards Ding Jiangwo, he guessed that the other party either had a powerful background or was a relative of the director, and he dared not offend him. Ding Jiangwo pointed to the west of the city and said, "Just send it to that crooked tree outside the west gate." "Okay, Comrade Jiangwo, get in the car. We'll set off now." Ding Jiangwo stepped onto the back of the truck bed. Xiao Li turned around to make sure the other man was seated before pedaling hard. The tricycle sped through the alleys and soon reached the western part of the city, arriving at its destination. When they arrived at the crooked tree, Xiao Li helped put a large bag of sweet potatoes and a batch of cloth in a slightly cleaner place. After finishing his work, he turned to ride away on his bicycle. At that moment, Ding Jiangwo quickly stepped forward, stuffed a pack of Dakium and cigarettes into his hand, and said with a smile, "I got this from my uncle. I don't smoke, so it's a waste to keep it. Please get rid of it, brotherly." Xiao Li was about to politely offer the cigarette back, but Ding Jiangwo was not about to accept it. After much persuasion, Xiao Li reluctantly accepted the gift and then happily rode away on his bike. Watching the other person's back disappear into the city, Ding Jiangwo looked around and, finding no one there, quickly put everything into his spatial storage. Then he slowly walked towards Wang Mei's house. He really wants to know how Wang Mei's family is doing now. After walking for a while, we arrived at the gate of the compound. There we saw a crowd of people gathered outside, along with two people wearing peaked caps. The onlookers were all talking amongst themselves. "I never expected that Wang Mei and his whole family would be arrested. They deserved it." "Keep your voice down, aren't you afraid that thug Wang Mei will hear you and cause you trouble?" said one of the kind-looking middle-aged women. Another older woman looked disdainful and deliberately spoke even louder. "What are you afraid of? You don't know, do you? He and his two good brothers are going to be executed and won't be coming back." A woman who looked like a young married woman looked around before whispering, "Aren't his parents still alive? That Lu Xianhua is not someone to be trifled with. If you offend her, she can stand at your doorstep and curse you for 3 days and 3 nights, without repeating herself." At this moment, another young man next to them looked at them with a smug expression. "Don't be afraid, my cousin works at the police station. He said that Wang Uki and the other man won't be coming back either. Both of them will be sent to the northwest for labor reform. With their physical condition, whether they can survive is another matter." An elderly man with white hair, who also seemed very experienced, looked at the crowd. "Don't worry, they definitely won't survive. 2 years ago, 10 criminals were arrested in the city. They had been sent to labor camps in the northwest. I heard that some of them are no longer around. Can their bodies compare to those of young people? They definitely won't survive. Do you know what kind of work we do there?" The white-haired leader looked at the people surrounding him with a smug expression. Seeing that everyone was shaking their heads, indicating they didn't know, they realized they didn't know either. He then slightly raised his head and said, "I heard that those who have been going there recently are responsible for quarrying, building bridges, and paving roads. I heard from a legless convict who came back from there that he had seen people die from overwork, from illness, from being crushed to death by quarrying, and from being beaten to death by other prisoners." Everyone was terrified when they heard this. They realized they really couldn't break the law, and that was it. They were sent there and that was it. Ding Jiangwo hid in the crowd and watched as 2 men in police hats came out of the house, put up a seal on the house, got into a sidecar and left. He shook his head, turned and went home, sighing inwardly, "Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be escaped." Not only Ding Jiangwo was in a good mood today, but Zheng Daniel was also in a good mood. Zheng Daniel had never felt so triumphant as he did today. The story begins in the morning. Early this morning, Zheng Daniel got up and tied a cloth bag containing 100 jin, 50 kilograms, of pork to the back seat of his bicycle. They also specially placed a half-meter-long piece of pork on top of the cloth bag and tied it together. He circled the bicycle once, but felt it wasn't eye-catching enough. Then he took out 2 pieces of pork, each weighing 2 pounds, from the cloth bag and hung them on either side of the front of the cart. After finishing, he checked it several times before finally riding his bicycle to work, satisfied. Zheng Daniel is determined to be the coolest guy in the machinery factory today. Whether he's handsome or not is unknown, but Zheng Daniel is destined to be the center of attention today. His attire was like riding a bicycle in modern times. 2 large gold chains hung from the front of the car, and another large gold chain was tied to the back seat, achieving the same effect. Sure enough, he was immediately stopped by someone as soon as he stepped out. "Zheng Daniel! Zheng Daniel! Wait for me!" Zheng Daniel recognized the voice and turned around to look. Seeing that it was an acquaintance from the compound, he parked his car and smiled as the other person approached, secretly pleased with himself, thinking, "So you've finally got to ask me for help." The person who just called him is Gu Yuan, who works at the department store. Because the area has abundant supplies, they distribute a lot of things, and there's a chance to buy good items in advance. He often liked to show off his abilities in the courtyard, and he was quite arrogant. If we bump into each other, we just nod or walk past without saying hello. Once, his wife overheard Shang Qiang saying in the yard that the department store had a few defective items for sale, and anyone who wanted to buy them could contact him. That evening, I went to his house when I got back. I probably only brought 2 eggs with me, and he said they were all sold out. He thought it was true and didn't take it seriously. He left 2 eggs and walked away. Unexpectedly, a few days later, his wife told him that several people in the yard who had arrived later than him had also bought cloth from Gu Yuan. My wife was angry about this for a long time. Zhang Daniu, are you going to work? Gu Yuan greeted him with a smile. He got incredibly excited when he saw so much pork. Recently, their company is preparing to promote someone to deputy section chief in their department. Everyone had their eyes on this position, and he was no exception. Despite his arrogant demeanor in the courtyard, he's just an ordinary employee in his department with no connections whatsoever. When he saw the truckload of pork, he couldn't contain his excitement. If I give the boss 5 kilograms of this tonight, wouldn't I have a chance to be promoted to deputy section chief this time? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, so he rode faster and faster. To prevent Zhang Danny from leaving, he even suddenly surged ahead of him. Zhang Danny said in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, so it's Comrade Gu." He continued riding his bike around the other person, preparing to leave. Gu Yuan hadn't expected the other party to have this attitude. He immediately felt resentful. After all, he worked at a department store, and so many people in the compound fawned over him. However, seeing that the other party had actually left, he hurriedly rode his bike after him and rode alongside Zhang Daniu. "Zhang Daniu, didn't you say you wanted to buy fabric last time? Now the department store has received another batch of defective fabric. I came here specifically to tell you, didn't I? How about that? Am I a good brother?" Gu Yuan said, spouting nonsense with a sincere expression. Seeing his face, Zhang Daniu felt disgusted and, remembering what had happened before, decided to tease him. "Is this true? That's wonderful. Then give me a bolt of cloth. It just so happens that our family hasn't had any new clothes made in a long time." Upon hearing that the other party wanted cloth, Gu Yuan felt he could control them and continued, "Leave this to me. However, you also know that this cloth isn't so easy to get. How about this? You have so much meat in your truck. Leave me 10 pounds, and I'll give you a discount of 1 yuan and 50 cents per pound. I'll use all that money to buy you cloth. How about that?" After Gu Yuan finished speaking, he was a little smug. He made some plans in his mind. After getting these 10 pounds of meat, 5 pounds will be given to the leader, and the remaining 5 pounds will be used to exchange for the cheapest, flawed fabric in the warehouse for this fool. I'm so smart to use other people's things to do my own thing. Zhang Daniel looked him up and down as if he were a fool, then turned and rode away on his bicycle without looking back. "Zhang Daniel, don't go. This is such a good thing. If it weren't for the fact that we've been neighbors for so many years, I wouldn't have helped you." "Hey, Zhang Daniel, I told you to stop. Did you hear me?" Gu Yuan shouted as he chased after him on his bicycle. But there were too many people riding bikes to work, and he couldn't keep up at all, watching Zhang Daniel get further and further away from him. Knowing he couldn't catch up, he could only angrily turn around and leave. Zhang Daniel secretly rejoiced when he saw the other person chasing him until he was covered in sweat and finally left in anger. "Serves you right for looking down on me." Zhang Daniel rode his bicycle with his head tilted back, slowing down as he headed towards the machinery factory. On the way to the machinery factory, he would intentionally ring the bell on the front of the vehicle every now and then. This immediately attracted the attention of many people. When they saw Zhang Daniel pulling a truck full of meat, they all cast envious glances at him. Some people couldn't help but come over and ask, "Comrade, which supply and marketing cooperative are you going to?" The other party assumed Zhang Daniel was a purchasing agent from a supply and marketing cooperative. They thought that now that they knew the location, they would go buy meat first and then go to work. "The meat processing plant ran out of meat last month, so if I can buy some meat, even if I'm late today, it's worth it." "Not the supply and marketing cooperative. I'm a purchasing agent from the machinery factory. This is for the factory," Zhang Daniu said blankly. So many people asked him for directions that he was initially quite pleased with himself, but then he got so many questions that his mouth went dry from talking about it. Seeing a large number of people who didn't know the truth gathering around him, he quickly sped up and rode towards the factory. "Isn't that procurement officer Zhang? Yeah, look. What's all that in his car? It's all pork. Really, it's all pork. It seems like a lot of people are crowding around him. Could they be trying to steal our factory's pork? Look, isn't that Director Wan from the logistics department of the glass factory next door? Quick, let's go help them. We can't let other factories steal our pork." Upon hearing the news, the factory workers all rushed towards Zhang Daniu's location. They shielded Zhang Daniu in the middle, keeping the crowd outside, and rushed towards the machinery factory. The factory workers who came to help all had proud smiles on their faces. Workers from other factories cast envious and jealous glances their way. Zhang Daniu, who was being protected by everyone, couldn't stop smiling. He never imagined that one day he would be escorted to work by so many workers. How prestigious this must be. It's a pity my wife and mother didn't see it, otherwise they would admire me so much. Thankfully, his mother wasn't there, otherwise several brooms would have been broken. If he were to attract attention by being so ostentatious, how would he explain all this? Finally, escorted by a group of co-workers, Zhang Dania safely entered the machinery factory. As soon as he entered the machinery factory, he was surprised to see Section Chief Huang, who didn't like him. He actually came over to shake his hand, and even patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Done Niu. Well done. I've known for a long time that you're a very capable comrade. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You did a great job this time, keep up the good work. I'll definitely recommend you for the year-end awards." Zhang Daniel looked on with a puzzled expression as he watched this unfamiliar Section Chief Huang put on his show. At this moment, a fat man standing nearby also came over and shook Zhang Dania's hand. "Comrade Zhang, you have done a good job. Keep up the good work in the future." When Zhang Dania saw that the visitor was Director Zhang from the logistics department, he excitedly shook the other's hand. "Please rest assured, Director Zhang, I will definitely continue to work hard to do a good job in procurement. This is Director Zhang, rumored to have a powerful background. He's set to become the factory's third deputy director next year. If he gets noticed by someone like that, he might actually have a chance to be promoted to deputy section chief in the future." People around him thought he was stubborn, inflexible, and didn't know how to please his superiors. That's because he has always looked down on Section Chief Huang, who only knows how to flatter and fawn. Director Zhang chatted with the surrounding workers for a while with a smile before leaving. He came here today to let the factory workers know. As the head of the logistics department, he still cared a lot about everyone's meals. Zhang Dania was able to procure so much pork despite the severe shortage of supplies because of his emphasis on it. Last month, due to a severe shortage of oil and food and a heavy workload, many workers began to become disgruntled. But now the meat processing plant isn't supplying meat either, so where else can he get meat? He knew that if things continued like this, the workers would have a lot of complaints, and it could even directly affect production. If he doesn't handle the logistics well, he might not be able to get the position of deputy factory director next year. He had been having a headache over this matter for the past 2 days, but unexpectedly, Zhang Dania brought a pleasant surprise. At least this month, the workers have been able to eat meat, which can temporarily appease them. If I just persevere for a few more months, everything will be much easier once I become the deputy factory director. I need to find some time later to have a good talk with this Zhang Daniu. He was asked to bring meat to the factory once or twice every month thereafter. That should allow me to smoothly become the deputy factory director after the new year. By this time, several kitchen helpers had already unloaded all the pork from the truck. They helped carry it to the warehouse to be weighed and registered. The pork weighed exactly 100 jin, 50 kilograms. Zhang Dania took the slip of paper and went to the finance department to collect the money. When the people in the finance department saw Zhang Dania come in, they all looked up and greeted him with smiles. Finance department chief Cai praised him generously, saying, "Xiao Zhang, you're really amazing. You managed to get 100 caddies of pork all at once. Yesterday I ran into Oldley from the glass factory next door, and he was bragging to me that he had stir-fried vegetables with pork cracklings for lunch. He was so proud of himself. Thanks to you today, we can all have some nice, white pork for lunch. When I see him tomorrow, I'm going to say something to him too. What's so great about pork cracklings? We still have pork to eat." Zhang Daniel quickly and modestly replied, "It's all luck, luck. Not bad, not bad. Not arrogant or impatient. Here's your money, it's 150 yuan in total, count it." Section Chief Cai put away the slip of paper and handed the money to Zhang Daniu. "Thank you, Section Chief Cai." Zhang Dania took the money, counted it in his hand to make sure the number was correct, then thanked him and left. Zhang Daniel left the finance office and headed towards the purchasing department office. When he entered the office, everyone crowded around him, uttering flattering words, but their eyes held more envy and greed. "Brother Niu, you're really something. You did something big without making a sound. If there are any more good things like this in the future, remember to take me with you. I haven't figured out what to buy this month yet. Brother Niu, don't forget me. I haven't finished my task from last month yet." Zhang Dania smiled and exchanged a few perfunctory words with them before returning to his seat. He knew these people too well, none of them were good people. Their enthusiasm was simply a ploy to say a few nice words and extract information about their procurement channels. Especially those two who just told me to take them under my wing, they're complete ingrates. When those two first joined the company, I led them from village to village. But after they finished their apprenticeship, instead of being grateful, they told everyone that they had been used by the two men for nothing. These two were able to get promoted so quickly entirely because of him. Now they still have the nerve to stick around. He wants to slap them across the face. Just as Zhang Dania was lost in thought, the door to the section chief's office opened. Section Chief Huan waved to Zhang Dania with a warm smile. "Daniu, come in here for a moment, there's some work for you to do." "Okay, Section Chief Huan, I'll be right there." With that, he got up and walked towards the section chief's office. It seems that Zhang Daniu was getting better. "Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lin, weren't you Zhang Daniu's apprentices before? From now on, you'll have to get along well too." Xiao Zhang and Xiao Lin looked at each other, smiled awkwardly, and remained silent. "Daniu, sit down." When Section Chief Huang saw Zhang Daniu come in, he quickly invited him to sit down and personally got up to pick up the kettle to pour him some water. Zhang Daniu dared not be presumptuous. He immediately took the kettle, filled Section Chief Huang's cup to the brim, and then poured water into his own cup. Section Chief Huang nodded in satisfaction when he saw how sensible Zhang Daniu was. He smiled, opened the drawer, took out several cloth coupons and 10 yuan, and handed them to Zhang Daniu. "Big brother, you've really made our purchasing manager proud this time. This is a reward from our department. It's not much, just 10 feet of cloth coupons and 10 yuan. Take it to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some cloth and make yourself a new outfit. You've worked hard these past few days, but I hope you won't relax and will continue to work hard to purchase more unplanned supplies for the factory, especially meat." "Okay, thank you for your encouragement, Section Chief Huang. I will definitely work hard." Zhang Dania was pleasantly surprised as he accepted the tickets and money. He happened to be short of fabric, and since he had some, he decided to make one for his mother and one for his wife. "All right, Director Zhang just told you to come to his office when you get back. He needs to talk to you," Section Chief Huang relayed with a smile. "Okay, Section Chief Huang, I'll be right there." "Okay, go ahead." Section Chief Huang waved his hand gently. After leaving Section Chief Huang's office, Zhang Daniu immediately headed towards Director Jian's office. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Daniu arrived at the door of Director Jian's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." The knocking had barely stopped when Director Jian's voice came from inside. "Director Jiang, hello. Our section chief said you needed to see me?" Zhang Dania gently pushed open the door and went in. "Oh, it's Daniu. Come in and have a seat." Director Jiang stood up from his chair and warmly invited him to sit down next to him. He picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, took one out, and handed it to Zhang Daniu. "Daniu, have one." Zhang Dania took the cigarette but didn't smoke it right away. Instead, he first took out a match to light Director Jian's cigarette, and then lit his own. "Great job, Daniu. Here's your reward for this." As Director Jiang spoke, he took out a few tickets from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Daniu. "Director Jiang, this is all I should do, how can I accept a reward?" Zhang Daniu quickly declined. "Daniu, don't worry about taking it. I never mistreat my own people," Director Jiang said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Zhang Dania noticed the change in Director Jiang's tone and stopped pretending, quickly accepting the gift with both hands. He glanced at the package and saw a Class A liquor coupon, 2 Class A cigarette coupons, and a 5 gin, 2.5 kilograms, oil coupon, then thanked them again. "Daniu, a comrade with strong abilities like you should take on more responsibilities so that the factory can give you more tasks in the future." After saying this, Director Jiang looked at Zhang Daniu and continued. "Daniu, could you get another 100 gin of meat this month to give the factory workers some extra oil?" Just now, Zhang Dania was overjoyed when he heard that he would be given more responsibilities, and couldn't help but agree. But his expression quickly became hesitant again. Thinking about how that person treated him yesterday, he couldn't guarantee anything. Seeing his expression, Director Jiang knew there was hope, so she continued. "If you're having any difficulties, just tell me. As long as it doesn't violate any principles, I'll support you." Zhang Dania thought for a moment, then cautiously replied. "Director Jiang, I will do my best to purchase meat for the factory. Even if I can't purchase meat in the end, I will try to purchase some grain." Director Jian's expression began to darken. He was not satisfied with Zhang Daniu's answer. Zhang Daniu's implication was that he might not be able to procure meat. After thinking for a moment, Director Jiang laid it all out on Zhang Daniu's mind. "Daniu, you should know my character as well. No one who works for me has ever been treated unfairly. You should know how your section chief Huan got promoted. I don't care where the meat comes from, as long as you can buy meat twice a month from now on, at least 100 jin each time. When I get promoted next year, I'll promote you to deputy section chief." Since the leader had put it that way, Zhang Dania dared not refuse any longer. "I could only say, okay, I'll try my best to communicate with them. If there's anything I can't resolve, I'll come back to you for help." "That's right. Go for it. If there's anything you can't solve, come find me." At this moment, Director Zhang smiled again and started talking to Zhang Daniu. Zhang Daniu chatted with Director Zhang inside for a while before getting up to leave. Watching Zhang Daniu's departing figure, Director Zhang was in a great mood, having just been persuaded by both soft and hard tactics. Unexpectedly, they learned that the other party could not only obtain meat, but also a large amount of gluten powder. Both of these are good things. If we give some to our old leaders, wouldn't that make our promotion to Deputy Factory Director next year even more secure? He was also very curious about where Zhang Daniu got these things from. However, he was smart enough not to ask, because some things are more dangerous the more you know. As long as Zhang Daniu can get the items back, that's all that matters. He doesn't need to know where they came from, and it's none of his business if something happens to them someday. Ding Jiangwo returned to the courtyard house and looked around, finding no one there. He then used his divine sense to investigate the situation at home and found that his fourth sister was in the inner room. He immediately placed two 50-pound bags of cornmeal, a 10-pound bag of cured meat, and 2 cans of milk powder at the doorway. He then shouted into the inner room, "Fourth sister, come out and help." "Coming, coming." Ding Menzu hurriedly ran out of the house. She saw the 4 cloth bags next to her brother and knew what was inside. She immediately picked up a cloth bag and went inside. Ding Jiangwo also carried 2 cans of milk powder inside. After Ding Menzu carried the remaining items inside. Looking at the things that were moved in, I felt very good. With this grain, our lives will be much easier from now on. Ding Jiangwo pointed to the things next to him. "Fourth sister, let's cut some cured meat and cook it tonight. There's also milk powder, everyone makes a cup to drink every day." Ding Menzu was in a good mood and agreed. "What you earn is your decision." Ding Jiangwo rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "That's not what you said last night. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable, it changes in an instant, and you'll never understand it. Never mind, business is more important." Ding Jiangwo looked at Ding Menzu and told her about his plans for tomorrow. "Fourth sister, I'm thinking of taking some food back to visit Grandpa and Grandma tomorrow. What do you think? Do you want me to come back with you?" Ding Menzu asked while packing the food. Ding Jiangwo shook his head. "No need, I can just take Uncle Niu's donkey cart back to the village outside the city. Uncle Niu is a disabled person from the next village. I heard that he fought against the Japanese in the past and lost an arm, so he couldn't do many jobs and didn't want to be a freeloader in the village. He raised a donkey and used it to ferry people from several nearby villages to and from the city every day to make a living. People don't need to pay money when they get on the bus, they just need some food. For example, a handful of soybeans, 2 sweet potatoes, a few handfuls of wild vegetables, and sometimes cornbread. Alright, I'll go prepare the food for you now, and I'll accompany you to wait for the carriage outside the city tomorrow morning." After saying that, Ding Menzu took out a small cloth bag and started filling it with cornmeal. Seeing that everything was alright, Ding Jiangwo went back to his room to prepare his things. He returned to the house and entered the space. "First, pour out half of the brown sugar you bought earlier and wrap it in parchment paper." Why not give him a whole can? Because he knew his grandparents definitely wouldn't accept it. They also wrapped some candy, peanuts, biscuits, a 2-pound piece of pork belly, and a 5-pound piece of cured pork separately in oil paper. He estimated in his mind that giving them another 50 caddies of cornmeal and 100 caddies of sweet potatoes should be about right. After finishing his work, he exited the space, lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Dinner time came quickly. The family sat together happily and ate dinner. "Tonight, my fourth sister actually sliced some cured pork and made a stew." During meals, each person would put 2 slices in their bowl to taste. Ding Jiangwo thought to himself that there was still a long way to go to improve his family's meals. While he was still marveling at this, his third sister said mysteriously to everyone, "Do you know what?" Jianjun said directly, "What do you know?" "Third sister, how would we know if you don't tell us?" Ding Kaiuju glared at him before saying, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I was just about to tell you. That Wang Meizi was actually an enemy agent, his whole family was arrested last night." Fourth sister and Jianjun asked curiously, "Third sister, what happened? He was fine last night, how did he get arrested?" While eating, Ding Kaiuju said, "I'm not really sure either. I just heard it from a coworker who lives near their house. He said that when he came to work in the morning, he saw that Wang Meizi's house had been sealed off. He asked around and found out that the police found a large amount of US dollars and a wireless telegraph machine at Wang Meizi's house last night. US dollars were also found in the homes of 2 of Wang Meizi's accomplices. The higher UPS have already given instructions that all 3 of them must eat peanuts today. Wang Meizi's parents are going to be sent to the far northwest for labor reform. That's wonderful. It's truly a blessing from heaven. Those bastards are never coming back, so we don't have to hide from them anymore." The fourth sister and her brother were overjoyed. Seeing his family so happy, Ding Jiangwo felt that all the trouble he had last night had been worthwhile. In contrast, Ding Jiangwo's family had a happy atmosphere. The atmosphere at one of the homes wasn't so pleasant. Zhang Daniel angrily threw his chopsticks on the table and stormed back to his room without eating. As soon as he got off work today, Zhang Daniel rode his bike home as fast as he could. Once home, he couldn't wait to share what had happened that day with his wife and mother. He felt that his mother would be very happy after hearing this, and that if he were promoted to deputy section chief, she would also have face. However, his mother's face turned ugly after hearing this, and she angrily questioned him why he was showing off like that. He was unhappy when he heard that. He thought, I have face, but doesn't my mother have face too? So the two started arguing. He got angry and didn't eat dinner, so he went straight back to his room. Grandma Wang never expected her son to talk back to her. The thought of all the tireless work I've done for this son and this family over the years fills me with a sense of loss. To help him keep his current job as a purchasing agent, I've been risking my own money these past few days to help him procure supplies. Feeling misunderstood makes me feel terrible, and I can't help but shed tears of grievance. Zhang Daniel's wife, Zhou Xiaolan, also didn't quite understand why her mother-in-law was angry. Seeing her mother-in-law crying, she couldn't help but sit down next to her, take her hand, and comfort her continuously. Grandma Wang sat there crying for a while, then stopped eating dinner, put down her chopsticks, and went back inside to lie down. Seeing that there was nothing she could do, Zhou Xiaolan could only go back to her room. Daniel, what's wrong with you today? How could you make your mother angry? You made her cry. Zhang Daniel remained silent, sulking with his head down. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her husband, Zhou Xiaolan went back to the outer room to have dinner with her son. In fact, Zhang Daniel now regrets that he had just lost his temper with his mother. He sat on the bed for a long time and finally decided to apologize to his mother. As soon as Zhang Daniel entered the room, he saw his mother lying on the bed, crying softly. His heart ached, and he immediately went to the bedside and knelt down. Mother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made you angry, please forgive me. Grandma Wang turned around, her back to him, and remained silent. Zhang Daniel didn't say anything, he just knelt there without moving. The two of them remained in a stalemate. As time ticked by, Grandma Wang finally felt sorry for her son. I couldn't bear to see him kneeling there. She could only slowly turn around, look at her son kneeling on the ground, and sigh softly. Get up. You're a father now. What kind of behavior is it to kneel down all the time? Zhang Daniel breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his mother was willing to speak, and quickly stood up. Perhaps because he had been kneeling for a while, his legs were a little sore and numb, and he stumbled and fell down again. Seeing this, Aunt Wang hurriedly got off the bed and helped him sit on the chair next to her. How are you? Let your mother see if you've hurt yourself. As he spoke, he rolled up the other person's trouser leg, anxiously checking it over and over again, muttering to himself. You're such a grown-up, how can you be so careless and not take care of yourself? What will you do after I'm gone? Seeing his anxious mother and her increasingly gray hair, Zhang Daniel couldn't help but speak. Mother, why has your hair turned so white? I don't remember having that many gray hairs before. After hearing Zhang Daniel's words, Aunt Wang stood up, smiled, and patted his head. What a child you are. You've grown up so much, and your mother must be getting old too. Seeing that Zhang Daniel seemed a little down, she continued to comfort him. Don't be sad, everyone gets old, it's the natural order of things. Daniel, your mother is getting old and doesn't know how much longer she can take care of you. You must learn to take good care of yourself and think twice before you act. Let me explain this to you in detail today. Think about it and see if it makes sense. The way you did it today has definitely made your superiors and colleagues look at you differently. You yourself also feel very proud. But have you thought about what to do about the subsequent procurement tasks? You've made so much meat this time, and you've been so high profile about it. Nobody knows the inside story, so they all think you're amazing and they all praise you. But are you sure you can get meat next time? What would you do if your boss told you that a friend of his also wanted to get some meat? You don't actually think that meat and high-gluten flour cost just over $1, do you? Mother, isn't that right? Zhang Daniel asked with a puzzled look. You're the purchasing agent yourself, don't you know what the market prices are for meat and grain right now? Aunt Wang said irritably. But, didn't you tell me all these prices? Zhang Daniel became more and more confused. I paid for that myself. If I don't help you get your things back, you'll be transferred to the warehouse to carry heavy loads. Grandma Wang had no choice but to tell him the truth. Mom, why didn't you just tell me? Zhang Daniel finally realized what was happening and complained. What's the use of telling you? With your personality, do you think you'd agree? Aunt Wang asked him back. Zhang Daniel knew that his mother was right. If he knew his family was paying out of their own pocket to complete the task, he would rather carry the heavy loads than agree to it. But thinking about what Director Zhang had told him today, he felt a little worried. Won't I offend Director Zhang? Aunt Wang said in an unfriendly tone, now this Director Zhang has his eye on you. If you handle his matter well, even if you don't get promoted to deputy section chief, you might get promoted to a second-level clerk. But if you don't handle things well, and it even affects his chances of becoming the deputy factory director next year, then he will definitely punish you severely. Probably not, Director Zhang seems like a very kind person, Zhang Daniel weakly defended. Grandma Wang didn't say anything, she just looked at him quietly, and the meaning was very clear. Do you believe what you're saying? Zhang Daniel felt a little guilty. Mother, what should we do now? Aunt Wang sighed helplessly. Now we can only take it one step at a time. I don't have a better solution for the time being. Zhang Daniel tentatively asked, Mom, how much did you spend on those things? Aunt Wang held up one finger and whispered, a big yellow croaker. What? Mom, how come you still have that thing? Zhang Daniel looked at his mother with a surprised expression. This was traded with someone before liberation. It was originally meant to be kept so that we could use it as an emergency in case things really got tough. If it weren't for this matter, I wouldn't have taken action. You can earn money back if you lose money, but what use is this stuff if something happens to you? If we buy it with money, what's the price of a pound of pork? Zhang Daniel asked after thinking for a moment. He figured the price difference wasn't significant, so he discussed with his supervisor about raising the purchase price a bit and then adding some of his own money to see if he could get the job done. It used to be 3 yuan, I don't know now. I heard from that person the other day that things will definitely go up in price in the future. And that person also said last time that he would only exchange for large and small yellow croakers from now on, and not anything else, and Wang added after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daniel's face fell. There was nothing he could do, he simply didn't have that thing in his possession. Don't worry too much, Mom will help you figure something out. You should go back and rest. Aunt Wang decided to visit her old friends in the next couple of days to see if they still had any gold bars. If they still have gold bars, I can help them exchange them for grain and meat, and I can also make a profit from the price difference. This way, I can make up for the shortfall in my son's education and earn some extra money for household expenses. Thinking about this made her feel a little better. The next morning, Ding Jiangguo carried 20 jin of cornmeal on his back and hurried with his fourth sister to the crooked tree outside the West City. As soon as they left the city, they saw an old man with one arm sitting on a donkey cart under a crooked tree, smoking a pipe. Ding Menzu quickly led Ding Jiangguo over to greet him. Third master, good morning. Oh, it's Ding's fourth daughter. Are you going back today? Uncle Niu greeted her with a smile when he saw that she was an acquaintance. I'm not going back. My younger brother, Jiangguo, said he wants to go back to see his grandparents. He's still young, so I'd appreciate it if you could look after him on the way, third uncle. Thank you. After saying that, he handed the other person the 2 wild vegetable buns he had prepared that morning. Uncle Niu didn't stand on ceremony and took it directly into his pocket. Fourth sister, don't worry. I guarantee I'll get your Jiangguo to Dingjia village safely. All right. Jiangguo, you wait here. I'll take third master's car back later. I'll go back and get busy. After giving her instructions, Ding Menzu turned and went back. Ding Jiangguo said to Uncle Niu, Third master, I'm going to take a nap. Please wake me up when we get to Dingjia village. Uncle Niu, okay. I'll call you when we get there. Thank you, third master. After Ding Jiangguo finished speaking, he hugged the cloth bag, sat down in a seat further inside, and began to close his eyes to rest. Little Jiangguo, wake up. We've arrived at Dingjia village. Ding Jiangguo felt a little dizzy, as if someone was shaking him. He groggily opened his eyes and saw Uncle Niu, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, laughing and shaking his shoulder. Ding Jiangguo immediately got up, grabbed the cloth bag, got off the donkey cart, and walked towards the village. Because of the drought, the land is cracked, and the crops planted in the fields are wilted and half dead. Ding Jiangguo's grandparents lived at the end of the village. As he passed the old locust tree at the village entrance, he saw several elderly people sitting there with children, chatting idly. When they saw someone entering the village, they curiously came over and asked, Kid, why are you all alone? Hey, isn't this Jiangguo from the Dasen family? Someone quickly recognized Ding Jiangguo. Ding Jiangguo couldn't remember their names either, and kept saying, Ding Dasen is my grandfather. Hello, grandfathers and grandmothers. These people knew Ding Jiangguo's identity, and they all frowned. One of the white-haired old men patted Ding Jiangguo on the shoulder to comfort him. Jiangguo, don't worry, your uncles will find your grandparents. Ding Jiangguo seemed a little confused and asked with a bewildered expression, Aren't my grandparents home? Why are my uncles going to look for them? Jiangguo, don't you know? I didn't see your grandparents when I went to work yesterday. The captain asked your uncle to go home and look for them, and that's when he found out that the two of them had disappeared that morning. Later, the team leader organized a group of people to search in the mountains for a day, but they didn't find the person. Early this morning, your eldest and second uncles led all the men and their families into the mountains to continue the search. Sigh. This is all because of the food shortage. Deshan and his wife probably went into the mountains to save money for their family's food. If it doesn't rain soon, we'll probably have to go into the mountains. As they talked, the atmosphere became heavy. From their words, Ding Jiangguo could roughly guess what his grandparents were thinking. No wonder their grandparents brought them half a pound more food this month than last month. It turns out that the grandparents wanted to sacrifice themselves and leave the last of their food rations to the 4 siblings. He couldn't help but feel regret. He was still too late. If we had gone back with Uncle Shen Jiayuan's car yesterday, we might have been able to stop them from going up the mountain. But it's too late to say all that now. The most important thing is to find the person as soon as possible. Thinking that his grandparents' lives were in danger at any moment, Ding Jiangguo grabbed the bag and ran home frantically. He ran to a courtyard at the end of the village, pushed open the wooden door, walked into the house where his father used to live, closed the door, and quickly entered the space. Fortunately, I didn't spend all my money last time, and I still have 5,500 yuan left. He quickly opened a web page and bought supplies for searching for the missing person in the mountains. A complete wilderness survival kit, a compound bow, a butcher's knife, and a German shepherd, live animals sold in the shop, which can be added to your inventory. After buying the items, he immediately logged out of the space. Then, they went to their grandparents' room, took out their shirts from the closet, and put them into their storage space. I closed the door, went around to the back of the house, and headed straight for the mountains behind the village. Behind the village, the mountains stretch for hundreds of miles, layer upon layer, and are often frequented by various wild beasts, especially wild boars, which sometimes come down from the mountains and ravage the fields. The villagers called this mountain range Fanja Mountain. Once inside the mountains, he started letting the sheepdogs out, perhaps as goods from the mall. The sheepdog was very affectionate with him, wagging its tail and rubbing its face against his legs. Ding Jiangguo wasted no time and immediately brought his grandparents' shirts to its nose. Wang Ke, quickly smell the scent on the clothes and take me to a place with the same scent. Found it, I'll reward you with a bone. With that, Ding Jiangguo took out a bone and waved it in front of Wang Ke. When Wang Ke saw the bone, his mouth watered, and he barked excitedly before happily starting to work. It sniffed left and right with its nose, leading Ding Jiangguo through the mountains and forests. At first, you could still see traces of people walking by. An hour later, Ding Jiangguo gradually realized that the surrounding area was covered with dense weeds, making it very difficult for him to walk, and he was so tired that he felt a little exhausted. He found a relatively flat patch of grass to sit down and called Wang Ke back. He took a spare rib out of his spatial storage and tossed it to Wang Ke, then took out some bread and water and ate. After resting for about 10 minutes, he felt his strength had recovered considerably, so he prepared to get up and continue his journey. Just then, Wang Ke seemed to sense danger and started barking wildly in one direction. Ding Jiangguo immediately spread his divine sense to sense the surrounding situation, and soon he discovered that several wild boars were coming this way. The wild boar was in the direction he was heading. If you try to hide in the space, you don't know how long it will take to leave or how much time it will take. Finally, he decided to kill all the wild boars before continuing his journey. Ding Jiangguo looked up and estimated there were 10 in total, 2 large, 4 medium-sized, and 4 small, which should be a family. The largest one weighs over 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms, the medium-sized one weighs over 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms, and the smallest one weighs only about 30 jin, approximately 15 kilograms. Since it's been delivered to my door, it doesn't seem right not to accept it. I'll just give it a 5-star review. Ding Jiangguo first put Wang Ke back into his spatial storage. His current spiritual sense coverage range was only a little over 3 meters, and he didn't want Wang Ke to startle the wild boars. It darted around everywhere, and I couldn't catch them all. So he climbed up a big tree that the wild boar herd would pass by. He would wait until all the wild boars were within his spiritual range before making his move. Soon, one by one, the wild boars passed under Ding Jiangguo's feet. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 10 heads, perfect. Ding Jiangguo visually estimated that all the wild boars had entered his spiritual sense range, and immediately used his mind to control them. The pigs also noticed the abnormality and immediately began to squeal in panic. Ding Jiangguo doesn't have that much time to waste on them. He took out his butcher's knife and bled each pig one by one. The blood wasn't wasted, it was all collected in a large basin and stored in the storage space. Ding Jiangguo stood by, and as soon as someone stopped breathing, he would immediately put them into his spatial storage. Unfortunately, the current space level is too low to accommodate living creatures that are not from the mall. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, all 10 wild boars were taken into the space. The store immediately displayed a notification, listed items, wild boar, 10 heads, 1,250 jin. Suggested selling price, 12,500 yuan. Is it available for immediate sale? No, no, no. Ding Jiangguo quickly refused to sell. Wouldn't it be better to save the pork to exchange for gold bars or a new job? After dealing with the wild boars, Ding Jiangguo released Wang Ke to continue seeking his grandparents. A man and his dog searched everywhere in the jungle. After more than 2 hours, they finally found some scraps of cloth under a big tree, with blood stains on them. Judging from the way the blood has congealed, it must have happened last night. I just don't know how badly the person was injured. The sun is about to set, and it's probably past 4 in the afternoon. It will be dark soon, and then it will be even harder to find. Every minute I linger here increases the danger to my grandparents. Ding Jiangguo grew increasingly anxious. He immediately threw away the rag in his hand and urged them on. Wang Ke, hurry up and search, we don't have much time left. Wang Ke seemed to sense its owner's anxiety, and it began to run as fast as it could. Ding Jiangguo followed closely behind the dog, his steps hurried, silently praying in his heart. Grandpa and Grandma, you absolutely cannot be hurt. You must wait for me. Old man, how are you feeling now? A hoarse female voice echoed in the damp cave. I'm fine. Old woman, it's just a scrape. How are you? Another somewhat weak male voice replied. The two people speaking at this moment were none other than the grandparents that Ding Jiangguo was looking for. They looked rather miserable, covered in mud, and their faces and exposed hands and feet were scratched. Old man Ding was in a worse state. A tattered cloth was tied around his thigh, and there were still blood stains on the cloth, indicating that he was injured. With your incredible bravery, what could possibly happen to me? You even dared to mess with wild boars. Now look what happened. I couldn't stop you no matter what I said. The old lady looked at him with annoyance. Let me tell you, it wasn't that wild boar that ran fast. If I had thrown that stone, we would both have had meat to eat tonight, old Ding argued, sticking out his neck. All right, you're the best. Here, have some fruit. Let's whet our appetites. The old lady took out a few red fruits the size of bird eggs from her pocket and stuffed them into Old Man Ding's hand. I'm not hungry, you eat it yourself. Old Man Ding pushed the fruit back in a huff. You haven't eaten all day. Don't be irritable, the old lady said, stuffing the fruit back into Old Man Ding's hand. Didn't you hear me? I said I don't want to eat. Old Ding forcefully pushed away the hand that was offered to him. Perhaps because of the excessive force, the fruit scattered on the ground. Why are you throwing a tantrum? You're such a grown man, yet you act like a child. The old lady wasn't angry. She squatted down and picked up the fruit from the ground one by one. I'm really old, I can't even get a little food. I'm useless, I'm really useless. As Old Man Ding was talking, he suddenly started crying like a child. Old man, don't blame yourself. We are husband and wife, one and the same. Why distinguish between yours and mine? You've done so well all these years, the old lady said with a smile, trying to comfort her. I remember you were so strong-willed when you were young. How come you've learned to cry now that you're old? When you married me, I promised to treat you well and never let you suffer. But now, Old Ding lowered his head, his face full of self-reproach. It's all right. I'm content to have lived this long. If you hadn't saved me back then, I would have died long ago. Okay, don't think too much. Listen to me and eat something. The old lady, as if coaxing a child, wiped the fruit she had picked up from the ground clean on her clothes and handed it over. Old Ding remained seated with his head down, silent, like a child who had made a mistake. You old fool, if you don't eat, you'll starve to death. What am I supposed to do then? Who's going to collect my body? Do you want me to end up like Gi Hua, abandoned in the wilderness? They still want me to become food for those beasts after I die. Thinking of the tragic scene after Gi Hua's death, with no trace of her remains, Old Man Ding quickly took 2 fruits and put them in his mouth to eat. The old lady also sat down to the side and ate slowly, muttering to herself as she ate. Sigh. I don't know what will happen to the third brother's family in the future. Menzu is not on a fixed quota in the city. I wonder if the pound of cornmeal I sent will be enough for them to eat for a few more days. Unfortunately, we can no longer help them in the future. Old woman, don't think so much. We've done all we can. From now on, they'll have to rely on themselves. Old Ding tried to persuade him from the side. Old woman, watch the fire and don't let it go out. I'm going to get some sleep. There are a lot of animals tonight, so I'll keep watch. Okay, you get some sleep. Just as Old Man Ding was about to close his eyes and go to sleep, he suddenly heard animals making noises outside. He immediately stood up, picked up the wooden stick beside him, and stood in front of the old woman. Old woman, step back a bit, it looks like there's something outside. The old woman nodded, but did not step back. Instead, she gripped the wooden stick tightly in her hand and stood behind Old Man Ding. At that moment, she felt as if she were back on that night. He had done the same, shielding her behind him and driving away those thugs. She wasn't afraid at that moment. Instead, a rare smile of happiness appeared on her face. Wang Ke, you mean you found someone inside? Ding Jiangguo looked suspiciously at the area in front of him that was covered with vines. Wang Ke seemed to understand him and barked in dissatisfaction. Ding Jiangguo immediately spread his divine sense to check the surroundings and indeed found a cave behind the vines. However, his divine sense had a limited range, and he did not detect anyone inside. So he took a long stick and parted the vines in front of him. As he gradually parted the vines, he finally saw a hole wide enough for two people to pass through. Wang Ke arrived at the cave entrance at this moment, tilting its head back and looking at Ding Jiangwo with a smug expression. Two barks indicate, see? Your brother wasn't wrong. Ding Jiangwo gave it a light kick, speechless, get inside now, or the bones will be gone. Wang Ke immediately got up from the ground and led the way, barking loudly. As Ding Jiangwo spread his divine sense and walked inside, he shouted into the cave. Grandpa, Grandma, are they inside? Grandpa, Grandma, are they inside? Old woman, is someone calling us? Old Ding asked uncertainly. It really does seem like it, and why does that voice sound so familiar? The more the old lady listened, the more familiar the voice seemed. You also think this voice sounds familiar? I feel like it sounds a bit like the voice of Jiangwo. Grandpa, Grandma, are you inside? The voices grew clearer and clearer. Old Ding looked worried. This really is the founding of the nation. What should we do, old woman? The old lady originally wanted to suggest going inside and hiding, but the thought of Jian Guo not seeing them made him wonder if he would continue searching all over the mountains. There are so many wild animals here, what if we encounter one? She finally sighed, old man, let's go out. Otherwise, they'll keep looking for us. These mountains are so dangerous. What if something happens to them? Wouldn't all our previous efforts be for nothing? Old man Ding had no choice but to agree. Then the two of them walked out of the cave one after the other, shouting as they went, we're inside, we're going out now, don't come in. Upon hearing his grandparents' voices, Ding Jiangwo excitedly ran inside. Grandpa and Grandma, it's me, Jiangwo. At the same time, he didn't forget to put Wang Ke back into his spatial storage. Hearing their grandson running towards them, and worried that he might fall, the two quickened their pace and walked outside. Grandpa and Grandma, what happened to you? Ding Jiangwo felt a pang of sadness when he saw the two elderly people, dressed in tattered clothes and bearing injuries. When the old lady saw Ding Jiangwo come in, she quickly pushed aside Ding the old man. She went up to Ding Jiangwo, took his hand, and kept scolding him. You silly child, don't you know how dangerous it is? What are you doing running into the mountains? Ding Jiangwo smiled and said, Grandma, I'm fine. I've finally found you. Let's go home. The old lady hesitated for a moment and then said, no need, Grandpa and Grandma can find food here, that's fine. Don't worry, go back by yourselves. Ding Jiangwo didn't move, and continued to smile as he said, all right. I haven't been in the mountains for a long time either. I won't go back, it's fine for me to stay here with you all. The old lady was momentarily speechless. At this moment, old man Ding spoke up, Jiangwo, I know you miss us, but you know the current situation. Your grandmother and I have lived long enough. We are old and can't do much work or earn much food. Going back would just be a waste of food. You are still young, you should live well. Listen to me, go back. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go back into the cave. Ding Jiangwo understood what they meant and quickly spoke up to stop them, saying, Grandpa and Grandma, you don't need to worry about the food. I came back this time to tell you this good news. Come outside with me first, and I'll explain everything to you in detail. Old man Ding and his wife hesitated, fearing that Ding Jiangwo was lying to trick them into going out. Grandpa and Grandma, listen to this first. If you think it's not reliable, you can come back. I won't stop you then, okay? Ding Jiangwo seemed to have seen through their thoughts and continued to persuade them. The two old men exchanged a glance before reluctantly agreeing and following Ding Jiangwo out of the cave. The three of them left the cave and found a relatively flat place to sit down. Ding Jiangwo took out some bread with the packaging torn open and a military water bottle containing brown sugar water from his backpack and handed them to them. Only then did I prepare to make up a story for his parents. He didn't dare use the previous reason, because the two elders are not in good health right now. I'm afraid that my rhetoric will offend them. I'm also afraid they might not be able to accept it and might do something unpredictable. After all, speculation and profiteering are no small crimes in this era, not to mention working for the black market. His mind raced, and he immediately came up with an explanation that wasn't entirely reliable, but he figured the two elders would accept it. Ding Jiangwo looked at the two elders with a serious expression. Grandpa and Grandma, here's what happened. I saw an old man fall down outside the city a few days ago. So we asked a passerby to take the old man to the hospital for treatment. I never expected that the old man's son would be a high-ranking official, and that his family was very well off. After the old man woke up, he learned about our family's situation and gave us 70 caddies of cornmeal. To reassure his grandparents that they could live on in peace, he continued. To repay me for saving him, the old man arranged a job for my fourth sister at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. My fourth sister will soon be working at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and she will also have a fixed quota in the city. Once fourth sister starts working at the supply and marketing cooperative, she will have the opportunity to buy cheap grain from the government. From now on, we can bring food back to you, Grandpa and Grandma, every month. You will never have to go hungry again. The old lady listened and repeatedly said yes. Old Ding, beaming with joy, said, "Thank God." Seeing that the two elders had no suspicions and seemed to be in good spirits, Ding Jiangwo pressed his advantage. "So you don't need to worry too much about food. You all need to live well and take care of my great-grandchildren in the future. As you all know, my parents are gone. If you're not here either, there will be no one to take care of my child. I'll have to hire someone else to do it." "How can that be? How can we let someone else take care of our Ding family's great-grandson? Can someone else take good care of him?" The old lady immediately objected. Old man Ding quickly chimed in, "Yes, we'll bring it for you, no need for anyone else to bring it." Ding Jiangwo readily agreed, Okay. From now on, you can take care of my children. Don't worry about leaving them to us. Look at your uncles, your deceased father, they were all raised very well." The old lady tilted her head back with a smug look on her face. "Okay, Grandpa and Grandma, let's go back now. I brought back a lot of good stuff, so we can cook a nice meal tonight." Seeing that the time was right, Ding Jiangwo suggested that they go home together. The two elders now completely believe what Ding Jiangwo said and have agreed to go home with him. However, instead of immediately descending the mountain, they walked towards a mound of earth not far away. The three arrived at the mound of earth, and the old woman bowed towards it. "Oh Sman thus. You've worked hard your whole life, you should rest here in peace. I'll tell your sons about your situation so they don't need to worry." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, and the grass on the mound swayed in the wind, as if it were saying thank you to them. Ding Jiangwo didn't understand either, but he followed the old lady's example and bowed before going down the mountain with them. On the way back, Ding Jiangwo noticed that the old lady seemed very downcast and hesitant to speak. Old man Ding seemed to sense Ding Jiangwo's question. Then she explained, "Your grandma Giwa and we settled here in the same year. We've spent the most time together, and your grandma Giwa is a really nice person. She also argued with your grandma, but she doesn't hold grudges, doesn't gossip about people behind their backs, and is very kind-hearted. I remember that year, there was a period when all the work in the fields was finished. Your father was about to be born then, and we had a lot of money to spend. So I took your eldest uncle and second uncle to the city to repair a courtyard for someone. One afternoon, your grandmother was feeding the chickens in the yard by herself, heavily pregnant, when she accidentally fell and was about to give birth. It just so happened that your grandma Giwa was passing by and saw what was happening. She searched everywhere for people to come and help, and in the end, she managed to save your father. Your grandma has always kept this in mind. Actually, there was another reason for this trip into the mountains. I wanted to find your grandma Giwa. Her husband passed away early, and she probably wouldn't live long if she went into the mountains alone. We thought that if we could run into her, we would take care of her as a way of repaying the favor. But we didn't expect that we were still too late. When we arrived, all that was left were some bones and tattered clothes. In the end, we could only bury her, so that she could rest in peace." Ding Jiangwo felt very heavy-hearted after hearing this, and at the same time, he was also a little scared. If he had arrived any later, would his grandparents have ended up the same way? Everyone remained silent and hurried home with their heads down. Fortunately, going downhill is always easier and faster than going uphill. They didn't rest during their return journey and finally made it out of the mountains just as the sun was setting. On my way home, I saw villagers returning from work one after another. When they saw the two elders return, they all stepped forward with concern to inquire about the situation. The two elderly people smiled and expressed their gratitude for their concern. Ding Jiangwo, who was standing nearby, was also very perceptive. He took out some fruit candies and distributed them to the villagers who came to show their concern. These adults all said that Jiangwo had made something of himself, and that the two elders could now look forward to enjoying their retirement. Ding Jiangwo specially took out a handful of candy and gave it to the two older children. "Gua, go and call Grandpa Lu for me. Tell him my grandpa fell and hurt himself, and ask him to come and take a look." Grandpa Lu is the village's barefoot doctor. People from several surrounding villages would come to him for treatment if they had any minor illnesses or pains. His fees are very flexible. If you have money, give him some; if you don't, you can give him some food. Of course, this excludes the more expensive Western medicines. Tai Dan, go tell my eldest and second uncles that Grandpa and Grandma have been found. Okay, Uncle Jiangwo. The two children took the candy and ran off to deliver the message. Ding Jiangwo and his parents returned home together with the villagers. "Thank you for your concern, uncles, grandfathers, and grandmothers. My grandparents are a bit tired from staying on the mountain these past few days and need to rest, so they won't invite everyone in to sit down." Upon returning home, Ding Jiangwo repeatedly expressed his gratitude and urged the others to leave. Ding Jiangwo helped old man Ding back into the house, then went outside to fetch water for them so they could wash up. After fetching the water, he went back inside to prepare his things. After the two elders finished washing up and changed into clean clothes, they sat on the kong, a heated brick bed. Ding Jiangwo then took the things into their room. "These are 2 bottles of Zifeng liquor for you, Grandpa. It's cold in winter, so they can warm you up. Here are a few packs of Dakium and cigarettes, Grandpa, you can keep them too, they're not as strong." "You silly child, isn't it a waste to give such a good thing to this old man? Take it back and return the money." The old lady looked distressed and reached out to put the things back. Old Ding didn't dare to speak, but looked at the old lady with a somewhat resentful expression. "Grandma, this was a gift from someone, we can't return it, so Grandpa can keep it. And this is brown sugar, for Grandma. You can soak it in water and drink it. These are cookies and fruit candies, keep them to satisfy your cravings. This is 50 caddies of cornmeal, 5 caddies of pork belly, and 5 caddies of cured pork. Oh, right, there are also 2 pounds of roasted peanuts. Grandpa, you can keep them to have with your drinks. Where did you get so many things?" the old lady asked in confusion. "Some of these things I bought with my own savings. Some of them were given to me by that high-ranking official to repay me for saving his father," Ding Jiangwo hurriedly explained. After hearing this, the old lady felt relieved and put away the bag of grain. "Grandpa and Grandma, this cornmeal is enough. You can take everything else back with you." Ding Jiangwo pretended to be angry. "Grandma, there are still some left at home. These were specially brought to me by my 3rd and 4th sisters. If you don't want them, I'll throw them all away." Seeing that her grandson was so determined, the old lady stopped insisting. She turned her head and saw her husband grinning foolishly, which immediately made her angry. "Old man, what are you still grinning about? Hurry up and pack your things away, and prepare firewood to help with the cooking." "All right, I'll go chop firewood right now." Grandpa immediately got off the kong, a heated brick bed, put on his shoes, and headed to the yard. Grandma then put everything away one by one into the cupboard and locked it up. Seeing that the old lady had packed everything up, Ding Jiangwo moved closer to her and whispered, "Grandma, come with me, there are other things." "What's all this about? It's so mysterious." The old lady followed Ding Jiangwo into another room. After Ding Jiangwo saw his grandmother come in, he closed the door and pulled a large bag out from under the bed. He opened the bag and said, "Grandma, this is 100 jin of sweet potatoes. Keep them and eat them slowly. Don't let anyone know." The old man knew I was coming back to deliver grain, so he had his son arrange for someone to bring this bag of things back to me. "Jiangwo, you really met a good person." Since they still sent so many things, the old lady said with a sigh, "Dashan, are you home?" An old man's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Here I am. Old Lu, it's you. Come in and sit down." Old Ding put down his wood-chopping knife and led the other man into the house. "Dashan, your Jiangwo sent someone to tell me that you got injured on the mountain? He wants to come over and take a look. It's just a scratch, nothing serious." "This kid doesn't understand, he's making a big fuss over nothing," Old Man Ding said, rolling up his trouser leg. Old Man Lu carefully examined the wound, took out some medicine from his medicine box and applied it to the wound, then took out gauze to bandage it to prevent infection. "The bone wasn't broken, it's just a large area of abrasion. I've already applied antiseptic to reduce the inflammation. Don't get it wet for the next few days, and it will heal quickly. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now," Old Man Lu said, picking up his medicine box and getting up to leave. "Old Lu, thank you for your help again today. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please take it home and enjoy it." The old lady came out of the kitchen, still holding something wrapped in leaves, and handed it to him. Old Man Lu quickly pushed it back, picked up his medicine box, and was about to leave. He also knew why his grandparents went into the mountains and how they could possibly be collecting things. "Deshan's family, keep these for yourselves, live well, and help Jiangwo take care of his children in the future. I'm leaving." Old Man Ding understood what the other person meant. He immediately stood up, grabbed the other person's hand, and forced the things onto him. "Old Man Lu, don't worry about it. Jiangwo brought back a lot of things today, we'll have something to eat. I will live a good life and take care of Jiangwo's children in the future. You should take it now. If you don't take it, are you looking down on me?" Old Man Ding pretended to be angry. "All right, thank you then." Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be lying, Old Man Lu accepted the gifts and left. "Father, Mother." Not long after Old Man Lu left, he heard anxious shouts coming from outside the courtyard. Just as Ding Jiangwo was about to go out to see what was happening, he saw his eldest and second uncles rushing in. They breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw that the two elders were sitting peacefully on the kong, a heated brick bed. "Father, Mother, it's all my fault for being unfilial," the eldest uncle said, slapping himself twice. My second uncle also slapped himself twice. The old lady felt sorry for them and stepped forward to take their hands. I know you're both good kids. Your dad and I chose you, so we don't blame you. Your father and I are old. We've lived this many years, and that's enough. Seeing you all settled down and started your own families, I have no regrets. Father, mother, it's all our fault. We didn't care about you enough. We didn't even know you were out of food. Dachun, hurry home and bring me 20 caddies of cornmeal. Fearing that his parents would have to go back into the mountains because they had no food, the eldest uncle hurriedly called his youngest son home to get some grain. Xiao Qian, hurry back and get 20 jin of cornmeal too. The second uncle also called on his son to go back and get the grain. Dachun, Xiao Qian, don't go. Grandpa and Grandma don't need to. The old lady quickly pulled her two cousins back. My second uncle panicked as soon as he saw them, thinking that my grandparents were still going to go into the mountains to wait for their deaths. Father, mother, you can't give up. Even if our family goes hungry, we can get through it. As long as you are still here, our home is still here. If you two are gone, this family will be gone. From now on, I'll be an orphan. As he spoke, he burst into tears. My uncle couldn't hold back his tears either, and they streamed down his face. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma, I'm still young, it's okay for me to eat a little less. You shouldn't go into the mountains. Yes, if something happens to you, I won't have a Grandpa and Grandma to love me anymore. Father, mother, you can't get hurt. Don't worry about being a burden to us. The eldest aunt walked in from outside, and she looked at the two elders. I have many brothers, and my parents love me dearly. I'm going back to my parents' home to ask for some. Sister-in-law, everyone is having a hard time right now. You stay here to take care of our parents, and I'll go back and ask for some food. My dad is the team leader, so he has more food than usual. My second aunt came in at this time. The old lady was very moved and gratified. Even if she were to pass away now, she would have no regrets. She knew they had all misunderstood her, so she quickly began to explain. I'm not letting you go back to get it because the grain that Jiangwo brought back is enough to feed us for a long time. As she spoke, fearing they wouldn't believe her, she opened the cabinet, dragged out the cloth bag, and placed it on the table for everyone to see. My uncles and other relatives gathered around and saw that the bag was full of cornmeal, which they estimated to weigh about 50 pounds. They were finally relieved. With this food, their parents wouldn't have to worry about food this month. After they finish eating these, they'll pool their money and send some over, and then they can make ends meet, and their parents won't have to contemplate suicide. The second uncle seemed to remember something and looked at his wife. Xiaofang, go home and bring back all the money and tickets that Mom gave us the day before yesterday. Dehua, you go back and get it too. The uncle told his wife to go back and get it. It turns out that the day before yesterday, Grandpa and Grandma had already divided up all the things in the house. The money and coupons were given to the eldest and second uncles, and all the grain was given to their family. All right, we have no use for these money notes in the village, so you can all keep them. No one is allowed to go back to get them. Today, my wife is happy, so call everyone in the house over. We're all staying here to eat tonight. It's been a long time since we've all sat down to eat together. It just so happens that Jiangwo brought back a lot of good things, so you can benefit from it too. As the old lady spoke, she smiled and took things out of the cabinet and onto the table. She took out all the cookies and fruit candies and gave some to everyone to satisfy their cravings. He then handed the pork belly and cured pork to his eldest aunt and second aunt respectively. Eldest daughter, go pick some vegetables. We'll cook all the pork tonight. We'll also make 2 pounds of cured pork for everyone to try. Cut the remaining 3 pounds into 3 equal portions. You and your second son's family can each take 1 portion tonight. Second brother's wife, come inside with me and get some sweet potatoes to cut into chunks and add some cornmeal. We'll cook porridge for everyone tonight. Mother, let's go back and bring our own food. The eldest and second uncles quickly refused. Listen to me on this, you all go and get it done. After saying that, he led his second aunt into the house to pack the sweet potatoes. The old lady thought for a moment, then called out to her eldest daughter-in-law, you come in and help too. Once inside, the old woman closed the door and laboriously dragged a cloth bag out from under the bed. There are probably about 100 jin here, which was also brought back by Jiangwo. When you come back later, please bring a bag with you. I'll give each of you 20 caddies. After dinner, let them go home first. You can secretly bring them back later. Remember not to let the younger ones know, or there will be trouble. After giving the two of them repeated instructions, the old lady took out the sweet potatoes they were going to eat that evening. Outside, old man Ding carefully took a bottle of Zifang liquor from the cabinet and placed it on the table. You two are in for a treat tonight. This is a gift from Jian Guo. You two should have a drink too. My second uncle was quite excited and was about to reach out to take a look. He had seen this thing at the supply and marketing cooperative but had never tasted it. I never expected to have the chance to try it tonight. Seeing his second son about to grab the wine, old man Ding, fearing he might accidentally drop it, quickly took the wine back and put it in the cabinet. What's the rush? It's not like I won't let you drink tonight. Grandpa, I want some too. Grandpa, I want some tonight too. Several of my cousins said they wanted to try it that evening too. What are you drinking for? You're involved in everything. What are you all doing inside? Why don't you go help your mother with the chores? All you do is eat, you don't know anything about manners. The eldest and second eldest uncles quickly spoke up and sent the other cousins away. The group then left the hall noisily, each going about their own business. After everyone left, only Ding Jiangguo, his grandfather, his eldest uncle, and his second uncle remained in the house. They then began to ask about Ding Jiangguo's recent situation and where these things came from. Ding Jiangguo then repeated what he had told the two elders. However, he deliberately omitted the fact that his fourth sister was going to work at the supply and marketing cooperative. The eldest and second eldest uncles both exclaimed that Ding Jiangguo was really lucky. Ding Jiangguo gave a fake silly smile and didn't say anything. I just sat there quietly listening to them chat. Time always flies when you're chatting, and before you know it, the meal is ready. Still chatting here? Don't you have any sense of propriety? Hurry up and go back to get a chair and bowls. Bring the people over for dinner. The old lady came out of the kitchen and called to her two uncles to prepare dinner. Then, he went into the kitchen and together with the others, carried the food into the main room. There were only 2 dishes for dinner, but they were both substantial. The cured pork stewed with cabbage and the pork stewed with potatoes were each served in 2 separate bowls. The cornmeal and sweet potato porridge was also divided into 2 bowls. A table was set up in the main room, and another table was set up in the inner room. The yard is spacious, why not sit there? Everyone in the village is starving right now. If they were to openly eat meat in their yards, they would be hated by everyone. The old lady had just finished dividing the food when her eldest and second uncles arrived with their entourage. The old lady pointed to the 2 large bowls of vegetables and the large bowl of sweet potato and cornmeal porridge that had already been divided. Eldest and second sons' wives, take these 3 bowls of food to the inner room. You women and children can eat at the inner table. The others stayed in the main room to eat with me and the old man. Okay, Mom. The eldest and second aunts smiled and carried the portioned food into the inner room. Dad, hurry up and bring out the wine so everyone can have a taste. Seeing that it was almost time to eat, the second uncle immediately reminded old man Ding. You little rascal, do you think your father would skimp on your drinks? You all sit down, I'll pour some for you to try. You should all remember Jiangguo's kindness, otherwise you wouldn't be drinking such good wine today. As old Ding spoke, he reluctantly took out the Zifang liquor. Pour a little into each person's bowl, just a shallow layer, and then fill your own bowl to the brim before immediately putting it away. My second uncle took a bite, but it was probably too little, so he couldn't taste anything. He handed the bowl over again, looking at old man Ding expectantly. Dad, have some more. I drank it a little too fast just now. I didn't taste anything. Old man Ding quickly waved his hand in refusal. Who told you to drink so fast? You should learn from your father, savoring it slowly to truly appreciate its flavor. You don't even know how to appreciate wine, so pouring you more would just be a waste. Hurry up and eat your food, there's a lot of meat in this dish today. Uncle Er rolled his eyes speechlessly, looking at old man Ding's full bowl of wine, and muttered to himself. I want the same wine in my bowl as yours, so I can savor it slowly. You're right, sir. You drank too fast, so you definitely won't be able to taste anything. The second uncle's youngest son, Ding Xiaoqiang, chimed in gleefully. It was a rare opportunity to see his father make a fool of himself, so how could he let it go? The second uncle's eyes lit up, and he snatched his youngest son's bowl, pouring the contents into his own. You're right. Your dad will drink slowly this time. I'll tell you what it tastes like in a bit. Dad, how could you steal my wine? Grandpa, aren't you going to do anything about your son? Ding Xiaoqiang complained to old man Ding. And Gui, you're a father, how could you steal your own son's wine? You've even lost all sense of shame for a little bit of wine. After saying that, she glared at her second uncle. Ding Xiaoqiang chimed in, and at the same time, he took the bowl over, ready to catch the poured wine. But what happened next stunned him. Old Ding poured the wine into his bowl naturally and then drank it slowly as if nothing had happened. Uncle Er and Ding Xiaoqiang were completely dumbfounded by old man Ding's actions. No? You said you had any shame? You said a father couldn't take his son's things? So, it's okay for the grandfather to take his grandson's things? The second uncle and his youngest son exchanged a glance, both feeling completely defeated. The old lady watched as the men grabbed the wine, feeling both annoyed and amused. He glared at old man Ding. He took the half-empty bottle of wine out of the cabinet, poured it evenly into their bowls, and only put the bottle away when it was empty. Our mother is the best. Yes, yes. Grandma is the best. Second uncle and Ding Xiaoqiang looked at the wine in the bowl and happily flattered their grandmother. All right, hurry up and eat. All this wine won't shut you two up. The old lady glared at the two of them, annoyed. Just then, a voice called out from outside the courtyard, Ding Dasan, are you home? Upon hearing this shout, everyone except Ding Jiangguo turned pale instantly, especially the eldest uncle and his youngest son, whose faces became extremely gloomy. Is anyone inside? Someone answered. The voice came from outside again. The old lady put down her chopsticks and said to the people in the room, you all continue eating. I'll go see what that old woman is up to. The eldest uncle followed her out with a gloomy face. Mother, I'll go with you. Grandma, I'm going too. Cousin Ding Dachun also put down his chopsticks and followed him out. Let's go too, and see how they dare to show their faces in our house. Several people in the main room all expressed their willingness to go out together. The old lady didn't stop her. She went out of the main room first and headed towards the courtyard gate. Ding Jiangguo, unaware of what was happening, followed them out. What are you doing in our house? How dare you come here? The old lady shouted angrily as she looked at the three people standing outside. Lu Xiangying, we're relatives, how can you talk to me like that? Didn't Dasan teach you any manners? Our family definitely values manners, unlike some families with questionable values who steal their cousins' partners, the old lady retorted directly. Seeing the two arguing fiercely, Ding Jiangguo tugged at his second uncle with some confusion. What's going on? Before his second uncle could speak, Ding Xiaoqian couldn't help but recount the whole story. Last year, De Chun and Jin Ziyulian from the next village were arranged to meet. They hit it off immediately. Jin's family had no objections, my uncle's family gave the bride price, and the wedding date was already set. Then your father suddenly had an accident, which delayed the whole thing. To be honest, your uncle didn't think much of it. He just wanted to wait until your father's affairs were finished, then choose a good day to hold the banquet. But who would have thought that the Jin family would change their minds? They made all sorts of excuses to postpone the banquet and prevent the two of them from seeing each other. Later, they kept dragging it out until 2 months ago when we went to their door, and they finally said they wanted to call off the engagement, saying the two of them were not suitable. We definitely won't agree to this. Isn't this just playing games with us? We'll stay at their house and demand an explanation. The Jin family knew they were in the wrong, so they went to the team leader for help to mediate. They returned the betrothal gifts and gave the family an additional 50 kilograms of cornmeal, and that was the end of it. Ding Jiangguo, still looking puzzled, asked, what does that have to do with those people outside the door? Upon hearing this, Ding Xiaoqiang pointed excitedly at the young man standing outside the courtyard. It's a very important matter. He's the one who stole De Chun's blind date, the one standing right next to him. Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangguo's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, no way. Jiangguo, do you know? The day after Dachun's engagement was broken off, rumors spread from the Jin family that he was going to marry Ding Suo. They even picked out a date for the wedding banquet. Do you know what that means? Ding Jiangguo nodded with a grim expression. Of course I understand, they must have hooked up a long time ago. Ding Jiangguo never expected that the other party would do such a thing. This was a slap in the face to his uncle's family, as well as to his grandparents. Ding Jiangguo's expression also turned grim. Brother Xiaoqiang, please continue. Ding Xiaoqiang then continued to finish his story. After Grandma found out about this, she took the family to find them and asked them why they did this. In the end, instead of offering an explanation, they blamed De Chun for not being as skilled in martial arts as his family. They can't blame anyone else for not being able to keep their girlfriends. Isn't Ding Suo also toiling in the fields for a living? How come he's better than brother Dachun? Because Ding Suo somehow found a temporary job at a cotton mill in the city at the end of last year. His family thinks they're superior now that they're a working-class family, and they never even look at us properly. That old woman was bragging to everyone in the village that she would soon be moving to the city to live. Ding Xiaoqian looked at her with disdain. Although his third uncle had passed away, his family were all city dwellers and did not flaunt their wealth like she did. Jiangguo, his whole family is a bunch of scoundrels. Especially Ding Suan and Ding Suo, the clothes they are wearing now are still made of the cloth your father brought back. When the two families were on good terms, Grandpa and Grandma gave them a lot of things. Later, when they faced difficulties and had nothing left to give, they would pretend not to see each other when they met, and walk away with their heads held high. Through Ding Xiaoqiang's narration, a lot of information about this family suddenly came to Ding Jiangguo's mind. The old woman outside is named Su Yunfang. Her husband is Ding Shuinian, who is a cousin of my grandfather. He is a rather snobbish person. Su Yunfang is even more cunning than him. As long as she sees something of value to you, she will do everything she can to cling to you. If they find they can't get anything out of you, they'll turn on you faster than flipping through a book, and they'll even kick you when you're down. Their family lived at one end of the village, while the grandfather lived at the other. The two families rarely interacted, even during holidays. Later, when his father went to the city and became a worker, their family changed completely. Almost every day, he would make a special trip from one end of the village to the other to go to work with his grandparents. Because the two families visited each other frequently, my father would always bring back gifts whenever he came back from the city. My grandparents would also share some of these gifts with their family. The old woman's two sons, Ding Yuki and Ding Fugui, would go to the city whenever they had free time, under the guise of visiting relatives, to freeload meals at Jian Kuwajia's house, always bringing only some wild vegetables with them. My father is a man who cares a lot about his reputation, so whenever they come, he treats them to good food and drink. However, I remember that my older sisters didn't seem to like them very much, because the food at home would get worse every month when they came. They also have two unmarried grandsons, Ding Xuan and Ding Swu, who come here whenever they have free time to help carry water and chop wood. Of course, their grandparents didn't mistreat them either. Their father brought back gifts specifically for them. Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't eat any themselves, but secretly gave a portion to the two boys, treating them like family. But on the day of my father's burial, many people from the village came to help. During the difficult period, they all brought their own food rations to help. Even some people from other families who didn't usually visit came. As a result, not a single representative from Ding Shuanian's family came. I heard that Ding Shuanian happened to be sick that day, and his wife had to take care of him and couldn't leave. The rest of their family members were also away from home that day. However, some people saw that the family didn't go anywhere and just stayed at home. Ding Jiangwo grew angrier the more he thought about it, especially about Ding Swu, whose temporary job was arranged by his father before he passed away. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be an ungrateful wretch. Damn it, when I get back, I'm definitely going to ruin his temporary job. We'll just use meat to pave the way. If 10 pounds isn't enough, we'll use 100 pounds. If 100 pounds isn't enough, we'll use 500 pounds. I don't believe we can't bring him down. Ding Jiangwo decided not only to ruin Ding Suo's job, but also to get his two cousins jobs in the city. Let's see how this family will show off in front of their own relatives in the future. At this moment, Ding Suo, the young man standing next to the old woman, stepped forward and said in a very smug tone, "Fourth madam, we didn't come here today to argue with you. Zai Yulian and I are getting married on the 25th of this month. We hope you can all come and attend. I won't hold the previous misunderstandings against you." The old woman then spoke up to mock. "Yes, we're relatives after all. Remember to come that day. The food was pretty good, and you got to have a good meal. Get out." The old lady finally couldn't help but yell, "Clatter!" The two people outside wanted to continue talking, but were suddenly startled by the water splashed in the yard and quickly ran away. What a pity, it wasn't splashed on them. At that moment, the eldest aunt was carrying a basin, standing behind the old lady with a regretful expression. "Alright, that annoying fly is gone. We should go back for dinner." Seeing that everyone had left, the old lady waved and beckoned everyone to go back inside for their meal. But just as they sat down, they heard someone shouting outside the courtyard, "Grandma Lu, are you home?" The old lady put down her chopsticks again. "You all continue eating, no need to come out. I'll go check on you." Everyone obediently ate their meal and didn't go out. The old lady returned shortly afterward. He was also holding a few potatoes, each about half the size of a fist. The old lady put the potatoes in the inner room, and only after coming out did she explain to everyone, "Your Aunt Fang brought it over just now. I said I didn't want it, but she just left it at the gate and ran off. I couldn't stop her even when I called her." "Aunt Fang, you really mean it?" She was a widow raising 3 children and a mother-in-law. Her family already struggled to make ends meet, yet she still thought of her parents. My second uncle sighed with emotion. "Mother, don't worry too much. Just keep the grain for now. In a couple of days, I'll have Dehua take some sweet potatoes to them." When the old lady noticed that she was upset, her uncle spoke up to comfort her. "Okay, let's do it this way." The old lady thought it was a good solution. At the same time, I was thinking of packing more sweet potatoes for the elders so they wouldn't be left out. The dinner lasted for more than 2 hours because during that time, people kept coming to visit the grandparents. Among those who came, some were from the same clan, while others were from different clans. Although the village is called Dingjia Village, 1/3 of the residents are not surnamed Dingjia. Each of the villagers who came brought something with them: a handful of wild vegetables, a few sweet potatoes, a few potatoes, or a handful of beans are all common staple foods for everyone. They knew the grandparents were eating, but they didn't go into the yard. They just asked a few questions from outside, put down their things, and left. The old lady accepted everything without hesitation, silently remembering the kindness of these people in her heart. Everyone ate heartily at dinner, their mouths greasy, and they didn't want to move. Seeing that everyone had finished eating and the food had been cleared away, the old lady began to send them back home. After everyone had left, she led her eldest aunt and second aunt into the inner room to pack sweet potatoes. She first packed 20 jin for her second aunt, and then waited for her to leave. Another 35 jin were packed for my aunt. When my aunt was about to refuse to accept so much, the old lady interrupted her. Take the extra 15 pounds inside and give it to your husband. He will know what happened. Hearing this, the aunt didn't refuse anymore, and she took the bag of sweet potatoes and went home. The old lady tied up the bag of sweet potatoes and went out into the main room. I saw Old Man Ding picking up some peanuts that he had taken out at some point while drinking the wine in his bowl, looking quite content. She smiled and shook her head, then went to pack her things to wash. When Ding Jiangwo saw this, he immediately got up and went to help, but was stopped by the old lady. He had no choice but to sit back down and drink and chat with his grandfather. Uncle Dashan, are you asleep? Just then, someone came to the door again. Aren't you asleep yet? Who is it? The old lady came out of the kitchen when she heard the voice. Fourth aunt, it's me, Uday. A middle-aged man's voice came from outside the courtyard. So it's Uday. Please come in and have a seat. The old lady warmly opened the courtyard gate and let him in. Fourth aunt, here's some food for you. Don't worry about me, you go about your business, I'm going to check on my Uncle Dasan. Ding Uday handed the small cloth bag to the old lady and then walked into the main room. All right, you've come at the perfect time. I'll have a drink with your Uncle Dasan later, the old lady said as she went into the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. Uncle Dasan, I heard you were injured. How are you? Ding Uday asked with concern as soon as he entered the room. Uday, it's you. Come and sit down. I have some good stuff here, let's have a good drink tonight. Old Ding smiled and took out another bottle of Zaifeng liquor from the cabinet. Uncle Dasan, you're really capable. This is Fenjiu liquor. The supply and marketing cooperative charges 2.5 yuan a bottle, and you need liquor coupons. At this moment, Grandma also came in with a bowl and chopsticks and put them on the table. Uday, sit down. Have a drink with your uncle. Jiangwo, pour some wine for your Uncle Uday. He used to hold you when you were little. Uncle Uday, good. Ding Jiangwo said, pouring a bowl for him. Good, good. Jiangwo, time flies, you've grown so much. Ding Uday didn't stand on ceremony and sat down with a smile. Ding Jiangwo rarely returned to the village and didn't have a deep impression of this person. He only knew that his father was the production team leader of Dingjia village. Yes, time really flies. Old Ding smiled and took out a Dakiaman cigarette, pulled one out from inside and handed it over. Ding Uday looked at the cigarette offered to him with some surprise, and said with envy, Uncle Dasan, that's great. You're even smoking this now. Old Ding feigned dissatisfaction. They were all brought back by Jiangwo. I've told them I don't need it. I've said it so many times, but they just won't listen. Ding Uday's lips twitched, he'd managed to pull it off. Uday, stop talking and come drink. Old Ding began to urge the other man to drink. Ding Uday picked up his chopsticks, ate some peanuts, and drank some wine. The two of them drank this bottle of wine with peanuts for almost 2 hours before they finally finished. After Ding Uday left, the old lady started clearing away the dishes and taking them to wash. Old Man Ding, who seemed drunk just now, was now quite sober. He took out his pipe, lit it, and looked at Ding Jiangwo, saying, Don't you think your grandma and I are being a little too enthusiastic towards Uday? Ding Jiangwo looked at Old Man Ding and nodded curiously. His father is the production team leader of our village, you should know that, right? Ding Jiangwo knew about this. He had spent some time in the village when he was young. His father passed away, and now he's the captain. Although his father and I are brothers within 5 degrees of kinship, our relationship is still acceptable. But a father is a father, and a son is a son. No matter how good the relationship is with his father, it's still a bit lacking when it comes to the son. Your grandma and I don't care, but your uncles will have to keep making a living in the village. They won't make things difficult for you, but why should they offer to help you out? Ding Jiangwo thought about it and agreed. There were too many relatives in the village, so people would definitely take better care of those they were on good terms with. Having figured this out, he gave Old Man Ding a thumbs up. Grandpa, you have great wisdom. If you keep praising him, he'll get completely carried away. Jiangwo, you've had a long day and you must be tired. Go wash up and go to your room to rest. Just then, the old lady finished packing her things and came in from outside. Seeing the old lady come in, Ding Jiangwo remembered another plan. To help his family improve their lives, he prepared to tell his parents another story. Grandma, close the door. I have something to tell you, Ding Jiangwo said, feigning a serious expression. Seeing Ding Jiangwo's expression, the old lady guessed that this matter might not be simple, so she immediately closed the door and sat down next to Ding Jiangwo. Actually, besides coming back to see you all, there is another very important thing I wanted to do when I came back this time. Ding Jiangwo deliberately lowered his voice. A few days ago, I overheard the old man's family chatting, saying that a friend wanted to secretly buy a large quantity of Remania glutinosa. Regarding the use of Remania glutinosa pills, this was a reasonable solution he came up with on his way back to solve his family's food shortage. They traded Remenya glutinosa for grain because it's plentiful in the mountains behind the village and easy to find. It costs nothing, my parents and uncles only need to contribute a little effort. The best time to dig up Remenya glutinosa is also from October to November. The old man? Is he the old man we saved? Old Ding had drunk a bit too much and was a little slow to react, so he asked. Ding Jiangwo looked at him and nodded. Old man, don't interrupt Jiangwo, let him continue. The old lady glared at old man Ding impatiently. I know there's a lot of Remenya glutinosa in the mountains behind us, so I thought we could do this too. So I went to the old man and said I wanted to take on this job to bring in some income for the family. The old man asked around for me, but his family refused because they were afraid I was too young and wouldn't be able to do it well. Old man Ding and his wife were initially delighted to hear that someone wanted Remenya glutinosa, but their hearts sank when they heard that they had been rejected. Seeing the disappointment on the two elders' faces, Ding Jiangwo quickly finished speaking. Later, the old man helped persuade him, and he reluctantly agreed to give us a share of 500 jin to try. If we can get the goods on time and in the required quantity, then we will increase our procurement volume. I immediately assured them that I would complete the task on time and in the required quantity. At the same time, I tentatively asked them if they could help me exchange everything for grain. What did they say? Old Ding asked hurriedly. Ding Jiangwo, they agreed to exchange it for cornmeal, 2 jin of wetland rhubarb for 1 jin of cornmeal. It was just an excuse to get food for the family. If it weren't for wanting my grandparents to have enough to eat, I would have given it to them for free. But that doesn't feel as reassuring as eating what they earn themselves. That's how the two elders would feel that they are still useful and valuable. Ding Jiangwo didn't intend to make money from it. He originally wanted to offer a 1-for-1 trade, but after thinking about it, he realized that was too outrageous, so he changed it to a 2-for-1 trade. This way, we can at least smooth things over a bit. What? Is this true? So, according to you, 500 caddies of Remenya glutinosa is equivalent to 250 caddies of cornmeal? Old man Ding stood up excitedly. There's a lot of Remenya on this hill behind. If we dug it all up, we could exchange it for so much grain. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Jiangwo, are you kidding me? This stuff, when dried, only costs a little over 3 cents a pound at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. That's enough to exchange for so much grain. Why don't they just buy it from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? The old lady was a little agitated just now, but she quickly calmed down and asked with some doubt. Because there has been a severe shortage of food across the country in the past 2 years, Supply and Marketing Cooperatives have concentrated all their resources on prioritizing the purchase of essential commodities such as grain. Remenya glutinosa is not considered an essential commodity for survival and is classified as a secondary resource. The Supply and Marketing Cooperatives aren't buying anymore this year. Also, the demand is urgent, and they don't want to make a big fuss about it. Plus, there's the old man's connection, otherwise, this good thing wouldn't have happened to us. Jiangwo, you're right. After hearing Ding Jiangwo's explanation, the old lady didn't think much of it and nodded in agreement. Seeing that the two elders had no doubts, Ding Jiangwo continued, there are also requirements for the Remenya glutinosa that we collect. Old man Ding and his wife didn't say anything, but listened quietly from the side. However, they understood that it was normal to have requests. First, we must not use inferior materials, the Remenya root scent must be properly cut and cleaned. Secondly, the goods must be delivered before the 20th of this month. Upon hearing this, old man Ding frowned, this time is a bit tight. Why don't we have them all go up the mountain together? Grandpa and Grandma are fine. I'll go into the mountains tomorrow and find all the places where Remenya glutinosa grows. Then we'll all go up the mountain together to dig. That way we won't waste any time. Ding Jiangwo offered his suggestion from the side. No, we'll go with you tomorrow. We're worried about you going alone. We'll invite Xiao Qian along too. He can't do much work in the fields anyway, so we might as well go into the mountains together and dig up some Remenya root to exchange for grain. Old man Ding thought for a moment and said, all right. Ding Jiangwo originally didn't want his grandparents to go, but he knew he couldn't dissuade them, so he could only agree. By the way, Grandpa and Grandma, you must keep this a secret. After all, it can't be brought up in the open. If anyone asks, just say you went into the mountains to find food. If we get caught, we'll just say we want to try our luck at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Ding Jiangwo was worried that his grandparents, out of good intentions, might accidentally overlook this matter, which would cause trouble. So, at the end, he still gave them a final word of advice. Old man Ding and his wife understood what he meant, and they immediately promised that they would never leak the information. They valued this matter even more than Ding Jiangwo, it was their only way to survive, so how could they possibly tell anyone else? They're not stupid, they understand the principle of making a fortune quietly. After the matter was settled, Ding Jiangwo felt a bit tired, so he went to wash up and then went back to his room to sleep. Perhaps he was too tired, because he slept soundly tonight and slept until dawn. When he got up, he found that his grandparents were not in the house. They had probably gone to work in their private plot. He left the main room, washed up, and went to eat breakfast. He went to the dining table, lifted the lid, and saw that breakfast was already laid out on it. 2 sweet potatoes, a bowl of cornmeal porridge, and a bowl of pork stew with cabbage. Seeing this sumptuous breakfast, I guessed it was made especially for him. Just then, the outer gate of the courtyard was pushed open. The old lady entered the courtyard, looked at Ding Jiangguo standing beside the dining table, and urged him, "Jiangguo, your grandfather and I have already eaten. The breakfast on the table is for you. Eat quickly, so we can go up the mountain sooner." The old lady and old man Ding had long wanted to go into the mountains to dig for Remenya glutinosa, but Ding Jiangguo hadn't woken up yet, and they couldn't bear to wake him, so they delayed until now. Now that she's finally gotten Ding Jiangguo up, she's definitely going to urge him on. Ding Jiangguo understood the old lady's eagerness to earn food quickly. He didn't waste any time and immediately picked up a sweet potato and ate it with pork stewed with cabbage. After a short while, he cleared the food off the table and then took the bowls and chopsticks out to wash them. Squeak! The courtyard gate was pushed open, and old man Ding returned from outside with Ding Xiaoqiang. They saw Ding Jiangguo washing the dishes. He smiled and said, "It seems we've come back just in time. You still have time to chat? Hurry up and get your things ready. We'll be leaving soon." The old lady urged them impatiently as soon as she saw them. Old Ding wiped his face with a towel. "All right. I'll wash my face first, then I'll set off." When the old lady saw that it was almost time, she went inside and took everything she needed to the yard. There were 3 bamboo baskets, each containing a short hoe and a sickle. One of them also contained dry food and a bamboo tube filled with water. Ding Xiaoqiang took the lead in carrying the bamboo basket with the most things, while Ding Jiangguo carried his own backpack. His grandparents also carried bamboo baskets, and the 4 of them set off into the mountains. "Grandpa, what are we going to dig for with all this stuff?" Ding Xiaoqiang couldn't help but ask after entering the mountains. "Remenya." Old man Ding didn't hide anything and told him directly. "Ah, Grandpa, what's the use of digging that thing? The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't really buy it." "Grandpa, have you forgotten that last year, Wanglika's family worked hard for more than a month, digging and drying crops, but they only sold a few kilograms at the supply and marketing cooperative and carried the rest back with them? What do you know? If it were useless, would we come all the way up the mountain to suffer? If we tell you to do it, then do it. If not, go back to the fields and help out." Old man Ding scolded him impatiently. "All right, Grandpa, if you want to dig, then let's go dig." When Ding Xiaoqiang saw that his grandfather really wanted to dig up the Remenya glutinosa, he had no choice but to agree. However, he suddenly remembered the patch of Remenya glutinosa that he had discovered before. He immediately stepped forward and said, "Grandpa, I know where to find this Remenya glutinosa. I'll take you there now." "How did you know?" Old Ding asked, puzzled. Ding Xiaoqiang explained in a low voice with a smug expression. "Last year I heard that this stuff could be sold for money, so I secretly followed Wang around for a while to see if it was true and where to dig it up. He almost found out, but I was quick-witted enough to avoid it." "Xiaoqiang, not bad. Your quick-wit is just like your grandpa's," Old man Ding said with a look of approval. Ding Xiaoqiang pursed his lips and walked ahead to lead the way. After winding their way around several hills, the group finally discovered a patch of red flowers growing on a secluded hillside. This area covered with goldenrod flowers is estimated to be about 1/3 the size of a basketball court. "Great!" Old man Ding exclaimed happily upon seeing so many Remenya flowers. At the same time, fearing that they would be stolen, they decided on the spot to finish digging these first and then look for other places. The old lady was much more direct. She simply put down her basket, took out a small hoe, and began to carefully dig. Seeing this, Old man Ding and Ding Xiaoqiang also put down their baskets and joined in. Ding Jiangguo also wanted to join, but they refused. They knew that Jiangguo wasn't used to this kind of work and couldn't do much of it, so they let him play around nearby. This suited him perfectly. Ding Jiangguo just wanted to increase the family's income, not to find work for himself. Besides, his body was too weak and malnourished, but he wasn't going to sit idly by. He pretended to take a compound bow out of his backpack and brandished it at them. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'll walk around and see if I can hunt some pheasants or something, so I can treat you to a nicer lunch." "All right. Then you can wander around the neighborhood, but don't run around too much. There are many wild animals here, it's dangerous." The old lady waved her hand in agreement. With the old lady's permission, Ding Jiangguo chose a direction where the woods looked relatively dense. After entering the jungle, he used his divine sense to survey the surroundings and, finding no one there, released Wang Ke. When Wang Ke saw Ding Jiangguo, it immediately wagged its tail happily, circled around him, and barked woof woof woof. Ding Jiangguo happily patted its head. "Today we'll be fighting side by side again, this time our target is all edible prey." As if it understood, Wang Ke barked twice and then ran ahead to lead the way. Ding Jiangwo put his outdoor gear back on and followed slowly behind. Woof woof. Wang Ke darted into the bushes in a flash, startling the two pheasants who scrambled out and frantically flapped their wings to fly to either side. Ding Jiangwo wasn't about to let such a good opportunity slip away. He immediately rushed over, and with a sweep of his mind, he spotted the two little pheasants within his perception range. He instantly restrained them, dragged them in front of him, took out a knife and bled them, then put them into his spatial storage. He had a good harvest, each one probably weighed more than a pound. Woof woof woof. Wang Ke darted out of the bushes and dragged him inside, biting his trouser leg. Ding Jiangwo quickly went over, parted the grass with his hand, and saw a nest of wild eggs, each about the size of a ping-pong ball, 9 in total. With a thought, Ding Jiangwo put them all into his spatial storage. He was very satisfied with the start of the day, so he took out a piece of pork about 2 fingers wide from his spatial storage and tossed it to Wang Ke. Here's your reward. Keep searching for me, the reward will be huge. Wang Ke saw the flying meat, took a bite, and chewed while searching for new prey. A man and his dog crossed 2 mountains and came to a ravine. Wang Ke stopped, sniffed the wild grass in front of him, and then turned his head and barked twice. This time the voice was a little low, different from the usual call, and Ding Jiangwo immediately realized that there was a big guy. Wang Ke crawled forward slowly, its body tucked into the ground. Ding Jiangwo spread his divine sense and followed closely behind. Ha! Another herd of wild boars. Ding Jiangwo thought with delight as he looked at the footprints ahead. With a thought, he first put Wang Ke into his spatial storage to prevent it from being hurt by the wild boar. He quickened his pace, and his divine sense gradually extended forward. Soon, a wild boar entered his spiritual sense range, and Ding Jiangwo immediately imprisoned it. They continued to accelerate in that direction, and sure enough, it was a herd of wild boars. Huff, huff. 5 wild boars were crawling on the ground looking for food. Perhaps it was Ding Jiangwo's footsteps that startled them, for all 4 wild boars looked up in this direction. Upon discovering that someone had entered their territory, they angrily charged at them. When Ding Jiangwo saw 4 wild boars charging towards him, he was overjoyed. They were all good people. He was worried that they would run away and his divine sense wouldn't be able to cover them all, but now it's fine, he can take them all out at once. With a thought, all 4 wild boars were also restrained. Ding Jiangwo skillfully took out a basin and a butcher's knife and bled them one by one. Having learned from his previous experience, he quickly killed all 4 wild boars and put them into his inventory. Then, they walked toward the wild boar that had been restrained first. This wild boar looked quite large, probably weighing over 100 pounds. Just as he was about to take action, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Could we leave one wild boar for my grandparents to improve their lives? But they asked themselves, how was the wild boar killed? How could they explain it? He put away his butcher's knife and stared at the wild boar, lost in thought. Ding Jiangwo stood there thinking for a while, and then decided to make it look like he had shot the wild boar to death. He took out his composite bow and shot an arrow directly into the wild boar's head. After the arrow pierced the head, he pulled it out. As the arrow was withdrawn, the wild boar struggled a few times before dying. Ding Jiangwo then put the arrow back in its original position before finally putting the wild boar back into his spatial storage, satisfied. However, it's still too troublesome to directly bring living creatures into the space. It seems I need to speed up the process of making money. After finishing these tasks, Ding Jiangwo casually entered his spatial dimension and opened the online store page. Item included wild boar, 5 heads, 650 jin, approximately 325 kilograms, suggested selling price, 13,000 yuan. That's good. There are still several thousand kilograms of wild boar meat in the space, enough to get several jobs. Once everything is arranged, I can finally relax and enjoy my retirement. Just then, a pop-up window appeared in the store, displaying the following message. New exclusive products for the mall. Tool person executes any command from the buyer, can communicate by thought, can only move within 3 meters of the buyer, and is effective for 3 hours. Promotional price, 6,500 yuan/person. Limited to 2 people per purchase. Whether to purchase or exchange for equivalent goods. Damn! It's the same old recipe, the same old taste. Exchange. Having a personal assistant makes many things much easier. Although it's a bit pricey, it's still worth it. Ding Jiangwo muttered a few words to himself, then exited the space and released Wang Ke. Wang Ke was taken aback at first, but quickly came to its senses and sniffed the surrounding scents rapidly. After searching for a while, it still couldn't find the scent it had just smelled, and finally looked at Ding Jiangwo with a blank expression. Ding Jiangwo chuckled inwardly. He had already stored the wild boar in his spatial storage, how could it possibly find it again? But we couldn't dampen its enthusiasm, so I patted its head. Those wild boars ran away, but you did a very good job this time. If you keep working hard, you'll be rewarded with a big bone next time you catch prey. Woof woof. Upon hearing the name Big Bone, Wang Ke barked happily twice and continued running ahead to lead the way. In a valley, an animal that looks like a deer is running for its life. A person and a dog were chasing closely behind it. Wang Ke, hurry up, don't let it get away. If you catch it, you'll get a big bone as a reward. Ding Jiangguo shouted loudly to Wang Ke ahead. After listening to Ding Jiangguo's words, Wang Ke's speed increased significantly, and the distance between it and the animals in front of it decreased. Faster, faster. Ding Jiangguo shouted as he saw that Wang Ke was almost catching up with the animals in front. A loud bang rang out as the animal running ahead crashed into a tree trunk at high speed. Great opportunity. Quickly pounce on it. Ding Jiangguo shouted excitedly upon seeing this. Good. Well done. Wang Ke pounced on the silly roe deer and bit its neck tightly. Fearing it would escape, Ding Jiangguo rushed over with all his might and used his mind to restrain it. After successfully imprisoning him, he slowed his pace, panting, and walked over. This really is brother's silly roe deer. He truly lives up to his reputation. Ding Jiangguo watched with satisfaction as Wang Ke diligently bit the robe's neck without loosening its grip. He then took out a large bone from his spatial storage and tossed it to Wang Ke. Wang Ke, you can let go of it now. This is your reward for this. Upon hearing this, Wang Ke released its grip, pounced on the big bone, dragged it aside, and began to happily gnaw on it. I never expected to find this. It looks like it weighs over 70 pounds. I wonder what it tastes like. Ding Jiangguo licked his lips and began to bleed it, then put it into his storage space. Then, he sat down next to Wang Ke's big tree to rest. He was exhausted from chasing the robe earlier. If it weren't for Wang Ke, it probably would have gotten away. Ding Jiangguo sat down to rest, and it took him about half an hour to recover. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, this body is still too weak, I need to take better care of it in the future. He got up, dusted himself off, and called Wang Ke back. Let's go, Wang Ke. Let's go back. Wang Ke, who was sleeping on his stomach, immediately stood up when he heard Ding Jiangguo shout and ran ahead to lead the way. Having Wang Ke is great, even if he doesn't know the way, he can always find his way back to where he started. Ding Jiangguo silently praised him and followed behind him back. It took the man and his dog nearly an hour to get back to where they started. With a thought, he entered the space with Wang Ke. Then, start plucking the feathers and removing the internal organs from the 2 chickens, marinate them with various seasonings, wrap them in aluminum foil, and put them in the oven. Bite. 2 fragrant pheasants were taken out of the oven, the foil was removed, they were wrapped individually in large leaves, and then tied with thin vines. Looking at the 2 finished products in his hands, Ding Jiangguo exited the space with satisfaction. He carried 2 kill-roasted chickens and ran quickly toward the old lady and the others. Grandpa and Grandma, look what delicious food I brought for you. As Ding Jiangguo approached them, he shook the thing wrapped in the large leaf. When the old lady saw her grandson covered in sweat, she immediately dropped the short hoe, took out a towel to wipe his sweat, and didn't even look at what he was holding. She scolded him playfully, Jiangguo, where have you been playing? You're all sweaty. Didn't you wipe yourself off? What if you catch a cold? Seeing the old lady's doting expression, his heart warmed. Grandma, I'm fine. Look what this is. The old lady was then attracted by the fragrance emanating from the large leaves. She sniffed hard, somewhat unsure, is there a chicken inside? Grandma, you're amazing. You guessed it right away. This is the kill-roasted chicken I just made. Ding Jiangguo slowly unwrapped one of the large leaves. A golden, glistening pheasant came into view, its meat still steaming. A gentle breeze blew by, and the surroundings were filled with fragrance, attracting even Old Man Ding and Ding Xiaoqiang. Jiangguo, what did you bring back? It smells so good, Ding Xiaoqiang said, dropping his short hoe and running over. Old Ding, being a little reserved, followed behind with his short hoe, slowly making his way over. When the 2 arrived and saw the fragrant kill-roasted chicken, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Grandpa and Grandma, there are just 2 here. Xiaoqiang and I will each have one, and you 2 can each have one, he said, handing the opened bottle to the old lady. How can you eat like that? You and Xiaoqiang can eat it. I'll save this for you to eat tonight. As the old lady spoke, she was about to switch the unopened one over. Ding Jiangguo had anticipated this, and he immediately tore off a chicken leg and held it to the old lady's mouth. How can there be a grandchild who eats while the grandparents go hungry? What kind of person would I be? Wouldn't I be an unfilial grandchild? Seeing her grandson's resolute attitude, the old lady had no choice but to take the food with her hands and start eating. Seeing that the old lady had already started eating, Ding Jiangguo also tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Old Man Ding's mouth. Old Ding didn't stand on ceremony, took the food with his hands, and started eating it directly. He realized he couldn't persuade this brat, so he stopped wasting his time. Ding Jiangguo put the rest in front of the 2 of them before calling Ding Xiaoqiang to open another one. Ding Xiaoqiang had wanted to take action for a long time, but Ding Jiangguo hadn't given the order yet, so he was too embarrassed to do it. Now that they had received permission, they immediately opened the other large leaf wrapping. He opened the large leaf, leaving some broth on his fingers, which he couldn't resist licking. Then he looked at Ding Jiangguo, as if to say, "You go first." Ding Jiangguo pointed at the chicken. "Brother Xiaoqiang, don't be shy. Let's get started. Then I won't be polite, Jiangguo." Ding Xiaoqiang immediately tore off a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth, immediately sticking out his tongue from the heat. The old lady ate the fragrant chicken, muttering to herself, "Old man, I never thought that we would enjoy the blessings of our grandson in our old age." Old Ding sighed from the side. "Yes. Without the founding of the country, we would have been buried in that cave long ago. How could we be sitting here eating meat like this now? We are truly enjoying a life of luxury." The two of them only ate half of it, and couldn't bear to eat the rest, so they carefully wrapped it up again. Ding Xiaoqiang was different. After finishing the chicken, he even chewed up and swallowed the bones. They didn't even leave any of the broth on the large leaves, licking it all clean before reluctantly discarding it. After finishing his meal, Old Man Ding took out his pipe and sat down to smoke it contentedly. The old lady and Ding Xiaoqiang rested briefly before starting to dig again. Ding Jiangguo looked at Old Man Ding and pointed to the pile of remenya root that had been dug up. "Grandpa, how many kilograms is this?" Old Ding exhaled a smoke ring, his face beaming with smiles. "Last year, Wang Lao Cow dug it up. Many of these plants only grew this year, and their roots are quite thin, with each plant weighing only about 1 or 2 ounces. This pile probably weighs 8 or 9 pounds. We can dig this area for another 2 days. I earned almost 5 pounds of cornmeal in just one morning. Where can you find work like this? Just thinking about it makes me happy." However, thinking about what old Wang had taken from him before, he felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but complain. "That stingy old man Wang is such a waste of resources. If we keep them all, we can exchange them for so much cornmeal." Old Ding became more and more agitated as he spoke, looking utterly heartbroken. Ding Jiangguo offered words of comfort. "It's all right, Grandpa. I'll take a walk around the neighborhood this afternoon and see if I can find Remenya glutinosa elsewhere." "All right. Remember not to go too far, come back early, and be careful." After saying that, Old Ding put down his pipe and went back to work. "Okay, Grandpa," Ding Jiangguo said, then got up and walked towards another patch of woods. After passing through several clumps of grass, he released Wang Kei again, and at the same time placed a freshly dug remenya root near its nose. "Wang Kei, this is our target this afternoon." Wang Kei sniffed the air, then confidently barked woof at Ding Jiangguo before running ahead to lead the way. "Wang Kei, are you even capable? You've been searching for so long and still haven't found it. Have you forgotten the smell of Remenya glutinosa? Come and smell it quickly." As Ding Jiangguo spoke, he brought the Remenya glutinosa hanging around Wang Kei's neck to its nose. Wang Kei rolled his eyes speechlessly, ignored him, and continued working. The man and his dog searched all over the 2 nearby hills, but still couldn't find it. It seems he underestimated the situation. Knowing there was Remenya glutinosa on the back hill, he assumed there would be plenty. What a mistake! But he was unwilling to give up just like that. "I checked the alarm clock in the space, it was only 3 o'clock. I felt there was still plenty of time, so I continued to run to another mountain to search." Persistence pays off. After crossing several mountains, they finally found a large patch of Remenya glutinosa on a hilltop. The Remenya flowers above form a vast, purplish-red sea of blossoms, stretching as far as the eye can see. Ding Jiangguo excitedly rushed forward, shouting, "Wang Kei, go, go, go!" He rushed to the top of the mountain and found several patches of Remenya glutinosa flowers, probably more than 5 times the number he had found before. Ding Jiangguo picked up a wooden stick and sharpened it. He randomly selected a remenya plant and began digging around it. Wang Kei watched for a while, then stood on the other side and started scratching with its claws. As a result, Ding Jiangguo only dug half of it out, while Wang Kei had already dug up all the roots of the Remenya glutinosa. It bit the flower stem and pulled hard several times, and a Remenya root, about 2 fingers wide and half a meter long, was pulled out. Ding Jiangguo picked it up, cleaned off the dirt, and weighed it in his hand, estimating it to be about half a pound. Looking at the bar on Wang Kei's neck, he wondered if he was just too lucky and had managed to cut off the heaviest one. So they moved to a few more locations and dug up a few more roots before confirming that the Remenya root here was growing really well and probably hadn't been dug up by anyone before. He was a little curious as to why old Wang hadn't come here to dig before. Could it be that the one he dug up before was this big? Ding Jiangguo stood up and walked around the area again. When he saw a village not far away, he realized what was going on. This hilltop belongs to Hejia village, which is upstream from them. This is troublesome. If the people of Hejia village find out that they are digging for Remenya here, they will definitely come and drive them away. They might even resort to violence. The 2 villages have frequently fought over irrigation water, and their relationship is extremely hostile. However, I have my own space, which can imprison people, so protecting my family shouldn't be a problem. Now that they had found the place, he checked the time and decided it was about time to go back, so he called Wang Ke to go back together. With Wang Ke leading the way, Ding Jiangguo quickly returned to the hilltop he had been on before. From a distance, you could see the grandparents putting the dug-up remenya root into baskets on their backs, preparing to go home. Ding Jiangguo didn't waste any more time and quickly put Wang Ke into the storage space. They then used hemp rope to tie the wild boar's 4 legs securely and placed it on the grass. He pulled up some more leaves and weeds to cover it up before running over to call for help. "Grandpa and Grandma, Brother Xiao Qiang, come quick," Ding Jiangguo shouted as he ran. "Old man, it sounds like Jiangguo is calling us," the old woman said, looking in the direction of the voice. Seeing Ding Jiangguo jogging over, she immediately dropped the remenya root in her hand and ran towards him. "Jiangguo, what happened?" The old lady looked Ding Jiangguo up and down anxiously. "Grandma, I've hunted a wild boar, but I can't lift it. Come with me quickly, or someone might find it and take it if we're too late." Fearing the old lady might misunderstand, Ding Jiangguo hurriedly waved the compound bow in his hand to explain. "Oh dear, how could you be so careless as to provoke that thing? Let Grandma check if you're hurt." The old lady quickly stepped forward, grabbed Ding Jiangguo, and examined him from head to toe. "Grandma, I'm all right. I hid in the tree, shot it dead, and then came down from the tree," Ding Jiangguo quickly reassured her. "Jiangguo, where are the wild boars? How big are they?" Ding Xiaoqiang excitedly asked him. "Old woman, since Jiangguo is alright, let's hurry and go with him. It would be a waste if someone else picked up the wild boar." Old Ding only spoke up to remind him after seeing that his grandson was really alright. "You old man, what's the rush? Can't you let my precious grandson rest for a while?" the old lady said somewhat displeased. "Grandma, I'm not tired. Let's go now." After saying that, he turned around and led everyone toward the place where the wild boars were hiding. Actually, the location of the Tibetan wild boar was very close. The 3 of them arrived at the place in less than 5 minutes. Ding Jiangguo quickly brushed aside the weeds and leaves on the ground, and a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds appeared in front of them. Grandpa, Grandma, and Xiao Qiang all instinctively took a few steps back when they saw the wild boar. Ding Jiangguo wasn't paying attention, but was pulled back by old man Ding. "Grandpa, this wild boar is dead. Look there," Ding Jiangguo explained, pointing to the arrow stuck in the boar's head and its 4 legs that were trapped. The 3 of them took a closer look and found that all 4 of the wild boar's legs were securely tied. The wild boar's head was pierced by an arrow, and it was dead beyond any doubt. The 3 of them mustered up their courage and went around to touch the wild boar on the ground. "Old woman, this wild boar weighs about 160 or 170 pounds, it's quite large." Old Ding patted the boar's body. "Of course there is, look how big this pig's head is. Grandpa and Grandma, stop looking at it now. How are we going to get this wild boar back?" Ding Jiangguo looked at the setting sun and asked with some concern. "No problem. This is easy. Xiao Qiang, run back quickly and tell Uncle Yude to bring people up to lift it up," Old man Ding said with a smile, directing Ding Xiaoqiang to go back and call for help. Ding Jiangguo asked with some confusion, "Grandpa, won't the whole village know about this? Won't the wild boar have to be handed over to the village? Actually, we could call up Uncle and Uncle Er separately, dismantle the wild boar here, and then secretly carry it back. Wouldn't that be better?" The old woman shook her head first. "This mountain belongs to the collective. Anything we hunt has to be handed over to the village and then redistributed. If it's just pheasants or rabbits, that's fine, everyone turns a blind eye to these things. But wild boars are so big, you can't hide them. If you keep them at home to eat, the neighbors will be able to smell them right away. Can't we take it out to sell?" Ding Jiangguo continued to ask, though he was actually thinking of keeping the wild boar for his family to eat, because he wasn't that noble, sharing the meat with strangers. At most, they will give a small portion to those who have helped them in the past. The old lady looked at Ding Jiangguo with a gratified expression. "Grandma knows you mean well and want to leave all the wild boar for us to eat. But that's not worth it, the risk is too great. If someone finds out and reports it to the brigade, your grandfather and I won't be able to stay in this village anymore. The village has usually treated us quite well. This year, we ran out of food several times, and the village lent us their stored grain each time. That's how we managed to survive until now. But where did all this grain come from? It's all the village's life-saving food. And when your parents passed away, many people in the village brought their own food to help. We have to remember this favor. Your grandfather and I are old and not very capable anymore, so we'll have to rely on you to repay it in the future. Do you understand?" Ding Jiangguo remained silent, but he was still somewhat moved. Bringing his own food rations to help with the work was something that could only be done in this simple and honest era. Seeing that Ding Jiangguo didn't speak, the old lady wasn't in a hurry to speak either, she wanted her grandson to understand on his own. Old Ding gently patted the old lady's arm. Old woman, that's enough. Jian Guo is a smart boy, how could he not understand the logic here? Let's go, before they arrive, let's pack up all the remaining glutinosa so that no one can see it. The old lady also thought it made sense, so she got up and followed old man Ding back to collect remaining glutinosa. Ding Jiangguo sat down next to the wild boar and waited for someone to arrive. The villagers arrived quickly. Ding Xiaoqiang ran ahead, followed by 5 or 6 villagers carrying long sticks. Quickly, it's right there. Ding Xiaoqiang shouted loudly, pointing in the direction where Ding Jiangguo was sitting. The group quickly arrived in front of Ding Jiangguo and saw the large wild boar on the ground. Jiangguo, you're a great guy. When Captain Ding Yade saw the large wild boar lying on the ground, he excitedly went over and patted Ding Jiangguo on the shoulder. After saying that, he looked at the villagers who were gathered around and said, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and carry the wild boar down the mountain. Do you still want to eat pork?" Several villagers happily stepped forward and tied all 4 limbs of the wild boar together with hemp rope. Then, they used 2 long sticks to pass through the limbs bound by hemp rope and carried the wild boar down the mountain together. At this moment, the villagers were all talking about it. "Have you heard? Jian Guo from Ding Dasan's family hunted a big wild boar. I know for sure that Ngui's son came to the field and called for the team leader. The team leader has already taken several people up to carry it away. Yes. I also heard it was a big wild boar, probably weighing 200 or 300 pounds. Don't listen to his nonsense. I just checked, and it's probably a little over 100 pounds but less than 200 pounds. Where did you see it?" "The canteen. They've brought back the wild boar. I'm not going to chat with you anymore, I need to go back and get a bowl of pork offal soup." "What? They even have pork offal hot pot. I need to hurry and join the queue." Just then, the production team's loudspeaker blared. "Attention, members. Attention, members. Tonight, pork will be served in the main dining hall, and we'll have pork offal soup. Please gather at the main dining hall. Tonight, pork will be served in the main dining hall, and we'll have pork offal soup. Please gather at the main dining hall." The villagers were immediately in an uproar, and everyone rushed home to get their bowls before heading to the large canteen. When everyone arrived at the main dining hall, the wild boar had already been dehaired, gutted, and split into 2 halves. All the pig's blood and offal were used to make a cabbage and offal soup. The aroma of the pork offal soup continued to waft out, and the sounds of people swallowing their saliva rose and fell. 2 lines, 1 spoonful each, and each person can only take 1 spoonful. If anyone doesn't follow the rules, I won't give them any pork tonight. Did you hear that? Ding Yude stood on the chair with a serious expression. "Understood, Captain. Let's get going." "Captain, don't worry. No one will dare to fight too much. Jiangguo, we're still here. Why don't you go back and get a bowl to make some pork offal soup?" Ding Yude said with a smile to Ding Jiangguo. "Uncle Yude, my grandpa got it for me." Ding Jiangguo pointed to old man Ding who was in line. Actually, he didn't like the smelly pork offal soup, but he couldn't resist his grandfather's insistence on getting him a bowl. "Jiangguo, according to the team's rules, you'll get 30 jin of pork this time. Look which meat you want, you can choose first," Ding Yude said, pointing to the wild boar on the cutting board. Ding Jiangguo thought for a moment and pointed to the meat on the table. "Uncle Yude, just give me 10 catties of meat and that pig's head." This wild boar weighed 170 jin, approximately 85 kilograms, but after removing the hair, blood, and internal organs, only a little over 100 jin, approximately 50 kilograms, of meat remained. If you remove your own weight, you should still have more than 90 kilograms left. In the village of over 90 households, each household could barely manage to get a pound of food, which was like a New Year's celebration for the villagers. When the villagers learned that Ding Jiangguo wanted to express his gratitude for everyone's previous help to his family, they were surprised. Not only did they divide the meat, but they also only wanted 10 catties of meat and a pig's head for themselves, which together didn't even amount to 30 catties. Everyone agreed that Jiangguo was a kind and righteous child. Ding Jiangguo was smiling and responding to everyone's praise when he suddenly caught sight of an enemy out of the corner of his eye. "Ding Suo, why is he here to collect pork? Isn't he not married yet and not living independently? Someone like him actually tried to take advantage of him, he won't get a thing." Ding Jiangguo immediately walked over to team leader Ding Yude and whispered a few words to him. Ding Yude immediately walked to the table. "Ding Suo, what's wrong with you? Didn't I say each household could only receive 1 point? Ding Suo was caught off guard by the captain's sudden appearance and blushed deeply, but not wanting to give up that pound of meat, he could only bite the bullet and explain. "I got married this month and became an independent household. It's not even a wedding yet, is it? Besides, the betrothal gifts can be returned, so who can guarantee that the wedding will actually take place?" At this moment, Ding Dachun, who was standing in the crowd, directly confronted them. Ding Dachun, I know you're upset about being rejected. So what? You're just a farmer. Ding Suo looked at him with a mocking expression. The surrounding villagers felt uncomfortable after hearing this. The team leader was the first to object. What's wrong with foraging for food in the fields? Don't your parents and brothers also toil in the fields for a living? Are you looking down on farmers? Captain, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say. Ding Suo was so frightened upon hearing this that he couldn't even finish his sentence. Looking down on farmers? If he dares to admit it, he'll not only lose his job, but he'll also be dragged away for criticism and education. All right, you can go now. Ding Yude waved his hand at him with disgust. When Ding Suo realized he wouldn't get any meat, he prepared to turn around and leave. Seeing Ding Suo being driven out, Su Yunfang rushed out of the crowd, shouting, "My family has martial arts training, we are city workers. You can't treat workers like this. I'm going to report you to the brigade. You're discriminating against city workers by not distributing meat to them." Ding Yude smiled dismissively. Go ahead. At this moment, Ding Jiangwo also stood up and said to the butcher who was dividing the meat, "Third master, go, don't cut a piece of meat off their family." Grandma Su immediately flew into a rage upon hearing this. It's ours. Why aren't we getting any meat? This meat belongs to the collective, not you. Why shouldn't you give us any? The meat isn't mine, but I hunted it myself. I could have secretly hidden it away. Why would I hand it over to the village? It's to thank the villagers for their help to our family before. Did you help us? Where were you when my parents passed away? We're not the only ones who didn't go to help. Why do they get meat but we don't? Old Mrs. Su retorted directly. Ding Jiangwo grinned. I'd love to share what I made with them. It makes me happy. You orphan, how dare you bully people? Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your deceased parents. As she spoke, Granny Su lunged at Ding Jiangwo. You old hag, how dare you bully my grandson? I'll fight you to the death. The old woman rushed out of the crowd and slapped the other person with her cloth shoe. Fearing that his grandmother would get hurt, Ding Jiangwo quickly stopped her. Enough! Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me will have their work points deducted. You dare try me? Ding Yude shouted angrily from the side. Hearing the captain's words, old lady Su was so frightened that she dared not make another move. He could only glare fiercely at Ding Jiangwo and the others before obediently retreating back into the ranks. Ding Jiangwo pretended not to see it, but he knew it was impossible not to give her family meat, since they were still members of the brigade after all. He did this to disgust them and make them uncomfortable. The pork was divided quickly, and it was soon Grandma Su's turn. Pointing to a piece of fatty pork on the cutting board, she said greedily, "Cut me this piece. I like it a bit fatty." Third Master Go didn't even glance at her. He casually sliced off a piece of lean meat weighing 1 pound and tossed it in front of him. Next. You old fool. Didn't you hear me say I wanted to cut this fatty piece? Quickly cut it again for me, I don't want this piece. Old Lady Su angrily pointed at Third Master Go and cursed. These days everyone is short of oil and fat, and who wouldn't want fatty meat? Fatty meat can be rendered into lard, which can be used to stir-fry dishes and last for a long time. This pound of lean meat has no oil and doesn't keep well, it'll be gone in a few days, so she definitely won't be happy about it. You think this is your home, and you're picking and choosing what's in here. Anyway, I'll give you the full weight, whether you want it or not is up to you. Next, said Master Go-san disdainfully. What, are you causing trouble again? Ding Yude walked in from outside, somewhat annoyed. How did I cause trouble? It was this old geezer who bullied me, cutting all lean meat for me, said old lady Su, holding up the piece of lean meat. Pork definitely has both fat and lean parts, so how can you pick and choose? Hurry up and take it away, don't stop others from getting their share of the meat. Ding Yude scolded him with some annoyance. I'm not leaving. If you don't give me a new share of the meat today, I don't want any more. With that, old lady Su slumped half her body onto the table. Fine. Do you think I can't handle you anymore? Ding Yangjun, lock her in the cowshed and let her calm down tonight. Yes, Captain. Ding Yangjun immediately ordered several militiamen to drag old lady Su away. When Grandma Su's family saw this and were about to step forward to stop her, they heard Ding Yude casually say, "If anyone dares to stop us, let him go clear the wasteland tomorrow. Since he has energy but nowhere to use it, then he should work hard to cultivate this wasteland." Upon hearing this, Grandma Su's family members quickly retreated. I'm so hungry every day that I can barely walk, let alone clear land, that would kill me. Seeing that things had finally calmed down, Ding Yude left with his hands behind his back. Seeing that there was no point in watching, Ding Jiangwo took the meat and went home with the old lady. Back home, Ding Jiangwo handed the meat to the old lady and then went to help old man Ding clean the remenya root he had brought back. Jiangwo, you take a rest. I can handle things here. Old man Ding was worried that he would get tired, so he advised him to rest first. Ding Jiangguo didn't leave, he also helped cut off the roots and stems of the Remenia glutinosa and piled them together. The roots and stems of this batch of Remenia glutinosa are all small, weighing only about 2 ounces each. The Remenia root on the ground looks to weigh only about 30 pounds in total. 2 pounds can be exchanged for 1 pound of cornmeal. Each person could earn more than 4 kilograms of cornmeal that day, and there were also many large Remenia plants on that hill. Let them go dig on that hill tomorrow, just in case something goes wrong, since that area isn't in our village. Thinking of this, Ding Jiangguo told Old Man Ding in detail about the place he had discovered that day. Old Ding was overjoyed at first, then frowned. "Are you sure that place is Hejia village?" "Yes, Grandpa," Ding Jiangguo said with certainty. "Then we need to hurry up and start digging. In a few days, after they finish their autumn planting, they will all go up the mountain to find food. It will be easy for them to run into you then. Jiangguo, call your grandma over. Let's discuss this together," Old Man Ding said to Ding Jiangguo after thinking for a moment. Ding Jiangguo nodded, got up and went to the kitchen to call the old lady over. When the old lady arrived, Ding Jiangguo explained the location and situation of the place again. After hearing this, the old lady immediately made a decision. Tomorrow, have the eldest and second son's families all take leave and go digging together. Ding Jiangguo asked with some concern, "Grandma, won't the village have any objections?" "What objections could there be? Even if you didn't mention that place, we were already planning to have the eldest and second son's families go up the mountain tomorrow. Anyway, work points can't be exchanged for much grain these days. If we don't do it, it's perfect for the villagers. They can earn more work points and get more grain. They're very happy," Old Ding explained with a smile. "All right. I'll go to Yuday's place first to ask for a few days off for both families, and then I'll go to their house to talk to them." After finishing speaking, Old Man Ding got up and left the courtyard. Seeing that everything had been agreed upon, the old lady got up and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Ding Jiangguo sat there idly cutting Remenia root. Just as the meal was ready, Old Man Ding returned from outside with a smile. "Everything has been arranged. We'll go up the mountain before everyone goes to work tomorrow." "Didn't Uncle Da ask us why we went up the mountain?" Ding Jiangguo asked in confusion. "I didn't ask. Some people in the village have already stopped working and gone up the mountain to find food. Anyway, there are plenty of people in the village, and everyone would prefer there to be as few people as possible." Old Man Ding smiled and explained the situation to Ding Jiangguo. "Do your uncles agree?" Ding Jiangguo then asked. "I'm their father and their grandfather. They have to do whatever I tell them to do. What's there to say? Would I ever harm them?" Old Man Ding said with an air of dominance. "Everything's taken care of. Have dinner and go to bed early. We need to get up early tomorrow." "Okay, Grandpa," Ding Jiangguo replied casually. Dinner was plentiful: a plate of cornbread, a large bowl of pork stew with radish, a plate of pig's head meat, and a wild vegetable soup. Everyone enjoyed a delicious meal. Inside my uncle's house at this time. "Antly Dewa, husband, why does Dad tell us not to go to work, but to all go up the mountain? Are we going to hunt wild animals? Go to sleep early, you have to get up early tomorrow. Don't think too much, just do what Dad tells you to do. Would Dad ever harm us?" Ding Janai yawned as he responded. "I didn't say I wasn't going. Can't I just ask? If we don't find anything in the mountains and don't get any work points, what are we going to do?" Li Dewa asked with some worry. "I asked, but Dad won't tell me. What can I do?" Ding Janai said with some helplessness. Actually, he wasn't sure either, but he couldn't force his father to tell him. Sigh, Li Dewa said no more. She knew that what her husband said was true, and she just hoped that she wouldn't have worked for nothing tomorrow. "My second uncle's family, my second uncle Ding Angui. Xiaofang, why do you think Dad called us all up the mountain? I asked Xiao Qian last night, but he was being secretive and wouldn't say anything." Aunt Zhao Xiaofang thought for a moment and replied, "I can't guess either, but Dad wants us to go up the mountain together, so it must be something good." "All right, don't think too much about it. We'll find out when we get there tomorrow. Go to sleep early, we have to get up early tomorrow. Cock-a-doodle-doo." Before dawn, the rooster had already started crowing. "Jiangguo, get up and have breakfast." Old Man Ding shook Ding Jiangguo's shoulder. "Okay, Grandpa." Ding Jiangguo tried to open his eyes and shake his head to clear his head a little. He yawned as he walked out of the house to wash up, only to find that a lot of people were already standing in the yard. "There are 10 people in total, including my uncles, cousins, and their families. My cousin didn't come, I guess she stayed home to look after her nephew and niece." Ding Jiangguo quickly greeted everyone and then went to wash up and have breakfast. Ding Jiangguo felt embarrassed to have made so many people wait for him. After breakfast, the group headed into the mountains in a large group. "Look, isn't that Deshan's family?" A villager who got up early said upon seeing Ding Jiangguo and his group. "It looks like it's their family. Why are they heading into the mountains so early in the morning? Are they planning to go hunting? It's not that easy to hunt prey on this mountain. Yesterday's catch was probably just a lucky one. I think they've worked for nothing today. That's good, though. Without them, we can earn more work points. Ding Jiangguo and his companions were unaware of the villagers' discussions. They followed Ding Jiangguo as he hurried into the mountains. The sun had just risen when Ding Jiangguo pointed to the hilltop not far away and said to his parents, "Grandpa, Grandma is over there." "Yes, that is indeed Hejia village. Let's go. Let's try to finish digging this out today. Let's go." Old Man Ding waved his hand and called to everyone to start climbing the mountain. When Old Man Ding climbed to the spot, he was stunned by the fields of goldenrod flowers. "Jiangguo, how can there really be so much?" Old Ding's eyes widened, his expression extremely excited. This was all grain. At this moment, the eldest and second uncles standing nearby were stunned. Dad wouldn't want them to come and dig up Remenya glutinosa, would he? "Dad, you're not going to make us all dig up Remenya glutinosa, are you?" Second uncle looked at Old Man Ding with a face full of question marks. Everyone else looked at Old Man Ding with puzzled expressions. They are familiar with Remenya glutinosa. Last year, the Wan family in the village made a fool of themselves because they couldn't sell the Remenya glutinosa they dug up. Old Man Ding didn't speak, but looked at Ding Jiangguo, as if to ask if they should tell them. Ding Jiangguo knew that since everyone was involved, it wouldn't be good to keep it a secret, as it could easily cause misunderstandings, so he nodded to Old Man Ding. "I've told you about this, but remember to keep it a secret, or our whole family will be in trouble, you know." Old Man Ding looked at everyone with a serious expression. "Yes, father. I will keep it a secret. Grandpa, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Father-in-law, I promise I won't tell anyone." Everyone present expressed their stance. "Someone wants to buy Remenya glutinosa. It doesn't need to be dried. Just clean it." Old Ding hadn't finished speaking. My second uncle excitedly asked, "Dad, is this true? How much do they charge?" Old Ding glared at the other man, annoyed. "I haven't even finished speaking. Why are you in such a hurry? They won't pay." "What? No money? Working for free? Dad, are you delirious with fever?" Second uncle blurted out in surprise. Old Man Ding's face darkened, and he took off one shoe, pointing it at Ding Angui. "Come here and see if your father is confused." At this moment, second and quickly pulled second uncle back. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let father finish speaking first. Father is such a smart man, would he suffer this loss?" Old Ding's expression softened slightly after hearing his second daughter-in-law's words. He looked at his second uncle with disdain. "You need to learn from your wife. You're so easily startled. What kind of future can you have? The other party wanted to give me money, but I didn't agree. I asked to exchange it for grain. The other party agreed, offering 2 jin of Remenya root for 1 jin of cornmeal. We'll take as much as you have, but the first batch of 500 caddies of Remenya glutinosa must be delivered before the 20th. Do you all understand?" Ding Jiangguo knew that his grandfather was trying to take all the blame upon himself, so that if anything went wrong, it wouldn't be his problem. "What? Dad, you haven't been fooled, have you?" Second uncle also looked incredulous. "Dad, who is this person? You can't be fooled." Uncle chimed in. "Why do you have so many questions? Whoever wants to do it can stay, and whoever doesn't want it can go back and earn work points. I won't stop you." I deliberately glanced at my second uncle's side. "Let me reiterate, no one is allowed to leak this information without my consent, not even my family. If you get caught, just say you want to sell to the supply and marketing cooperative in exchange for some food. At worst, people will laugh at me, but that's better than being sent to labor camp." He had already seen the changes in his daughters-in-law's expressions and roughly guessed what they were thinking, which is why he spoke up to give them these instructions. The daughters-in-law and granddaughters-in-law understood their father-in-law's meaning and all looked away. That's really what they were thinking. Everyone needs food these days, and they wanted to give their family a helping hand with such a good opportunity. Thinking that his daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law had always treated them well, and not wanting to upset them, Old Man Ding spoke up again. "I'm not saying you can't help your maternal family. Once the grain is exchanged, you can discuss with your husband about taking some grain back to your maternal family." Upon hearing this, the wives all expressed their gratitude and promised not to reveal the matter. "All right, everyone, let's get started." After saying that, Old Man Ding picked up his short hoe and began digging. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'll go take a walk around and see if I can get everyone something to eat for lunch." Ding Jiangguo said goodbye and left. Ding Jiangguo used the space to cover his surroundings with his divine sense and began a thorough search. They quickly found 2 rabbits, immediately imprisoned them, then slaughtered them and stored them in their spatial storage. The morning passed quickly, and using this method, he harvested 2 more wild boars weighing over 100 pounds each, as well as 5 pheasants. With lunchtime approaching, Ding Jiangguo returned to his space, cleaned the 5 pheasants, marinated them with seasonings, wrapped them in tin foil, and put them in the oven to roast. Bite. The fragrant homemade kill roasted chicken is ready. and the aroma of meat fills the air. Ding Jiangwo cut off a small piece and tasted it. Not bad, about the same as last time. Then remove the tin foil, divide it into 5 portions, wrap each portion with large leaves from the mountain, tie it with hemp rope, and only then am I satisfied with exiting the space. When Ding Jiangwo returned to that hilltop, he saw everyone still working, chatting, and laughing. The remenya on the hilltop has been cleared out, and there are 5 piles of freshly dug remenya under a big tree, which look like quite a lot. Grandpa and Grandma, I've got some delicious food today. Let's call everyone back for lunch. Ding Jiangwo shouted in the direction of Old Man Ding and Old Lady Ding. When the two saw that what Ding Jiangwo took out was wrapped in large leaves just like yesterday, they knew it must be delicious. Old Ding shouted to the crowd who were still busy, "Stop resting and have lunch. You're in luck today." Jiangwo brought back some delicious food again. Before he could finish speaking, Ding Xiaoqiang rushed over. Just thinking about yesterday's experience still made his mouth water. "Jiangwo, is it still kill roasted chicken today?" Ding Xiaoqiang asked excitedly, squatting down beside him. "Yes. Take this portion and share it with your parents." Ding Jiangwo handed one of the large leaf-wrapped packages to Ding Xiaoqiang. Ding Xiaoqiang didn't stand on ceremony and immediately took it, then walked towards his parents. Ding Dachun was the second to come over. He was more honest than Ding Xiaoqiang, who was thick-skinned. He just stood quietly to the side and waited for Ding Jiangwo to assign him a task. "Brother Dachun, take this and share it with your uncle and aunt." Ding Jiangwo handed him another large leaf-wrapped item. "Then thank you, Jiangwo," Ding Dachun said with a simple and honest expression before taking the things and walking towards his parents. Ding Jiangwo kept 1 portion for his grandparents and gave the other 2 portions to his 2 cousins. The 2 cousins accepted the food, thanked them, and then went to enjoy it with their wives. Everyone ate their fill at lunchtime, their mouths greasy with oil. They were all thinking that even if the remenya root couldn't be sold for money, this meal would still be worth it. After lunch, everyone rested for a while before continuing to dig for remenya glutinosa. These are all grains, and they don't want to waste a single moment now. Ding Jiangwo said goodbye to his grandparents and set off to find remenya glutinosa. Ding Jiangwo was out of luck this afternoon and failed to find a new place for remenya glutinosa to grow. They only managed to catch 2 pheasants, which was barely a consolation prize. As darkness fell, the group reluctantly packed the harvested remenya root into baskets and carried it down the mountain. Back in the village, everyone had already finished work and was having dinner at home. Because they lived at the end of the village, they were lucky enough not to run into anyone else. After arriving home, Grandma and several aunts started cooking. The others were processing the remenya root they had dug up in the yard. This time everyone dug up too much, so in order to carry it all back, they processed it with sickles on the mountain. Now it needs to be cleaned again using straw bundles and bamboo knives. Aside from eating, everyone worked until 11 o'clock to finish preparing all the remenya glutinosa. Old Man Ding picked up the scale that Ding Xiaoqiang had borrowed from the brigade and weighed the remenya glutinosa for each household. My uncle's family of 5, 121 jin, approximately 600 kilograms. My second uncle's family of 5, 129 jin, approximately 64.5 catties. Grandparents, 40 jin, approximately 20 kilograms. Today, everyone gathered a total of 290 jin, which is almost 100 jin of cornmeal. Everyone watched as the old lady diligently registered them. Aunt nudged uncle and said, "Honey, you're saying we only earned over 30 kilograms of cornmeal in one day? It feels so unreal to me. If we keep working until next month, won't we have several hundred kilograms of cornmeal? Then we won't have to worry about food anymore. We can also find a good wife for Dachun again." My uncle was also grinning from ear to ear, but he remained relatively calm. "Let's wait until we get the grain. That hilltop is only enough to dig for 3 days at most. After we finish digging, we'll have to go back and look for it again. These things aren't easy to find. Alas, what a pity." Auntie couldn't help but sigh. If only her family could join them. They also have remenya glutinosa on their side. She said in a low voice, somewhat unwillingly, "Honey, do you think we could buy it from other places and make a profit in the process?" The uncle's face immediately darkened. "Don't even think about it. Do you think your parents haven't considered this? That's speculation and profiteering. You're trying to get us all killed." "I was just saying that," Aunt muttered under her breath. "All right, go back and rest. We'll set off at the same time tomorrow." Once everything was done, Old Man Ding told everyone to go home. After everyone left, Ding Jiangwo and the other 2 went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, the group dug up 360 jin, approximately 130 kilograms, of remenya glutinosa, and half of the remenya glutinosa patch had been cleared. That evening, Old Man Ding came to Ding Jiangwo's room. "Jiangwo, we already have over 500 jin of remenya glutinosa. What should we do next?" Ding Jiangwo pretended to think for a while before answering. "Grandpa, put all the remenya root in bags. I'll go back to the city tomorrow and ask them how to prepare it. You guys keep digging for the next couple of days. Alright, I'll do whatever you say. After saying that, old Ding went back to his room to sleep. Ding Jiangwo lay in bed, thinking about what he needed to do when he got back tomorrow. First, I'll go see if there's any news from Aunt Wang's side. I also need to go to the supply and marketing cooperative and, while I'm at it, finalize fourth sister's job. I need to find an old man on the black market to exchange for small yellow fish to upgrade my space, and I also need to find a new job for my cousin Ding Dachun. As he pondered this, Ding Jiangwo fell asleep. The next morning, Ding Jiangwo waited at the village entrance for more than 10 minutes before he saw Uncle Niu-san driving a donkey cart from the neighboring village. Good morning, Uncle Niu. Ding Jiangwo greeted Uncle Niu loudly as he saw him approaching the village entrance. Oh, it's Xiao Jiangwo. Are you going back to the city today? Uncle Niu asked with a smile. Yes. I'm sorry to trouble you again, Uncle Niu. Ding Jiangwo handed over 2 cornbread buns and then got into the donkey cart. It's all right. Hold on tight, I'm about to continue. Uncle Niu smiled and accepted the steamed buns that were handed to him. There were relatively few people going into the city today, including Ding Jiangwo. There were only 5 of them. The donkey cart traveled relatively smoothly along the way, and not many people got on. It took less than 2 hours to get back to the city. After getting off the car at the crooked tree, Ding Jiangwo started heading home. Fourth sister, I'm back, Ding Jiangwo shouted as he rushed into the house. Jiangwo, how are grandpa and grandma? Ding Menzu came out from the inner room. They're both great. Sister, look what I brought back. Ding Jiangwo smiled and took 2 pheasants and 5 pounds of pork out of his backpack. My grandparents and I hunted a wild boar and 2 pheasants on the mountain. The wild boars were handed over to the team for distribution. I got a pig's head and 10 caddies of meat. These 5 pounds of meat and 2 slaughtered pheasants were things my grandparents insisted I bring back. Ding Menzu looked him up and down with concern. Jiangwo, are you alright? It's nothing. The wild boar fell into the trap I dug. It didn't even touch me. Ding Jiangwo had to tell a lie to avoid worrying his fourth sister. It's good that you're not hurt. I'll go make you something to eat, it's almost noon. Ding Menzu took the meat and went inside, preparing to cook for Ding Jiangwo. No need, sister. I already ate a few cornbread buns on the way. I'm still full. Where's Jianjun? Why can't I see him? Ding Jiangwo looked around the house and, not seeing his younger brother, asked with concern. He disappeared after breakfast, probably won't be back until tonight, Ding Menzo replied casually. Then I'll go find him again tonight, Ding Jiangwo said, putting down his backpack and walking outside. Sis, I'm going out to play now, I'll be back tonight. Okay. Remember to come back early for dinner, Ding Menzu said, giving her instructions. No. Once outside the courtyard, he found a secluded spot and quietly released Toolman number 1. Dear customer, hello. I'm Toolman, Boss Wang. It's my pleasure to serve you. A dark-skinned, muscular man, dressed in clean, patched clothes, stood respectfully before Ding Jiangwo. He took out 2 cloth bags from his spatial storage and handed them directly to Boss Wang, the toolman. Each bag contained a slaughtered rabbit, each weighing over 2 pounds. The items were prepared specifically for Wang Li and Director Chen. The supply and marketing cooperative was still very quiet today, with hardly anyone around. As soon as Ding Jiangwo entered, he saw Wang Li sitting in a corner, lost in thought. Ding Jiangwo approached her counter. Comrade, it's working hours now, what are you doing? Wang Li was taken aback at first, then looked down and saw that it was Ding Jiangwo who was speaking, so she immediately came out from inside. She pinched Ding Jiangwo's ear. So it's you, kid. What's wrong? I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become my boss. Ouch. Sis, that hurts. Let go, let go. I brought you something good. Ding Jiangwo quickly begged for mercy. Let me see if I'm satisfied. If not, I'll subject you to severe torture. Wang Li smiled and released her hand. Let's talk inside. By the way, is Director Chen here? Ding Jiangwo looked at the backyard of the supply and marketing cooperative and asked. I'm here. Nothing much lately, I'm in the office upstairs, Wang Li said, leading Ding Jiangwo inside. Wang Leida also came over. Only then did Wang Li realize that there were outsiders present. She looked at Ding Jiangwo with a puzzled expression. Ding Jiangwo mumbled, a hunter from the mountains. He took a bag from Wang Leida's hand and handed it to Wang Li. The wild rabbits we hunted in the mountains these past few days have already been skinned and killed. Upon hearing that it was meat, Wang Li quickly led the 2 to the backyard before pretending to decline. Finally, after Wang Leida persuaded her, she accepted the gift. Feeling its weight in her hand, she immediately smiled and patted Ding Jiangwo on the shoulder. You're so sensible, I can't let you suffer a loss. How about 3 yuan a pound? Whatever. You don't have to give it to me. Ding Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. Actually, the price Wang Li offered was quite fair. This rabbit wasn't all meat, it had quite a few bones, so 3 yuan was reasonable. Look at you, so smug. Do you think your sister is someone who's short of a few dollars? This rabbit probably weighs over 2 pounds. Here's 7 yuan, take it. As Wang Li walked, she stuffed the money into Ding Jiangwo's hand. Thank you, Sister Xia. Ding Jiangwo didn't stand on ceremony and put it directly into his pocket. The three chatted for a while and soon arrived at the door of the director's office. Wang Li, as always, pushed the door open and went in. Uncle, look who's here. Director Chen frowned upon hearing the voice of the person who had arrived. When he looked up and saw Ding Jiangwo behind Wang Li, a smile immediately spread across his face. Oh, it's Jiangwo. Come in and have a seat. Director Chen smiled and stood up to invite Ding Jiangwo to sit down next to him. Then he looked at Boss Wang and asked, "Who is this comrade?" Through telepathic communication with Ding Jiangwo, Boss Wang learned the purpose of his visit and took the initiative to speak. I'm just a hunter from the mountains, Director Chen, you can just call me Boss Wang. Director Chen's eyes lit up, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Alright, Brother Wang, let's go inside and sit down. He took out 2 enamel mugs and poured water for the 2 of them, pretending not to see Wang Li standing next to him. Uncle, why didn't you pour me any water? Are you looking down on me? I'll tell my mother tonight. Wang Li complained from the side. Okay, I'll go pour it for you right away. Director Chen said helplessly as he prepared to get the enamel mug. Too late. I have my own, I don't need yours. With that, he slammed the door shut and left. Director Chen shook his head with a wry smile. She's my sister's most spoiled youngest daughter, and there's nothing I can do about her. They couldn't say anything about other people's business, so Boss Wang quickly changed the subject. Director Chen, this is a rabbit we caught in the mountains. It's not worth much. I just brought one over for you to try. After saying that, he handed the bag over. Brother Wang, you're too kind. Director Chen smiled, took the bag, and put it aside. Jiangwo, since you have good things and still think about me, I can't just take your things for nothing. Do you want money or something in return? Tell me, I certainly won't let you suffer a loss, Director Chen said magnanimously. Uncle Chen, this is what your nephew is giving you as a token of his respect. How can you possibly accept anything more? Ding Jiangwo said sincerely. Really? Director Chen then asked. Ding Jiangwo and the other man nodded together. Is there anything you need help with? Let me know, and I'll definitely help if I can. Director Chen squinted at them. I thought that if it was a small matter, I would help. If it didn't work out, then we'd talk about it another time. Director Chen, it's like this. I'd like to offer meat as a way to get Jiangwo's sister a job, but I don't know if this is easy to arrange. Wang Leida smiled and looked at Director Chen. Trading meat for a job shouldn't be too difficult, it just depends on what kind of job you want to switch to, as different jobs have different prices. Director Chen responded with a smile. I was surprised. He really was a hunter. He could actually exchange meat for a job. He must have a lot of meat on him. How much meat does the supply and marketing cooperative salesperson want? Old Wang asked directly. Director Chen raised an eyebrow after hearing this. These are positions for 8 key personnel, unlike ordinary worker positions, and they're not cheap. Boss Wang looked at Director Chen calmly and said, name your price. Director Chen's lips twitched. It seemed he had underestimated him. Our supply and marketing cooperative happens to have 1 spot left, only 350 caddies of meat. 350 caddies of meat, at the current black market price of more than 3 yuan per caddy, is more than 1,000 yuan. It's worth it to exchange it for a job as an official. Without hesitation, Boss Wang agreed immediately. Okay. Director Chen immediately felt a pang of regret, realizing he should have been more lenient with the man's expression. Ding Jiangwo was about to get up and leave when he suddenly seemed to remember something and sat down again. He transmitted what he had just thought of into Boss Wang's mind. After receiving the message, Boss Wang looked at Director Chen and spoke again. Director Chen, there's something else I'd like to ask you about. What is it? Director Chen replied casually. Director Chen, do you know any leaders at the cotton mill? Preferably from the logistics department. What's wrong? You have something to sell to the cotton mill? Can't you just sell it to me directly? Director Chen asked anxiously. Director Chen, to be honest, there are indeed things we want to sell to the cotton mill, and there are some personal matters involved, Wang Leida explained. Can't you just sell it to me? Director Chen was still somewhat unwilling. Director Chen, I'll definitely sell meat to you again next time we have it. After all, we were the first to cooperate. And you were quite considerate to Jiangwo last time. Only people from the cotton mill can handle this, Old Wang said firmly. Okay, wait here for a moment. I happen to know Director Li, who's in charge of logistics. I'll call him for you right now. After saying that, he stood up helplessly, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed. After a 20-minute wait, the call was finally connected. Hey, old Lee. This is old Chen from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. You wish. You'd be dreaming if you didn't buy me a drink. You really need to buy me a drink. I have a nephew named Ding Jiangguo. He will bring someone to the cotton mill to see you later. You must treat them well, or you'll miss the opportunity, and don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't ask. Anyway, it's a good thing. Remember to treat me to a drink when it's done and thank me properly. All right. I'm not going to waste any more time with you. Bye. Director Chen hung up the phone and turned to look at Boss Wang. The appointment has been made for you. You can go there now. Just tell the security department at the factory gate that you're looking for Director Lee from Logistics. Boss Wang quickly thanked him. Thank you, Director Chen. I'll be leaving now. Let's go. Oh, and bring the meat to the back gate of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative at 10 p.m. tonight. I'll be waiting for you there, Director Chen reminded him. Okay, Director Chen. I'll bring the meat over tonight. After Wang finished speaking, he didn't forget to remind Director Chen. Director Chen, if there's anything in the future, I'll have Jiangguo contact you. After saying that, the two left the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and headed towards the cotton mill. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Director Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. This Boss Wang is really good to Ding Jiangguo. I wonder what their relationship is. It took Ding Jiangguo and Wang Leida about half an hour to reach the cotton mill. Boss Wang stepped forward and knocked on the glass window. At that moment, a burly man came out and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Comrade, I'm here to see Director Lee of the Logistics Department. We've already made an appointment." As Wang Leida spoke, he took out the dakium and cigarettes that Ding Jiangguo had prepared for him in advance, pulled one out, and handed it to him. The man took the cigarette, tucked it behind his ear, and opened the door. "Go in from here. Do you see that white building? Director Lee's office is on the second floor, the one on the far left." "Okay, thank you." Old Wang thanked him and walked towards Director Lee's office. When Ding Jiangguo arrived at the door of Director Lee's office, he looked around and found no one there. He took out a 5-pound piece of cured meat from his spatial storage, wrapped it in oil paper, and placed it in Boss Wang's hand. He knocked lightly on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," came a voice from inside the office. Ding Jiangguo pushed open the door and went inside. Inside, a short, stout man wearing a Zhongshan suit and with a bald head was sitting behind a desk writing documents. He noticed that the person who came in seemed unfamiliar, so he asked in confusion, "Comrade, who are you?" "Director Lee, hello. I am Uncle Chen's nephew. My name is Ding Jiangguo." Ding Jiangguo hadn't finished speaking. Director Lee walked out from behind the desk with a smile. "So it's Jiangguo. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Come in and sit down, don't stand there. And this comrade, you come in and sit down too." Old Wang casually closed the door and then sat down as well. Director Lee poured water for the two of them, then sat back down in his chair, looking at them with a smile. "Director Lee, this is my first time here, so I don't know anything. This is a local specialty of our village. It's not worth much, but please try it." Old Wang handed over the cured meat, and a small piece of it accidentally slipped out during the process. "Brother, you're too kind. Since Jiangguo is old Chen's nephew, then we're all family. There's no need to be so polite." Director Lee saw the small section of cured meat sticking out and felt the weight of the oil paper package. He was delighted. "This local specialty is good. I like it." Wang Leida went along with him, saying, "You're only accepting us because we're one of your own, unless Director Lee treats us like outsiders." Director Lee smiled and pointed at Boss Wang. "All right, young man. I'll accept the gift. But don't do this again next time." Then, changing the subject, she asked, "I heard you came here on business. Tell me what happened, and I'll see if I can help." "Director Lee, I'd like to know if there are any job openings left at the cotton mill, and if it's possible to exchange meat for them." Boss Wang didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. Without even thinking, Director Lee exclaimed, "Yes, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with exchanging meat for a job. The factory is constantly short of meat, and he's really annoyed by it. I never expected such a good thing to come to me today. Old Chen is really a good friend. I'll definitely have to treat him to a meal next time." "Director Lee, how much meat do we need?" Boss Wang then asked. "The current rate for a job in this factory is generally around 800 yuan, but if you trade meat, you get 280 jin." Director Lee quickly calculated for them verbally. "Okay, Director Lee," Wang said slowly, pretending to consider it for a moment. "When can you get the meat?" Director Lee asked again, eager to get the meat as soon as possible. "We can deliver the goods tonight," Wang replied. "At 9 o'clock, have someone take you to number 88 Daehung Hutong," Director Lee whispered to the two men. "Okay, Director Lee. I'll go back and make the arrangements now." With that, the two got up and left. Watching them leave, Director Lee thought to himself that old Chen's nephew was really a good person. Ding Jiangwo left the cotton mill and headed straight for that dilapidated courtyard in the west of the city. After looking around the courtyard and finding that Aunt Wang hadn't left a message, Ding Jiangwo turned around and went home. Wang Leida, the tool man, disappeared just as his time ran out. When Ding Jiangwo was almost at the courtyard alley, he saw several children gathered there, seemingly fighting. Several boys, about 1.5 meters tall and dressed in tattered clothes, were surrounding two dark-skinned boys. "We'll give you all the wild vegetable buns, please let us go, okay?" A chubby, dark-skinned boy surrounded by them said weakly. "Das Wang, this is what we earned after collecting coal nuggets all day. Why should we give it to them? If you give it to them, what are you and Grandpa Lu going to eat tonight?" Another skinny, dark-skinned boy demanded, sticking his neck out. "Hey, this kid's pretty stubborn. Let's loosen his bones, buddy." The group of teenagers rolled up their sleeves, ready to beat someone up. Suddenly, the chubby, dark-skinned boy sprang up and headbutted the person in front of him. The person couldn't react in time and staggered back a few steps after being hit. Then, losing their footing, they fell to the ground. "Jian Jun, run!" The chubby black boy pushed the thinner black boy outwards. He blocked the other four people and started wildly swinging his fists at them. Unfortunately, he was still too short and was quickly kicked to the ground by the four who had reacted. The young black man, who had just broken out of the encirclement, saw his companion lying on the ground with his head in his hands, being brutally beaten by the four men. His veins throbbed instantly, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and charged towards them. "Let go of Das Wang. You're bullying us. I'll beat you to death." The kid who was knocked down first saw the black kid return, and angrily pulled out a wooden stick from behind him and smashed it down on the other kid's head. Ding Jiangwo wasn't sure if the dark-skinned boy was his younger brother, but then he heard him call out the name Das Wang again. He then remembered that his younger brother had mentioned his name to him many times when he first arrived in this world. He didn't have time to think anymore. The man's stick was about to hit Jian Jun on the head. Ding Jiangwo quickly covered the boy with his divine sense and used his mind to restrain the boy holding the wooden stick. Then he rushed over, took out a stun gun, and gave him a shock. The man's body trembled a few times before he collapsed again. "Jian Jun, get out of the way. I'll take care of them." With that, Ding Jiangwo rushed behind the other four men like a gust of wind. They swiftly delivered a blow to each of them, and without any suspense, the four fell to the ground one after another. Seeing Ding Jiangwo knock everyone down in just a few moves, Ding Jianjun excitedly shouted, "Brother, you're amazing. You stay here and see if Das Wang is alright. I'll take care of these guys for you now," Ding Jiangwo said, dragging the five men together. "Brother Jiangwo, I'm fine. I'll help too." Das Wang struggled to his feet and wiped the blood from his nose. "Brother, these people are so hateful. Not only did they try to steal our wild vegetable buns, they also tried to beat us up. I want to help too." Ding Jianjun ran over angrily. "All right, come over here, both of you." Ding Jiangwo waved to the two of them. "You guys are something else. Since you like stealing things so much, let's play a little game," Ding Jiangwo said with a smile. "Jianjun, bring me those two wild vegetable buns that fell on the ground." Ding Jiangwo pointed to two wild vegetable buns covered in mud on the ground. "Okay, brother." Ding Jianjun quickly picked up the two wild vegetable buns from the ground and handed them to Ding Jiangwo. Ding Jiangwo took the two wild vegetable buns and looked at the five people lying on the ground with a gentle expression. "Alright, now I'll tell you the rules of the game. If anyone fails to grab these two wild vegetable buns later, I'll reward them with a new experience." After Ding Jiangwo finished speaking, he gently tossed the two wild vegetable buns into the air. The buns flew into the air and quickly fell back to the ground. Before the five people lying down could understand what was happening, the wild vegetable buns fell to the ground, and they all stared blankly at Ding Jiangwo. Ding Jiangwo didn't seem to care and continued to look at them with a smile. "It seems you don't like wild vegetable buns anymore, you prefer new experiences. Alright, what can I do? I'm a good guy, so I'll grant your wish." Ding Jiangwo extended two fingers and forcefully tapped one person's ribs, causing the stun gun hidden between his fingers to flash with electricity. The person who was pointed at lay on the ground, convulsing violently, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape, trying to speak but unable to utter a word. Ding Jiangwo only released his fingers when his face turned red and tears and snot streamed down his face. "See? He's been deeply moved by this experience. Now it's your turn." Ding Jiangwo turned to look at the other four people. "No, I was wrong. Yes, we were wrong. We'll never do it again." The four of them were already trembling with fear. "Good brother, you have to be loyal to your friends. Please welcome the next distinguished guest." After Ding Jiangwo finished speaking, he smiled and stretched out two fingers, pointing at the other person's ribs. The man instinctively crawled back a few steps, but Jianjun and Das Wang dragged him back. After being given a series of electric shocks by Ding Jiangguo, he lay on the ground convulsing. The remaining 3 were not spared either, and were all given electric shocks. Just as Ding Jiangguo was about to continue the game, he saw 2 police officers passing by. The 5 people on the ground also saw the police and immediately asked them for help. After hearing this, the police came over to investigate. Once they found out they were robbing people, they arrested them all. After watching those people leave, Ding Jiangguo prepared to take Ding Jianjun home and ask him why he still went to collect coal nuggets. "Brother Jiangguo, thank you for today. I'm going back now. Jianjun, I'll come find you to play again tomorrow." After saying that, Dazwang picked up the 2 wild vegetable buns on the ground and walked home. Ding Jiangguo wanted to stop the other person from picking it up, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He also felt a little guilty for wasting food. However, his attention quickly returned to Ding Jianjun. "Didn't I tell you last time not to go collect coal nuggets? Why did you go again?" Ding Jianjun looked at Ding Jiangguo with some hesitation. "Brother, I'll talk to you about it when I get back." After the 2 returned to the house, Ding Menzo complained to Ding Jianjun for a while before pulling him to take a shower. Ding Jiangguo sat on a chair in the main room, planning how to get the meat over there that night. He thought about it and decided to get a cart. So he used his mind to enter the space and spent his last remaining balance to buy a cart. Ding Jiangguo mentally withdrew from the space, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Ding Jianjun had already dressed and was preparing to sneak out. Ding Jiangguo called out with a half-smile, "Jianjun, where are you going?" "Brother, I didn't go anywhere. It's just a bit hot inside, so I thought I'd go for a walk outside to cool off." Ding Jianjun pretended not to know and offered an explanation. "Is there something else you forgot to tell me?" Ding Jiangguo looked at him with the same smile. Ding Jianjun knew he couldn't escape this time, so he could only walk away with his head hanging low. He sat down opposite Ding Jiangguo and began to recount the whole story in a low voice. He learned from his younger brother Jianjun's account that Jianjun went to collect coal nuggets not for his own sake. He collects coal cinders every day to exchange for wild vegetable buns for Dazwang. Dazwang is an orphan who was adopted and raised by his current grandfather. His grandfather's surname was Lu. He also had no children, and his wife had passed away. Grandpa Lu doesn't have a formal job. He usually earns a living by doing odd jobs. In the past, when things were better, his grandfather could find work to earn some food. The environment has been getting worse and worse in the past 2 years, and there is less and less work. The 2 of them often go hungry, but fortunately there is a ration, so they are able to survive. But not long ago, his grandfather fell while working for someone and injured his leg. Now he can only stay in bed to recover. With no extra income, the couple only receives a combined monthly ration of 28 jin, 14 caddies, which is far from enough. Dazwang could only collect coal scraps every day to earn more food for his family. Dazwang is Jianjun's best friend. They share everything, and if one of them has something delicious, they'll share it with the other. Because Dazwang and Jianjun had a good relationship, and Grandpa Lu was usually very kind to Jianjun, he would bring them food every time he came back from a job. Sometimes it was 2 candies, sometimes 2 biscuits, and occasionally Jianjun would be invited to eat the stewed meat at home. In Jianjun's heart, Grandpa Lu was just like his own grandfather. This time, we learned that Grandpa Lu was lying in bed recovering from his injuries and unable to earn a living. He was thinking of helping Dazwang collect more coal nuggets so he could earn more wild vegetable buns and Grandpa Lu wouldn't go hungry. After listening to Ding Jianjun's story, Ding Jiangguo couldn't help but pat his younger brother's head and praise him. "Jianjun, I'm very happy that you think this way. But next time something happens, talk to your brother first. Maybe your brother has a better solution." "I understand, brother. I'll definitely tell you first next time." After Ding Jianjun finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Brother, should I still go help Dazwang collect coal nuggets tomorrow?" Ding Jiangguo decisively dissuaded him from this idea. "None of you should go collect coal nuggets tomorrow. I'll get you 10 pounds of cornmeal and send it to Dazwang's house. You don't need to worry about this anymore. Wait a few days until your brother is done with his work, then we'll figure out a way for Dazwang's family to make a living." "Okay, bro. I'm going out to play now." Ding Jianjun nodded in agreement and then ran outside to play. Watching his younger brother's departing figure, Ding Jiangguo shook his head and muttered to himself, "There's no end to the worries I have." With the meat Ding Jiangguo brought back, everyone enjoyed another delicious meal that evening. During dinner, the third sister highly praised Ding Jiangguo. He was also advised to visit the village more often when he has time, as it would be good for his physical and mental health. Anyway, he was going to the village frequently during this period, so he made his decision on the spot. "I will definitely follow my third sister's teachings from now on and will go back to the village for a visit in a couple of days." After dinner, everyone chatted for a while, and Ding Jiangguo told his 2 older sisters that he wanted to go for a walk. The 2 of them didn't think much of it, but simply told him not to stay out too late and to come back early. Ding Jiangguo casually agreed and quickly walked out of the courtyard, heading towards Daehung Hutong. After walking for half an hour, I arrived at Daehung Hutong. Following the house numbers, I finally found house number 88 in a slightly secluded spot. Ding Jiangguo spread his divine sense to investigate the situation inside the courtyard. The lights were on, and 3 people were sitting in the courtyard chatting. One of them was Director Li. Ding Jiangguo looked around to make sure no one was there, then released the cart, the wild boar meat, and one last man. Dear customer, hello. I'm Tulman, Boss Wang. It's a pleasure to serve you again. Ding Jiangguo exchanged a few words with the other person and discovered that he had retained memories of today, so he instructed him to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. With a creak, the door opened, and the person who entered was Director Li. You've arrived really early. I came a little early because I didn't want to keep you waiting. Old Wang pointed to the cart and said, the item is a bit heavy, could you please help me push it in together? No need for that trouble, I'll have someone come and take care of it. He turned around and called out into the courtyard. 2 men came out of the courtyard and pushed the cart inside. Please have a seat and let them weigh themselves now, Director Li said with a smile, inviting the 2 men to sit down. The 2 were clearly old partners, working together very well, carrying the meat, weighing it, and announcing the numbers all in one smooth motion. 100 jin, 80 catties. 110 jin, approximately 55 kilograms. Director, it weighs a total of 290 jin. Okay, you 2 go and prepare all the meat as I told you tonight. After giving his instructions, Director Li turned back to look at Ding Jiangguo and the other man. Come on, let's talk inside. The 3 entered the room, and Director Li smiled and poured them both a glass of water. Young man, tell me your name and I'll fill it in for him. As Director Li spoke, he took out a piece of letter paper and a fountain pen and looked at Boss Wang. Ding Da Chun, Ding as in Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Da as in big and small, and Chun as in spring. Director Li took a pen and wrote a few words on the paper with a swish, swish, swish sound, then picked it up and blew on it. Then it was handed to Boss Wang. This is a letter of introduction. Take a look. If the name is correct, you can go back to the village to get a certificate. Once I start working here and get my work permit and proof of employment, I can go to the police station to transfer my household registration. You need to go to the street office to handle the grain ration. Once it's done, they'll give you a grain ration book and some coupons. Housing is in short supply right now, so we can only arrange for him to stay in a dormitory for the time being. Once he starts working, I'll put in a word with him and ask him to be assigned to a dormitory with fewer people. Director Li was worried that they wouldn't understand the procedures, so he patiently explained everything to them step by step. Boss Wang immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director Li. You've really gone to a lot of trouble. It's nothing. There are 10 extra pounds of meat, but I won't let you lose out. I'll give you 4 pieces. Director Li opened his mouth, ready to give money to Boss Wang. Wang Laeta immediately stopped him. Director Li, how could I let you work for nothing? That extra 10 pounds was a special amount I calculated to thank you for it. I can't accept this, Director Li said, feigning politeness. Director Li, you should accept it, unless you think it's too little, Boss Wang said, feigning anger. Hey, young man, what are you doing? Don't do that again. After Director Li finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and continued. Whenever that person reports for duty, have him come directly to my office, and I'll take him to complete the formalities. He's still in the village, probably the day after tomorrow morning. That will be troublesome for Director Li. You're being too polite, Director Li replied with a smile. It's getting late, and there are people waiting for me outside, so I'll be going now. I'll visit you at the cotton mill when I have time. After saying goodbye to Director Li, Boss Wang got up and left the room. He and Ding Jiangguo pushed the cart away from the courtyard together. Once the cart was pushed to a secluded spot, Ding Jiangguo packed it up and continued hurrying towards the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. As they approached the back gate of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, they saw Director Chen already waiting there. Ding Jiangguo looked around to make sure no one else was there, then took out 350 catties of wild boar meat and the cart from his spatial storage. They covered it with several large cloth bags before they were satisfied and pushed it over. Uncle Chen, Uncle Chen. Ding Jiangguo called out to Director Chen in a low voice. Upon hearing the sound, Director Chen immediately looked up and saw Ding Jiangguo and Boss Wang pushing a cart over. Director Chen's furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He quickly invited the 2 men into the courtyard, and then called 2 more men out. The 2 men who came out moved quickly, carrying the meat, weighing it, and announcing the number. Director, it's 360 jin in total. Director Chen couldn't suppress his smile at this moment. Half of the meat was left at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and the other half was sent to several leaders of the head office. I'm sure I'll be recognized as an advanced worker by the end of the year, and if I'm lucky, I might even get promoted by half a grade. Thinking of this, he became even more enthusiastic towards the 2 of them. They can produce more than 300 kilograms of wild boar meat in a single day, something even meat processing plants can't do now. It seems I didn't pay enough attention to them before. We must win this kid over. Once we get along well, buying meat will be much easier in the future. You two have worked hard tonight. Pack your things in a bit, and when you leave, each of you take a pound of meat with you. After giving his instructions to the two men, Director Chen turned around and warmly greeted Boss Wang and Ding Jiangwo. Come on, let's talk upstairs. The two followed Director Chen into the office. Director Chen invited the two to sit down. He walked to the table, opened a drawer, and took out a red iron box. I opened the tin box, took a small spoon, scooped out a small spoonful of tea leaves, poured them into 2 enamel mugs, and then poured in boiling water. Handed to the two people respectively. This tea is my treasured possession. Even if Oldly from the cotton mill came, I wouldn't take it out. You're in for a treat today, have a taste. Thank you, the two said, taking the package. Older Wang took a small sip and nodded in appreciation. Sweet and mellow on the palate, with a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth. Director Chen, this is excellent tea. Director Chen was pleased to see his satisfaction. I wasn't lying to you, was I? I'll take it back later. Okay, thank you in advance, Director Chen. Boss Wang didn't stand on ceremony. Moreover, receiving gifts can bring them closer together, which is also beneficial to Ding Jiangwo. After all, the client's fourth sister will soon be working here, and with Director Chen's connection, no one will dare to make things difficult for her. All right, let's get back to business. You just saw it, 350 pounds for a job. What do you want to exchange the other 10 pounds for, money or something else? Director Chen asked with a smile. Director Chen, I brought those 10 jin especially to thank you. Without your help, Jiangwo's sister wouldn't have been able to get into the supply and marketing cooperative. And today, directly from the cotton mill, if it weren't for your influence, we might not even have been able to get into the factory. So you must accept these 10 pounds of meat. Boss Wang looked at Director Chen with a serious expression. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Don't laugh at me, but we're short of meat at home right now. My 2 grandsons were clamoring for meat yesterday. Director Chen joked with a smile. Director Chen, if you need meat in the future, just tell Jiangwo. I can't say much, but a few pounds of meat is always available. I'm not afraid to tell you, we hunters in the mountains often hunt down some big guys, and there's a good amount of meat in them. Boss Wang's expression was full of smugness. Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. Next time I ask you to exchange the meat, you can't deny it. Director Chen's eyes narrowed as he laughed. Director Chen, don't worry. Jiangwo is still here, isn't he? Jiangwo's sister will be working under you in the future. Old Wang patted his chest and guaranteed it. Seeing that everything was done, Boss Wang knew he didn't have much time left, so he looked at Ding Jiangwo. Jiangwo, remember to bring your sister to see Director Chen tomorrow to complete the formalities. I won't be coming. Jiangwo, just bring him to my office tomorrow. Director Chen turned to Ding Jiangwo with a smile and gave him some instructions. Okay, thank you in advance, uncle. Ding Jiangwo quickly expressed his gratitude. The two then got up to leave. Young man, take this tea. Director Chen stuffed the tea leaves into Wang Leita's arms. Without any hesitation, Wang Leita took the tea leaves and went downstairs with Ding Jiangwo. The two of them pushed the cart and left through the back door of the supply and marketing cooperative. Reaching a deserted alley, Ding Jiangwo quickly packed up his cart before leisurely walking home. As they neared home, the last surviving helper, Boss Wang, also disappeared. Boss Wang is quite a useful tool. It's a pity it was a one-time product. Once the time was up, it was taken back by the store. Otherwise, it would have been great to keep it to continue providing cover. Ding Jiangwo muttered to himself with a regretful expression. Lying in bed at night, Ding Jiangwo stared at the ceiling, pondering quietly. He had promised his younger brother to help Dazhuang's family, so he had to keep his word. Dazhuang and his father had done Jianjun a favor, so it was only natural for them to lend a helping hand at this time. I have plenty of supplies, so I can't just give them away directly. A small favor is appreciated, but a large one breeds resentment. I don't want to accidentally create an enemy. He mentally went through all the options. Finally, they chose a job that was quite suitable for Grandpa Lu. After finalizing the plan, Ding Jiangwo felt relieved and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Ding Jiangwo took out a bag of cornmeal and handed it to Ding Jianjun. Jianjun, take these 10 jin of cornmeal to Dazhuang first. I'll come back tomorrow night, and then I'll go to Dazhuang's house with you. Remember, don't go collecting coal nuggets today, or I won't help you. Okay, brother. But this cornmeal, Ding Jianjun looked at Ding Jiangwo with some concern. Don't worry, it wasn't taken from home. Your brother got it himself. Take it if I tell you to. You ate a lot of food there before, so sending something back is just a way of returning the favor. Ding Jiangwo patted his younger brother's head. Thank you, brother. he said, grabbing the cloth bag and running out of the yard. Ding Jiangguo, realizing he had a lot to do today, went directly to find his fourth sister. Fourth sister, I have good news to tell you. What? Good news? Did you find a gold ingot? Ding Menzu joked. It's a tiny bit better than finding a gold ingot, Ding Jiangguo continued, keeping everyone in suspense. Let fourth sister see what this good stuff is. Ding Menzu smiled and reached out to forcefully pull Ding Jiangguo over, preparing to search him. Ding Jiangguo quickly dodged and hurriedly explained, Fourth sister, the item isn't on me, it's at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. What? At the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Ding Menzu was even more confused now. Ding Jiangguo realized he hadn't explained things clearly, so he reread the prepared content to her. Jiangguo, are you serious? Ding Menzu stared at Ding Jiangguo with great suspicion after hearing his story. Fourth sister, I'm not lying to you for no reason. Ding Jiangguo cried out in pain. You mean, while running errands for people, you met some hunters and helped them sell a lot of meat to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Did you use some supplies in advance to help me exchange a job opportunity with the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Ding Menzu was still very skeptical. That's right. We sold a lot of meat to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative this time. I also contributed some supplies. That's how I got you this job. I can't tell you the exact number. If anyone asks when you go to work, you can't say either. Don't ask anyone either. This involves the director's affairs. Ding Jiangguo gave her earnest instructions. I still think it's impossible. Ding Menzo shook her head, her face full of disbelief. Ding Jiangguo could understand her thoughts. No one in this alley had a job as one of the 8th rank officials, so it was normal for fourth sister not to believe it. These things can only be discussed with the truth. Ding Jiangguo didn't care whether Ding Menzo believed him or not, and simply pulled her up. Fourth sister, let's go. We'll find out if it's true or not when we get there. Even if it's not true, just think of it as going for a walk. If it's true and you don't go, others will think you don't want the job anymore and will give the spot to someone else. Then it will be too late for you to regret it. After thinking about it, Ding Menzo decided to go with them to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The two entered the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Ding Jiangguo smiled and asked Wang Li behind the counter, sisterly, has Director Chen arrived yet? He's been here for a while, he's waiting for you upstairs. This must be your sister, just take her upstairs. Wang Li smiled and opened the small door leading to the office area for them. Thanks, Sister Li. I'll come down and chat with you after I'm done with my business. As he spoke, he led Ding Menzu toward Director Chen's office. Jiangguo, is this true? How come you're so familiar with the sales clerk at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Ding Menzu asked with a puzzled look. Sister, I'll tell you another time. I'm a bit pressed for time today. I need to rush back to the village after you've settled your job. Ding Jiangguo spoke as he walked. Didn't you just get back yesterday? What are you doing back in the village? Ding Menzu asked. Sister, have you forgotten your age? I'd better go back to the village and help you change your age to be older. Also, you don't want to get a certificate to transfer your household registration? If you don't transfer your registration to our street office, what will you eat in the future? Ding Jiangguo rolled his eyes. His older sister seemed a little slow on the uptake today. I thought you were joking with me, so I didn't think of it that way. I can handle the certificate and age change myself when I get back, Ding Menzu said awkwardly, turning her face away. It's nothing. I have other things to do when I get back today. I'll take care of them for you while I'm at it. Ding Jiangguo said nonchalantly. Ding Menzu asked curiously, what else do you need to do when you get back? Ding Jiangguo raised his chin and replied to her in a nonchalant tone. I also found a job for Brother Dachun. I'll go back today to tell him to get the necessary documents and report to the cotton mill tomorrow. What? Ding Menzu was stunned. Ding Jiangguo saw her standing there dumbfounded, then walked back and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Sis, why are you standing there like you've lost your soul and won't move? Ding Menzo quickly came to her senses, gently pushed Ding Jiangguo's hand away, and then looked him up and down. Are you really my fifth brother? Comrade Ding, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your fifth brother, I'm your eldest brother. I've truly worried myself sick over this family. Come on, call me big brother. Ding Jiangguo teased Ding Menzu with a straight face. Ding Menzu immediately grabbed his ear. Tell me now, what kind of monster are you? Fourth sister. I am your fifth brother, who admires you the most in China. You're smart enough to know your place. Don't get cocky just because you have a little bit of ability. I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Humph. After Ding Menzu finished speaking, she released her hand with a smug look on her face. Yes, yes, yes. You're right, Ding Jiangguo said, feigning humility. All right, let's go. Take me there quickly, don't keep them waiting. Ding Menzu slapped him in an annoyed tone. Ding Jiangguo immediately bowed and scraped, acting like a sycophant, and led the way. Ding Menzo followed behind, and for the first time, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity as she looked at her younger brother's back. Then she thought of everything her brother had done for the family and for her, and felt at ease. No matter what happens to Jianguo, he will always be her younger brother. Ding Menzu watched Ding Jianguo's retreating figure and murmured to herself. Knock knock knock. Come in, came Director Chen's voice from inside the door. Ding Jianguo pushed open the door, led Ding Menzu into the office, and introduced her to Director Chen inside. Uncle Chen, this is my fourth sister, Ding Menzu. She's here to report for duty today. What are your plans? Fourth sister, this is Director Chen. Ding Jianguo introduced him to Ding Menzu. Don't call me Director Chen. Xiao Zhu. Don't listen to Jianguo. Just call me Uncle Chen too. Jianguo, you can have some tea here for now. I'll take your sister to complete her onboarding procedures. Ding Jianguo hurriedly stopped him. Uncle Chen, my sister has a rural household registration. She came in a hurry today and hasn't gone back to get the certificate yet. What do you think? Director Chen replied nonchalantly, these are minor matters. I'll take her to handle it first, and you can complete the rest in the next couple of days. All right. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Chen. Xiaozu, come with me. I'll take you to complete the onboarding procedures now. Director Chen took Ding Menzu out to complete the onboarding procedures. Ding Jianguo didn't wait long in the office before seeing Director Chen bring Ding Menzu back. Jianguo, the matter has been taken care of. Director Chen said to Ding Jianguo with a smile, then turned to Ding Menzu and gave her a briefing. Xiaozu, come to my place before you go to work tomorrow morning. I'll introduce you to your other colleagues. This will make things easier for you in the future. Okay, thank you, Director Chen. Ding Menzu quickly expressed her gratitude. Thanks, Uncle Chen. I'll be going now. Ding Jianguo got up and walked out with Ding Menzu. Jianguo, I've become a sales clerk at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Do you think I'm dreaming? Ding Menzu still felt that today's events were a bit like a dream. She reached out and pinched Ding Jianguo's arm hard. Ding Jianguo immediately gasped in pain. Sis, why are you pinching me? Jianguo, you really are in pain. Looks like it really wasn't a dream. He. Ding Menzu laughed awkwardly. Ding Jianguo rolled his eyes, no longer wanting to speak, and continued walking out. Sister Li. Ding Jianguo greeted Wang Li. Jianguo, is everything done? Wang Li walked over with a smile. It's all taken care of. Fourth sister, let me introduce you. This is Sister Li, who is beautiful inside and out. This is my fourth sister. She'll be working here starting tomorrow. Please take good care of her. Ding Jianguo smiled and introduced the two to each other. Jianguo, don't worry. With me here, no one will dare to bully her, Wang Li assured him, looking up at him. Ding Menzu also cleverly chimed in, then I'll have to ask Sister Li for your help from now on. It's alright, we're all family, Wang Li replied familiarly. Alright. We still have other procedures to complete, so we'll be going now, Sister Li. Let's go. Jianguo, who is that Sister Li? Why does she speak so forcefully? Ding Menzu asked curiously. Director Chen is his uncle, don't you think? Ding Jianguo looked at her irritably. Sister, you go back first. I'll take the documents back to the village now and get you a certificate. After Ding Jianguo finished speaking, he prepared to head towards the crooked tree outside the West City. At this moment, Ding Menzu grabbed Ding Jianguo and looked at him with red eyes. Jianguo, I don't know what you're doing, and I know that even if I ask, you won't tell me the truth. Sister, I just hope you'll remember this. If you encounter any difficulties, be sure to tell us. Don't try to bear it all alone. We are family. Don't worry, sis. I won't take any risks. I'm not going to say anything more. I need to hurry to the west gate to catch the carriage, or Master Nia might leave. Ding Jianguo turned around and ran towards the west gate. Ding Jianguo was lucky. When he arrived at the west gate, he saw that Master Nia's donkey cart was still there. There were already 7 or 8 people sitting up there, and it looked like it was almost full. Ding Jianguo quickly ran over. Little Jianguo, didn't you just leave the village yesterday? Why are you going back today? Uncle Niu asked curiously. Third Master, something came up today and I have to go back. As he spoke, he took out a few white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and stuffed them into Uncle Niu's hand. Looking at the exquisite wrapping paper, Uncle Niu guessed that this item must be expensive, so he pushed it back. Jianguo, keep this precious stuff for yourself. It's fine. Third Master, I still have quite a few. You can keep these and try them. After saying that, Ding Jianguo took out a handful of things from his pocket and showed them to him. When Uncle Niu saw that Ding Jianguo still had quite a few left, he happily put them away. A knowledgeable older woman nearby recognized what Ding Jianguo was holding and said enviously to Master Niu, Third Master, you've really gotten a bargain. Do you even know what that is? The middle-aged woman smugly glanced around at the people on the bus, noticing everyone staring at her curiously, before boasting, "Have you heard of white rabbit milk candy? It's expensive, 3 yuan a pound, and you need a coupon." After hearing this, everyone stared wide-eyed at Grandpa Niu with envy. Uncle Niu quickly reached into his pocket and pressed it down to make sure the candy wouldn't fall out before continuing to smoke his pipe. He sat there and waited for a while, and when he found that no one else was coming, he started driving the donkey cart back. There were many people on the cart this time, and the donkey cart moved slowly. It took Ding Jiangguo more than 2 hours to get back to the village. Ding Jiangguo got out of the car and headed towards his grandfather's house as usual, but then he remembered that they should still be digging for remenya on the mountain at this time. He went straight into the mountains. After walking for more than an hour on the mountain, Ding Jiangguo finally saw them. Surprisingly, they dug quite quickly. The remenya on the mountain has been almost completely dug up, and it is estimated that they will finish digging it all today. Ding Jiangguo walked over and shouted to his grandparents, who were bent over digging at the remenya root, "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back." Upon hearing the sound, the two elders both looked up and gazed in their direction. "Jiangguo, why are you back so soon?" The old lady jogged over, a little puzzled. "I have something urgent to discuss with you and Grandpa," Ding Jiangguo said to the old lady. "Jiangguo, if there's anything urgent you need to discuss with us, then you must talk to us." At this moment, Old Man Ding had also come over. When Ding Jiangguo saw that Old Man Ding had also come over, he began to explain what had happened. "There are 2 things in total. First, they will come to collect the remenya root at 11 p.m. tonight and exchange it for our grain. The delivery place is under the old elm tree at the end of the village. Put the things there before 11 o'clock. They will take the things away and leave the food behind. I'll stay behind to coordinate with them. You guys wait elsewhere. I'll call you when it's all done." "Won't you be in danger by yourself?" Old Man Ding asked, looking troubled. "Grandpa, don't worry. They won't even look at this little thing," Ding Jiangguo quickly reassured him. Old Ding nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He knew this grandson was different from ordinary people. He did things in a methodical way. If he said there was no problem, then there must be no problem. Secondly, during this trip back to the city, I visited the old man's house again. Besides discussing the remenya glutinosa, I also took care of another matter. Grandma Su always brags to you that Ding Suo was a worker, yet he managed to steal De Chun's girlfriend. Is that because he's capable? I specifically asked that old man to inquire about jobs at the cotton mill. Let's see if we can get brother Dachun a job as a worker in the cotton mill. He works in the same factory as Ding Suo. Look at how arrogant he is in front of brother Dachun, a permanent employee, even though he's just a temporary worker. Is it the same old man from last time? Old Ding asked from the side. Yes, the old man happens to know a junior manager at the cotton mill. People give him face and can help him get things done for only 600 yuan. He knew we were having difficulties, so he helped us pay it out first. We'll pay him back with half of our salary each month until the debt is paid off. I felt I couldn't miss this opportunity, so I agreed. With the old man's help, the spot was secured last night. However, they also said that brother Dachun should go and complete the formalities as soon as possible, otherwise things might change. There are quite a few people eyeing the spots now. Ding Jiangguo finally finished writing the story. The story sounded quite plausible, and he secretly gave himself a thumbs up. Good, good. Jiangguo, well done. Our family has produced another worker. Let's see how Su Yunfang will show off in front of us now. I'll go and call them over right now. The old lady turned around excitedly to call them. Before long, people gathered around. Seeing the two elders' radiant faces, everyone was curious about what had happened. I have 2 pieces of good news to share with you all, Old Man Ding said, looking around at everyone with a smile. First, someone will come to collect the remenya root at 11 p.m. tonight and exchange it for our grain. Secondly, Old Man Ding said, looking at his uncle's family. Jiangguo, get Dachun a job at the cotton mill. Why did we give it to Dachun first? Everyone knows that because of the Jin family's broken engagement, many people in and around the village are laughing at our family. We need to get our reputation back. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard the first piece of news, but they were all stunned when they heard the second piece of news. What, Dad, is this true? Aunt stared wide-eyed, asking incredulously. Old Man Ding didn't speak. He turned to look at Ding Jiangguo. Ding Jiangguo replied with a smile. Aunt, it's true. I came back today to ask brother Dachun if he's willing to go. If he is, he can come to the factory with me tomorrow morning to complete the formalities. Yes. He dares not to? I'll break his legs. Aunt hurriedly answered. Elder sister, don't be in such a hurry. We haven't finished talking yet, Old Man Ding interrupted. This job opportunity was obtained by Jiangguo through connections. Everyone knows how difficult it is to get a job these days, so you should all remember the good things about the founding of the nation. After hearing this, the uncle's family was about to step forward to thank Ding Jiangguo, but old man Ding interrupted them again. These job opportunities aren't free, you have to pay for them, you should understand. Even with Jiangguo's help, this spot still costs 600 yuan. Think about whether you still want it or not. Hearing what old man Ding said, the uncle's family was still overjoyed. 600 yuan was more than 2 years' worth of wages. Where else could they find such a good deal? My aunt said without hesitation. Dad, don't worry. We'll go back and raise the money right now. Even if we have to borrow from my parents' home, we'll get the money together tonight. Sister-in-law, we still have 65 yuan in savings. I'll have Xiao Fang give it to you tonight. The second uncle immediately offered his support. Aunt, my family also has 30 yuan in savings. Yulan, please take it to your aunt tonight. Mom, my family also has 37 yuan. I'll give it to you tonight. Auntie, I also have 5 pieces, I'll give them to you when I get back. Looking at the family united in their efforts, old man Ding nodded in satisfaction. I am very pleased to see you brothers, uncle, and nephew, working together so well. Don't worry too much about the money for buying the jobs. The person Jian Guo asked will cover it first. He also knew our situation, but he was only doing it for Jiangguo's sake. After Dechun, he will give half of his salary to the other party every month until the debt is paid off. Old man Ding looked at Ding Dachun with a serious expression. Dachun, remember to give half of your salary to Jiangguo every month so he can pay it back. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll give the money to Jiangguo as soon as I get my salary. Seeing that old man Ding had finished speaking, the eldest uncle's family all gathered around Ding Jiangguo. Jiangguo, your aunt doesn't know how to thank you enough. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Dachun, why don't you come over here and properly thank Jiangguo? The eldest aunt, somewhat exasperated, pulled Ding Dachun in front of Ding Jiangguo. Auntie, we're all family, don't be so formal. Even before I introduced Dachun to a job, you guys still took good care of us, didn't you? Ding Jiangguo quickly waved his hand to stop them from continuing to express their gratitude. His uncle's family had always treated them well, otherwise, he wouldn't have helped them. Alright, we still need to deliver tonight. Let's finish digging up all the remnant as soon as possible and try to replace the goods tonight. Old Ding, remembering the matter of exchanging grain that evening, hurriedly urged everyone to go back to work. Upon hearing this, everyone went back to continue digging for remnant glutinosa. As darkness fell, the villagers had already finished work and gone home for dinner when Ding Jiangguo and his group returned from the mountains. Back in the courtyard, Ding Jiangguo told the 2 elders that he needed to see the team leader for something, and then went out. When he arrived at the team leader's house, he saw the team leader, Ding Yude, sitting leisurely in the yard smoking a pipe. Ding Jiangguo took out 2 cans of fruit with the labels torn off, knocked on the courtyard gate, and called out into the yard. Is Uncle De home? Who is it? Ding Yude came over to open the door, carrying his pipe. Uncle Yude, it's me, Jiangguo. Ding Jiangguo replied with a smile from outside the door. Jiangguo, come in and sit down. Okay, Uncle De. Uncle Yude, these are some new things brought back from the city. I brought some over especially for you to try. As Ding Jiangguo spoke, he handed over the things he was holding. Jiangguo, what are you doing? Hurry up and take it back to Grandpa and Grandma to eat. When Ding Yude saw the object, he pretended to push it away. I was a little surprised. Canned fruit is a precious commodity, who would give it away so casually these days? The fact that the founding emperor brought all this stuff over so late at night suggests he has something important to do. Let's hear what it is first, and if it can be done, then we'll accept it. How could Ding Jiangguo possibly take it back? He quickly said, Uncle Yude, we still have some at home. This is all from my nephew's heartfelt wishes, please accept it. Jiangguo, is there something you need your uncle to do? We're really close relatives, and I'll definitely help you with anything I can. Don't be so polite. Ding Yude did not take the item, but looked at Ding Jiangguo with a smile on his face. Uncle, you really guessed right. Ding Jiangguo pretended to be embarrassed. I would like to trouble you, uncle, to help my 4th sister and brother Dachun get a certificate to process their household registration transfer. What? Ding Yude looked at Ding Jiangguo with some surprise, and at the same time, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Ding Jiangguo knew that the other party would not believe him just by talking, so he took out the 2 letters from his bag and handed them over. My sister is a little too young. Uncle De, could you please change her age a bit? Just make sure she's 18. Ding Yude opened the 2 letters, looked at the large red seals on them, and especially at the one from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and gave a thumbs up in admiration. Jiangguo, you're really amazing. Okay, Uncle Mang will help you with this. Let's go to the village office now. He got up and walked towards the brigade headquarters. Ding Jiangguo left his things on the table and followed him out. Upon entering the brigade headquarters, Ding Yade took out a letter from a drawer and issued certificates to the two men. After finishing writing, he carefully checked it twice before stamping it with the official seal and handing it to Ding Jiangguo, remarking with emotion, "Our village has produced 5 workers, 4 of whom are from your family. You have to admit, we're really impressed. It was all luck. I'm so grateful to Uncle to this time. I have some things to take care of at home, so I'll head back now." After accepting the letter and thanking the sender, Ding Jiangguo took his leave. Watching Ding Jiangguo's departing figure, Ding Yade thought to himself that he should take better care of Ding Dasen's family in the future. "I don't need to go to the city to work as a laborer, but I can help my son and grandson out more often so that I can ask for help when the opportunity arises." Ding Jiangguo was in a great mood after receiving the certificate, and he even walked with a lighter step. As he entered the courtyard, Old Man Ding asked with a smile, "Jiangguo, you're back. How did things go?" "Sir, everything is done. Tomorrow, after Brother Dachun starts his job, we can go and transfer his household registration and get his grain ration book." Ding Jiangguo replied with a smile. "Great. Dachun, you must work hard in the city and marry a city wife to make your parents proud." Second Aunt looked at Ding Dachun, who was busy and sweating profusely. "Yes, Brother Dachun, you must marry a city girl to make Ding Suo and Jin Ziyuli furious." Ding Xiaoqian chimed in. At this moment, the eldest aunt also spoke up. "Dachun, did you hear that? You must prove yourself." Ding Dachun nodded heavily. "I know. I won't let everyone down. Everyone, get ready to eat." The old lady came out of the kitchen and called everyone to eat. Dinner was pretty good. Each person had 2 cornbread buns and a bowl of sweet potato porridge as their main course. The dish consisted of braised pork head with Chinese cabbage and a side of pickled vegetables. Everyone enjoyed the meal. It was probably the only meal like this in the entire village. After dinner, everyone continued to clean the remenya root and put it into bags. After everyone worked hard, all the remenya glutinosa were packed up. There were 11 bags in total, neatly stacked against the wall. One small bag weighed 50 jin, and the other 10 large bags each weighed 100 jin, making a total of 1,050 jin of remenya glutinosa. "Jiangguo, can they replace them all for us?" Old Ding asked with some concern, looking at the extra 500 jin of remenya glutinosa. "Don't worry, sir. I already told them about the situation yesterday," Ding Jiangguo reassured him in a relaxed tone. Ding Jiangguo suddenly realized that if he replaced the remenya root with more than 500 kilograms of cornmeal, he wouldn't be able to carry it back by himself. He then suggested to Old Man Ding, "Sir, give me the flashlight from the house. I'll shine it for you after those people leave, then you can come back and move the grain." "Okay. You wait here, I'll go get it for you right now." Old Ding turned and walked into the house. "Jiangguo, come and have some fruit," Ding Xiaoqiang said ingratiatingly, holding out a few yellow prawns to Ding Jiangguo. Ding Jiangguo didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up a piece, wiped it on his clothes, and popped it into his mouth. "It tastes a bit like cherry tomatoes from later generations, sweet and sour, and the flavor is not bad." "Jiangguo, how is it?" "It tastes good, right?" Ding Xiaoqiang said with a fawning expression. "Yes." Ding Jiangguo guessed that he probably had something to say, but was too embarrassed to speak. He guessed that seeing that Brother Dachun had become a worker, he also had his own thoughts. This is normal, though. Ding Jiangguo had actually planned to get him a job. This way, both families will have an explanation, and both the eldest and second uncles will have a worker, making their lives a little easier in the future. However, one shouldn't rush to bring up this job matter. Since Ding Xiaoqiang hadn't mentioned it, he pretended not to know. The two chatted idly, making small talk. Ding Xiaoqiang wanted to bring up work several times, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Second Aunt had noticed the situation from a distance. It's impossible to say she had no interest in this job opportunity. She knew that Dachun was the most suitable candidate for this job, and many people had been laughing at their family behind their backs for breaking off the engagement. If there's still a chance, she'll definitely fight for her son. After these few incidents, she realized that whether the Ding family could prosper in the future depended on this kid, Jiangguo. She was initially pleased to see Xiaoqiang approach her, thinking the boy was quite clever. "After watching for a long time, I only heard my son rambling on and on without getting to the point." She shook her head helplessly and walked quickly towards the two of them. She came to the two of them, first glared at her son, and then smiled at Ding Jiangguo. "Jiangguo, your brother Xiaoqiang is a bit clumsy with words. He can't explain things clearly. He saw that your brother Dachun was going to become a factory worker, and he was quite envious and wanted to go too. Jiangguo, if there are any job openings next time, could you consider your brother Xiaoqiang?" Second Aunt, "Don't worry. If there are any spots available, I'll consider brother Xiaoqiang." Ding Jiangguo didn't hesitate and agreed immediately, as this was already part of his plan. Ding Xiaoqiang and his second aunt both thanked him with smiles on their faces. "Jiangguo, here's a flashlight. I think it's about time." Can we move the things now? Just then, Old Man Ding walked over with a flashlight. Sir, you all wait here in the courtyard. I'll go check if there's anyone else in that area, so we won't be seen when we go. Ding Jiangwo took the flashlight and prepared to walk outside. Jiangwo, you wait here, I'll go check it out. Ding Xiaoqian said as he ran out. She came running back breathlessly a moment later. I looked around, there's no one outside now. This situation was within Ding Jiangwo's expectations. He did it simply to be on the safe side. Their courtyard was the last one at the end of the village, and the old elm tree was close to the back mountain, so who would go there at night if they had nothing to do? In that case, let's set off now, Ding Jiangwo called out to the group. My eldest uncle, second uncle, and 2 older cousins each carried 2 bags of remenya root on a shoulder pole and went straight out of the yard. Old Man Ding, Ding Dachun, and Ding Xiaoqian each carried a bag and followed behind. Ding Jiangwo originally wanted to help, but was stopped by Old Man Ding, so he could only follow behind empty-handed. None of the women went out, they all stayed in the courtyard to wait. Along the way, everyone walked quickly, glancing around from time to time. Fortunately, there were no unexpected events along the way, and they arrived at the old elm tree. Ding Jiangwo chose a spot that offered good cover from the view, had everyone put their things down, and then explained, "Put everything here. You all go to the persimmon tree over there and wait for my signal. I'll give you the signal as soon as I'm done here. Remember, don't come over unless I give a signal, or they'll misunderstand." Everyone nodded, turned, and left, walking towards the persimmon tree in the distance. After everyone had gone far away, Ding Jiangwo first put the items into his spatial storage, and then entered the space himself. After entering the space, he opened the shop in the mall and saw what was displayed. Product included wild Remenya glutinosa, 1050 jin. Suggested selling price, 16,800 yuan. Will it sell out instantly? Yes. Ding. 16,800 yuan has been successfully deposited into your account. Balance, 16,800 yuan. Once Ding Jiangwo saw that the items had been sold, he prepared to exit the space. At this moment, a pop-up window appeared in the online store, displaying the following message. New exclusive products for the mall. Transformation pill. After taking it, you can transform into any person you want, and it will automatically match the corresponding clothing. There are no side effects, and the effect lasts for 15 minutes. Promotional price, 2,000 yuan/piece. Purchase limit, 8 pieces. Purchased for personal use only. Whether to purchase. Wow! This online store is amazing. Take it. It will make trading much easier from now on. Bite. Congratulations on your successful purchase. New exclusive product, transformation pill. As soon as the sound was spoken, a red box appeared on the desktop. Ding Jiangwo opened the lid and saw 8 semi-transparent, round pills, each about the size of a peanut. Out of curiosity, I picked one up and looked at it, only to find that it contained a massive green liquid. For such a small thing, 2,000 yuan apiece, this online store is getting better and better at making money. But then I think about its function and it makes sense. Let's check the remaining balance, 800 yuan. I couldn't help but sigh to myself, money really doesn't last long. Ding Jiangwo put the pills back in the box, closed the lid, and exited the space. After mentally estimating the time, I felt it was about right, so I turned on my flashlight and shone it twice towards the persimmon tree in the distance. He immediately saw people coming this way, and with a thought, 6 cloth bags, 5 large and 1 small appeared in front of him. Each of the large cloth bags contained 100 jin, 50 kilograms, and the small ones contained 25 jin, 12.5 kilograms. Jiangwo. All changed. Old Ding looked at the 6 cloth bags on the ground, his face beaming with joy. They're all here. Let's hurry back so we don't get discovered. Ding Jiangwo nodded. My eldest uncle, second uncle, and Ding Dachun each carried 2 cloth bags, following behind everyone as they hurried home. Back home, when they opened the cloth bag and saw the cornmeal inside, everyone was very excited. The old lady then took out an account book and a scale from the house and distributed the grain to everyone one by one. After receiving the grain, everyone happily returned to their homes. The next morning, the courtyard was already full of people. Everyone was in the courtyard preparing to see Ding Dachun off to the village entrance to catch a bus. This is the 3rd worker from their family, and everyone is proud of it. Ding Jiangwo was still having a sweet dream when he was woken up by the sound of voices in the courtyard. When he got up and walked out of the main room, he saw Ding Dachun carrying a bundle on his back, and then he remembered that he had to go back to the city to run errands today. He quickly washed up, ate, and then went with everyone to the village entrance to wait for the bus. Dachun. When you get to the city, you absolutely must listen to Jiangwo. Otherwise, come back and see what I'll do to you. Along the way, his aunt kept giving him instructions. Mother, don't worry. I will definitely listen to my cousin Jiangwo once I get to the city. Ding Dachun nodded repeatedly. When they arrived at the village entrance, Uncle Niu's donkey cart also arrived. The two of them got on the cart, and Ding Jiangwo waved to the crowd. Go back now. Brother Dachun will be on holiday in a few days and will come back to see you all. The group did not leave immediately, they waited until the donkey cart was out of sight before turning back. Doa, I think the person who went into the city with Jiangwo just now was your Dachun, right? Just then, an old lady walked over from the side. Yes, Grandma Su. My Dachun is going to the city today to complete his onboarding procedures. Li Doa pretended to be nonchalant. What? Your Dachun is going to the city to become a factory worker? The old ladies who were just chatting suddenly surrounded Li Doa. It's just going to be an ordinary worker in a cotton mill. Li Doa was secretly pleased, but pretended to be completely indifferent. This Dachun is really something. He's practically a factory worker now. Doa, I remember you, Dachun, aren't you married yet? I have a grandniece who has a great figure and can have babies. I'll bring her over to show you sometime. Your grandniece is lazy and good for nothing. She's not as good as my granddaughter. She's beautiful, capable, and most importantly, filial to her parents-in-law. Doa, when is Dachun coming back? I'll bring him over so you can see him. You old hag, what nonsense are you talking about? Your granddaughter is as thin as a bamboo pole. It's not even certain if she can have children. What use is she if she can work? Big flower, listen to me. Surrounded by the crowd, Li Doa kept talking, experiencing a bittersweet feeling. Since her son's engagement was called off, she has never felt so triumphant as she does today. However, she knew in her heart that her son was already a worker and would be a city dweller in the future, so he had to marry a girl from the city. The donkey cart moved at a moderate pace, and when it was more than 2 miles away from the village entrance, suddenly, I heard a hurried shout from behind, "Stop! Wait for me!" Ding Jiangwo looked up and saw a young man running hurriedly towards him. Oh, what a small world! It's Ding Suo. Uncle Neo stopped the donkey cart, and Ding Suo got on and began to complain. Third master, why didn't you wait for me before you left? You made me run so far. Who knew you were going to town today? Everyone else was waiting at the village entrance early on. Why are you different? Are you the eldest son of a landlord? Everyone waits for you to arrive before they can leave? Sit or don't, it's up to you. If you don't want to sit, then get off. Upon hearing this, Master Neo was furious that the other party had the audacity to complain about him instead of reflecting on his own actions, and immediately retorted. The others looked at Ding Suo with disdain. Ding Suo immediately lowered his head in shame and anger, not daring to utter another sound. After his retort, Master Neo ignored him and continued driving the donkey cart. When he realized that no one was looking at him anymore, he quietly raised his head and stretched his neck. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Ding Dachun and Ding Jiangwo sitting diagonally opposite him, and he immediately perked up. When he passed the village entrance just now, he heard someone say that Ding Dachun was going to the factory today to complete the procedures to become a worker. He chuckled inwardly. Those villagers were so ignorant, they believed whatever others told them. Are factory jobs so easy to get? He didn't know how many gifts he gave or how many nice things he said, and in the end, he spent 500 yuan to barely get a temporary job. Although he was just a temporary worker, the person who assigned him said that they would try to help him become a permanent employee if the opportunity arose. Ding Dachun, whose family has no connections and no money, is unable to get a job as a factory worker. Ding Suo didn't believe it. He thought Ding Dachun was just putting on a brave face and pretending that he was going to the city to find a job when he was actually going to complete the necessary procedures to start work. Thinking of this, he puffed out his chest, adopting a "I care about you" look, and looked at Ding Dachun. Dachun, I heard you're going to the factory today to complete the paperwork to become a worker? Which factory is it? Tell me, I've worked in cotton mills for so long, I know some people from different factories. As long as I give them a heads up, no one in the factory will dare to bully you. After saying that, he glanced smugly at everyone in the car out of the corner of his eye. When others heard that Ding Suo was a worker in the city, they all cast envious glances at him. No need. Ding Dachun refused with a dark expression. Ding Suo thought the other party was guilty, so he became even more aggressive. Dachun, don't be so polite with your brother. Otherwise, your sister-in-law, Xiaolian, will say that I, as your cousin, am being inconsiderate. They don't even know how to take care of their younger brother when they're in the city. Ding Dachun lowered his head, growing angrier as he listened. His face flushed red, and he clenched his fists tightly, ready to teach the other man a lesson. Seeing this, Ding Jiangwo quickly whispered to him, Brother Dachun, don't be angry. Just imagine what his expression will be when he sees you in your work clothes at the cotton mill tomorrow. After hearing Ding Jiangwo's words, Ding Dachun thought to himself that if Ding Suo saw him in the factory wearing work clothes, his expression would probably be worse than if he had eaten shit. He almost laughed as he thought about it, but he managed to hold it back, suppressing the smile on his lips, and looked at Ding Suo, saying, No need, thank you. Dachun, you really don't need to be so polite. We're all relatives. If I don't help you, who will? Seeing that Ding Dachun wasn't angry, he persisted and continued nagging. However, no matter what Ding Suo said, Ding Dachun ignored him. In the end, he himself felt bored and quieted down. The donkey cart was moving very slowly today. It took more than 2 hours to get to the city. Ding Jiangwo got off the donkey cart and, with Ding Dachun, rushed to the cotton mill without stopping. The two ran all the way and finally arrived at the cotton mill before lunch. Jiangwo, just the two of us? Don't we need to wait for an introducer? Ding Dachun asked doubtfully. No need, that person already brought me here. Just follow my instructions. Ding Jiangwo stepped forward and knocked on the security guard's glass window. It was the same person who came out last time. Young comrade, you've come to see Director Li again today. The man also recognized Ding Jiangwo, who had come yesterday. Yes, I brought my cousin here today to see Director Li to complete his onboarding procedures, Ding Jiangwo explained with a smile. Hurry up and go in. Don't delay, there's only half an hour left before we get off work and have lunch. Knowing that time was tight, the person quickly opened the door. Thanks, Ding Jiangwo said, then led Ding Dachun toward the office. Upon arriving at the office building, Ding Jiangwo led Ding Dachun directly to the second floor, to the logistics director's office, where they found Director Li. Director Li, thank you for your help. That young man didn't come? Director Li looked puzzled when he saw that the man from yesterday hadn't shown up. He's not free today. He said Director Li is reliable, so I can just bring my own people, Ding Jiangwo complimented with a smile. After saying that, he quickly introduced them. Director Li, this is my cousin Ding Dachun. Brother Dachun, this is Director Li from the logistics department. Your work was done with the help of Director Li. This is your cousin? He's a very spirited young man, Director Li said, giving him a very respectful compliment. Okay, Jiangwo, please have a seat. I'll take your cousin to complete the formalities right now. He then took Ding Dachun out to complete the formalities. Director Li's actions were truly remarkable. He took Ding Dachun out and got everything done in no time. Director Li handed Ding Jiangwo his work permit and work certificate and instructed him, take the documents and lead your cousin to the police station to register his household registration, and then go to the neighborhood committee to handle his grain ration. He'll be reporting for duty tomorrow. Just have him come find me first. Ding Jiangwo took the items, put them in his bag, thanked Director Li, and then led Ding Dachun home. Ding Dachun followed behind, carrying his blue overalls. Even now, he still thinks he's dreaming. He became the envy of everyone in the village as a worker? When Ding Jiangwo returned to the courtyard, he found that his door was still locked. He guessed that his fourth sister wouldn't come back for lunch on her first day of work, probably because she wanted to stay there and familiarize herself with the job. Fortunately, my fourth sister had prepared lunch in advance, but it still wasn't enough to eat. He first opened the door and invited Ding Dachun to rest inside, then went out into the yard himself. After wandering around outside, he came back carrying 2 oil paper packages. He prepared the items in his own space. After having a quick lunch, the two rested in the house for a while before heading to the police station, just before their shift was about to start. His plan was to get the grain ration book and grain coupons done today, so that Ding Dachun could work at the factory with peace of mind. The factory will definitely arrange dormitory accommodation for him. Ding Jiangwo led Ding Dachun to the outside of the police station and stopped. Brother Dachun, wait here for a while. He went to the guardhouse and knocked on the window. An old man opened the window, looked at him, and asked, young man, is there something you need? Ding Jiangwo asked with a smile, old man, I have something to ask you. The old man said casually, go ahead, what do you want to ask? Ding Jiangwo hurriedly asked, Grandpa, my cousin just started working at the cotton mill and is preparing to register his household registration. Is there any way to get the household registration booklet today? After saying that, he also handed him a box of Dakiaman cigarettes. Ding Jiangwo didn't know if it would work, but he decided to give it a try first. The security guard at least knows the people inside. With his recommendation, things will probably be much easier. Sure enough, the old man saw that he was quite good at handling things, so he chuckled and put his cigarette in his pocket. Young man, bring the person over here, come with me. Great. Thank you, sir. Ding Jiangwo knew there was hope when he heard this, so he quickly called Ding Dachun over. Upon entering the office building, everyone greeted the old man. The old man smiled and responded to each of their questions, then led the two directly to the director's office. Construction, huh? Busy, huh? Second uncle, you're here. Is something the matter? A square-faced man stood up and came out of the office to greet him. Young man, you're in a hurry to register your household registration and want to get your household registration booklet today. He's a decent guy, do you think you could expedite things for him? The old man pointed to Ding Jiangwo beside him. All right. Uncle, please have some tea here, I'll arrange for someone to take care of it right away. The square-faced man got up to pour tea for him. The old man waved his hand, you don't need to bother, I have to go back to my shift. After saying that, the old man turned and left the office. The square-faced man turned to look at Ding Jiangguo. Young comrade, are you the one who wants to register your household registration? It wasn't me, it was my cousin who wanted to do it. Ding Jiangguo quickly pulled Ding Dachun over. Take your documents and come with me. With that, he walked out. Ding Jiangguo and Ding Dachun quickly followed. The square-faced man led them to a staff member, gave them some instructions, and then left. The leader is quick to handle things. It only took about 10 minutes to get the new household registration booklet. After receiving the new household registration booklet, Ding Jiangguo returned to the office he had just been in, handed over a box of dakium and cigarettes as a token of his gratitude, and then left. The square-faced man watched Ding Jiangguo's departing figure, smiled, and thought, this kid's got some interesting skills. He then put the cigarettes into the drawer. After leaving the police station, Ding Jiangguo took Ding Dachun to the subdistrict office. Once inside the subdistrict office, Ding Jiangguo looked around but didn't find anyone he knew, so he could only find someone he could easily strike up a conversation with. He scanned the area several times and finally spotted a young woman in a corner who seemed easy to talk to. She's the one. Ding Jiangguo quickly walked towards the female comrade. Comrade, hello. May I ask where I can handle my grain ration certificate and grain book? He then grabbed a few white rabbit milk candies and placed them on the woman's table. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw the white rabbit candy on the table. When she saw that it was given to her by a child, she still resisted the urge to push it back. Young man, thank you. Please take the food back and eat it yourself. Whoever needs to complete the procedures, bring your documents and come with me. Ding Dachun stepped forward and quickly pushed the candy back, saying, I heard this candy is good, you should try it too. This is a little something from my brother, he has plenty more. Ding Jiangguo, playing along, pulled out another handful from his pocket and showed it to the woman. Yes, I have plenty more here. Okay, thanks then. The woman hesitated for a moment before putting the candy away. Then come with me, the woman said, taking the documents and leading Ding Dachun to the grain ration office. Ding Jiangguo sat there and waited for more than 10 minutes. Then I saw the woman bring Ding Dachun back. Young comrade, everything has been taken care of. Okay, thank you. Ding Jiangguo said his thanks and walked out of the subdistrict office with Ding Dachun. As the two walked back, Ding Jiangguo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Dachun, everything is done. From now on, you'll not just be a worker, but a city dweller, and you'll be eating government-supplied food. Marry a city girl, and then no one will dare to look down on you. Ding Dachun's eyes were red, and he couldn't speak. In the days since the engagement was broken off, countless people have laughed at him behind his back, and his parents have suffered countless grievances because of him. Now he can finally hold his head high. He's determined to marry a city girl and make the Jin family regret their decision. Let everyone know that it's all their fault, that the Kim family is short-sighted and unlucky. At the same time, he was very grateful to his cousin Ding Jiangguo. If it weren't for Ding's help, he might have been ridiculed for the rest of his life. He patted Ding Jiangguo on the shoulder and said, Jiangguo, thank you so much. Ding Jiangguo knew his cousin wasn't good with words, so he waved his hand. Brother Dachun, we're family, no need for formalities. I believe you would help us in the same way if something happened to our family. Jiangguo, your cousin isn't very good at talking, so just watch how I do from now on. Ding Dachun patted his chest forcefully to assure him. Okay, I believe you. Let's go back for dinner. The two talked as they walked home. Ding Jiangguo returned to the front yard and saw his fourth sister cooking under the eaves. He happily called out, Fourth sister, you're back. How was your first day at work? Ding Menzu looked up and smiled in response. It's great. With sisterly guiding me, the people at the supply and marketing cooperative are all very polite to me. After saying that, she looked at Ding Dachun beside her and asked, Brother Dachun, did you complete the onboarding process today? Ding Dachun grinned and replied happily. Thanks to Jiangguo's help, the onboarding process went very smoothly. He even took me to transfer my household registration and get my grain ration book. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Ding Jiangguo with gratitude. Oh, you got your household registration and grain ration book sorted out today? Ding Menzu looked at Ding Jiangguo with a surprised expression. Sis, we were lucky today, there weren't many people applying, so it was processed faster. Ding Jiangguo didn't want to explain further, so he just made up an excuse to brush it off. Upon hearing this, Ding Menzu thought to herself, this is just a little too fast? Forget it. The more capable the younger brother becomes, the better it is for their family. Why think so much? Ding Menzu snapped out of her thoughts and invited the two of them inside to rest. Brother Dachun, Jiangguo, you've had a busy day, take a rest first. I'll call you out to eat when the food is ready. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Menzu. After thanking him, Ding Dachun followed Ding Jiangguo into the house to rest. The two were indeed a bit tired today and fell asleep quickly. Brother, get up and eat. In his dream, Ding Jiangwo felt as if an earthquake had occurred, and his body was shaking. In my dazed state, I heard someone calling my name. He struggled to open his eyes and realized that it was Jianjun calling him. Ding Jiangwo yawned, stretched, and said, Jianjun, you go out first. I'll be right there. Okay. You'd better hurry, there's meat to eat today. If you're late, we'll eat it all. As Ding Jianjun spoke, he swallowed hard and ran out. Ding Jiangwo also got up quickly, washed his face, and then returned to the main room to have dinner with everyone. Tonight's meal was plentiful, including pork stew with cabbage, pheasant stew with radish, cornbread, cornmeal porridge, and wild vegetable soup. Ding Menzu's explanation for the lavish meal. First, we welcome Ding Dachun to our home. Second, it's to celebrate that both of them have jobs. Third, it was to reward Ding Jiangwo, a great contributor. Ding Jiangwo was embarrassed by what his fourth sister said. For him, nothing else matters, as long as his family is well, it's all worth it. When Ding Kaiju arrived home, Ding Menzo had already told her everything, and she was very excited and happy to know. However, she's a simple person, as long as she knows it's good for her family, she doesn't care about the reasons. Ding Kaiju happily piled the meat from the dish into Ding Jiangwo's bowl. Jiangwo, you deserve the most credit. Eat more and grow up quickly. When you're capable in the future, you can help your third sister become one of the top officials. Ding Jiangwo knew that his third sister was making fun of him, so he decided to tease her back. Third sister, getting you one of the 8 official positions might be a bit difficult, but getting one for your husband shouldn't be a problem. Did you have your eye on some guy and come here specifically to test the waters? As Ding Jiangwo spoke, he looked at Ding Kaioju with a gossipy expression. You brat, how dare you tease your sister? Are you asking for a beating today? Ding Kaioju blushed instantly, and she raised her hand to give Ding Jiangwo a flick on the forehead. Ding Jiangwo immediately stood up, stepped aside, and quickly finished what was in his bowl. Third sister. I'm full. You guys eat slowly. I'm going out to play for a while, I'll be back later. If he doesn't run away now, he'll either get his ear twisted or his head smacked. He's not that stupid. As Ding Jiangwo left, he didn't forget to wink at Ding Jianjun. Ding Jiangwo, don't run away. My factory gave out some good food today, come back quickly, or you won't get any. Just then, Ding Kaioju's voice came from behind. Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangwo immediately increased his speed and ran even faster. He ran all the way to the alley entrance before turning around to look behind him. They stopped when they saw that only his younger brother, Ding Jianjun, was there. Ding Jianjun caught up from behind, smiling as he said, Hee hee, brother, it's a good thing you didn't go back. Third sister didn't take anything delicious at all. It was a feather duster. After all these years, you still want to use this trick. Come on, Jianjun, you lead the way. Let's go to Daz Wang's house now. Okay, brother. Ding Jianjun skipped and hopped ahead, leading the way. The two walked through 3 alleys and 2 streets before finally arriving at Dasheng Alley. It took 5 minutes to walk inside before we arrived at courtyard number 78. Ding Jianjun led Ding Jiangwo directly into the courtyard. Jianjun, you're here to play with Daz Wang again? An old lady came out of the house and asked with a smile when she saw Ding Jianjun walking into the yard. Yes, Grandma Zhao, are you going out? Ding Jianjun greeted her with a smile. Let's go for a walk. The old lady slowly walked out of the courtyard. Ding Jiangwo looked at Ding Jianjun in front of him and teased, Jianjun, it seems you come here quite often. 2 months ago, Daz Wang and I went to dig for wild vegetables with Grandma Zhao, so we are quite familiar with each other. Ding Jianjun led the way, explaining to Ding Jiangwo as he went. He led Ding Jiangwo through the front yard to a side room in the middle yard, and then went up to knock on the door. Daz Wang, are you home? I'm Jianjun, please open the door. Seeing that the lights were off inside and no one answered, Ding Jianjun knocked on the door again. Coming. Jianjun, wait a moment. At this moment, the lights in the room came on, and Daz Wang opened the door from the inside. He was very happy to see that the visitors were Ding Jiangwo and his brother, Jianjun. Brother Jiangwo, you're here, come in and sit down. He quickly stepped aside to invite the two in. Ding Jianjun and Ding Jiangwo entered the room one after the other. De Zhuang's house was simply divided into a main room and an inner room by a cloth curtain. A portrait of a great man was pasted on the wall of the main room, and a straw hat was hanging there. In the corner against the wall stood a faded folding table, with 2 old chairs next to it. On the table were 2 chipped enamel mugs and a bamboo-shelled thermos. Jianjun, Jiangwo, please sit down. I'll get you some water right away. Daz Wang opened the thermos and poured water into the 2 enamel mugs. Daz Wang, no need. I need to go back right away after I finish what I'm doing here. Is Grandpa Lu asleep? Ding Jiangwo quickly waved his hand to indicate that the other party did not need to pour water. Daz Wang had no choice but to put the thermos back. She turned around, preparing to go back into the inner room to wake her grandfather. At this moment, an old man's voice came from the inner room. Let's go inside and talk. Das Wang, you and Ji and Jun go play in the yard first, and come back later. Hearing Grandpa Liu's words, Ding Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. That's absolutely true. Only after watching Das Wang and Ji and Jun leave the house did he gently lift the curtain and go into the inner room. Ding Jiangwo chatted with Grandpa Liu in the inner room for a few minutes before coming out. He went outside and shouted to Ding Ji and Jun. Ji and Jun is gone. We're going back. Okay, brother. I'm coming right now. Ding Ji and Jun ran over quickly. Das Wang followed behind. Brother Jiangwo, are you going back now? Yes, Das Wang. It's getting late, we need to go back, otherwise my sister and the others will worry again. You should go back soon too. After Ding Jiangwo finished speaking, he led Ding Ji and Jun toward the gate of the courtyard. The two left the courtyard and walked along the alleyway. Ding Ji and Jun asked somewhat anxiously, Brother, what idea did you come up with for Grandpa Liu? You don't need to worry about it. I've already told Grandpa Liu about the method, and he agreed. They'll probably have enough food to eat from now on, so you can't go collecting coal scraps anymore. Ding Jiangwo wouldn't tell him. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. Brother, just tell me, I promise I won't even tell fourth sister, Ding Ji and Jun said, following behind. Ding Jiangwo shook his head, stopped talking to him, and hurried home. At this moment, Ding Jiangwo was unaware that someone had been watching him as soon as he entered the courtyard. In a room in courtyard number 78, 4 people were gathered together discussing something. Brother Hai, why do you think that Ding Jiangwo and his companion were kicked out of the house shortly after they entered? Someone asked, puzzled. Could it be that Ding Jiangwo and Old Man Lu had something to say to each other that they didn't want others to know, so they sent them away? Someone speculated. But what could a child like him possibly have to say to Old Man Lu? And why would it be worth sending the other 2 away? Wang Dehai was also somewhat puzzled. He's probably just a messenger, the man guessed. Brother Hai, do you have a grudge against that guy? Someone asked curiously. Mentioning this, Wang Dehai and the other 2 were filled with rage, their injuries still not fully healed. If they weren't outmatched, they would definitely have gone up together to take revenge. Big head, keep an eye on old Liu's house for me lately, and let me know if anything happens. Wang Dehai figured that since he couldn't figure it out, he should just have someone keep an eye on things, since he wouldn't have to do anything himself. Okay, Brother Hai. I'll stay in this compound. You can leave things to me without worry. The curious man quickly agreed, trying to curry favor. When Ding Jiangwo and his brother returned home, they saw their 4th sister sitting in the main room. They immediately ran to take a shower and go to bed. The next morning, Ding Dachun stood outside the cotton mill gate. He arrived exceptionally early today, except that it was his first day at work. He also wanted to see what kind of expression Ding Suo would have when he saw him wearing work clothes and working in the same factory. By this time, workers had gradually started coming to work at the cotton mill. They walked into the factory together, chatting and laughing. The girl with the 2 thick braids, in particular, had such a beautiful face and figure that Ding Dachun's eyes widened in admiration. His gaze followed the 2 girls as they moved forward. Suddenly, someone ran towards him, and the person circled him twice in disbelief. Ding Dachun, where did you get this work uniform? Did you steal it? You don't think wearing a work uniform means you can go to work in a factory? Are you stupid? Ding Suo did not believe that the other party had really become a worker. He just arrived in the city yesterday and started working today. If he can't do that, how could Ding Dachun possibly do it? He was quite certain that Ding Dachun's work clothes had been stolen from somewhere. These uniforms are for permanent employees. They're much better than what he, a temporary worker, wears. Ding Dachun was also taken aback by the sudden accusation. Turning his head, he saw that the person speaking was Ding Suo, whom he had been waiting for a long time. Ding Dachun's eyes darted around, and he immediately pretended to be very scared. Can't I go to work in the factory if I'm wearing work clothes? Seeing his expression, Ding Suo thought he had guessed the truth and was overjoyed. He pointed at Ding Dachun with a smug look on his face and said, You're just a farmer, you really don't know anything. You think putting on work clothes and going into a factory makes you a worker? You're dreaming. Confess now, where did you steal the uniform? Otherwise, I'll call security. Ding Suo was already somewhat looking forward to Ding Dachun's arrest and subsequent fate. These days, people both inside and outside the village, though not saying it openly, have been quite critical of him for stealing Ding Suo's girlfriend. Now he's going to show everyone how wise Jin Ziyulian was to choose him over Ding Dachun. He felt he couldn't report it to the security department now. He needed to embarrass Ding Dachun more first, so he shouted loudly again, Tell me quickly, where did you steal this work uniform from? Because the sound was loud, many people on their way to work looked in his direction. Ding Suo saw many people looking in his direction and felt a surge of pride. He stared at Ding Dachun's formal work uniform, and suddenly a thought popped into his head: what if he caught a thief? The factory will probably give me a reward, and maybe they can even make me a permanent employee. Thinking of this, he changed his mind and immediately reached out to grab Ding Dachun. Ding Dachun quickly dodged and ran into the factory. Seeing Ding Dachun run into the factory, Ding Suo thought to himself, what a fool. He stole something and instead of running away, he dares to run into the factory. That's good. Once I catch him and hand him over to the security department, won't it be long before the factory awards him a promotion and he's officially hired? Just as Ding Dachun walked through the crowd into the factory, Ding Suo, who was behind him, grabbed him without him even realizing it. Ding Dachun feigned anger. Ding Suo, what are you doing? Let me go right now. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Seeing his expression, Ding Suo assumed the other person was guilty and quickly shouted towards the security department. Security department. I've caught a thief. Upon hearing that there were thieves, a security officer immediately rushed out of the guardhouse and approached the two men. Upon seeing the newcomers, Ding Suo immediately pointed excitedly at Ding Dachun. He was a thief who stole the factory's work clothes and tried to sneak into the factory to impersonate a worker. He's talking nonsense. I'm a worker at the cotton mill. Ding Dachun immediately retorted. How could you possibly be a worker? You came to the city with me from the village just yesterday. How could you suddenly become a worker today? Ding Suo asked the question with full confidence. I just completed my onboarding process yesterday, so what if I'm now a worker? Ding Dachun retorted with a smile. Excuse me, sir, could you please show me your work ID? The security officer looked at Ding Dachun with a serious expression. Ding Dachun naturally pulled out his work ID, which had been issued yesterday, from his pocket. The security officer glanced at it, then smiled and returned the evidence to Ding Dachun. He then turned to Ding Suo and launched into a tirade. Are you just bored and have nothing better to do? They are workers from our cotton mill, isn't it normal for them to have work clothes? What happened here? At this moment, two men who looked like leaders walked over. The speaker was none other than Director Lee, and standing next to him was Director Lin from the workshop. This matter wasn't originally his responsibility, but Ding Dachun was someone he had introduced. We can't ignore this matter, especially since Ding Jiangwo has to take care of things here. Upon seeing the newcomers, the security officer immediately explained to the two men, Director Lee, Director Lin, this is what happened. After the security personnel finished speaking, Director Lee frowned and looked at Director Lin beside him. Old Lin, the quality of temporary workers needs to be improved. We suggest removing those who don't meet the required standards as soon as possible to ensure production quality. Director Lee, you're right. As soon as we get to work, I'll dismiss some of the unqualified temporary staff. Director Lin went along with what he said. Although both are directors, Director Lee has a powerful background and might become his superior one day. Moreover, dismissing a temporary worker is just a matter of a word. Ding Suo never imagined that things would escalate to the point of being dismissed. He understood what Director Lin had just said. The meaning was clear: he was to be fired. The thought of being dismissed and facing ridicule and disdain from family, relatives, and villagers was unbearable. He started to panic. No, he couldn't be fired. If he was fired, he would become a laughingstock. Thinking of this, Ding Suo immediately ran to Director Lin, forced a smile, and kept pleading with him. No matter how much Ding Suo explained, Director Lin didn't even glance at him. Dachun, come with me. It's almost time for work. At this moment, Director Lee looked at Ding Dachun and waved him over. Okay, Director Lee. Ding Dachun hurriedly followed Director Lee. Director Lin, who was standing to the side, immediately understood. He thought to himself, so that's why Director Lee doesn't usually concern himself with such trivial matters. Ding Suo also realized what was happening. He quickly moved closer to Ding Dachun, bowing slightly with a fawning expression. Dachun, it was all a misunderstanding. I was just worried that you didn't understand the factory's situation. I was afraid you might actually steal someone else's work clothes and make a mistake, so I reminded you. I'm doing this for your own good. Could you please, for the sake of us being relatives, plead with Director Lee to spare me this time? And ask Director Lin not to fire me. Seeing that Ding Dachun was ignoring him, Ding Suo continued to escalate the situation. If you agree to help me this time, I can give you Kim Soo-ryan. Don't worry, I mean what I say. I'll go back and break off the engagement right now. Ding Dachun stopped and looked at him. Are you telling the truth? Upon hearing the question, Ding Suo was overjoyed and quickly expressed his agreement. Really, if you agree, I'll go back and break off the engagement right now. After Ding Suo finished speaking, he looked at Ding Dachun with anticipation. For him, neither Kim Soo-ryan nor Ian Soo-ryan was as important as his work. Ding Dachun nodded with a troubled expression. When Ding Suo saw Ding Dachun nod, he assumed that Ding Dachun had agreed to his proposal. Suo, thank you so much. Don't worry, I'll go back now and take care of things. He was afraid that if he was late, Ding Dachun would change his mind, and he would skip work and rush out the gate. As Ding Dachun watched Ding Suo's departing figure, he chuckled to himself, wondering if he had promised him anything. I just happened to have a sore neck, so I moved it around a bit. The midday sun was high in the sky, and Ding Suo got off the donkey cart somewhat absent-mindedly. He kept his head down and hurried home, not even responding to the villagers who greeted him as he passed by. Shui Wu, my dear grandson, didn't you just return to the city yesterday? Why are you back again now? Grandma Su was sweeping the yard when she saw Ding Suo come in and asked him in surprise, Grandma, have my father and mother come back? Ding Suo didn't answer Grandma Su's question, but asked expressionlessly, You're resting inside. Have you eaten yet? Do you want Grandma to get you something to eat? Grandma Su noticed that Ding Suo looked a little pale and assumed he was hungry, so she asked him with concern, I've already eaten, Grandma. You don't need to worry about me, you go about your business. Ding Suo said as he went into the house. The Ding couple, who were resting with their eyes closed, heard footsteps coming in. They immediately opened their eyes, and when they saw that the person who came in was Ding Suo, they were surprised and asked, Shui Wu, what brings you back? After Ding Suo came in, he casually closed the door. She told her parents about what happened that day with a wronged expression. Of course, Ding Suo wouldn't be foolish enough to say that he was fired by his superiors because he wronged Ding Dachun. He was fired entirely because Ding Dachun wanted revenge. Finally, after his persistent pleas, Ding Dachun agreed to let him go. However, Ding Dachun made a condition: Ding Suo had to break off his engagement with Jin Ziyulian. After hearing this, Ding Fugui and his wife looked at each other in disbelief, unable to come to their senses for a long time. Ding Dachun actually became a worker and even got to know the factory leaders. Could it be related to Ding Wyman, Ding Jianguo's father, in the past? The more they thought about it, the more convinced they were of it. The two were immediately filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they shouldn't have severed ties so early. That way, his son could have become a permanent employee long ago, and he wouldn't have had to waste so much money. That Ding Wyman is a real scoundrel. He claims to be a relative, but why didn't he introduce such a good connection to his son in the first place? They only introduced an ordinary worker with little ability, which caused them to give a lot of gifts for nothing. No, I have to find a chance to make those two old guys pay me back. Father, mother, what should we do now? Ding Suo asked again when his parents didn't speak. Ding Fugui and his wife then came to their senses, and Ding Suo's mother, Liang Chenyan, spoke first. Then let's call off the engagement. If you two hadn't gotten together first, your father and I wouldn't have agreed to you dating her. As long as you can keep your job now, and marry a city girl later, you'll both live in the city. That's a truly good life. Upon hearing this, Ding Suo was overjoyed. He had acted impulsively and fallen for Jin Ziyulian's trick, starting a relationship with her. Later, fearing that she would cause trouble at the factory and he would lose his job, he dared not have any other thoughts. But now, with my job on the verge of being lost, I don't care about anything else. Yes, listen to your mother. Go find Jin Ziyulian later and tell her about this. If she is willing to accept the annulment of the engagement, we are willing to give her some money or food as compensation. Ding Fugui gritted his teeth and made the suggestion. For the sake of his son's future, what does losing some money matter? Okay, father, mother. I'll go and explain things to Jin Ziyulian right now. Ding Suo was overjoyed and nodded quickly before walking outside. On the way to Jin Ziyulian's house, Ding Suo's mind was racing. He was thinking about how to bring it up and how to persuade her to agree. As he walked, he unknowingly arrived outside the Jin family compound. Just then, a 16-year-old boy shouted to him, "Brother-in-law, you're here." Ding Suo looked up and saw that it was Jin Ziyulian's younger brother, Jin Laike. He turned and ran into the house. Ding Suo could roughly guess what he was going to do. He was probably going to call Jin Ziyulian. That's fine. When Kim Su-ryan comes out, they can find a secluded place to talk things over. Suo, what brings you here? Didn't you just return to the city yesterday? A short while later, Jin Ziyulian came out of the courtyard, looking at Ding Suo with some confusion. I came back today because I have something to discuss with you. Ding Suo forced a smile. Okay, wait here for a moment. It's too sunny. I'll go back and get a hat. Kim Su-ryan soon came out wearing a straw hat, looking rather rustic. Ding Suo wondered to himself, why did I fall for her in the first place? Let's go learn martial arts. Jin Ziyulian didn't notice anything unusual about the other person. She thought Ding Suo had come today to discuss the specifics of their marriage. They walked toward the place where the two often met in secret. Along the way, Jin Ziyulian kept talking, but Ding Suo didn't react at all. Ding Suo was now thinking about getting the engagement cancelled as soon as possible and then marrying a worker like himself. Suo, what's wrong with you today? You seem so absent-minded. The two arrived at the place where they had previously met in secret, and Jin Ziyulian finally noticed Ding Suo's unusual behavior. "It's nothing. I just had a really upsetting experience today," Ding Suo replied. "What is it?" Jin Ziyulian continued to ask. Ding Suo did not hesitate and told the story directly, also stating that he wanted to break off the engagement. After Ding Suo finished speaking, Jin Ziyulian looked at him in disbelief, then jumped up excitedly. "Ding Suo, you lied to me. Ding Suo, you actually made up such a ridiculous excuse to fool me in order to break off the engagement? Ding Suo, you bastard. If you hadn't provoked me, I would have married Ding Dachun long ago. Now you've taken advantage of me and now you want to dump me? No way you're going to call off the engagement. If you dare to break off the engagement, I'll report you for rape to the commune and make you eat peanuts." Kim Soo-ryan was shouting and screaming in a fit of rage, her eyes bloodshot and looking like she wanted to devour someone. Ding Suo was also frightened by Jin Ziyulian's current appearance. He had never seen Kim Soo-ryan like this before. She had always been gentle and virtuous in front of him, and she never raised her voice. Ding Suo sat there cautiously, not daring to move an inch, afraid of provoking the other party. If Kim Soo-ryan were to suddenly attack him and fight him to the death, he would be badly injured even if he didn't die. How unjust that would be. After about the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, Kim Soo-ryan seemed exhausted. She slowly squatted down, put her hands on her head, and kept sobbing. Her mouth was still chattering away. "Ding Suo, you heartless bastard. I gave myself to you. I endured so many people's disdain when I broke off my engagement for you. And now you're going to abandon me? I don't want to live anymore." Sob sob sob. Ding Suo looked at Jin Ziyulian, who was crying with her head in her hands, and felt no guilt at all. Instead, he curled his lips in disgust. They make it sound so nice, but they're just after his worker status so they can come live with him in the city. He had only spoken a few words to her, and she took the initiative to contact him, even breaking off her engagement with Ding Dachun, making it sound like she was so wronged. Pa! Ding Suo didn't try to persuade her, he just sat there quietly smoking. At this moment, Kim Soo-ryan felt a little wronged, but more than that, she felt resentful. What was her reason for breaking off the engagement in the first place? He just wanted to follow Ding Suo so he could live in the city and not have to live this kind of backbreaking life. What you just said was true. If you break off the engagement, Ding Dachun will stop retaliating against you, and you can go back to work at the factory? Jin Ziyulian saw Ding Suo smoking indifferently and knew that there was no point in making a scene anymore. She just wants to confirm whether what he said is true or false before she can decide what to do next. "Why would I lie to you? Actually, I didn't want to break off the engagement, but I had no choice. If I don't break off the engagement, I'll have to go back to being a farmer, and if you stay with me, you'll only suffer. It would be better if I let go and let you leave, so I can keep my job and you can go back to Ding Dachun. You may not know, but I am just a temporary worker in the factory, and I could be fired at any time. Ding Dachun is different, he's a permanent employee. Unless he makes a serious mistake, the factory can't fire him." Ding Suo knew what Jin Ziyulian wanted, so he specifically said what she wanted. After saying that, as if remembering something, he deliberately lowered his voice and continued his sales pitch. "There's something else that the rest of the village doesn't know yet, but I'll tell you secretly now. Ding Dachun had a very good relationship with the factory's logistics director. The director accompanied him on his first day of work. If you go with him, given his relationship with the director, it wouldn't be an easy task for him to arrange a job for you. And what about your two younger brothers? Doesn't he, as your brother-in-law, take care of them at all? He can't even get them both into the factory. Getting someone into the factory shouldn't be a problem, right? Is Ding Dachun really that capable?" Jin Ziyulian asked with a skeptical look. "Of course. He's the one who talked to that director about my dismissal. What do you think?" Ding Suo said with some dissatisfaction. "That's not right. He's always been in the village. How could he have any connections?" Jin Ziyulian wasn't so easily fooled. She still thought it was unlikely. "He doesn't have that connection. But you've forgotten, his uncle was the first worker from our village. I've lived in the city for many years, so I must know a lot of people. I guess his uncle introduced him to this connection before. I just don't know why it's only being used now." "That makes sense. Ding Dachun is someone who toils in the fields all day long. Where would he get city connections? When they first took a liking to Ding Dachun, wasn't it because they thought he had a younger uncle who worked in the city and could help them out in the future?" Under Ding Suo's persistent sales pitch, Jin Ziyulian's tone softened, and her attitude became less resistant. Seeing this, Ding Suo continued to increase his bets. "I discussed it with my family before I came. After all, we've been together before. I can't let you suffer for nothing. As long as you agree to annul the engagement, you will receive some compensation. I got this especially for you, so think about it carefully." Kim Soo-ryan's eyes lit up when she heard there was compensation, but she was a little hesitant, afraid that if she made a decision too quickly, she would end up losing out on both. Seeing her situation, Ding Suo knew she couldn't make a decision right away, so he suggested, "Why don't you go home first and talk to your parents about it after work? Come find me at my house tonight if you have the results. I'm not going back to the city until tomorrow." Jin Ziyulian listened and thought it made sense, so she got up, wiped the tears from her face, and walked home. Watching Jin Ziyulian's disappearing figure, Ding Suo smiled disdainfully and left. As night fell, in the main room of the Jin family home, several people were talking indignantly. "Sister, we absolutely cannot let Ding Suo break off the engagement. If he breaks off the engagement, who will help me find a job in the city?" Jin Ziyulian's younger brother, Jin Laike, shouted. "Yes, Ziyulian, you can't let Suo break off the engagement. If the engagement is broken off, no one will be able to find a job for your brother." Jin Ziyulian's mother, Chen Ju, also chimed in from the side. "Don't say anything yet, let Ziyulian finish speaking," Jin Ziyulian's father, Jin Wang, said, stopping everyone from asking any more questions. After everyone quieted down, Jin Ziyulian recounted everything Ding Suo had said that day in detail. After listening to Jin Ziyulian's account, Chen Ju asked first, "Is everything Ding Suo said true?" Kim Soo-ryan looked at the confident replies from the crowd. "It should be true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to the city just yesterday and rushed back today. So Ding Dachun really became a full-time employee. He's doing even better than Ding Suo? You even managed to get on good terms with the factory leaders?" Everyone in the room looked on in surprise. Jin Ziyulian recalled Ding Suo's expression when he spoke today and felt that it must be true, so she nodded again in affirmation. "Sister, let's hurry to the Ding family to cancel the engagement. But don't return the betrothal gifts. They probably won't feel comfortable asking for them back since we've already given them. After the engagement is called off, we'll go to the cotton mill tomorrow to find my brother-in-law and ask him to talk to the manager and get me a job there too." Jin Laike wore an expression that seemed perfectly natural. After saying that, he didn't forget to make empty promises to his parents. "Dad, Mom, wait until I become a worker. I'll come back and take you to the city to enjoy a good life. I'll marry a city wife and take good care of you." The two elders beamed with joy upon hearing this. Jin Wan nodded in agreement. "That's right, Ziyulian, we can't miss such a good opportunity." Chen Ju also chimed in, trying to persuade them. "Yes, it's good that Ding Suo withdrew. It's better that he withdrew early. Now you can go into the city to find Dachun. Mother can tell that Dachun still has feelings for you." "Mother, what nonsense are you talking about? He's a worker now, how could he possibly be interested in my daughter?" Jin Ziyulian said with a blushing face. "But in my heart I was thinking, could what my mother said be true? No wonder he looked so grim that night when I and Ding Suo went to invite him to the wedding banquet. He must still have feelings for me. I guess he was upset that night because he was thinking about me getting married, which is why he looked so pale. That must be it." As Kim Soo-ryan pondered, smile lines appeared on her face. "Ziyulian, your mother has been through this before. Don't I understand what these men are thinking? If Ding Dachun had no feelings for you, why did he ask Ding Suo to break off the engagement? Isn't he just waiting for Ding Suo to break off the engagement so he can come and marry you?" "Mother, is that really true?" Jin Ziyulian asked, feigning uncertainty. "Don't worry, trust your mother. Let's go and cancel the engagement first, then we can go find Dachun tomorrow." Chen Ju had an expression that said, "I have a lot of experience, trust me and you won't go wrong." "Ziyulian, your father agrees with your mother. Let's go to the Ding family now. Since they were the ones who proposed breaking off the engagement and are willing to offer compensation, then we should have a serious talk with them. Last time we gave Dachun's family 50 caddies of cornmeal as compensation, we also asked them to make it up to us. Dad, this time in addition to 50 caddies of cornmeal, we also need to make the Ding family compensate us with another 200 yuan or 100 caddies of cornmeal." Jin Laike shouted loudly with a greedy look on his face. Chen Ju and her brother Jin Yuxi, who had remained silent until now, also expressed their agreement. "All right, it's settled then. Let's go to the Ding family now." The Jin family members started packing their things and went to Ding Suo's house together. Meanwhile, the Ding family members were also discussing the matter. "Suo, you were right to break off the engagement. You should have done it a long time ago. As a worker, you should have married a city girl." Grandma Su fully agreed with Ding Suo's decision to annul the engagement. After she finished speaking, she looked at Ding Suo's father and accused him. "Fu Gui, how could you be so foolish? You're even offering compensation to the Jin family. Their daughter is causing Suo to lose his job, and they haven't even asked for compensation yet. Besides, they're not married, they're just dating. It's normal for them to break up if they're not compatible, isn't it? Go to their house tomorrow and get the bride price back. Don't let their daughter interfere with our family's martial arts training in marriage to a city girl." Just then, a voice called out from outside the courtyard. "Ding Suo, are you there?" come and open the door. Upon hearing the shouts, Ding Suo frowned. It seems the Jin family has arrived. They've come at the perfect time. Let's get the annulment settled tonight. It'll save us a trip tomorrow. Grandma Su immediately got out of bed and ran outside. The rest of the group followed suit. Ding Suo, how could you be such a heartless man? You want to break off the engagement and abandon my sister? I'll beat you to death. As soon as Grandma Su opened the courtyard gate, Jin Laike pretended to be angry and wanted to stand up for his sister. He strode forward, grabbed Ding Suo by the collar, and raised his hand to slap him. Jin Ziyulian's mother immediately pretended to step forward, took her son's hand, and advised him, Lai Cai, let go quickly. Your brother-in-law won't break off the engagement with your sister. There might be some misunderstanding. Ding Suo knew this family's character all too well. They were just trying to scare him and get more things from him. His suggestion, though inwardly disdainful, remained outwardly unchanged. Auntie, let's go inside and talk. Since you're here, you must have thought it through. After saying that, he pulled away from Jin Laike's hand that was grabbing his collar, turned around and went back into the main room. Everyone went back into their houses, with the Jin family members following behind, their faces grim and their expressions furious. After entering the room, everyone looked at each other without saying a word, each waiting for the other to speak first. The atmosphere inside was like the calm before a storm. Everyone stared at each other in the room for a while. Kim Soo-ryan's mother was the first to lose her temper. She looked at Ding Suo, pretending to stand up for him. Shui Wu, I heard from my daughter that you want to break off the engagement. The date was already set, and all the relatives and friends were invited. Why do you suddenly want to break off the engagement? If this is Ding Dachun's fault, don't worry. I'll go talk to their family about it later. We can't let them bully people like this. As soon as Jin Ziyulian's mother finished speaking, Old Lady Su immediately said, Jin family daughter-in-law, there's no need to trouble you. Since Suo and your daughter don't get along, let's part ways amicably. You should return the bride price and all the gifts we sent to your family. Then we'll call it even. We won't hold your daughter's actions against Suo, which almost cost her job. How about that? Our family is pretty kind, isn't it? What? The Jin family was stunned. They hadn't received any compensation yet. Do they also want to return the betrothal gifts and the gifts they received before? Ding Suo was also your idea? Jin Ziyulian glared angrily at Ding Suo. She didn't want to marry Ding Suo anymore, but she couldn't let him treat her like this. He was trying to take advantage of her and then deny everything. Ding Suo didn't dare to speak and shrank into the crowd. When Grandma Su saw someone trying to bully her precious grandson, she immediately glared at Jin Ziyulian. I, the old woman, am the one who calls the shots in this family. My idea is to learn martial arts. If you have any shame, let's part ways amicably. Otherwise, if this blows up, you won't be able to get married in the future. Fine. Very well. Since your family is bullying us like this, then there's nothing more to say. I'm going to the commune to report you right now, saying you're a hooligan, saying you raped me, and I'll make you eat peanuts. Kim Soo-ryan was so angry she laughed, and then she turned to leave. Grandma Su pointed to the door with a dismissive look. Go ahead. Do you have any proof? Who saw it? Just say it is, then. I can't say that having dated you is being a pervert, can I? Besides, Suo from my family will never marry you. If things get out of hand, it's hard to say who will suffer in the end. The members of Jin Ziyulian's family exchanged glances and agreed that it made sense. Even if the commune doesn't care, there's still the factory, right? We'll go to his factory tomorrow and make a scene. Let's see how he can stay there. Jin Ziyulian's mother agreed with Suleaduo's point of view in her heart, but she still disagreed verbally. At this moment, Ding Suo, who had been hiding behind the crowd, anxiously stepped out. You've gone too far. Wouldn't it be better for us to part ways amicably? Ding Suo couldn't help but worry. If they caused trouble at the factory, his reputation there would be ruined. Grandma Su knew this was a fact, so she could only soften her tone and try to reason with the other party. Our family isn't unreasonable. How about this? Our family will take a loss. You just need to return the betrothal money, and we don't need the gifts we gave before. What do you say? Before Kim Soo-ryan could speak, her younger brother couldn't hold back any longer and immediately made a request. No way. My sister would be at a huge disadvantage. Our family isn't greedy. The bride price and gifts will not be returned. You must compensate me with 200 yuan or 100 jin of cornmeal before this matter is settled. The Ding family members were all amused upon hearing this. Wasn't this greed? Grandma Su also directly refused. That's impossible. All right, Dad, Mom, let's go. We'll go to the cotton mill tomorrow. Jin Uki called to his family and prepared to leave. Don't go yet. Stay here, let's talk it over properly. Ding Suo's mother hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. She couldn't let the Jin family ruin her son's reputation at the factory. Jin Yuki thought he had found the Ding family's weakness and immediately became arrogant. No need to discuss it, I'm only giving you two choices. Either agree to our conditions, or we'll go to the cotton mill and make a scene, and see how that heartless Ding Suo can stay there any longer. Just then, a figure rushed over and kicked Jin Yuki to the ground. The man raised his hand and slapped Jin Yuki hard across the face, saying as he did so, "I'll slap you twice, take it or leave it. You have two choices. You dare ruin my brother's job, I'll beat you to death." Everyone was stunned at first, and then they realized that the person who did the beating was Ding Suon, a hooligan who had returned from outside at some point. He probably got back late and only heard that the Jin family was going to cause trouble at the cotton mill and ruin his brother's job, which is why he became so angry and took action. Ding Suon idolizes his older brother the most. Whenever someone says something bad about his brother, he will rush up and fight with them. Not to mention he wanted to cause his brother to lose his job. Ouch, that hurts so much. Dad, Mom, come help me. Jin Laike cried out to his parents in pain. Jin Wang and Chen Ju also realized what was happening and quickly went to pull Ding Suon away. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jin Yuxi rushed over and started punching and kicking Ding Suon. When Jin Ziyulian saw her younger brother being beaten, she became furious and immediately reached out to grab Ding Suon's face. How could the Ding family members inside the house possibly stand by and watch their own people get beaten? They all joined in and started fighting with them. The commotion grew louder and louder, and soon the captain arrived with the militia and separated them. Captain Dingyade was quite surprised to see that the two people fighting were future in-laws. So they called out the people in charge of both sides, understood the situation, and mediated. However, neither side was willing to back down, so Dingyade had no choice but to send someone to invite the team leader of Jinjia village to come and handle the matter together. The two villages were very close to each other. Before long, an old man with a pipe tied to his head arrived with several villagers. Ding Yude greeted the other party and then explained the matter. The team leaders from both villages then went back to persuade their respective villagers. Through Ding Yude's efforts, Ding Suo's family agreed to forego the previous 50 yuan dowry and instead compensate the other party with 30 jin of cornmeal. However, a guarantee must be signed stating that the two are no longer in a romantic relationship and that they will no longer harass each other. When the Jin family saw people from their village, they became defiant and insisted on demanding 100 yuan or 100 jin of cornmeal. The village head of Jinjia village didn't tolerate this family. He made his stance clear: either he agreed to the Ding family's compensation, or he would leave them alone. The Jin family can make a fuss however they want. After thinking it over, the Jin family decided to stop making trouble. They came today mainly to annul the engagement. 30 caddies of cornmeal is a bit little, but it's better than nothing. They quickly signed the guarantee and went home. On the way back, Jin Laike, sporting dark circles under his eyes, walked up to Jin Ziyulian with an excited expression. "Sis, remember to take me with you when you go to town to see your husband tomorrow." Kim Soo-ryan didn't reply. Her mind was racing, and she hoped tomorrow would come soon. Kim Soo-yeon wasn't the only one eagerly anticipating tomorrow's arrival. And then there's Ding Suo. Looking at the guarantee in his hand, he felt an indescribable joy, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This time, he kept his job at the cotton mill and also got rid of that woman, Jin Ziyulian. He can start dating the female workers in the factory now. He can't wait to get back to the factory. I'll find those girls I had my eye on before, chat about our dreams, have a heart-to-heart talk, and maybe even develop some revolutionary friendships. In the courtyard, Ding Jiangwo turned his head to look at Ding Jianjun inside the bed and found that he had already fallen asleep. He immediately entered the space, and then passed through the space to go outside through the house wall. He carefully observed his surroundings and, finding no one around, hurried quickly towards Dazwang's house. Following the route in his memory, Ding Jiangwo arrived precisely at number 78 to Shenghutong. He walked into a dark alley, re-entered the space, came to the computer desk, and opened the red box. He took out a green transformation pill and swallowed it with his eyes closed. His body began to change rapidly, and the changes stopped after about a minute. Ding Jiangwo looked at the mirror on the side and saw a middle-aged man who was about 1.7 meters tall, with an ordinary appearance and wearing a gray cloth coat. Looking at his body and appearance, he nodded in satisfaction, finally able to be a man again. He exited the spatial dimension, carrying a cloth bag on his back, and headed towards Ding Dazwang's house. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Who is it? Came a child's voice from inside the house. Looking for Grandpa Lu, Ding Jiangwo replied in a low voice. The lights inside the room clicked on, and a figure walked in through the door. The door creaked open, and Dazwang, still sleepy-eyed, looked up at Ding Jiangwo. "Come in, Grandpa is waiting for you inside." After he finished speaking, he walked to the door and stood guard. Presumably instructed by Grandpa Lu, Ding Jiangwo didn't dare waste too much time and went straight into the inner room. Actually, Grandpa Lu had already woken up and was sitting on the bed waiting for him to come in. After Ding Jiangguo entered, he went straight to the point. Uncle Lu, I think you should know why I've come today. Then I'll get straight to the point. I'll tell you the specific things to do and the requirements. What you need to do is find out which families have gold bars and find out if they are willing to exchange them for food and meat. The standard for exchanging items is: one small yellow croaker can be exchanged for 30 caddies of cornmeal or 15 caddies of pork. A single large yellow croaker can be exchanged for 300 jin of cornmeal or 150 jin of pork. Find someone willing to trade, arrange a time with them, and have Dazwang tell Jiangguo that you should stay out of the public eye. It'll be safer that way. Remember to memorize the address, the agreed time, and who you are exchanging items with, and then tell Dazwang. As long as the information is confirmed to be true, you can exchange it for gold bars. For every letter, you get 10 pounds of cornmeal. However, this is risky. If you get caught, you can't escape the charge of speculation and profiteering. You should think this through carefully. I've thought it through. I'll take this job. If we don't make any money, my son and I will starve to death sooner or later. Besides, I've been working in this city since before liberation. I know a thing or two about what each family was like back then. When I look for people, I only look for acquaintances, people who have helped me find jobs before. I only look for people I think are reliable. I don't just look for anyone. There's no one to witness what these two said in private. As long as your people don't expose me, I will be safe. However, I won't be able to put weight on my leg for another 2 weeks, so I can't work now, old Lu said apologetically. It's okay, just rest and recover. You can be busy again once your leg is better. Here, take this 50 caddies of cornmeal. Consider it an advance payment. Once I find 5 people willing to exchange, I'll send over another 50 pounds. Thank you. Don't worry. I'll definitely handle things perfectly for you. Old Lu made a sincere promise to Ding Jiangguo. Okay, I'll be going now. Once the matter was settled, Ding Jiangguo didn't waste any more words and immediately turned and left. He left the house and hurried towards the courtyard, afraid that if he was any later, time would be running out. Ding Jiangguo is in a good mood right now. He is very satisfied with what happened today. When I first heard that Dazwang's grandfather was a cart puller, I came up with this idea. This would not only solve the problem of Dazwang and his son's lack of food, but also open up a channel for them to collect gold bars. This is a win-win situation. As long as nothing happens on our side, Grandpa Dazwang can be said to be completely safe. If we have a spatial ability, we can escape in advance if we discover someone lying in ambush. Even if I were caught on the spot and imprisoned, I could escape through the spatial ability. The next morning, before dawn, Ding Suo anxiously peered into the distance from under a large tree at the entrance of Dingjia village. He was still complaining, why hasn't Master Niu arrived yet? He was so excited last night that he couldn't sleep, and he was thinking about going back to the city early today to find Ding Dachun and deal with the matter of being fired from the factory. But he arrived too early. His head was covered in mosquito bites, and with no car coming, he couldn't help but complain. His complaints weren't useless, it was as if heaven knew of his loneliness and sent 2 people to keep him company. The visitors were familiar faces, Kim Soo-ryan and Kim Lai-chai. Today, Kim Soo-ryan wore a new blue dress, her hair was braided with a red ribbon tied to the end, and she was also wearing a pair of new cloth shoes. This outfit is clearly for a blind date. Seeing this, Ding Suo chuckled to himself. He also guessed what Kim Soo-ryan was going to do today. She thought that her outfit would attract Ding Dachun. Yesterday I was just bluffing her, but she took it seriously. Did she really think Ding Dachun would still be interested in her? But this is good too. I won't be bothered by her anymore, and I can find pretty girls in the factory to chat about our ideals in life. Thinking of this, he quickly turned his back to her, lest she suddenly change her mind and start bothering him again. When Jin Ziyulian and Jin Uki arrived, they also saw Ding Suo, but both of them pretended not to see him. Both of them only had eyes for Ding Dachun, one wanted to marry Ding Dachun, and the other wanted Ding Dachun to arrange a job for her. Time passed slowly, and finally, Uncle Niu's donkey cart arrived. The 3 of them quickly got on. Perhaps God knew they were in a hurry today, because there were fewer people taking the donkey cart today. The donkey cart traveled faster and arrived in the city more than 10 minutes earlier than usual. Upon arriving in the city, the 3 immediately got out of the car and ran towards the cotton mill. When the 3 arrived at the cotton mill, the night shift workers had just finished their shift, and groups of girls in matching work uniforms came out of the factory chatting and laughing. Seeing these girls coming out of the factory, Jin Ziyulian and Jin Laike were both filled with envy. At this moment, Jin Ziyulian began to fantasize that after marrying Ding Dachun, she would also have the opportunity to commute to get off work here like them. Ding Suo, on the other hand, was hurrying through the crowd to the factory, eager to see Ding Dachun as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he was stopped by the security officer just as he was about to go in. The security officer looked at him sternly. Why are you still coming to the factory? You were fired yesterday. You are no longer a worker at our cotton mill. That's impossible. Ding Dachun promised me that as long as the engagement was called off, he would plead for me and prevent the factory from firing me. It's true. If you don't believe me, you can call Ding Dachun out. Ding Suo shouted in disbelief. This security officer wouldn't care about any of that, he's probably just spouting nonsense because he's been provoked. He had seen many people like this who were fired from the factory and couldn't accept it, so they came to the factory to cause trouble. However, this person today wasn't up to par. Making up such a flimsy excuse shows a lack of effort. It seems his dismissal was deserved. I want to see Ding Dachun. I want to see Ding Dachun. Ding Suo frantically tried to rush into the factory, but the security officer tackled him to the ground. He dragged the man outside the factory gate, his expression stern as he issued a warning. You are no longer a worker in our factory. Don't barge into the factory again, or we'll lock you up. After saying that, the security officer turned around and went back to the guardhouse, leaving Ding Suo lying there. Ding Suo sat on the ground, gazing at the sky, muttering to himself. How could I be fired? Why couldn't they wait one more day? How could I be fired? As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, and his eyes suddenly lit up again. Oh right. How could I forget? Doesn't Ding Dachun have connections with Director Lee? If Brother Dachun is willing to plead with Director Lee on my behalf, won't he be able to go back? If Brother Dachun says a few good words to Director Lee, maybe I can get transferred to the office. As Ding Suo pondered this, he chuckled to himself. In his view, if he did what Ding Dachun asked, Ding Dachun would definitely keep his promise and help him get his job back. Besides, they are relatives. Shouldn't they put in a good word for him with the leader and give him a helping hand? When Jin Ziyulian and Jin Laike saw Ding Suo lying on the ground, sometimes in a daze and sometimes grinning foolishly, they quickly hid to the other side. They didn't want anyone to know that they knew each other, that would be too embarrassing. Sister, let's go find your husband now and ask him to get us jobs at the factory. I just noticed a pretty female worker looking at me. When I start working here too, I'll go find her. Jin Laike pointed to the back of a female worker. Okay, let's go now. Jin Ziyulian was also tempted and wanted to work in the factory. Jin Ziyulian and Jin Laike were smarter and didn't barge in directly. They didn't want to be thrown out like Ding Suo. The two walked to the guardhouse and knocked on the window. The security officer who had just spoken leaned out and asked, "What's up, comrade?" "Hello, this is my sister. I'm here to see my brother-in-law, Ding Dachun. Could you please inform him?" Hearing her younger brother tell outsiders that Ding Dachun was her brother-in-law, Jin Ziyulian lowered her head shyly. I was thinking to myself, I haven't even agreed to marry him yet. How could my brother say such things in front of outsiders? Seeing that the two men's expressions didn't seem fake, the security officer replied, "You two wait here. I'll go get some help for you now." "Okay, thank you." "Thank you," Jin Laike said politely, bowing deeply. He recognized the man. He was the security officer who had just dealt with Ding Suo. The two hadn't been waiting at the door for long when they saw the security officer walking towards them. A young man in brand new work clothes was following behind him. The young man was Ding Dachun, who was just learning how to use the machine from the mentor he had met yesterday. He was then called out by the security officer, who said that someone from his family had come to see him. He thought something had happened at home, so he told his master and quickly followed the security officer out. On the way, he asked the security officer who had come, and the officer's answer puzzled him. He said his wife and brother-in-law came to see him. Ding Dachun followed behind with a puzzled look on his face. When did he get a wife? How come he didn't know? Could it be that his mother just found it for him? But that shouldn't be the case. Just as the two were about to reach the factory gate, a shout pulled him out of his thoughts. "Brother-in-law, we're here. Brother-in-law, we're here." Ding Dachun looked up and his face immediately darkened. What bad luck! Why were these two things here? Not to mention Jin Ziyulian, Jin Laike gave her a lot of money and gifts when they were dating. But after the Jin family broke off the engagement, he immediately turned his back on them. He said he was like a toad trying to eat swan meat, unworthy of his sister, and that only a worker like Ding Suo was qualified to be his brother-in-law. He even threatened to tell me not to bother his sister, or he would teach me a lesson. Ding Dachun knew that these two were looking for him, and without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and prepared to go back. Upon seeing this, Jin Laike rushed over and grabbed Ding Dachun, saying, "Brother-in-law, I know you're still angry. Please don't blame my sister. She's innocent. It was all that bastard Ding Suo who deceived her, that's why he treated you like that. However, my sister has already broken off her engagement with Ding Suo. You can be together again from now on." The security officer confirmed that they really knew each other and told them to go outside the factory to talk, instead of staying there as it would have a bad influence. Ding Dachun originally intended to turn around and go straight back to the workshop, but now that he was out, he figured he should make things clear to these people once and for all. To prevent them from talking nonsense here and causing misunderstandings, they saw Ding Dachun walking over. Jin Ziyulian looked at Ding Dachun with deep affection and spoke softly, "Brother Dachun, you've come." She knew men like this type of woman. Had Ding Suo been captivated by her before? She believed Ding Dachun was no exception. Ding Dachun looked at her performance with disgust and impatience. "Speak quickly, I need to go back to the workshop to work." "Brother Dachun, don't be in such a hurry. I came here today to tell you that I have already broken off my engagement with Ding Suo." "Brother Dachun, I know you still have feelings for me, and actually I have feelings for you too. We can date again from now on, aren't you happy?" Jin Ziyulian noticed that Ding Dachun's breathing had become heavier and he hadn't spoken, so she assumed he was too happy to speak. Actually, she didn't know that Ding Dachun was so angry with her that he couldn't speak for the time being. Kim Suraiyan became even more involved. "Brother Dachun, you work in the city all by yourself. How can you manage without a woman by your side to take care of you? I think I should move to the city tomorrow to take care of you, so you can work with peace of mind." Jin Laike, who was standing nearby, couldn't wait any longer. He had heard that his sister was about to move to the city. He could no longer hold back and immediately interrupted Jin Ziyulian, expressing his thoughts. "Brother-in-law, look at me like that. Last night, I got into a fight with them because I agreed to break off the engagement with Ding Suo, and that's how I got injured. Brother-in-law, look how much I support you. But this is what I should do, since you're my brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law, I heard you're quite familiar with the factory leaders. Could you talk to them and ask them to arrange a job for me too? I've heard that the older workers in the factory usually bully the newcomers. If I can get in, wouldn't you have one more helper? It would be best to include my sister and brother as well. That way, with more of us, no one will dare to bully you. Don't you think this is a great idea, brother-in-law?" Ding Dachun watched the two idiots, who were engrossed in their performance. "I just wanted to get things clear with the two of them as soon as possible so I could leave immediately." He was afraid that if he stayed even a minute longer, he would pick up some of the foolishness. Looking at Jin Laike's wildly imaginative ideas, he said with a hint of mockery, "I don't think this is good. Have you forgotten what you said before? I'm just a toad, I'm not good enough for your sister. I'm not your brother-in-law is Ding Suo, you've got the wrong person." Jin Laike quickly admitted his mistake in a low voice. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I was deceived by that bastard Ding Suo. He made me do it, so please forgive me." Ding Dachun completely ignored him and instead looked at Jin Ziyulian expressionlessly. "Jin Ziyulian, you're overthinking it. Whether you break off the engagement or not is none of my business. Please go back to where you came from and don't come looking for me again." Ding Dachun decisively turned around and walked into the factory. Seeing that Ding Dachun was about to leave, Jin Laike anxiously looked at Jin Ziyulian. "Sis, what do we do now?" Kim Suraiyan was also somewhat indignant at this point. She had already taken the initiative to agree to date him, so what more did he want? "Should I give up? No way. If I don't marry him, when will I ever be able to move to the city? When will I be able to work in a factory?" An idea suddenly popped into her head. He quickly whispered his thoughts to Jin Laike. "Lai Cai, do you remember last night Ding Suo seemed really afraid that we would come to the factory and cause trouble? Do you think Ding Dachun is the same? You're saying that if people find out he's going to work in a factory, he'll dump his blind date. How will they see him? But sister, our family broke off the engagement with Ding Dachun a long time ago, is it okay to say that?" Jin Laike looked at Jin Ziyulian with some suspicion. "Why not? Didn't I go on a blind date with him before? It's just that we had a misunderstanding and had to separate temporarily. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, shouldn't we get back together?" "That's right, that's exactly it," Kim Suraiyan emphasized at the end. "Sister, you're right. I'll go stop him right now and make him take responsibility for you." Without hesitation, the two ran towards the factory together, Jin Laike afraid that Ding Dachun would run away. Deciding to strike first, he shouted loudly at Ding Dachun. "Ding Dachun, you heartless man, you think you can abandon my sister? No way. I'm going to go to your boss and report you, you heartless bastard." Ding Dachun's face darkened immediately upon hearing the shouts from behind. Many workers who had just finished their shift turned to look when they heard the shouts. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, Jin Laike shouted even more enthusiastically. "Ding Dachun, stand still. You heartless bastard, you think you can run away?" Jin Laike approached Ding Dachun and threatened him in a low voice. "You'd better agree to marry my sister and get me a job at the factory. Otherwise, I'll cause a scene here and make it impossible for you to stay here either." At this moment, Ding Dachun and Jin Laike were surrounded by workers who were watching the commotion. Jin Laike, speaking to the workers surrounding him, kept saying that Ding Dachun was a heartless man. He went to work in a factory, lived a good life, and then looked down on his sister, wanting to abandon her and find someone else. Many female workers, unaware of the truth, were filled with righteous indignation and condemned Ding Dachun after hearing the story. A heartless man like you doesn't deserve to work in our cotton mill. That's right. You don't deserve to be in our factory. You're a heartless man like Chen Shimei. Get out of our factory right now. Ding Dachun stared at Jin Leike with a gloomy face. You're spreading rumors. You know that those who spread rumors and cause trouble will be arrested. Aren't you afraid? Jin Leike assumed the other party was afraid and spoke that way, so he became even more arrogant. What am I afraid of? You're the one who should be afraid. I don't even work at this factory. If you agree to my conditions, I'll tell everyone it's a misunderstanding. How about it? Jin Leike approached Ding Dachun and continued to threaten him. Ding Dachun was not going to compromise. He looked around at the crowd and tried to explain to those present. Please listen to me. I did go on a blind date with his sister, but she broke off the engagement. The reason is that he has taken a liking to Comrade Ding Suo, who used to work in our factory. Yesterday, Comrade Ding Suo was fired from the factory, and they learned that I had become a worker in the factory. He just came to harass me, and when I didn't agree, he started spreading rumors about me. Those around looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing this, and the murmurs gradually subsided. At this point, no one knew who to believe. Jin Leike panicked when he saw that everyone around him was starting to have doubts. He quickly spoke up to defend himself. What you're saying is all a lie. Don't let this heartless man fool you. The security officers in the guardhouse came out when they heard the commotion outside. They quickly dispersed the crowd before coming over to inquire about the situation. The security guards frowned at Jin Leike, who was shouting, and asked, "What happened?" When Jin Leike saw the security personnel arrive, he immediately embellished the story and recounted the events. After he finished speaking, the security personnel turned to look at Ding Dachun. Ding Dachun calmly explained the situation to the two security officers. The security officer looked at Jin Leike again. "You heard what this comrade just said. Do you have anything to say? He's lying. Don't be fooled by him. My sister can vouch for what I'm saying." Jin Leike turned to look at Jin Zayulian standing beside him. When everyone followed his gaze, only then did they notice Kim Suryan, who hadn't said a word. Kim Suryan then put on a frightened and pitiful expression. He nodded slightly under everyone's gaze. Everyone looked at Ding Dachun again, and the security officer then spoke up and asked, "Comrade Ding, can someone vouch for you?" Just as Ding Dachun was about to report to the police, a familiar voice rang out. "I can testify that what Comrade Ding Dachun said is true." At this moment, a person rushed out from the crowd. Ding Dachun turned his head and saw that it was Ding Suo. He pushed through the crowd and rushed over. Pointing at Jin Leike, he shouted, "I can prove that what Comrade Ding Dachun said is true, while what this person said is false." Jin Leike and Jin Zayulian were at a loss when they saw Ding Suo stepping forward. Ding Suo looked around at everyone, pulled out a folded piece of paper from his person, and quickly unfolded it. "This is the annulment agreement they forced me to sign after they found out I had been fired." After speaking, he bowed slightly and looked at Ding Dachun with a fawning smile. "Brother Dachun, look, this is what they signed yesterday." When Ding Suo produced the letter of annulment, Jin Leike and Jin Zayulian immediately turned around and prepared to run away. It could be spotted by a sharp-eyed worker in the crowd. "Quickly stop those two rumor mongers. They're despicable for slandering our fellow workers. Security department, arrest them immediately and send them to the Public Security Bureau." The onlookers surrounded Jin Zayulian and Jin Leike. Two security officers immediately stepped forward and, with the help of their colleagues, escorted the two men to the guardhouse. "Brother Dachun, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please ask them to let me go." Jin Leike is really scared now. He doesn't want to be locked up. He tried hard to break free from the hand that was holding him, and didn't forget to loudly beg Ding Dachun for mercy. When the security officer saw that he still wouldn't stop, he kicked him, and Jin Leike was so hurt that he dared not shout anymore. Jin Zayulian did not beg Ding Dachun for mercy. Instead, she kept explaining to the female worker holding her captive. "This has nothing to do with me. It was all my brother's doing. I'm innocent." She hoped the other party would believe her and let her leave. "Behave yourself. With your little bit of cleverness, you think you can use it on me? Bah! I've seen plenty of women like you. Hurry up, or I'll make you regret it." As she spoke, the female worker increased the pressure on her hands. Jin Zayulian was in so much pain that tears were about to fall, and she dared not speak anymore. The workers surrounding the two men continued to discuss the matter as they watched them being held captive. "What do you think will happen to these two in the end? Those who spread rumors and make false accusations will be detained for a few days at best, and sent to labor reform at worst." When Jin Zayulian and Jin Leike heard that they were to be sent to a labor camp, their expressions changed drastically. Jin Leike first struggled desperately. "I don't want to be sent to a labor camp. I want to go home. I want to go home." Jin Zayulian stopped pretending. She turned around forcefully, her face full of tears, and shouted at Ding Dachun, Brother Dachun, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I beg you, please let me go. I beg you, I really don't want to go to the labor camp. Ding Dachun pretended not to hear. He was in an extremely good mood. Let them go? Let them dream on. After finishing his business, Ding Dachun turned around and prepared to return to the workshop. At this moment, Ding Suo approached with a fawning expression. Brother Dachun, look, you wanted me to break off the engagement, and I have already done so. When can I go back to work at the factory? Ding Dachun looked at Ding Suo with a strange expression. You'll have to ask the factory management. I'm just a new employee, how would I know? Ha ha. Ding Suo immediately grabbed Ding Dachun's hand, his emotions running high. Brother Dachun, you can't do this. You promised me that you would keep my job if I broke off the engagement. Ding Dachun feigned a doubtful expression. Did I say that? Think about it carefully yourself. Ding Suo hurriedly added, before I left yesterday, I said I was going back to break off the engagement and asked you to plead with Director Lee on my behalf to keep my job. You were the one who nodded last. You forgot. Ding Dachun pretended to recall for a moment, then looked at Ding Suo apologetically. Really? My neck was probably sore, so I just moved it around. I didn't mean to cause you any misunderstanding. I'm really sorry. He smiled and walked past Ding Suo toward the workshop. Ding Suo was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to his senses. Ding Dachun, how dare you play me like this? I'll kill you. His face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth, about to rush towards Ding Dachun. Just as he raised his hand to strike Ding Dachun, it was spotted by the security guards who were returning from patrol. He was knocked to the ground again and then dragged into the guardhouse. Ding Dachun felt a secret sense of satisfaction as he watched Ding Suo being arrested. Without Ding Suo as their worker, let's see how arrogant their family will be. Time quickly passed into the dead of night, and everyone in the Ding family was already asleep inside. Ding Jiangwo then quietly slipped out of the courtyard. He decided to try his luck at the black market tonight to see if he could exchange some small yellow croakers. Ding Jiangwo, who was walking in the dark, was a child, but he had a spatial ability. A person can be restrained within 3 meters, so there's no need to worry about anyone having any malicious intentions. Based on his memory of the route from last time, he quickly returned to the deserted alley. After entering the alley, he immediately entered the space and swallowed a transformation pill. Only after transforming into the appearance of the black market I visited last time did I exit the space. Once outside the space, he carried 10 kilograms of fermented bean curd and hurried toward the entrance to the black market. There are an unusually large number of people going in and out of the black market tonight, probably twice as many as last time. He guessed that many families were running out of food, which was why they had no choice but to risk their lives on the black market. When Ding Jiangwo reached the toll gate, his earlier suspicions were indeed confirmed. Now, when you buy things on the black market, the price has risen to 50 cents, while the sellers have lowered the price by 2 cents. Because the pills had a limited shelf life, Ding Jiangwo didn't dare to waste any time. He quickly paid and headed straight for his destination. When he arrived at the same stall as before, he found that the old man was still there. I breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise, I would have made a wasted trip tonight and even had to waste a transformation pill. Ding Jiangwo quickly walked towards the old man's stall, then whispered, "Old man, do you want to change the starch and meat?" The old man at the stall was stunned for a moment, but quickly his expression turned to surprise and delight. "Young man, you're here. Come this way quickly." The old man then took him to the place where the last transaction had taken place. He looked around and, finding no one else with him, asked in a low voice, "Would you rather trade 1 small yellow croaker for 28 kilograms of high-gluten flour?" Ding Jiangwo didn't say anything, but looked at him with amusement. The old man knew the price was a bit high. The prices of grain and meat had almost doubled since then. He awkwardly scratched his head. "I know that the prices of food and meat have gone up quite a bit. However, my little yellow croaker is also valuable. If the exchange is too small, then forget it." Ding Jiangwo, now, 1 small yellow croaker can be exchanged for 20 kilograms of high-gluten flour. The old man quickly shook his head. "No, that's too little. Add some more. Add a little more and I'll trade with you." After thinking for a moment, Ding Jiangwo suggested, "How about this, I'll give you an extra pound of cornmeal today, but you have to keep it a secret. I'm only giving it to you because you're a long-time customer." Ding Jiangwo was only willing to give away the gold bars because the old man was the first person to sell them to him. After all, they are one of the original shareholders, so their treatment should be a little better, though only a little. The old man thought about it for a while, hesitated for a long time, and then gritted his teeth and agreed. "Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." As he spoke, he ran off in another direction. Judging by his speed, he didn't look like an old man at all. Worried that the old man hadn't returned yet and the medicine had worn off, Ding Jiangwo secretly took another pill to prolong the effect for another 10 minutes. "There are only 5 pills left, so we need to be careful." The old man left quickly and returned just as quickly, the effects of the first pill hadn't worn off yet when he came back. He placed his hands on his knees, panting heavily, before holding out one palm and saying, 5 roots, is that enough stuff you brought? Ding Jiangwo thought to himself, good heavens. He was right last time, the old man really did have some left over. What? You didn't bring enough this time? The old man saw that he didn't speak and assumed that the other party hadn't brought enough things today, and his expression was somewhat disappointed. Upon hearing his words, Ding Jiangwo smiled and explained, I'll definitely bring enough. It's not like I'm coming alone. Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. Ding Jiangwo turned around and walked towards the alley he had been in before. He walked into that alley and came out shortly afterward. When he came out, he was carrying a large bag on his right shoulder and a small cloth bag in his left hand. He went up to the old man and placed the large and small bags on the ground. 100 caddies of enriched flour and 5 caddies of cornmeal. Please inspect the goods. The old man didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately squatted down, opened the 2 cloth bags, rummaged through them, and found that the contents were all quite good. Only then did he nod in satisfaction and hand the 5 small yellow croakers to Ding Jiangwo. The ingredients are fine, but I need to weigh this high-gluten flour. Ding Jiangwo looked at him with a blank expression. Okay, but we need to hurry, they're still waiting for me outside. Actually, Ding Jiangwo was worried that the medicine would lose its effectiveness. Then come with me quickly. The old man shouldered his things, bent over, and walked forward quickly. The old man led him to a burly man, handed him 5 cents, and asked him to weigh the money. Exactly 100 jin. The man announced the number expressionlessly after weighing the item. All right, young man, the amount is correct, we're even. I'll be going now. The old man slung his cloth bag over his shoulder and hurriedly left with his companions. Ding Jiangwo didn't delay any longer and immediately headed towards the exit. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that there were far fewer people selling grain around than last time. Even if there were, they would only be small cloth bags, weighing less than 10 pounds. Luckily, I have my own in-game store, so I don't have to worry about this. It's just that the store version isn't high enough, so there are limitations on what items can be consigned. Otherwise, you could easily exchange some antiques for a fortune and reach the pinnacle of life. Just as Ding Jiangwo was thinking to himself, a dark figure suddenly rushed out from behind and blocked his way. There is a detached courtyard not far from the black market. At this moment, 3 middle-aged men sat in the main room, discussing matters with great concern. Brother June, the black market has been losing money every month for the past few months, after deducting the expenses for bribing various parties and paying everyone's wages. If you can't stabilize this month, the boss might replace you. A man held a palm leaf fan, his brows furrowed, his face filled with worry. Little schemer, resources are so scarce now. It's going to be hard to make money by buying things and reselling them like before. However, you two don't need to worry. It's just that I, the person in charge, have been replaced, but you two probably won't be affected. This black market has been operating for so many years, they will definitely continue to operate it. The man named Jun Ge quickly comforted the two. Brother Jun, if you don't work here, I won't stay. Xiao Suanpan looked at Brother Jun with determined eyes. Another man stopped putting food in his mouth and nodded seriously. Brother Jun, I'll go too. Wherever you go, I'll go. All right. This is just our guess. There's still more than half a month left, who knows, things might get better later. The 3 of us brothers fled together back then. What difficulties haven't we encountered? Didn't everything get resolved in the end? I believe it will be resolved this time too, Jun Ge said with a smile, reassuring the two. Although he said that, he wasn't really sure himself. In the past 2 months, he has also visited many old acquaintances and given them quite a few gifts. Each time, the attempt ended in failure. Everyone is short of supplies right now, so how could there be anything left to sell? As for the big sellers who are being kept in sight on the black market, apart from one who sold a lot of Fukiang powder last month, there have never been any sellers with real strength since. Unfortunately, the person from last time disappeared before he could make any arrangements. I don't know what's going on this time. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. Just as June was still troubled, Daniu spoke up again, asking, Jun Ge, do you think Donzi might be mistaken? Is there anyone who can produce this much Fukiang powder these days? June didn't answer him directly, but instead looked at the abacus on the other side. Little calculator, what do you think? Xiao Suanpan, gently waving a palm leaf fan, explained the situation to the two of them in a clear and logical manner. Donzi is a man who doesn't lie. He weighs things for people every day, so he's seen a lot. He also has a sharp eye. I doubt he's mistaken. Daniu, did you hear that? How about you two make a bet? Just 1 pack of Dakium and cigarettes, how about it? June suggested with a smile. Daniu quickly waved his hand and refused. I always lose, I won't gamble. No sooner had Dania finished speaking than two long knocks followed by a short one came from outside the courtyard. Knock knock knock. Dania looked at Jun Ge. I guess Xiao Ho brought them here. I'll go open the door and see. Jun nodded, and Dania got up and strode toward the courtyard gate. He arrived at the gate and first called out, "Who is it?" "Big brother Niu." "It's me, little monkey," the person outside the door replied immediately. The gate creaked open halfway, and Daniu poked his head out to look around. Only after discovering that it was just Xiao Ho and Ding Jiangguo did they let the two in, and then quickly closed the door. "Brother Jun, the person has been brought," Little Monkey said to Brother Jun. When Ding Jiangguo entered the courtyard, he saw two people under the eaves looking him over. As Ding Jiangguo looked at the other person, the middle-aged man named Jun Ji walked over with a big smile on his face. He took out a pack of Zonghua cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and handed it to Ding Jiangguo. "Hey buddy, come on, have a smoke." Ding Jiangguo didn't stand on ceremony, reached out and took the cigarette, tucking it behind his ear. He cut to the chase and asked, "You must be Brother Jun, right? What brings you here?" Ding Jiangguo guessed the other party's intention. His original plan was to seek cooperation with the black market after the mall was upgraded and the space could collect living things. That would be safer, but the plan has been moved up, so it won't have much impact on him. As long as he's careful, he can still stay alive. Seeing that Ding Jiangguo was being so direct, Jun Ji didn't beat around the bush and stated his intentions directly. "Young man, our people have seen that you are selling a large quantity of enriched starch. We don't know if you still have any stock. We'd like to cooperate with you long term." Ding Jiangguo replied with a single word in a flat tone, "Yes." Jun's eyes lit up, and he continued, "How many?" Ding Jiangguo replied without changing his expression, "How much do you want?" "We have as much as you need. We not only have Fukian flour, but also cornmeal and wild boar meat." "What? Is this true? Brother, you're not kidding, are you?" Jun looked at Ding Jiangguo with a somewhat doubtful expression. He wondered to himself if the kid was just teasing him. Ding Jiangguo said calmly, "If you don't believe me, you can send someone with me to pick up the goods now. We can trade 100 jin of high-gluten flour, 100 jin of cornmeal, and 100 jin of wild boar meat first." "Great! Let's go now." Jun clapped his hands excitedly and was about to call people to head out the door. Seeing that Ding Jiangguo hadn't moved, he realized that the price hadn't been agreed upon yet, and that he had been too hasty. So he smiled and asked, "Young man, look, how much is this?" "We only need the large and small yellow croakers. One small yellow croaker can be exchanged for 20 caddies of high-gluten flour, 30 caddies of cornmeal, or 15 caddies of pork. One large yellow croaker can be exchanged for 200 caddies of high-gluten flour, 310 caddies of cornmeal, or 150 caddies of pork." Upon hearing the price, Jun frowned immediately. "Young man, you've exchanged a bit too little. Could you exchange more? How about this? One small yellow croaker can be exchanged for 24 caddies of high-gluten flour, 36 caddies of cornmeal, or 18 caddies of pork. One large yellow croaker can be exchanged for 240 caddies of high-gluten flour, 360 caddies of cornmeal, or 180 caddies of pork." Ding Jiangguo quickly shook his head and refused. According to Jun Ji's calculation, that means adding 20% to each item. Don't even mention 20%, Ding Jiangguo wouldn't add even 0.5%, since he wasn't an original shareholder. Even the original shareholders would only give away some cornmeal at most. Anyway, he doesn't have trouble getting rid of his things. If things don't work out here, he still has Aunt Wang and Uncle Lu as options. No, he can try to find other black market operators to exchange. Seeing Ding Jiangguo's attitude, Jun Ji knew that the price couldn't be negotiated. Thinking about these rare supplies, I quickly calculated in my mind that if I only sold them on the black market, I probably wouldn't make much money. A small yellow croaker costs 72 yuan, which can be exchanged for 15 jin of pork, which is about 4 yuan per jin. These goods need to be sold to the previous big customers to make a lot of money. Those people probably have quite a few gold bars. After figuring it out, Jun stopped arguing. He looked at Ding Jiangguo and smiled, agreeing, "Young man, this price is no problem. Young man, I'll go prepare the yellow croaker right now. You." "Okay, go get the small yellow croaker, and then arrange for someone to come with me to haul the stuff. That will save time." Ding Jiangguo offered his advice to the other party. Jun Ji looked at Ding Jiangguo and joked, "Little brother, aren't you afraid we'll swallow your stuff?" I believe Jun Ji isn't that kind of person. After saying that, he turned and left with a flourish. Actually, he didn't believe in any Brother Jun, it was just that the medicine was about to wear off, and if he didn't hurry, he would run out of pills. He originally didn't want the other party's people to follow him, as it would have saved more time. However, he knew that was impossible. They had gone to great lengths to stop him, and if he went out and didn't come back, they would regret it terribly. Ding Jiangwo led the group forward, using his divine sense to probe the surroundings. He quickly found a dark, deserted alley. He instructed the 3 people who followed him, "You wait here, I'll call you back in a bit." Ding Jiangwo ran into the depths of that alley. "Little calculator, do you think he might be trying to cheat us?" Daniil looked at the dark alley in front of him and asked with some unease. Ding Jiangwo went into the alley and secretly swallowed a pill. There are only 3 left in the space now. It seemed he needed to hurry, so he quickly released the 3 bags. He went outside and waved to the 3 men, Daniil, and the others. "Hurry up, come and move these things." The 3 of them ran quickly toward Ding Jiangwo, and when they saw what was on the ground, they were all stunned. "Wow, we actually managed to get so much stuff. They haven't received so many things at once in the past 2 months. Seeing the 3 of them standing there in a daze, Ding Jiangwo hurriedly reminded them, "Move away quickly. It will be dangerous if someone finds out later." Oh. Daniil hoisted a bag of high-gluten flour and a bag of cornmeal onto his shoulder and ran back quickly. The little monkey and the abacus carried the bag of pork, excitedly following closely behind. June stood at the door, looking around anxiously. Fortunately, he only waited there for a short while. Then I saw Daniil carrying 2 bags of things walking this way. He quickly opened the door and went outside to keep watch. After the person came in, he looked at both sides of the alley to make sure no one was there before closing the gate. At this moment, Daniil, Xiao Ho, and Xiao Suanpan couldn't wait to open the bag and check it. When they saw what was inside, all 3 of them grinned from ear to ear, and Jun Ji also walked over with an expectant look on his face. When Daniil saw Jun Ji coming over, he immediately pulled out a piece of fatty meat from his cloth bag and said, "Jun Ji, look how fatty this meat is. How about we make some braised pork tomorrow?" When Jun saw the 2-finger-thick piece of fat, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He looked at the group and made the following suggestion. "These past 2 months have been tough for everyone, so I'll treat you all to braised pork for lunch tomorrow." "Following Brother Jun is great. We get to eat meat," Daniil exclaimed excitedly, waving his fist. The 2 little abacus and the little monkey were also grinning happily. After looking at the contents of the bag, Jun Ji said excitedly, "Young man, the items are all very good." He turned to Daniil and Xiao Suanpan, who were standing beside him, and gave them instructions. "Big Niu, you go weigh it. Little abacus, you check the numbers with your little brother." "Okay, Brother Jun." Little Suanpan pulled a palm-sized abacus out of his pocket and started calculating rapidly. 1 small yellow croaker can be exchanged for 15 catties of pork. 100 catties of pork would require 6 small yellow croakers, resulting in 10 catties of extra pork. 1 small yellow croaker can be exchanged for 30 catties of cornmeal. To get 100 catties of cornmeal, you need 3 small yellow croakers, which will give you 10 catties of extra cornmeal. 1 small yellow croaker can be exchanged for 20 catties of high-gluten flour. 100 catties of high-gluten flour is equivalent to 5 small yellow croakers. Finally, we'll have to pay 15 small yellow croakers. "Young man, do you think my calculations are correct?" Ding Jiangwo made a rough estimate in his mind and nodded, "The number is correct." Upon hearing that the number was correct, Jun turned to look at Daniil, who immediately replied, "Jun, the number is fine." "All right. Young man, come in with me. I'll get your things for you." Ding Jiangwo followed Jun Ji into the main room. Upon entering the main room, Jun poured him a glass of water before going into the inner room himself. A moment later, he came out carrying a small wooden box and placed it on the table. He opened the small wooden box right in front of Ding Jiangwo. Inside, it glittered with gold, making Ding Jiangwo's mouth water. Dozens of small yellow croakers were neatly arranged in the box. Jun Ji also noticed the change in Ding Jiangwo's expression and was overjoyed. Why was he being so ostentatious, taking out all the gold bars? Was it to show off? No, it was to continue discussing the next deal. Jun smiled and took out 15 small yellow croakers from inside. He pointed at the small yellow croaker and gestured, "Young man, check the goods." Ding Jiangwo picked up each of the small yellow croakers, pretended to inspect them, and then put them in his pocket. After confirming that everything was in order and properly stored away, he looked at Jun with satisfaction. "The numbers and items are correct. We're even now. When can we trade next, young man?" Jun asked expectantly. In his view, the other party's initial statement about having as much as he wanted was just a joke. "It'll be fine tomorrow night. You can calculate how many small yellow croakers are left. I'll have someone prepare the food as soon as I get back," Ding Jiangwo said in a calm tone. "Oh, I can understand. After all, the items aren't. What? The transaction can be completed tomorrow." Jun wanted to explain on the other person's behalf to avoid making them feel awkward. "I didn't expect that what the other party said at the beginning was true. I said from the beginning that we have as many as you want, provided you can come up with enough gold bars." Ding Jiangwo still had that confident look on his face. Okay. June stood up excitedly, walked around twice before calming down and sitting back down. Here are 25 sticks, 300 caddies of high-gluten flour, and 150 caddies of pork. Is that all right? June asked tentatively. No problem. I'll bring the things over again tomorrow night at this time. Ding Jiangwo agreed without hesitation, then got up to say goodbye and leave. After Ding Jiangwo left, Xiao Suanpan looked delighted. Brother June, with them supplying the goods, we don't have to worry about losing money this month. Have they said when the next transaction will be? Tomorrow night. I've ordered another 300 jin of high-gluten flour and 150 jin of pork. It's a pity we don't have enough small yellow croakers. June couldn't help but sigh. Brother June, don't worry. I'll get everyone started collecting large and small yellow croakers right now. Xiao Suanpan turned around and walked towards the door. Brother June, I'll go help too. The little monkey followed along. June nodded with satisfaction. Go ahead. And tell everyone to come over for braised pork tomorrow at noon. Okay, Brother June. Little monkey couldn't help but swallow. Ding Jiangwo flashed into the space, quickly sat down in a chair, opened the online store, and the screen displayed. Listed items: small yellow croaker, 20 pieces, 625G. Suggested selling price, 375,000 yuan. Will it sell out instantly? Yes. Ding. 375,000 yuan has been successfully deposited into your account. More than 370,000 yuan. Although I used up 4 transformation pills tonight, it was all worth it. The amount received today, plus the remaining amount from before, exceeds 400,000. I have already spent more than 240,000 yuan. After spending all of this, I will have spent more than 600,000 yuan. Once I get those 25, I'll have over 460,000, which adds up to over a million. It looks like the mall will be upgraded tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to what surprises the upgraded mall will bring. He went back inside, lay on the bed, grinned happily, and fell asleep while still smiling. Ding Jiangwo didn't get up until noon. After washing up and having lunch, he wondered what he should do today. Suddenly I remembered that I hadn't checked on Aunt Wang's yard in a long time, and I wondered if she needed to change anything recently. Ding Jiangwo decided to go and take a look now, hoping to find something useful. Following the route he remembered, Ding Jiangwo returned to that courtyard. He walked into the courtyard and saw a small number written on the left side of the gate, 15. Ding Jiangwo mentally calculated that there were still a few days left. I should be able to come back in time after I go back to the village to help my family exchange the revenue route. He first looked around to make sure no one was there before picking up a stone and drawing a line under the number 15. Then he erased the number 15 to make sure no one could find the number on the paper before going home with peace of mind. Before he knew it, it was late at night again. Ding Jiangwo swallowed the last 3 transformation pills and transformed back into the same form as the night before. I arrived at the courtyard gate from last night once again. The knocking sound, 2 long knocks followed by 1 short one, was something Ding Jiangwo had learned from the little monkey last night. Who's there? A voice came from inside. We already made plans last night, Ding Jiangwo replied softly. The door creaked open, and it was Deniu who opened it. Come in quickly, Brother June is waiting for you inside. Deniu smiled broadly and stepped aside to let him in. Ding Jiangwo walked quickly toward the main room, as if he was about to go in and greet Jun Ji. Suddenly, they discovered that there were 3 unfamiliar men inside. Ding Jiangwo pulled his leg back from the step and looked at Jun Ji with a puzzled expression. Fearing that Ding Jiangwo might misunderstand, Jun Ji quickly got up and hurried over to explain to him. Young man, don't worry, we're all on the same side. Ding Jiangwo wasn't too worried, it was just an instinctive reaction. Young man, these 3 are men sent by our boss. Our boss found out last night that a big seller like you has emerged here. To show that we attach great importance to this, we sent these 3 people to understand the situation and deepen cooperation. After explaining to Ding Jiangwo, Jun Ji turned to a narrow-eyed young man. Sija, this young man got the stuff from last night. Jun wanted to continue speaking, but was impatiently interrupted by the narrow-eyed young man. All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's get the deal done. I don't even know if they're just bragging. The young man named Sija had no intention of paying any attention to Ding Jiangwo. Ding Jiangwo thought this was perfect, as his time was very precious. He looked at Jun Ji and said, Jun Ji, tell your men to come with me. We're in a hurry today. Jun nodded and shouted outside. Big ox, little calculator, little monkey, you guys go out with the little brother to move some things. Upon hearing this, the 3 people outside immediately followed Ding Jiangwo out of the courtyard. Having worked together before, everyone cooperated very well this time, and they returned with the goods very quickly. Everyone began to open the cloth bags to check, and the narrow-eyed young man also led his men out of the house. They were all shocked when they saw what was on the ground. They hadn't expected this person to be so capable. Deniu, weigh it quickly. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the items, Jun Ji instructed someone to weigh them and then invited Ding Jiangwo into the house for tea. Once inside, the slender-eyed young man immediately became very attentive, offering cigarettes and pouring tea, all with the same message: he wanted to cooperate. "Young man, my name is Hong Sijia. Jun Ji's boss is my cousin. Let's get acquainted." Ding Jiangwo thought to himself that he could get to know his older cousin, but he would pass on his older cousin. He casually gave the other person a name: "Everyone calls me Iron Head." After saying that, Ding Jiangwo didn't say anything more. Just then, Daniu shouted from outside, "Brother Jun, the quantity is fine." After hearing this, Jun Ji invited Ding Jiangwo to go into the inner room together. Ding Jiangwo understood what the other party meant, so he got up and followed them into the house. Then Jun took out the small wooden box from the previous night from a large wooden box. Seeing the ash in the box, Ding Jiangwo guessed that the small wooden box had just been put in there. Jun placed the small wooden box on the table, opened the lid, and pointed to the gold bars inside, indicating that he should check them. Ding Jiangwo took the small yellow croakers, pretended to inspect them, and then stuffed them all into his pocket. "If you have any gold bars left, please contact me." "Okay, but how do I contact you, little brother?" Jun was overjoyed and quickly asked. "Once you have 10 gold bars, just draw a circle next to the door. Our people will prepare the goods in advance once they see it. Once the goods are arranged properly, I will naturally come to you." Ding Jiangwo got up to leave, and Sijia and the other two immediately became anxious. "Brother, we haven't finalized the deal yet, why are you leaving already?" Ding Jiangwo turned around and pointed at Jun Ji. "If you want to exchange things, just find Jun Ji. We'll only trade with him for now." Once the matter was explained, he left without looking back. The pill is about to lose its effectiveness. If he doesn't leave soon, he'll be exposed. Besides, whether you connect with one person or multiple people, the benefits are the same, so why make it so complicated? Although Sijia and the other two were unwilling, they had no choice but to watch Ding Jiangwo leave. After leaving the courtyard, Ding Jiangwo immediately found an empty alley and hid in his spatial dimension. He had just entered the space when the drug's effects wore off, and he had used up all the transformation pills. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The pills are all used up, but the harvest was pretty good. We caught another 25 small yellow croakers today. He opened the online store, and the screen displayed. Item included small yellow croaker, 25 pieces, 718.75 grams. Suggested selling price, 468,750 yuan. Will it sell out instantly? Yes. Ding. 468,750 yuan has been successfully deposited into your account. 468,750 yuan. Account balance 850,050. Upon seeing the amount, Ding Jiangwo jumped up excitedly. He only needed to spend another 700,000 yuan to upgrade them all. What should I buy now? Sometimes having too much money is a problem that few people can understand. Just as he was feeling smug, 6 pop-up windows suddenly appeared on the screen. Ding Jiangwo clicked on it out of curiosity and was immediately stunned. Ding Jiangwo looked at the first pop-up window: exclusive new products for them all. Life-saving pill will revive a person within 1 minute of use, except for natural deaths, 850,000 per pill, limited to 1 per purchase. Ding Jiangwo was instantly stunned. Having this thing was like having an extra life. Then, he realized something and wondered why it felt like it was specially prepared for him. He wasn't in a hurry to buy, he wanted to see what the other pop-up windows were. I clicked through the remaining pop-ups one by one with the mouse, and they all recommended this product. He was speechless for a moment, but he still spent all his remaining balance to buy the life-saving pill. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 1 life-saving pill. Ding Jiangwo looked at the red brocade box that had appeared on the table and couldn't wait to open the lid. Inside was a small, ordinary, reddish-brown pill that looked nothing special. Ding Jiangwo wondered to himself, have I been scammed? Just as he was pondering this, an update progress bar appeared on the computer screen. As the progress bar goes from 0.1% to 100%, the online store has returned to normal, and many text prompts are displayed on the screen. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of them all. The next upgrade will require a minimum purchase of 10 million. System Shop version 2.0. 1. The space can accommodate living creatures. 2. The range of divine sense coverage is increased to 6 meters. 3. Purchase scope expanded: firearms, automobiles, special medicines. 4. Exclusive new products zone: special products developed by the mall itself, which will be updated randomly. This is great. Exclusive new products for the mall. Previously, these were only available occasionally, but now there's a dedicated section for them. That's great. Ding Jiangwo clicked the exclusive new arrivals zone icon with anticipation, and saw several interesting products displayed on the page. 1. Versatile clothes can transform into anyone, even a tool can use it. 10,000 pieces, valid for 24 hours, 100 in stock. 2. Power needle, being pricked can increase strength by 8 times, 20,000 yuan per box, 10 needles per box, effective for 10 minutes, not sold individually. 3. Truth needle, if you get pricked, you will answer other people's questions honestly, 20,000 yuan per box, 10 needles per box, effective for 10 minutes, not sold individually. 4. Lie needle, if pricked, it will make up a plausible explanation to deceive the other party. 20,000 yuan per box, 10 needles per box, effective for 10 minutes, not sold individually. 5. Reverse needle, when pricked, the words spoken are the opposite of what one intends to say. 20,000 yuan per box, 10 needles per box, effective for 10 minutes, not sold individually. 6. Tool personnel, Boss Wang, executes any order from the buyer, can communicate telepathically, must not leave the buyer's city, 10,000 yuan each. Requires payment to use, 1,000 yuan per hour. 1 in stock. Seeing these amazing products, Ding Jiangguo could only say awesome. Unfortunately, his balance was zero, so he did some thinking and decided to sell some things. Buy a few versatile outfits to use and a tool like Boss Wang. Finally, he sold all the leftover cornmeal, half wild boar meat, and half pork belly in his inventory to the mall. Ding! 70,000 yuan successfully deposited into your account. As soon as the money arrived in his account, he immediately bought 5 ever-changing outfits. I bought a tool character, Boss Wang, and recharged him for another 10 hours. After finishing all that, Ding Jiangguo put on his newly bought ever-changing clothes, transformed into a middle-aged man, and rushed home. The next day, Ding Jiangguo didn't get up until almost noon. After washing up, he sat down in the main room to eat lunch. Recently, since my 4th sister has also started working, the family's meals have become better than before, and we are now able to eat 3 meals a day. He gets to eat 2 small steamed buns at every meal. The 2 steamed buns in the bowl are his breakfast today. He picked up the steamed bun and ate it slowly, thinking about what he should do today. Just as he finished eating one cornbread and picked up another, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a young man, about 10 years old, outside the door. He swaggered in. Ding Jiangguo looked up and felt that the person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a moment. The man noticed that only Ding Jiangguo was in the room, so he looked at him and asked, "Little Jiangguo, are you having lunch?" Ding Jiangguo didn't reply, but stared at him with a puzzled look and asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Little Jiangguo, have you forgotten? I'm your little Wei Ge. The one who lives in the west wing of the middle courtyard used to take you guys out to play a lot." He smiled, his eyes fixed on the cornbread in Ding Jiangguo's hand. Ding Jiangguo finally remembered who this person was. Isn't the Shen Xiaoyi from the Intermediate People's Court? Wasn't he living in the countryside? Why is he back? This person was in the same situation as his 4th sister. Because of the factory's shortage of resources, family members were required to move in batches. His 2 older brothers moved into the city after that. When it was his turn, he happened to be going through a difficult period and was unable to move in. He was 2 years older than his 4th sister, and his father was also a steelworker. He was just taking over his father-in-law's job. His mother was unemployed and occasionally acted as a matchmaker to earn a living. Neither of the 2 older brothers had formal jobs. They usually earned money by doing odd jobs. He had no quota in the city and no room at home, so he was sent back to the countryside to work in the fields to earn work points. This man has an honest-looking face, which is very deceptive. Only he and his brother know what kind of person he is. The 2 brothers were bullied by him a lot when they were young. In Ding Jiangguo's memory, every time this kid came back, he would cheat them out of things. If they can't be tricked, they'll resort to robbing, and they always choose times when no one is around. Because the Ding brothers were too young to beat him, they had no choice but to tell their parents. However, he usually puts on a very good act, and is always very polite to everyone he meets. They always appeared honest and obedient in front of others, which made Ding Jiangguo and his brother always seem obedient after complaining to others. Not only did their parents not believe them, they would also lecture them, telling them not to wrongly accuse others. Ding Jiangguo felt aggrieved just thinking about it. Considering this person's consistent style, Ding Jiangguo quickly stuffed all the cornbread in his hand into his mouth. Shen Xiaoyi's lips twitched involuntarily when he saw Ding Jiangguo's mouth stuffed full. However, he didn't mind, took out a piece of fruit candy from his pocket, and placed it in front of Ding Jiangguo with a smile. "Little Jiangguo, have a piece of candy. This candy is delicious, you probably don't get to eat it often." Ding Jiangguo's expression remained unchanged, but he began to be wary. These fruit candies cost 2 cents each. Was he really that generous? It must be a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken with ill intentions. However, with so many trump cards up his sleeve, he wasn't afraid of any ill intentions from the other party. Let's hear what he's planning first. Ding Jiangguo casually picked up the fruit on the table. Shen Xiaoyi's smile widened when he saw Ding Jiangguo accept the fruit candy. He casually asked, Xiao Jiangguo, I heard your fourth sister started working at the supply and marketing cooperative. Yes. Ding Jiangguo didn't hide it, since they were all from the same compound, everyone would know. Do you know if your sister has a boyfriend now? Shen Xiaoyi asked hurriedly, his heart filled with joy. Ding Jiangguo was furious when he heard his question. This guy actually had designs on fourth sister. However, he quickly realized what was happening. This guy probably doesn't care about fourth sister herself, but rather about her job. Otherwise, why didn't he come to her door before? He came as soon as fourth sister started working at the supply and marketing cooperative. Although he knew what bad idea Ding Jiangguo was up to, he didn't intend to lie and told him the truth. I won't let him succeed anyway. If I can't make him give up in the end, then I'll just make him disappear. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Shen Xiaoyi left happily. Ding Jiangguo watched his departing figure, a slight smile playing on his lips, deciding to collect some interest first tonight. The day passed quickly, and it was dinner time again. The 5 members of the Shen family in the middle courtyard were having dinner in the main room. Inside the house were Shen Xiaoyi, his parents, his second brother and sister-in-law. His eldest brother had long since married, moved out, and lived independently. The layout of the Shen family's house also included 2 inner rooms and 1 main room. His parents lived in one room, his second brother and sister-in-law lived in another room, and when he came back sometimes, he would sleep in a wooden plank room at night. Dinner was simple. His father had a cornbread bun and a bowl of cornmeal porridge. Everyone else had half a cornbread and a bowl of cornmeal porridge. The dish was just a plate of pickled vegetables. Just as dinner was about to end, Shen Xiaoyi looked at his mother with hopeful eyes. Mother, I found out today. The fourth daughter of the Ding family really does work at the supply and marketing cooperative. I also found out that the girl doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Mother, could you help me put in a good word for her? Why did Shen Xiaoyi target Ding Jiangguo's fourth sister instead of his third sister? He felt that Ding Jiangguo's fourth sister was gentle and easy to manipulate. He didn't really like Ding Jiangguo's fourth sister. He was planning to take her job after they got married. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu immediately perked up. She looked at Shen Xiaoyi and said, That's a good thing. When the 2 sisters are both home this weekend, I'll go and talk to them on your behalf. If you two really get together, when she marries into the family, have her give me all her wages to keep for you too. You're still young and don't know how to manage household affairs. Leave it to me to save for you. There will be many places where you'll need money when you raise a child. Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely let her have her way and let you keep all her wages. If she doesn't listen, I'll teach her a lesson. Shen Xiaoyi immediately chimed in agreement. At this moment, Shen Hao, who was eating nearby, couldn't help but speak up in condemnation. Mother, third brother, how could you scheme against the fourth daughter of the Ding family? Uncle Wyman and Aunt Gaixian used to be so good to us. 2 years ago, when my older brother was about to get married, he couldn't find a house. The wedding almost fell through. In the end, it was Uncle Min who pulled some strings to help my older brother get a rental apartment so he could get married. Mother, have you forgotten? And you, third brother. That year you were naughty and broke your leg, who carried you to the hospital? Have you forgotten? Uncle Wyman always brought us things every time he came back from the countryside over the years. Have you all forgotten? They've only been gone for less than 2 years, and you're already plotting against her daughter. Where is your conscience? Shen Hao became more and more excited as he spoke, his face turning bright red. Old Shen didn't say anything. He kept his head down and ate. He had little status in the family. He was able to come to the city from the countryside because he took over his father-in-law's job at the steel factory. Although my parents-in-law have passed away, I am still very grateful to them for enabling me to leave the countryside and become a city dweller. To repay her kindness, he has always let Aunt Wu make the decisions about everything in the family, big and small. Actually, he didn't agree with what they were talking about tonight, but, never mind, let them be. Shen Xiaoyi and Aunt Wu listened, but they didn't take it seriously. Shen Xiaoyi looked at his excited second brother and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Second brother, it's easy for you to talk when you're not in the same boat. You live comfortably in the city now, without having to toil in the fields. And me? I have to work myself to the bone in the fields every day to make a living. If I don't do this, how can I move back to the city? Tell me, if I can't move back, I won't have a quota, and I'll have to stay in the countryside and do farm work for the rest of my life. Besides, even if they were good to us before, so what? Now that they're all gone, what's the point of saying anything? Aunt Wu agreed wholeheartedly. Xiao Wei is right, we are doing this for the girl's own good. If she marries into our family, we can take good care of her on behalf of Wyman and his wife. Don't worry about this. Your brother and I will handle it. Hearing his mother's support, Shen Xiaoyi said with a fawning expression, Don't worry, mother. Once we marry that girl, you can expect to enjoy a life of luxury. We will definitely take good care of you. Great. I'm looking forward to your filial piety. Aunt Wu exclaimed happily. Meanwhile, on the Ding family's side, Ding Jiangguo had been listening to the Shen family members' conversations through his divine sense. He knew that Shen Xiaoyi would definitely tell his family about his fourth sister's situation tonight. As expected, the topic of conversation tonight was fourth sister, but to his surprise, some members of the Shen family also objected. However, thinking of that bastard Shen Xiaoyi, whose leg his own father had taken to get cured, not only is he ungrateful, but he also bullied his two brothers when they were young, and now he's eyeing his fourth sister's job. He decided to give him a good beating tonight. Ding Jiangguo lay on the bed, his mind fixed on Shen Xiaoyi. When no one's around, we'll teach him a lesson regarding his income space. Time flew by, and everyone in the courtyard began to turn off their lights and go to sleep. Ding Jiangguo was also a little sleepy, and he was yawning and about to fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, Shen Xiaoyi was opening the door and walking towards the front yard. Ding Jiangguo immediately perked up, and as he saw him heading towards the outhouse, an idea suddenly came to him. Hey! Shen Xiaoyi was unaware that he was being targeted. He was still fantasizing about marrying Ding Menzu and then returning to the city to live. He was in a very good mood at the moment, humming a little tune as he slowly walked into the outhouse. Once inside, we found that the front was already full. He had no choice but to cover his nose and quickly walk towards the innermost part. He found an empty stall, unbuckled his belt, and prepared to squat down. Suddenly, the person vanished into thin air. Ding Jiangguo watched Shen Xiaoyi unbuckling his belt from inside the space. He recalled that his broken leg was only healed thanks to his father's help. He retrieved a thick wooden stick from the yard into his spatial storage and held it in his hand, then smashed it down hard on one of his legs. A cracking sound immediately echoed through the space. Looking at his broken leg, he threw him into the latrine with satisfaction. With a thump sound, Shen Xiaoyi appeared in the pit. The people squatting around were so startled by the sudden noise that they pulled up their pants and ran out. After everyone had left the outhouse, they heard a shout coming from inside. Help! Someone, please help me get up here. Help! My leg is broken. Help me, I don't want to die. The people outside the latrine looked at each other, stunned. This was the first time someone had fallen into the latrine. For a moment, no one knew what to do. Should they jump in and pull the person up? It's nauseating to even think about, but soon a clever person suggested, we'll find some bamboo poles and ropes for him to grab onto. Then we'll pull him up. Everyone thought it was a good idea, so they split up and got to work. As the commotion grew louder, everyone in the courtyard was awakened and came out to watch. Some came to help, but most just wanted to see what the commotion was like. It's been years since anything like this has happened in the courtyard, and everyone wants to come and see. Suddenly, Ding Jiangguo spotted his two older sisters in the crowd. It seems that no matter the era, the love of watching a spectacle is human nature. Make way now. Soon someone brought bamboo poles, and someone else brought thick hemp rope. They carried something in one hand and covered their noses with their sleeves as they walked inside. After going inside, the group managed to rescue Shen Xiaoyi after some effort. After being rescued, Shen Xiaoyi used a wooden stick to support himself as he hopped out of the latrine. As soon as he stepped out of the outhouse, a stench spread, and everyone immediately retreated 3 meters. Hearing the sound of everyone retreating, the dazed Shen Xiaoyi finally came to his senses. He looked up and suddenly realized that he was surrounded by people. He was stunned for a moment, then ran home. In his excitement, he lost his balance and fell down with a thud. He didn't care about anything else and walked home, leaning on his wooden stick. Seeing the house he entered, the people in the courtyard began to discuss among themselves. That person should be Shen Xiaoyi, the third son of the Shen family, right? It's definitely him. That height, that look, there's no mistake. These 3 young men of the Shen family have been working in the fields all day long, shouldn't they be in excellent health? I didn't expect him to be such a weakling. He couldn't even stand up straight and actually fell into the pit. What? You've taken a liking to it? It's okay, once it's cleaned and properly cared for, it'll still be usable. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You dare flirt with me? Believe me or not, I'll slap you to death. Ha ha ha. For everyone in the courtyard, tonight was destined to be a joyous night. The next day, Ding Jiangguo got up early to inquire about Shen Xiaoyi's situation. They soon learned that Shen Xiaoyi had been sent back to the countryside overnight. I doubt he'll be ashamed to come back for a long time. His legend is now everywhere in the courtyard. Some say he fell last night because he was too weak to stand properly, while others say he fell because it was too dark to see clearly. An even more outrageous claim is that he was so hungry, and then, his mother accidentally broke her arm while trying to take her home in the middle of the night. This is indeed good news. It seems that this crisis has finally been temporarily resolved. Ding Jiangguo checked the time and estimated that he could still catch the donkey cart back to the village. He greeted his fourth sister, slung his bag over his shoulder, and headed straight for the west gate. When Ding Jiangwo arrived at the crooked tree outside the west city, he saw that Uncle Nia was still there and hadn't left yet. He ran over quickly, and when Uncle Nia saw that it was Ding Jiangwo, he smiled and asked, "Little Jiangwo, you went back to see your grandparents again today?" "Yes, Uncle Nia." Ding Jiangwo replied with a smile, then took a few white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and stuffed them into the other party's pocket as fare. Now that Uncle Nia knew the candy was good, he didn't stand on ceremony and happily put it away. After Ding Jiangwo got on the donkey cart, he put his head down and fell asleep. Soon the cart was full, and it started moving. The number of people on the donkey cart gradually decreased along the way. When only 3 people remained, they heard Uncle Nia shout, "Little Jiangwo, we're here. Get up." Ding Jiangwo immediately opened his eyes upon hearing the sound. By this time, the donkey cart had arrived at the old elm tree, and he quickly got off. "I haven't been back for several days. I don't know if they found a place where Remenia glutinosa grows." Ding Jiangwo walked home while thinking. The village was small, he only walked for a few minutes from one end to the other to reach the courtyard gate. He walked into the courtyard, about to call out, when he discovered that Uncle Uday was also inside the house. He spoke to his grandfather with a helpless expression, while his grandmother sat silently to the side with a sullen face. The atmosphere in the main room was somewhat oppressive, clearly indicating that something bad had happened. Ding Jiangwo didn't care about anything else. He strode towards the main room and called out, "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back. Uncle Uday, you're here too." When Old Man Ding and Old Lady Ding heard the sound, they immediately looked outside and saw Ding Jiangwo. A bright smile instantly spread across the elderly couple's faces, and the old lady even stepped forward to take Ding Jiangwo's hand. "Jiangwo, you're back. Are you hungry? Grandma will make you something to eat." "Grandma, I've already eaten before I came back. I'm not hungry yet, you don't need to bother." Ding Jiangwo quickly waved his hand. He knew that if he didn't say that, the old lady would definitely go and get him something to eat right away. When Ding Uday saw Ding Jiangwo, he greeted him with a smile, "So it's Jiangwo who's back." He then looked at Old Man Ding and spoke earnestly. "Uncle Dasan, please think about what we talked about this morning. We're really struggling to make ends meet. If you really have a way, please help us." The village had no other choice but to come to you. "Now that Jian Guo is back, I won't bother you any longer. I'll head back now." Seeing that Old Man Ding wouldn't budge, Ding Uday could only sigh and get up to leave. After Ding Uday had walked away, Ding Jiangwo asked with a puzzled look, "Grandpa and Grandma, what happened?" Old Ding looked like a child who had made a mistake, his head down as he puffed on his pipe, not daring to say a word. The old lady glared fiercely at Old Man Ding. "What happened? It's all your grandfather's fault. Now look what's happened, they've come knocking on our door. What are we going to do?" Ding Jiangwo became more and more confused as he listened, and even now he still didn't know what trouble his grandfather had gotten into. Seeing Ding Jiangwo's blank expression, the old lady continued to explain. "Your grandfather had a good brother of several decades, Ding Chunkayu. They were also fleeing together back then. He saved your grandfather's life during the escape. The day before yesterday, your grandfather heard that he was starving and almost dying, so he secretly took some food to try to save him. Ding Chunkayu also knows about our previous trip into the mountains. He stubbornly refuses to accept your grandfather's grain. He thought this was our lifeline and was afraid of being a burden to us, so he refused to take it even at the cost of his life. Your grandfather put it in his room, so he got up, put the bag outside the door, and closed the door. Your grandfather had no choice but to accept the grain in order to put his mind at ease. I secretly told them about the plan to exchange Remenia for grain. Your grandfather, remembering the life-saving grace he received years ago, wanted him to secretly go and get some Remenia glutinosa. Let's exchange grain for him too, so he won't starve to death. I don't know how Uday found out about this, but he came to our door. What do you suggest we do about this?" The old lady looked at Ding Jiangwo with a worried expression. Ding Jiangwo felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this. Wasn't Old Man Ding quite clear when he gave everyone his lecture that day? It turns out he was also worried about his 2 cousins-in-law and his aunt. Their families live not far away, so it's normal for them to want to help each other out. Sigh. I never expected Old Man Ding to expose himself first. Luckily, the story about exchanging Remenia for grain was a fabrication, otherwise, things would have been much more troublesome. Ding Jiangwo didn't know what to say. This couldn't be entirely blamed on Old Man Ding. After all, this was a life-saving favor, and Old Man Ding couldn't just stand by and watch someone die, it's just that his mouth wasn't properly covered. It seems this matter can no longer be kept secret. The only solution is to shift their attention elsewhere. Now that the captain has come knocking, let the captain take the lead in handling it. As long as all the villagers are brought in, everyone will be a beneficiary and will protect each other. Things will be easier then. In fact, some nearby villages have carried out similar self-rescue actions. However, most of them organized villagers to go up the mountain to hunt and secretly exchange the meat for grain. They will return and distribute the supplies to the villagers to help them survive. Looking at Old Man Ding, who, apart from greeting him upon entering, had been keeping his head down and smoking ever since, he had no choice but to accept this fact. Since this has happened, let's find a way to solve it. Let's listen to what Old Man Ding has to say first, then we'll know what to do next. So he looked at Old Man Ding and said reassuringly, "Grandpa, it's all right. We'll figure out a solution together." "Grandpa, tell me first, where did you and he get in that conversation that night?" Old Man Ding raised his head and looked awkwardly at Ding Jiangguo. "They just said to replace Remenya glutinosa with cornmeal. They didn't say anything else after that." After hearing this, Ding Jiangguo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to himself. Old Man Ding was alright, at least he didn't tell the whole story. "It seems we need to bring Boss Wang, the tool, to the forefront. Let's change the exchange rate and give our families more benefits." The team exchanged 3 caddies of Remenya glutinosa for 1 caddy of cornmeal. The extra cornmeal was used to supplement the income of my grandfather and my 2 uncles. So he went up to the 2 elderly people and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry, I have a suggestion for you. Listen to it. Jiangguo, tell me quickly. You have no idea how worried your grandfather is." The old lady looked anxious. Ding Jiangguo then explained his suggestion to the 2 elders in detail. Both of them lit up upon hearing this and nodded repeatedly in agreement. After Ding Jiangguo finished speaking, Old Man Ding smiled and got up to go find Captain Ding Yude. Ding Jiangguo stayed in the yard to help the old lady clean up the leftover Remenya root and put it back in bags. Looking at the 6 large bags of Remenya glutinosa piled up in the corner, Ding Jiangguo's mood instantly improved. If he sells them all tonight, he'll have enough money to buy a few more, exclusive new items for them all. At the same time, Old Man Ding had already given instructions to the rest of his family, following Ding Jiangguo's advice. They were all required to keep it a secret, and if anyone asked about Remenya glutinosa, they were to deny knowing anything. Everyone assured each other that they would keep it a secret. Only then did Old Man Ding feel relieved enough to go find Ding Yude. "Yude, are you home?" Old Ding called out from the courtyard gate. Here I am. Uncle Dashan, you're here." Ding Yude rushed out of the house with a big smile on his face. "Come in and sit down." Ding Yude hurriedly invited him into the house. He knew that Uncle Dashan was coming, so there must be a result to that matter. "Yude, why don't you come to my house instead?" Old Ding felt it was safer to discuss this matter at his own home. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Ding Yude closed the door and followed Old Man Ding. Before long, the 2 arrived in the courtyard and went straight into the main room. Ding Jiangguo followed him in, fearing that Old Man Ding might miss something in his speech, so he could add to it in time. Upon entering the main room, Old Man Ding gestured for Ding Yude to sit down before slowly speaking. "Yude, please have a seat. I'll briefly explain the situation to you now, and then we can discuss what happens next." "Okay, Uncle Dashan, go ahead," Ding Yude said with a smile. Old Man Ding nodded. The person who buys Remenya glutinosa is Jiangguo's father. They had a connection in the mountains before. That person found out about your aunt and me going into the mountains some time ago. They just wanted to find us a way to make a living and give us this job. Ding Yude was also somewhat surprised. "I never expected that Brother Wyman would have such connections. He's really amazing. No wonder he's the first worker to come from the team." Old Man Ding glanced at Ding Jiangguo subconsciously, thinking to himself, what's so great about him? His son is the real deal. Old Ding quickly looked away and continued. "They instructed me not to let anyone else know. If it weren't for me the night before last, sigh. So all I can do is ask around. Finally, I can't guarantee whether the other party will agree." Ding Yude nodded quickly. "I understand, Uncle Dashan. Whether it works out or not, I thank you on behalf of the team." Old Man Ding thought that Ding Yude had taken good care of him these past 2 years, so he made a suggestion. "Yude, if your family wants to do this, I can give you some guidance. I'll take the remenya you dug up and exchange it with you, but not too much, or others will find out." Ding Yude looked at Old Man Ding gratefully. "Thanks, Uncle. We still have food at home, enough to last until the next harvest. It's just that many people in the team probably won't make it until then." Old Man Ding said with some helplessness. "Are you really going to involve the whole team? You should think this through. If someone reports you, you'll be in jail." Ding Yude looked at Old Man Ding with a resolute expression. "Uncle Dashan, you may not know, but the team's life-saving food is almost gone. If we don't find a solution, people will really starve to death. Since everyone elected me as the team leader, I can't just watch people starve to death and do nothing. Ugh, this world is fucking messed up." Old Ding cursed under his breath before continuing the previous topic. "Yude, I'll do my best to mediate for you, But there's one thing you have to promise me. Uncle Dashan, what is it? If this deal goes through, our family wants to apply to stay in the team to help out. We won't go up the mountain to compete with other villagers for land. That won't do, uncle. This job was originally meant for your family, Ding Yude quickly advised. But old man Ding still refused. Yude, you have to promise your uncle this. Otherwise, your uncle won't help you. Alright then. Uncle Dashan, don't worry, I won't let you suffer any losses. Seeing how determined old man Ding was, Ding Yude didn't try to persuade him any further. After finishing his business, Ding Yude got up, said goodbye to the others, and went back. After Ding Yude had walked away, old man Ding looked somewhat uneasy and asked, well, Jiangguo, your grandpa didn't say anything wrong this time, did he? After all, he was the one who caused this trouble. If he didn't handle things properly this time, he wouldn't be able to save face in front of his grandson. Grandpa, you did a great job. Even I believe that my dad has such powerful connections. Ding Jiangguo gave old man Ding a thumbs up. That's right. When your grandpa was young, he traveled all over the country. Old man Ding raised his head proudly. All right. Stop bragging. Is that what you call traveling all over the country? That's just fleeing famine, okay. The old lady called him out, annoyed. Old Ding's expression instantly turned awkward, but he quickly changed the subject. Jiangguo, you said you wanted us all to stay in the team to help, but that means we'll get less food? That's right. It would be better to go up the mountain and dig up revenue, that way you can earn more. The old lady chimed in agreement. Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry. When have I ever done anything that would make me suffer a loss? You two forgot something. You haven't decided how to switch the revenue route in cornmeal yet, have you? The two elders looked at Ding Jiangguo with puzzled expressions, both thinking, isn't it supposed to be 2 jin of revenue root for 1 jin of cornmeal? What else needs to be agreed upon? He also blamed himself for not making things clear beforehand, so he continued to explain the plan to his parents. This time I plan to discuss with them and exchange 3 caddies of revenue glutinosa for 1 caddy of cornmeal. The extra grain will be given to you as a subsidy. That way you can stay in the team, do easy work, and still earn a fair amount of grain. The most important thing is not to arouse jealousy. Don't forget, once the captain announces the news, people will realize that we've been digging for days. If we compete with everyone else now, it will easily arouse envy. If we voluntarily give up the opportunity to go up the mountain to dig for revenue, the villagers will feel more at ease and will remember our kindness. Old man Ding hesitated for a moment after hearing this. Ding Jiangguo understood his thoughts. They were all fellow villagers, and it didn't feel right to profit from the difference in price. Ding Jiangguo ignored him and continued to explain to the two of them. Grandpa, I know you are kind-hearted and can't bear to do that, but have you thought about it? We also need to live. They are actually taking away our food. If we dig it ourselves, why would we be short of a little bit of food? After hearing this, the two elders were at a loss for words. After all, their feelings for the villagers were different from Ding Jiangguo's. Many of them had fled famine together back then, and the kind of bond they shared is hard for most people to understand. However, both elders knew that Ding Jiangguo was telling the truth, and in the end, they did not object. Ding Jiangguo noticed that the two elders were not in a good mood, so he quickly changed the subject. Grandpa and Grandma, has brother Da-chun come back recently? At this point, the old lady perked up and began to talk non-stop. He's only been gone a few days, how could he possibly come back? He didn't come back, but Grandma Su's grandson, Ding Suo, did. I heard he was fired from the factory. Their family even came to make a scene once, saying that Da-chun had ruined their family's martial arts training job. I laughed at them back then. How could Da-chun have any skills when he first went to the factory? They really can't even make up a lie. They even said that Da-chun knows directorly at the factory, and that Ding Suo was fired by that directorly. They want us to compensate them for lost jobs. After hearing this, Ding Jiangguo couldn't help but touch his nose and smile. Seeing Ding Jiangguo's strange expression, the old lady asked suspiciously, Da-chun, do you really know the factory leaders? Ding Jiangguo smiled and nodded, we got this through Director Li's connections. The old lady clapped her hands vigorously, well done. Jiangguo, you're really something. Much better than your father. Look at his eyes. He was trying to set people up for jobs, and what was the result? No way. We have to stew some Chinese sausage and cabbage today to celebrate. The old lady smiled and turned to make lunch. The fact that Ding Suo was fired made the old lady very happy, and she added cabbage stewed with cured meat to both lunch and dinner. Of course, this is also one of the reasons why Ding Jiangguo came back. Around 10 p.m., my eldest uncle, second uncle, and 3 cousins gathered in the courtyard to wait for arrangements. To avoid attracting attention, only men came this time, women were not allowed to come. Jiangguo, isn't it about time? Shouldn't we set off now? Old man Ding looked at Ding Jiangguo and asked. Okay, let's get ready and leave immediately. Ding Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Grandpa, Jiangwo, wait here for a moment. I'll go check over there to see if anyone's there. Ding Xiaoqiang took the initiative to run off to scout the situation. Having learned from his previous experience, Ding Xiaoqiang quickly ran back from outside. He said, panting heavily, there's nobody over there right now. All right, let's go now. Old Ding called to everyone, and each of them carried a cloth bag and walked out of the courtyard. Ding Jiangwo originally wanted to help, but Ding Xiaoqiang came over carrying a cloth bag and took it away. This time there was less stuff than last time, so everyone walked much faster and soon arrived at the old elm tree. They put their things down and prepared to go to the persimmon tree they had been looking at. Suddenly, two faint lights appeared not far ahead, heading this way. Sir, there's light over there. Let's hide. Everyone looked in the direction Ding Jiangwo was pointing and were immediately terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Xiaoqiang, you go and hold them off. Let's quickly hide in the bushes over there. Old man Ding gave Ding Xiaoqiang a pack of cigarettes, and then directed everyone to get to work. Ding Xiaoqiang took the cigarette and walked towards the two orbs of light. The group picked up their cloth bags again and followed Old Man Ding into the bushes. Ding Xiaoqiang walked towards the two and was the first to greet them. Tai Niu, Skinny Monkey, are you two on patrol tonight? What are you doing here? The captain said that wild boars have been coming down the mountain recently, so he told us to come over here for a walk, Tai Nian explained in a muffled voice. Hey, Xiaoqiang, it's you? Why aren't you asleep yet? What are you doing here so late? When Skinny Monkey saw that the person who came was his friend, he asked with a smile. I've been a bit stressed lately and can't sleep, so I came out for a walk, Ding Xiaoqiang replied casually. What's bothering you, kid? Come on, tell your brother, and let him show you the way in life, Skinny Monkey teased with a grin. Ding Xiaoqiang offered each of them a cigarette, then joked with the skinny guy. What path can a bachelor like you point me in the right direction? Do you expect me to stay single with you? Skinny Monkey took the cigarette, lit it with a match, and took a satisfying drag. Then, adopting the air of someone who had been through it all, he began to lecture Ding Xiaoqiang. You know what, even though I'm single, I'm way more worldly wise than you. Since you've been so sensible tonight, I'll teach you a few tricks. Soon, both cigarettes were finished, but Skinny Monkey was still rambling on, which Ding Xiaoqiang couldn't stand any longer. He quickly said goodbye to the two and went home. Seeing that Ding Xiaoqiang had left, Skinny Monkey and Iron Ox did not linger and continued their patrol. While they weren't paying attention, Ding Xiaoqiang lay down in the ditch, which was about a meter deep, and hid. After they returned from their patrol and entered the village, they secretly climbed out of the ditch and ran towards the old elm tree. When Ding Xiaoqiang arrived at the old elm tree, everyone else was already waiting there. They put down their cloth bags and immediately headed towards the persimmon tree they had visited before. As usual, Ding Jiangwo waited until everyone was far away, then took his belongings and entered the space. Enter the space, open the store in the mall, and you will see the display above. Item included wild Remania glutinosa, 650 jin, approximately 325 kilograms. Suggested selling price, 10,400 yuan. Will it sell out instantly? Yes. Ding. 10,400 yuan successfully deposited into your account. Balance, 10,400 yuan. Looking at the balance, and then at the prices of the items in the exclusive new arrivals section, they all started at 20,000. Ding Jiangwo could only apologize and leave the space. After standing under the old elm tree for a while, he shone a light on the persimmon tree. Then they took out 4 cloth bags, one large and one small. Each of the large cloth bags contained 100 jin, 50 kilograms, and the small ones contained 25 jin, 12.5 kilograms. When everyone arrived home, they didn't waste any time, picked up their things, and hurried home. The journey was relatively smooth, without any major mishaps. But just as they entered the courtyard, Ding Jiangwo suddenly saw a dark figure running towards the edge of the village. Ding Jiangwo was about to lock onto the other party, but the person was too fast and had already escaped the range of his divine sense. But it's alright, he already recognized who that person was. Ding Suwu. It seems he's been looking for an opportunity to get revenge because of his dismissal. Ding Jiangwo didn't make a fuss until everyone had entered the courtyard before telling them what he had just discovered. Sir, we can't distribute the grain yet. Ding Suwu has his eye on us. If he reports it to the commune and others come to search his house, everyone will be in trouble. He dares? I'm going to wait at the village entrance right now. If he dares to leave the village, I'll break his legs. Ding Xiaoqiang waved his clenched fist. Ding Jiangwo immediately stopped Ding Xiaoqiang, then looked at the crowd and reassured them being searched is not necessarily a bad thing. The crowd looked at Ding Jiangwo with some confusion, but a lot had happened in his family recently. They had long since stopped treating Ding Jiangwo as an ordinary child. Since Ding Jiangwo said that, there must be a reason behind it. Sure enough, Ding Jiangguo analyzed for everyone. The news that we dug up Remenya glutinosa to exchange for grain has probably already spread. However, no one knows how much grain we exchanged. As long as they don't find much grain at home, they'll assume we didn't dig up much Remenya root either, and they won't be jealous of us. If we hadn't been searched, everyone would have assumed we had made a lot of food those days, and someone would have tried to take advantage of us. Everyone nodded in agreement. In those days, when people are starving to death, they are capable of anything. But for a moment, everyone was troubled by the matter of hiding the grain. At this moment, Old Man Ding looked around at everyone, a smug expression on his face. Go back and bring the grain you were supposed to hide. I've hidden it well for you. I guarantee no one will find it. Remember to mark your own bags. Everyone looked skeptical, but they still went back to get the food. Soon everyone brought over the surplus food. The old lady also brought out some sweet potatoes and cornmeal. Then Old Man Ding took his tools, along with his eldest and second uncles, and the three of them carried the things out the door. The rest of the people were sent back. Ding Jiangguo wanted to go with them, but the old lady stopped him. Ding Jiangguo could only pretend to go back to his room to sleep. When he went into the inner room, he bolted the door. Then, he used the spatial ability to leave the courtyard and followed Old Man Ding and the others at a distance. He was very curious about where Old Man Ding was going to hide the things. Ding Jiangguo followed them for almost half an hour, and then saw Old Man Ding and the others stop in front of a mound. He was somewhat incredulous. Grandpa wouldn't be that reckless, would he? Where was he planning to hide the things? While he was still in a daze, Old Man Ding had already led two people to start digging. Through his divine sense, Ding Jiangguo heard his second uncle ask somewhat nervously, Dad, are you sure it's empty inside? Old Man Ding slapped his second uncle on the back of the head in annoyance. Is your dad that reckless? Would he do this if it wasn't empty? Don't worry. There's just one big jar inside, which your mother and I buried back then. Back then, the world was in chaos. Bandits would even come into the villages to rob people. Your mother and I thought it wasn't safe to hide things at home, so we secretly built a fake grave specifically for hiding things at home. We used to store any extra grain or valuables at home here. Alas! It's a pity that I haven't earned enough to live on all these years. I thought this place would never be needed again. I never expected that I would actually need it today. Ding Jiangguo, hiding in the distance, listened to Old Man Ding's story and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Knowing that the item could be hidden well, Ding Jiangguo didn't linger any longer. He was now preparing to go to Ding Suo's house to see what he was up to. Ding Jiangguo arrived outside Ding Suo's courtyard and used his divine sense to search the inside, only to find that he was not home. I have to go back first. I have something very important to do tonight. He went back to the inner room, lay on the bed, and waited for Old Man Ding and the others to return. Just as Ding Jiangguo was drifting off to sleep, he heard the sound of the courtyard gate being opened. Ding Jiangguo immediately came out of the inner room, ran to the yard, and then asked Ding Xiaoqiang to quietly call the team leader over. Ding Xiaoqiang asked, somewhat puzzled, Jiangguo, why are you looking for Uncle Yude so late? Ding Jiangguo didn't answer him, but his expression was a little serious. When you see Uncle Yude, just say that the master sent him, and he'll know. Once Uncle Yude leaves, go home and remember not to follow him. Ding Xiaoqiang nodded and walked out of the courtyard. Jiangguo, what did you send Xiaoqiang to do? Old Ding asked curiously. Sir, I told the other party about it when we delivered the goods tonight. They've agreed to help. Someone will come to talk to Uncle Yude around 1 p.m. Ding Jiangguo explained with a smile. Why didn't you say so sooner? Did they reveal the previous exchange rate? Old Man Ding said with some concern. No, they're just responsible for doing the work. They definitely won't get involved in anything else, Ding Jiangguo said with certainty. Should we give that person some benefits? Old Man Ding was still a little uneasy. Sir, you don't need to worry. There are high-ranking officials involved. Even if we give them gifts, they won't dare to accept them. Ding Jiangguo could only continue explaining to Old Man Ding. He thought to himself, isn't it pointless to send myself something? After saying that, he instructed Old Man Ding to go out and bring the person in when he heard two short and one long bird calls outside. Just then, Ding Yude walked in excitedly. After he entered the house, he looked around and found only Ding Jiangguo and Old Man Ding. He hurriedly asked, Uncle Dashan, is he gone? The person hasn't arrived yet. Yude, don't rush. Please sit down, have some water, and catch your breath. Old Ding said with a smile, inviting him to sit down. Hearing that the person hadn't arrived yet, Ding Yude breathed a sigh of relief and sat down. Ding Jiangguo poured him a glass of water and then went back into the inner room. Ding Yude didn't stand on ceremony and picked it up to drink. He had been rushing and had sweated a lot, so he was indeed a bit thirsty. Ding Jiangguo returned to the house and left Wang Leida outside in the yard, asking him to pass on a message inside. Coo coo coo. Two short and one long bird calls came from outside the courtyard. Old man Ding immediately stood up and walked out of the courtyard. Ding Yude also wanted to follow him out. Old man Ding waved his hand in refusal, telling him to sit in the main room and wait. A short while later, Old man Ding brought Old man Wang in. Upon entering the main room, Old man Ding introduced the two to each other before returning to his own room. Wang Leida and Ding Yude only stayed in the main room for a short while before finishing their business and leaving. The final outcome of the negotiations. 3 caddies of Remania glutinosa can be exchanged for 1 caddy of cornmeal. The grain exchange is scheduled for the 25th of this month, at the old elm tree. Today's work is finally all done. Ding Jiangguo can finally sleep soundly. Clap clap clap. Open the door. Early the next morning, Ding Jiangguo heard someone banging on the gate outside the courtyard. He quickly got up and went out of the main room. Then they saw that Old man Ding had already opened the courtyard gate. At this moment, Uncle Da's youngest son was standing at the courtyard gate, looking anxiously at Old man Ding. Grandpa Dashan, my father sent me to deliver a message to you. He said that Ding Suo is leading people from the commune on their way here. After the child finished speaking, he ran away without looking back. Ding Jiangguo and Old man Ding exchanged a glance, thinking to themselves that they had really come. Fortunately, they were prepared and had already hidden all the grain. At this moment, Captain Ding Yude, with a dark expression, was leading his men this way. He never expected that things would turn out like this today, just after they had finalized the deal last night. Ding Suo is such a troublemaker. I heard he was fired from the factory and will have to go back to work in the team. That's perfect, he can be the one to clean the septic tanks from now on. Officer Liu, this is the place. Ding Suo led 3 officers in from outside the courtyard. Ding Suo was extremely excited at this moment, he seemed to have already seen it. If Ding Dachun and his entire family are all judged as speculators and profiteers, he will definitely be fired from the factory. This time, he was determined to make Ding Dachun regret it and to make him taste the bitterness of being fired from the factory. Who is Ding Dashan? A middle-aged cotter walking in front looked at the crowd with a serious expression. Hello, sir. I am Ding Dashan. I wonder what business you have with me. Old Ding smiled, took out the dakium and cigarettes that Ding Jiangguo had given him earlier, and handed one to each of the 3 men. When the 3 officers saw that he was an elderly man, they offered him cigarettes and their attitude softened slightly. But they didn't accept the cigarettes. Instead, they looked at Old Ding and explained. This morning someone went to our speculation and profiteering office to report that your family was engaged in speculation and profiteering. We're here to investigate. Comrades, we are all honest and law-abiding farmers, how could we possibly do such a thing? Old Ding hurriedly denied. Ding Suo stepped out of the crowd, pointing smugly at Old man Ding. Ding Dashan. I saw your whole family carrying grain home last night, and you still want to deny it? There were 6 people in total last night, your 2 sons and 3 grandsons. At that time, Ding Taizu and Ding Xiaoqiang were the ones carrying the grain. Before Ding Suo could finish speaking, Old man Ding retorted angrily. Ding Suo, I know you're upset about being fired from the factory, but you can't take it out on us. After hearing what Old man Ding said, the 3 looked at Ding Suo with some suspicion. After all, in those days, factories generally couldn't just fire workers arbitrarily. They assumed Ding Suo was a permanent employee, and if a permanent employee was fired, then that person must have a serious problem. Ding Suo noticed the suspicious looks from the 3 officers and quickly spoke up. This old man is trying to change the subject. You must believe me, they are definitely up to no good. Last night, I saw them carrying several bags of grain, probably over 300 jin, 150 kilograms. If you don't believe me, you can go inside and search them and you'll see. In those days, someone once traded 30 jin of wild goji berries for grain, and because of the large quantity, he was sentenced to 6 months of labor reform for speculation and profiteering. So when the 3 officers heard that there were more than 300 jin of grain, they were quite excited. This was a big case. The middle-aged officer immediately ordered 2 younger officers to enter the house and search it. Just as they were about to enter the house to search it, my uncles, cousins, and other relatives all rushed over. Everyone blocked the doorway, preventing the 2 from entering. Seeing that they dared to obstruct him, the young officer immediately shouted angrily, "Do you know what kind of behavior this is? This is resisting law enforcement. If you dare to obstruct us again, we will arrest you all." Ding Xiaoqiang angrily pointed at Ding Suo and questioned the middle-aged man. It's inappropriate for you to search our house based on just one sentence from him without any evidence. So does that mean tomorrow, I can also report other people at will, and then you guys will search for them too? The middle-aged man shook his head. Without evidence, that's a false accusation, and that won't do. He dared not admit what Ding Xiaoqiang said, as that would be against the rules. If everyone did that, the speculation and profiteering office would be overwhelmed with work. The middle-aged man then assured them, "Please rest assured, we are just conducting a routine search and will not damage your belongings. You can send one of your people to accompany us during the search." If the reported items are not found in the end, we will give you an explanation and deal seriously with the person who made the false accusation." After the middle-aged officer finished speaking, he gestured to the younger officer next to him. The young officer, understanding the unspoken message, took out a piece of paper, unfolded it, and waved it in front of everyone. "This is a search warrant. You can move aside now. We need to conduct a search." Old Man Ding did not stop them after seeing the search warrant, since they wouldn't find anything anyway. Sure enough, the two young officers, accompanied by Mrs. Ding, did not find the reported items in the house. The two searched the yard inside and out again, but still found nothing. The middle-aged officer's face was now frighteningly gloomy. He stared intently at Ding Suo. "Where is the thing you said you reported?" "Impossible. I clearly saw them move in. There's no way they wouldn't have done it," Ding Suo hurriedly explained. "Don't explain anymore. Just come back to the commune with us now." The middle-aged officer impatiently interrupted him. Two young officers immediately surrounded Ding Suo. Wait a minute. I remember now. They must have divided up the grain. We're sure to find it if we go to their house now." "Yes. It must be true. Trust me one more time, this time it's for real." Ding Suo quickly made a loud promise to the three officers. "Fine. If you don't find anything this time, you can expect to be sent to a labor camp." The middle-aged officer was unwilling to have made a wasted trip, so he ultimately chose to trust Ding Suo one more time. If the 300 jin of cornmeal is actually found, then the reward should still be given. If he can't find it, haha, does he think those in the speculation business are pushovers? Ding Suo hurriedly ran ahead to lead the way, with three cotters following behind. Ding Jiangguo and the others did not stop them and cooperated throughout the process. There are people in the speculation and profiteering office who can help them clear their names of exchanging grain. Why not do it? The search results were as expected. The so-called 300 plus kilograms of cornmeal were nowhere to be found. Without saying a word, the two young cotters took Ding Suo and headed straight for the commune. At this moment, old Mrs. Su suddenly appeared and blocked the way for the two young cotters. "You can't take my precious grandson away. He's not a bad person." The two officers remained unmoved and warned with stern expressions, "Please do not obstruct our work, or we will take you away with us." When Ding Suo saw Grandma Su, it was as if he had seen a savior. He shouted desperately, "Grandma, please save me. I don't want to go to the labor camp." Seeing that Grandma Su's appearance had no effect, Ding Suo's family had no choice but to step out from the crowd and plead with the three officers. The three officers were thus held up by Ding Suo's family and unable to leave. Just as the middle-aged officer was about to lose his temper, Ding Suo's grandfather, Ding Shuinian, leaned closer to him and said something. Then, the two of them walked together to the wall not far away to talk. Ding Jiangguo noticed that Ding Shuinian secretly slipped something to the middle-aged cotter while they were talking. The middle-aged officer took the items, and his originally gloomy face instantly broke into a smile. Ding Jiangguo had a bad feeling Ding Suo might escape punishment. Sure enough, the middle-aged officer turned around and waved to the two younger officers, signaling them to release the people. Upon seeing this, the two young officers released Ding Suo and returned to the middle-aged officer's side. The middle-aged officer returned to the group and, looking at Ding Suo, gently reprimanded him. "Comrade, we understand and commend your desire to root out bad elements for the people. However, next time we need to make sure things are done properly and avoid causing trouble or misunderstandings for our neighbors. You should go apologize to them right now and clear up the misunderstanding." Ding Shuinian quickly pulled Ding Suo to Old Man Ding and kept apologizing. "Das Han. He's still too young to learn martial arts, he doesn't understand. This is all a misunderstanding. You are an elder, don't hold a grudge against a child. I'll forgive him this time, and I promise he'll never do anything so stupid again." The middle-aged officer, seeing that things had almost reached a certain point, came over to smooth things over. "You're all relatives, this is a family matter. If there's a misunderstanding among family members, just apologize and let it go. Captain Ding, this is a conflict between your villagers. You are responsible for mediating between the two sides. We have other matters to attend to, so we will return to the commune first." After the middle-aged officer finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Ding Xiaoqiang blocked their way, and Old Man Ding and his family surrounded them. They also stated that if they didn't get an explanation, they would go to the commune together to demand one. The middle-aged staff member had no choice but to call over Grandpa Ding Suo again. No one knows what the two of them were whispering about, but Ding Shuinian soon came back. They expressed their willingness to compensate Mr. Ding's family. Each family received 1 jin of cornmeal. My eldest uncle, second uncle, 2 cousins, and my grandfather's family together received a total of 5 jin of cornmeal. Old Man Ding refused without even thinking. Was he treating them like beggars? Having no other option, Ding Shuinian continued to haggle with Old Man Ding, eventually compensating each family 5 jin, 2.5 kilograms, totaling 25 jin, 42.5 kilograms, for all 5 families. The captain also disliked Ding Suo. However, as the team leader, he has to consider the interests of the entire village. If a convict is found in the village, it will affect the reputation of the entire village. They will carefully consider whether a girl wants to marry into their village or someone wants to marry a girl from their village. However, he had already decided that he would assign them the most tiring and least rewarding job tomorrow, to see if they would still cause trouble in the future. After agreeing on the compensation, Ding Shuinian called his family back to gather grain. After waiting for a while, everyone saw Ding Shuinian carrying a bag of grain. Old Ding took the bag, weighed it in his hand, and feeling that it was about right, he left with his family, satisfied. After watching Old Man Ding and his family leave, Ding Suo's family members all went back to their own homes. However, as they left, their eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction and disgust when they looked at Ding Suo. Everyone was already short of food, and with so much grain lost, their lives will be even harder from now on. Ding Suo stared intently at the departing figures of Ding Jiangguo's family, his eyes filled with hatred. Ding Jiangguo felt that Ding Suo was watching him. Was he going to make a move against him? After a brief analysis, Ding Jiangguo realized that it was indeed possible. He was the weakest member of the family. Ding Suo probably thought he was an easy target, but it seems he's going to end up losing more than he gains. That's perfect, I can eliminate this dangerous factor in one go. Ding Jiangguo and the others remained silent the entire way. After everyone returned to the courtyard, closed the gate, and entered the main room, they began to discuss the matter. Jiangguo, you're really amazing. How did you figure out that Ding Suo went to report him this morning? We really owe this to the founding of the nation, otherwise, things might have been very different for us. Yes. You should listen to Jiangguo more when you do things in the future. Don't underestimate him because of his young age, he's smarter than any of us. Ding Jiangguo was so embarrassed by everyone's praise that he could only sit there and smile foolishly. The 2 aunts and sister-in-law were somewhat confused. They only knew that their husbands had come home to get food last night, but they didn't know why. Ding Xiaoqiang noticed that the women in the room all looked bewildered. He then took on the role of a storyteller and began to show off to them. Of course, we can't forget how he cleverly stalled 2 patrol members last night. His story was full of twists and turns, leaving the group of people completely bewildered. In the end, it was his second uncle who couldn't stand him bragging there. He slapped the back of his head. All right. You think you're so capable? Can't you learn from Jiangguo and see how calm he is? Ding Xiaoqiang scoffed, thinking to himself, how am I supposed to learn that? He's no ordinary person, you know. Even my own father doesn't have his skills. He only dared to complain in his heart, not to say it out loud. With the speculators from the grain exchange office making this trip, it indirectly cleared us of suspicion of exchanging grain. However, everyone should still be more careful when eating, as there are probably still people watching us. All right, distribute the food and let everyone go home. I think we should keep the grain we hid last night and give it to everyone after this matter has passed. What do you all think? We'll all listen to Dad. Everyone agreed, then took their own grain and went home. Not long after everyone left, team leader Ding Yude called out from the yard, Uncle Dashan, are you home? He's in the main room, come in and sit down. The old lady came out of the kitchen and opened the courtyard gate. Okay, Ding Yude replied with a smile, and quickly walked towards the main room. Yude, thank you for today. Old Man Ding was quite grateful to Ding Yude. In today's situation, Ding Yude still sent his youngest son to inform them of the situation. This is a great favor. Uncle Dashan, we're family, after all. I can't just stand by and do nothing about this. But in the end, I couldn't really help much. Ding Yude looked at Old Man Ding apologetically. I know it's tough for you too. We're very grateful that you sent someone to inform us in advance today, Old Ding said with a smile and a wave of his hand. After finishing his sentence, Old Ding changed the subject. Yude, I know why you came here today. Do you still want to continue leading everyone in this? But so many people are involved. If another Ding Suo appears, the commune will send people to investigate, and this matter will be impossible to keep secret. Don't worry about this, Uncle Dashan. I've already figured out what to do. I will make every household sign a joint guarantee agreement. Anyone who dares to report me will be dealt with. Every year, a few people die on the mountain. Ding Yude spoke calmly, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangguo couldn't help but feel a chill. It was the first time he had ever seen Uncle Yude like this. It seems that those who become team leaders are no pushovers. After thinking for a moment, Old Man Ding nodded at him. Seeing that Old Man Ding agreed, he continued to explain his plan. In addition, during this period, I will have the militia guard the entrances and exits of the village to strictly control the people entering and leaving. That way, we won't have to worry about anyone informing on us. If people from the commune come, we can prepare in advance. As long as I can keep the villagers from starving to death, even if I am eventually arrested, I will feel it is all worth it. Old Ding said seriously, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to persuade you anymore. I'll keep this from the other party for you for now. But you should wait a few days before discussing this. Otherwise, it might upset that family. Okay, uncle. I'll head back now. After confirming that it would not affect his plans, Ding Yude got up and went back. After Ding Yude was discharged from the hospital, Old Man Ding looked at Ding Jiangguo and asked, Jiangguo, was my answer just now okay? Ding Jiangguo replied with a smile, don't worry, sir. I'll remind you if there are any problems. They have connections, so as long as we're not caught on the spot, we have nothing to fear. He was worried that the speculators who came today would scare them away. Now that he had received a positive reply from Ding Jiangguo, Old Man Ding was finally relieved. Apart from a little disturbance in the morning, everything was calm until evening. Before going to bed, Ding Jiangguo was still thinking that Ding Suo probably wouldn't come tonight. But when he got up in the middle of the night and went outside to take a dump, he found a dark figure in the corner. Ding Jiangguo immediately released his divine sense to lock onto the shadowy figure within the storage space. He followed them into the space. Upon entering the space, he immediately saw Ding Suo, who was frozen inside. His eyes were filled with ferocity, his expression was somewhat distorted, and he was even holding a knife in his hand. Fortunately, I discovered it in advance, otherwise, if my grandparents had encountered it alone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. We absolutely cannot let him live anymore, but he's been to the yard, so he must have left traces. Ding Jiangguo felt it was better to create a perfect accident for him than to let him disappear into thin air. He took out the 100 transformations clothes, and with a thought, instantly transformed into Ding Suo's appearance, even wearing the same clothes. He used the spatial ability to leave the courtyard and then swaggered towards the old elm tree. He had heard from Xiao Qiang that morning that wild boars roamed the area and that militiamen patrolled there. A great solution immediately came to mind. Not long after Ding Jiangguo left, he saw 2 militiamen returning from their patrol. Seeing someone approaching, they quickly shouted, "Who's there? What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Ding Jiangguo mimicked Ding Suo's usual disdainful demeanor, walking past the 2 with his head held high, completely ignoring them. Ding Suo, we can't go that way. There have been wild boars appearing recently, it's very dangerous. Tiny wanted to go up and stop Ding Jiangguo. What's it to you? You're just a farmer, what right do you have to tell me what to do? I can go wherever I want, and if I get killed by a wild boar, that's my own business. Ding Jiangguo, mimicking Ding Suo's arrogant demeanor, looked at the 2 of them with an impatient expression. Tiny was a kind-hearted man and wanted to persuade him again, but he was stopped by Xiao Ho, who was standing nearby. Let's go, Tiny. Why do you care about this kind of person? He acts like he's something special just because he's a lowly temporary worker. Always so high and mighty. Anyway, we've already tried to persuade him. Whatever happens to him is none of our business. Let's hurry up, there are still a few places to patrol. Ding Jiangguo only relaxed after seeing the 2 leave. He was genuinely worried that if the 2 continued their entanglement, he might accidentally give himself away. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. To avoid any unexpected setbacks, Ding Jiangguo quickened his pace toward the old elm tree. Ding Jiangguo arrived at the old elm tree, and with a thought, Wang Ke emerged from his spatial dimension. Where is this place? Who brought you, Grandpa Wang Ke, here? Wang Ke barked excitedly as soon as he came out. Ding Jiangguo was taken aback for a moment, then immediately restrained it, afraid that its cries would attract attention. Boss, what are you doing here? Wang Ke couldn't speak, but he could communicate with Ding Jiangguo telepathically. Wang Ke, how can you talk like that? Ding Jiangguo asked, somewhat puzzled. Boss, I can always talk. You just couldn't hear me before. Wang Ke replied with a look of disdain. Could it be an upgraded built-in function? Ding Jiangguo muttered to himself. Boss, call out our most loyal servant, Xiao Wang. What do you need? Even if it means going through fire and water, I'll do it without hesitation. Wang Ke looked at Ding Jiangguo with a very obsequious expression. Ding Jiangguo was speechless, thinking to himself, he really is a good dog. He didn't have time to chat idly with Wang Ke, so he used his divine sense to transmit a message to it. Take me to find some wild boars nearby. Let's communicate like this, without making a sound. Yes, boss. Your most loyal Wang Ke is at your service right away. Wang Ke wagged his tail and began to search earnestly for wild boars. The man and his dog kept traversing the foot of the mountain. Wang Ke, are you even capable? You've been searching for so long, and you haven't even seen a single pig hair, let alone a wild boar. Boss, I'm male. It hurts me to hear you say that. If I'm hurt, I won't have the motivation to hunt anymore. I need a little encouragement and comfort right now. Wang Ke turned to Ding Jiangguo with a sad and upset expression. A big bone. Ding Jiangguo didn't waste any words and went straight for the kill. All right, Your most loyal Wonke is now full of power. Wild boar, bring out your grandpa Wonke, I'm going to take on 10 of them. Want. Just as the sound faded, Ding Jiangwo saw a gust of wind brush past him. Ding Jiangwo thought it was an insect flying by, but when he looked up, he found that Wonke was gone. Just as he was searching for Wonke, he suddenly heard the sound of dry branches being broken by footsteps coming from afar. Following the direction of the sound, Ding Jiangwo looked closely and saw a wild boar weighing over 300 jin, approximately 150 kilograms, and 3 wild boars weighing over 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms each, charging towards them. Boss, wild boars are coming. Lots of wild boars, run. Only then did Wonke's voice faintly echo in my mind. Ding Jiangwo's face immediately darkened. What a scoundrel! Is this how loyal it is? Without thinking twice, he immediately released Ding Suo in the direction the wild boar was heading, then restrained him, preventing him from moving or making a sound. He quickly hid in the space, his divine sense covering a 6-meter radius around him. Soon after a loud bang, he heard several crack sounds. Looking at Ding Suo, who had already been trampled to death, and the 7 wild boars that had entered the area of effect, without a second thought, Ding Jiangwo took them all into his spatial storage. Upon opening the online store, the screen displays wild boar 7 heads, 1,500 caddies, suggested selling price 15,000. Is it for sale? No. The mall sold him wild boar meat for 20 yuan per jin, but bought it back for 10 yuan per jin. He lost too much money. Wild boar meat was a valuable commodity back then, so let's keep it. Ding Jiangwo exited the mall and discovered that Wonke had returned sometime earlier. You wild boars, come at me if you dare. Don't hurt my boss. Wonke, the drama queen, bared his teeth and roared wildly at the surroundings, but his eyes secretly glanced in Ding Jiangwo's direction. Ding Jiangwo really didn't want to deal with this guy at the moment, so with a thought, Wonke was put into his space. He went to the foot of the mountain not far from the old elm tree, released the wild boar to make some footprints, and then put it back. He left Ding Suo there before finally departing, satisfied. The next morning, Ding Jiangwo did not stay in the village any longer. After a quick breakfast and saying goodbye to his grandparents, he began his return to the city. 2 hours later, Ding Jiangwo returned to the city. He didn't go straight home, but instead planned to visit his 4th sister at the supply and marketing cooperative. While I'm at it, I'll bring some meat for Sister Lee and Director Chen to maintain our relationship, so it can come in handy when needed. He put the 2 pieces of cured meat, each weighing over 2 pounds and wrapped in oil paper, into his satchel and headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon entering the supply and marketing cooperative, I looked around and saw 2 girls of similar height in a corner, whispering to each other with their heads down. Comrade, how much is the radio? Ding Jiangwo tiptoed closer, lowered his voice, and asked in a deliberately hoarse tone. We don't sell radios here. Go to the department store to buy one, Wang Li replied without looking up. That's not right. Wang Li told me that these are for sale. She's the most honest person, she wouldn't lie to anyone, Ding Jiangwo continued to joke. Wang Li and Ding Menzo both looked up curiously at the person who was speaking. The two looked up and saw Ding Jiangwo standing outside the counter with a grin on his face. You little Jiangwo, how dare you play tricks on your sister Li? You just wait. Wang Li said, walking around the counter and coming out from inside. Ding Jiangwo tilted his head back, calmly opened his satchel, and took out an oil paper package from inside. As Wang Li approached him, Ding Jiangwo threw what he was carrying at her, then suddenly clutched his chest and took a half step back. Sister Lee, I went through so much trouble to bring you this, and you still want to hit me. As he spoke, he abruptly turned his face away, quickly dipped his finger in saliva, and swiftly wiped it towards the corner of his eye. When she turned back to her face, she feigned a tearful voice. It's so heartbreaking. My heart is completely cold. Wang Li and Ding Menzu were both annoyed and amused by Ding Jiangwo's funny antics. All right. Stop being silly. Let me see what I brought. If it doesn't satisfy me, hee hee. As Wang Li spoke, she opened the oil paper package. Lifting a corner of the package, she could see the cured meat inside. She quickly wrapped the oil paper back up and walked over with a smile on her face. He patted Ding Jiangwo hard on the shoulder, giving him a knowing look. Little Jiangwo, this is good. I'm very satisfied. I'll forgive you this time. Then, in front of Ding Jiangwo, he deliberately took out a large black 10 and handed it to Ding Menzu. You're still young, let your sister keep it for you. Ding Jiangwo was speechless. This woman was too vengeful. It seemed he should stay away from her in the future. He asked with a long face, Director Chen, are you there? Go find him. He's upstairs. Go by yourself. Wang Li opened the door leading to the backyard and let Ding Jiangwo in. Ding Jiangwo waved to the two men and went to find Director Chen. When Director Chen saw that the visitor was Ding Jiangwo, he stood up with a smile. Jiangwo, you've come. Ding Jiangwo put the things on the table. I just came back from the village. This is cured meat from the mountain, I brought it for you to try. Jiangguo, you're too kind. I know you have plenty of meat, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. Director Chen is now even more enthusiastic about Ding Jiangguo because of the successful transaction last time. However, he wouldn't take advantage of Ding Jiangguo. Director Chen took out a large black 10 and several bills from his pocket and handed them to him. Ding Jiangguo quickly pushed it back, only taking a few tickets from it as a token gesture. Seeing Ding Jiangguo like this, Director Chen could only smile and tap him with his finger. You're something else. I'll take your help this time. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. Uncle, I'll definitely help if I can. Uncle, you're being too polite. My sister works for you, and I hope you'll take good care of her in the future. Jiangguo, don't worry. I'll go for a walk later and make sure no one at the supply and marketing cooperative will dare to upset your sister. Besides, your sister Xiaoli is here too. Ding Jiangguo was overjoyed. The meat hadn't been given away for nothing, he'd gained a favor and even earned a few tickets. Having achieved his goal, Ding Jiangguo didn't linger. After thanking Director Chen, he left. When Ding Jiangguo returned to the supply and marketing cooperative, his fourth sister was already waiting at the door. Xiaozu, it's almost time to get off work. Your brother is coming home today. Take him home for dinner first. I can watch over things here. Wang Li offered her enthusiastic suggestion. Ding Menzu hesitated, leaving early before the appointed time seemed inappropriate. It's nothing. Everyone does this when something happens at home, Wang Li explained nonchalantly. Seeing that Wang Li had said so, Ding Menzu didn't refuse anymore and led Ding Jiangguo back. On the way back, Ding Menzu gave Ding Jiangguo some candy and asked about his family situation. The two chatted like this, one sentence after the other, and soon arrived home. After arriving home, Ding Menzu went inside to get food to prepare lunch. Ding Jiangguo followed him inside and, seeing the extra grain, asked curiously, "Sister, has someone delivered food to the house?" Ding Menzu rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. These days, who would give away their grain? You forgot, I also have a quota now. On my second day at work, I took the certificate you got in the village and went to transfer my household registration and get a grain ration book. I also bought some grain on my way back. However, we have to thank Director Chen for this. If it weren't for his help, things wouldn't have been done so quickly. After hearing this, Ding Jiangguo felt even more that Director Chen was a good person. He didn't mention to me that he had offered to greet my fourth sister on her behalf when we met earlier. It seems I should think about him more often when I find something good in the future. After Ding Menzu finished speaking, she seemed to remember something. She looked at Ding Jiangguo with a hesitant expression and asked, "Your mention of food just now reminded me of something." Ding Jiangguo asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Ding Menzu asked with a somewhat troubled expression, "Jiangguo, can you buy grain?" "What's wrong, sis? Is there not enough food at home?" Ding Jiangguo asked, puzzled. He has already sent 100 jin of cornmeal home this month. It's more than enough for the four of them to eat until the end of the month. Ding Menzu was conflicted about whether or not to ask her younger brother for help. She recently ran into her best friend Fang Fang, and saw that she was so hungry she was almost unrecognizable. Fang Fang was the first friend she made after coming to the city, and also her best friend. Before, there was no fixed amount for her. When everyone played together, whenever Fang Fang brought food, they would secretly share half with her. 2 months ago, she lent me 2 kilograms of cornmeal, and I haven't asked her to pay it back. That day I learned that Fang Fang was trying to save food for her younger siblings, often eating only 1 meal a day. She felt extremely upset and guilty that she had accepted the cornmeal she had brought. Ding Menzu really wants to help her best friend right now. She knew her brother was running errands for those people in the black market, but she didn't know if he could actually buy any food. But she was also worried that asking her younger brother to help buy food would put him in danger. "Sister, don't worry about it. Do you want to help someone buy grain?" Ding Jiangguo guessed what his fourth sister was thinking, so he took the initiative to ask. "Jiangguo, I mean, if it's not dangerous to buy grain, could you help fourth sister buy 10 jin of cornmeal?" After saying that, Ding Menzu, fearing it would put pressure on her younger brother, quickly added, "Of course, if there's any danger, then forget it." "Sis, this isn't dangerous. Can I ask who it was for?" Ding Jiangguo asked curiously. "I wanted to buy something for your sister Fang Fang," Ding Menzu replied hesitantly. "Sister Fang Fang?" Ding Jiangguo quickly searched his memory for information about the name. "I quickly remembered a name, Li Fang Fang." Then came all the memories associated with that name. Fang Fang is fourth sister's best friend. The original owner's most vivid memories are: she has a large family, with 7 siblings in total, including 1 younger brother. The other 5 were children of his father's comrades in arms. His father was a demobilized soldier who worked in the factory's security department. His mother was also a factory worker. For dual-income families, life is just a struggle. She often came to play with her fourth sister, and her clothes had more patches than her fourth sister's. However, he was a very kind person, and every time he came, he would give each of the Ding brothers a piece of fruit candy. They could probably manage before, but with the food shortages of the past 2 years, things have really been tough for them. Ding Jiangguo had always admired these people, and he decided to lend a helping hand. Sister, the Fang Fang you mentioned, is she the one with 6 younger siblings? Ding Jiangguo asked uncertainly. Now there are 7. Last month, her father adopted another child of one of his comrades in arms. Ding Menzu looked at him with a sigh. Her family did indeed have a very difficult time. Ding Jiangguo comforted Ding Menzu, sister, given her family's situation, 10 jin probably won't be enough. I'll see if I can get 50 jin, just to do my part. Ding Menzu said gratefully, thank you, Jiangguo. Then she looked at Ding Jiangguo with a worried expression. Jiangguo, are you sure doing this won't endanger you? She didn't want to put her younger brother in danger just to help her friend. Fourth sister, don't worry. I'm just a kid, who would notice? Ding Jiangguo said casually. Ding Menzu then said with relief, whenever you need money to buy something, just tell me. I'll give you the money. Ding Jiangguo pretended to think for a moment before replying, I'll tell you when I need the money. Okay, I'll go cook first. After saying that, Ding Menzu started making lunch. Ding Jiangguo pulled Ding Menzu aside, took out 3 jin of pork belly and 2 jin of cured meat from his satchel and handed them to her, then went back to his room to rest. At noon, Ding Menzu made steamed buns and cornmeal porridge, and also cut a few slices of pork and stewed some cabbage. At lunchtime, Ding Jianjun returned from outside, and the 3 of them enjoyed a delicious meal together. After cleaning up the dishes, Ding Menzu went back to work at the supply and marketing cooperative. After finishing his meal, Ding Jianjun ran outside to play wildly. Ding Jiangguo was the only one left in the room, so he could only return to his space to continue watching dramas out of boredom. Time flies, and Ding Jiangguo figured his fourth sister should be back soon. He quickly came out of the space and placed a 50-pound bag of cornmeal next to the earthenware jar. They released Wang the eldest again, and then the 2 of them sat in the main room waiting for fourth sister to return. The 2 hadn't been sitting in the house for long when they saw Ding Menzu come home from get off work. As she prepared to enter the house, she saw Ding Jiangguo and a strange man sitting in the main room. She instinctively stopped in her tracks. Ding Jiangguo saw this and quickly went over to her, pulling her into the inner room. Sister, 50 pounds of cornmeal have been delivered. Give me 60 yuan, the person is waiting over there. Ding Menzu didn't ask any more questions. She opened the cabinet, rummaged around inside for a while, and took out an iron box. He opened the metal box, counted out 6 large black 10 bills, and handed them to Ding Jiangguo. Ding Jiangguo received the big black 10 and walked out, closing the door behind him. He looked around to make sure no one was there, then immediately put Boss Wang into his spatial storage. After waiting in the main room for a while, she called out to the inner room, fourth sister, come out. Upon hearing the sound, Ding Menzu pushed open the door and quickly walked towards Ding Jiangguo. She asked with a curious look, who is that person? Ding Jiangguo looked at Ding Menzu with a serious expression. Sister, forget what that person looks like. Remember not to tell anyone about what happened today. The cornmeal was too heavy for me to carry, so he brought it to me. Ding Menzu works at a supply and marketing cooperative and is quite knowledgeable about grain prices. She asked in great surprise, 50 caddies of cornmeal for only 60 yuan? So cheap? I heard it's $2 on the black market, and you might not even be able to buy it there. Ding Jiangguo said with a smug look on his face, you should thank me properly for this. I told them about Uncle Li adopting the child. Some of them had carried guns before, and they were deeply moved when they heard about this. I really admire Uncle Li for his character and what he does. He only charges us 1.2 yuan per kilogram for grain. After hearing this, Ding Menzu happily patted Ding Jiangguo's head. Jiangguo, you did a great job today. Sis, I'll stew some extra pork belly for you tonight, just to treat you properly. Patriotism. The cornmeal in the jar probably won't last until the end of the month. What should we do? A woman said worriedly. Zionlin, don't worry. I'll go to the black market again tonight and see if I can buy any food. After the man finished speaking, he looked at the woman with a face full of guilt. All these years, I've made you and the 3 of you suffer along with me. The woman shook her head and comforted her. Patriotism is a shared responsibility between husband and wife, and I also agreed to their adoption. They are all orphans, the children of heroes. It's better for them to stay with us than for those who claim to be adopting children but are actually after our pensions. Li Aguo took his wife's words to heart. I remember seeing my comrade's child being adopted by relatives and starving to the point of being unrecognizable. He also guessed that those people didn't really want to adopt these children. They're only after their monthly fees and tickets. These people often use their children's money to subsidize their own children. As for adoption, it will definitely be ranked later. Of course, there are also those who are kind and genuinely care for children. However, those who did not treat his comrade's son well were all reported to the local leaders and dealt with. He brought these children back in the same way. These past few years have truly been tough on my wife and children. Fortunately, he married such a good wife who has always understood and supported him. Otherwise, he doesn't know how long he could hold on. Seeing that her husband remained silent, the woman assumed he was still feeling guilty and continued to comfort him. I've saved up most of their compensation money. I'll use it to help them get married in the future. You've done right by the brothers below. Life is a bit tough right now, but I believe that as long as my husband and I are of one mind, we will definitely get through it. I'll skip the black market for now, it's too dangerous. I'll go back to my parents' house tomorrow to get some food. That's not a good idea. After all, the man wanted to refuse. The woman waved her hand to interrupt him. It's all right. I'm the only daughter in the family, and they all spoil me. They wouldn't let me starve to death. Besides, my older brother and his brothers send food back from the army every month. Parents can't even finish it all. In the end, they all went to those distant relatives who had no connection with us at all. We might as well give it to us. The man thought about it and realized it was true, so he praised the woman lavishly without reservation. My dear wife, you're so insightful. Marrying you is the greatest blessing of my life. What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you ashamed? The children are still in the next room. The woman blushed immediately, gently pinched the man's side waist with her hand, and looked at him reproachfully. What are you afraid of? They're all in the other 2 rooms. Hee, the man said with a strange grin. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Patriot. It sounds like someone is knocking on our door? The woman said to the man. I'll go see who it is. Why are you knocking on the door so late? The man got up from the bed with some displeasure and walked towards the main room. Squeak. The door opened, and he looked at the person who came in with some surprise. Oh, it's Zaizu. It's so late, is there something you need from Fang Fang? Yes, uncle. I need to talk to Sister Fang Fang about something, Ding Menzo replied with a smile. Ding Jiangwo followed behind his sister, sizing up the man who opened the door. He was 1.7 meters tall, with a straight posture and a resolute face. This man is probably Fang Fang's father, Li Aguo. Okay, come in and sit down. I'll go call her for you right away. He then invited the 2 of them to come inside and sit down, before calling for someone from the inner room. Menzu, what brings you here? Li Fangfang asked curiously when she saw her friend arrive so late. I have good news for you. Look what this is. Ding Menzu picked up the cloth bag from the ground and placed it on the table. Ding Jiangwo also placed another cloth bag on top. What good stuff. Why are you being so mysterious? Li Fangfang smiled as she walked to the table and casually opened a cloth bag. When he saw that it was full of cornmeal, his eyes widened in surprise, and he was so excited that he stammered. Both bags are cornmeal. You really bought cornmeal? I thought you were just comforting me that day. You're really amazing. It seems like working at the supply and marketing cooperative is really great. There's probably about 50 jin here. Does the supply and marketing cooperative have any surplus grain to sell? Li Fangfang was filled with questions at this moment, and she looked at Ding Menzu and continued to ask. You wouldn't be here to take food from the house, would you? Ding Menzu smiled and shook her head. If you take the food from home, what am I supposed to eat? You wish. I've bought you the things. Now hand over the money. I'm waiting to go back to sleep. I don't have time to chat with you, you crazy girl. Oh my. Becoming one of the 8 high-ranking officials really changes things. You've really grown bolder, haven't you? As Li Fangfang spoke, she reached out to tickle her armpit. Stop messing around. My brother is still here. Hurry up and give me the money, it's very late, and I have to go to work tomorrow morning. Ding Menzo quickly stretched out her hands to block in front of her. All right, I'll let you off this time. You wait here, I'll go get you the money right away. As he spoke, he turned to go inside to get the money. But just as he lifted his foot, he remembered he didn't know how much it would cost, so he turned around and asked, Menzu, how much is this in total? Ding Menzo replied with a smile, 1 yuan and 2 jin per jin, there are 52 jin here. So it's 60 yuan in total. 2 pounds of it are from the one you lent me before. Li Fangfang looked at Ding Menzu with some suspicion. So cheap? You didn't put your own money in there, did you? It's over $2 on the black market now. I'm not going to put any money out of my own pocket. It's that cheap. How about that? I'm pretty generous to you, aren't I? Ding Menzu raised her chin slightly with a smug look on her face. At this point, Li Fangfang was no longer in a hurry to get the money. With a fawning expression, he approached Ding Menzo from behind and gently massaged her shoulders. Sister Menzu, how do you feel about this pressure? Is it comfortable? Ding Menzu was unusually happy and joked, "The pressure on the left side isn't enough, it's a bit too light. Just use a little more force and it will be fine." Li Fangfang increased the pressure slightly and asked with a fawning expression, "And now?" "Not bad. Fangfang, you're really talented at this. It feels so good." Ding Menzu exclaimed with a look of enjoyment. "Since it's so good, and this cornmeal is so cheap, could you buy another 50 pounds for my little sister to tide her over?" Li Fangfang looked at Ding Menzu with a fawning expression. Ding Menzu looked at Ding Jiangguo and saw him nod slightly before agreeing, "Well, that depends on your future performance." "All right, Sister Menzu, just you wait and see. From now on, whenever you come, I guarantee I'll take good care of you. Please wait here for a moment, I'll go get the money right away." Li Fangfang got up and walked towards her parents' room. Ding Menzu leaned close to Ding Jiangguo and asked in a low voice, "Jiangguo, is this much all right?" Ding Jiangguo replied in a low voice, "No problem, but it has to be given in multiple installments, and not too much at once, otherwise it will attract too much attention." Ding Menzu nodded slightly in agreement. "Ziazu, here's 60 yuan, count it." Li Fangfang came out from the inner room and handed the money to Ding Menzu. With his other hand, he placed 2 jars of fruit on the table. "Take these home and eat them." Ding Menzu was about to refuse when she saw the items, but Li Fangfang knew what she wanted to say and spoke first. "My mother told me to take this. If you don't want it, I won't take the cornmeal either." "Yes, Ziazu, you should take it back. We don't know how to thank you enough for buying so much cheap cornmeal for us." Li Fangfang's parents also came over to persuade her. "All right. Thank you, uncle and aunt. It's getting late, we should head back now." Ding Menzu got up, picked up the canned food, thanked them, and then took her leave with Jiangguo. The 3 members of the Li family gratefully saw the 2 out of the courtyard before turning back. Patriotism is the best thing about the welfare of people working in this supply and marketing cooperative. "I can't believe I can still buy cornmeal so cheaply." Chen Xianlin returned to the inner room with a look of deep emotion on her face. "That wasn't bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. I have comrades in the supply and marketing cooperative, how could I not know what was going on inside?" Li Aguo spoke with great certainty. "No way. If it wasn't from the supply and marketing cooperative, where did she get it from?" Chen Xianlin asked with a puzzled look. "The person who could buy cornmeal might not be Ziazu. It might be related to his younger brother, the one who came with him today." Li Aguo also found it somewhat unbelievable, but he had great faith in his judgment. "How is that possible? Her younger brother looks only a few years old." Chen Xianlin looked incredulous. "Actually, I also find it incredible. Fangfang was in the main room just now, and she asked Ziazu to buy another 50 caddies of cornmeal. Do you know how Ziazu reacted after hearing that?" Chen Xianlin shook her head, indicating that she did not know. She was secretly watching her younger brother, and only after he nodded did she readily agree. If Ziazu bought it, she could make the decision herself. Why did she need to ask her brother's opinion? Li Aguo asked, frowning. "Could you be mistaken?" Chen Xianlin was still not quite convinced. "I used to be a reconnaissance soldier, how could my observation skills be bad?" Li Aguo replied confidently. "Then tell me, how come he, a mere child, is so capable?" Chen Xianlin exclaimed. "Who knows? But I just secretly observed from outside. Her younger brother is different from other children, he's like a little adult. If Ziazu's family can recover in the future, it will probably depend on her younger brother." Li Aguo couldn't help but sigh. "All right, let's go to sleep early, we have to go to work tomorrow," Chen Xianlin said, turning off the light. "Okay, wife. He. Then in the inner room, on the way back, Ding Menzu and Ding Jiangguo walked side by side. Ding Menzu thought for a long time, and finally couldn't help but speak. "Jiangguo, is it really possible to buy so much grain? If it doesn't work, don't take the risk, understand?" Ding Jiangguo looked at her confidently. "Sister, don't worry, I won't agree to anything I'm not sure I can do." Ding Menzu nodded. "Okay, it's good that you have an idea." "Oh, right. We've had some extra flour at home recently, and you brought back the cured meat too, didn't you?" Ding Jiangguo casually replied, "Yes, I earned that money recently by connecting some people with others." "You're just a delivery person, how could you have so much stuff?" Ding Menzu asked, puzzled. Ding Jiangguo put on an old-fashioned expression. "You don't understand. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young. I'm quite experienced. You can't earn that much just by running errands and delivering messages. I haven't been working for nothing these past 2 years, running errands for others. I've gotten to know quite a few people. Sometimes, isn't it normal to make a little money in the process of connecting people?" After Ding Jiangguo finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and added a reminder. "Anyway, we don't have to worry about food at home. We just need to be careful when cooking so that no one notices." Ding Menzu gave Ding Jiangwo's head a light tap, clearly annoyed. Do I need to be taught this? Do you think I'm a child like you? Jiangwo, there's enough food at home. You don't need to take too many risks, Ding Menzu reminded him. However, she had already thought it through. If anything really happened, she would take all the responsibility upon herself. Okay, sis. I will. Ding Jiangwo felt a warmth in his heart. The two of them walked side by side and slowly disappeared into the night. Ding Jiangwo slept soundly that night, only being woken up by his younger brother at noon. Brother, wake up. Sister Zayavwa is here. Brother, wake up. Ding Jianjun shook Ding Jiangwo's shoulders repeatedly. Jianjun, who is Sister Zayavwa? Ding Jiangwo asked, groggily opening his eyes. Ding Jianjun, looking puzzled, gave him a hint. Sister Zayavwa, don't you remember? Little flower, you asked me to borrow wild vegetable buns so late at night. Ding Jiangwo's mind was still foggy and he couldn't remember who it was. Don't shake it yet, let me go out and see who it is. Ding Jiangwo yawned, got out of bed, stretched, and then slowly walked outside. When he and his brother came outside, they saw two girls who were about his age. He had short hair, was about the same height as him, and looked quite straightforward. The other one had a ponytail, was half a head shorter than him, and looked rather shy. Ding Jiangwo, it's been so long since I've seen you hang out in the alley. Is your injury still not healed from last time? When the short-haired girl saw Ding Jiangwo come out, she took the initiative to ask him a question. Upon hearing the voice, a name suddenly popped into Ding Jiangwo's mind, Su Yinghua. Memories of her and how they met quickly surfaced in her mind. It was an evening last summer. The two Ding brothers were playing outside when they passed through an alley on their way back. I saw someone snatching Su Yinghua's things. Upon seeing this, Ding Jiangwo immediately rushed over with his younger brother to help. Unexpectedly, the two of them were no match for each other and even got beaten up. Fortunately, Su Yinghua somehow managed to get a long stick. They started smashing things at the man and managed to drive him away. The Ding brothers were rescued, and from then on they often played together. The girl standing next to her is Lu Yingying, her neighbor. The two of them often play with Ding Jiangwo and his brother. Jiangwo, what are you thinking about? Su Yinghua asked again when Ding Jiangwo didn't speak. Oh, I've been back in my hometown these past few days, Ding Jiangwo replied casually. Then he changed the subject, asking, did you come to see me today because you need something? Yes. I'm moving. I came here specifically to tell you, Su Yinghua said with a smile. Moving? Didn't your parents work at the steel factory? Did they change jobs? Ding Jiangwo asked in confusion. Who told you my parents work at a steel factory? That's my aunt, Su Yinghua said, dissatisfied. I thought those were your parents? Sorry, I made a mistake. Where are you moving to? You're not going back to the countryside, are you? Ding Jiangwo believes it must be due to the recent food shortage, as many people in the city who did not receive a food ration have been sent back to the countryside. No, my parents have been transferred back to work in the city. I'm moving to the military compound in the east of the city, Su Yinghua explained somewhat awkwardly. What? Your parents are high-ranking officials? Ding Jiangwo looked Su Yinghua up and down with some surprise. What high-ranking official? We're all serving the people, Su Yinghua quickly explained. Ding Jiangwo instantly felt that his good mood from last night had vanished in an instant. Everyone had been doing just fine despite being poor. Why are you so outstanding? Oh, Ding Jiangwo replied somewhat perfunctorily. Ding Jiangwo, what's with that expression? Shouldn't you be happy for me? Su Yinghua was angered by Ding Jiangwo's perfunctory answer. No, I'm really happy for you. Really? Ding Jiangwo grinned, revealing a fake smile. Su Yinghua was satisfied when she saw Ding Jiangwo smile, and then extended the invitation. Since you're so happy, I'll allow you both to come to my new house tomorrow. There will be lots of delicious food there. Su Yinghua gave Ding Jiangwo a look that said, you're smart to know what's good for you. Yay! Sister Zayahua, we'll definitely go tomorrow. Ding Jianjun shouted excitedly before Ding Jiangwo could even speak. Okay, I'm heading back now. Remember to arrive early tomorrow. Su Yinghua waved her hand, then pulled Lu Yingying and turned to leave. Brother, what delicious food do you think Sister Zayahua will prepare tomorrow? Ding Jianjun asked with anticipation. How would I know? Ding Jiangwo was speechless. How come I don't know? Didn't you say you wanted to marry her when you grew up? Ding Jianjun asked, looking completely bewildered. Ding Jiangwo quickly reached out and covered his mouth. Jianjun, you can't say things like that. If your parents hear this, they'll arrest your brother. Then you won't have a brother anymore, Ding Jiangwo quickly threatened him. Upon hearing this, Ding Jianjun was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth with his two small hands, indicating that he would not say anything out of turn. Ding Jiangwo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that his younger brother would say those words at their house tomorrow. He was so ashamed that he couldn't face anyone. Fortunately, he managed to fool his clueless younger brother. But I've already told Sister Zaiwa, what should I do? Will she tell her parents? Ding Jiangwo had just breathed a sigh of relief. He was stunned by Ding Jianjun's words and instinctively asked, when? How come I didn't know? That night when we borrowed the wild vegetable buns, I told you that. Ding Jianjun looked at him with a puzzled expression. Ding Jiangwo gently patted his head, finally remembering that there really was such a thing. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. They've probably already forgotten about it. Even if the other party hasn't forgotten, he won't admit it. The main point is that as long as I pretend I don't know, this thing never happened. Alright, here, you can have these candies. Then go play by yourself. Ding Jiangwo took out a few white rabbit milk candies and sent his younger brother away. He planned to go to the black market's yard at noon to see if they had received the goods recently. After breakfast, following his memory, he slowly walked toward the black market. Along the way, I saw many children and elderly people carrying baskets and walking out of the city. They were all emaciated from hunger, some with swollen legs, and walked very slowly. Judging from the direction they went, they were probably heading out of the city to dig for wild vegetables. He unexpectedly spotted an acquaintance in the crowd, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang seemed to have spotted Ding Jiangwo as well, and she quickly walked towards him. Jiangwo, are you also going to dig for wild vegetables? Aunt Zhang greeted him with a smile. No, I was just wandering around nearby, Ding Jiangwo explained, shaking his head. What's the point of wandering around aimlessly? Come on, let's go dig for wild vegetables with this lady. Let's get more food for the family. Aunt Zhang warmly pulled Ding Jiangwo towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, he also took the time to share some life experience with Ding Jiangwo. Jiangwo, although your sister has started working at the supply and marketing cooperative and has a fixed food ration, you should still stock up on food. I don't think this situation will improve anytime soon. The quota might even need to be lowered again after a while. Prepare more food now so you won't go hungry later. Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangwo thought to himself, this old lady really has foresight. In fact, it will soon be impossible to buy enough food. I've never foraged for wild vegetables before, so I'll just treat this morning as a new experience. It's not too late to go to the black market courtyard in the afternoon. He followed Aunt Zhang out of the city. The two walked for almost an hour before Aunt Zhang finally stopped. Ding Jiangwo looked at the wild slope in front of him, where quite a few people were already squatting and digging for wild vegetables. Jiangwo, hurry! We need to dig quickly. If we're too late, they'll have dug it all up. As she spoke, Aunt Zhang hurried towards the hillside. Jiangwo, go find a tree branch. Auntie will tell you which wild vegetables you can dig up. After hearing this, Ding Jiangwo found a tree branch nearby and returned to Aunt Zhang's side. When Aunt Zhang saw Ding Jiangwo return, she took him to look for wild vegetables on the hillside. Jiangwo, look, these little yellow-green plants are called shepherd's purse. Their leaves are a bit like spinach, but smaller. Aunt Zhang pointed to several yellowish-green, slightly wilted plants in front of her. He squatted down, looked down, and then nodded as if he understood. Aunt Zhang thought he understood, so she took out her small shovel and continued digging for shepherd's purse. Ding Jiangwo also picked up a tree branch and tried to dig. After Aunt Zhang skillfully dug up 3 plants, he was able to barely manage to dig out 1 wild vegetable. After he finished cleaning the mud off the wild vegetables, he realized he hadn't brought anything with him. Aunt Zhang seemed to see his predicament, so she smiled and suggested, "It's okay. You can put it with me, and I'll give you half when we get back." Ding Jiangwo quickly waved his hand. "That won't do. Why don't you just share some with me when you get back? I didn't dig much anyway." Aunt Zhang neither objected nor agreed. She simply took the wild vegetables from his hand and put them into her cloth bag. There were many people digging for wild vegetables, so the two of them didn't manage to find much shepherd's purse nearby. "Let's go. There's probably not much left over here. Let's go look over there." As Aunt Zhang spoke, she led Ding Jiangwo in another direction. The two walked for another 10 minutes or so before stopping. Sure enough, there weren't that many people here, and Aunt Zhang soon made another discovery. She pointed to a plant with small yellow flowers and introduced it. "Jiangwo, look, this thing with small yellow flowers is called a dandelion. Both its leaves and roots are edible, though they taste a bit bitter, but they are very nutritious." As she spoke, Aunt Zhang plucked a dandelion and handed it to Ding Jiangwo to see. Ding Jiangwo took it in his hand, pretended to look at it, and then put it back in the bag. He recognized dandelions, they were easy to spot. Ding Jiangwo acted quickly this time, and soon he had pulled up more than a dozen dandelions. Aunt Zhang took the dandelion from him, examined it carefully, and nodded in satisfaction. Long leaves, serrated edges, and yellow flowers. Yes, they are all dandelions. Jiangwo, you'll pull out this kind later. Encouraged by Aunt Zhang's affirmation, Ding Jiangguo continued to pull up dandelions around him. The harvest was quite good. In no time, he pulled up more than 10 more trees. During this time, Aunt Zhang also led him to a small patch of purslane. The two of them dug them all out together, and now the bag was half full. Aunt Zhang noticed that it was almost time, so she invited Ding Jiangguo to rest under the big tree. "Jiangguo, come and have some steamed buns to fill your stomach." Aunt Zhang took out a wild vegetable bun, broke it in half, and handed it to Ding Jiangguo. Ding Jiangguo knew that if he didn't answer, Aunt Zhang would definitely be unhappy. Without refusing, he took the steamed bun and started eating. As he ate his steamed bun, he also took out a few white rabbit milk candies from his pocket and gave them to Aunt Zhang. "Aunt Zhang, you should try some. This candy is delicious. Jiangguo, you keep this for yourself. Auntie doesn't like sweets." Aunt Zhang smiled and pushed the candy back. Ding Jiangguo stuffed the candy into her pocket, got up, and walked quickly out. "Aunt Zhang, why don't you rest for a while? I'll look around and see if there are any wild vegetables left." With a look of relief, Aunt Zhang gave him a gentle reminder, "You child, remember not to go far, be careful." Ding Jiangguo searched the area for a while longer and found only a few purslane plants. The rest of the area was full of pits and bumps. He figured it had already been dug up, and he was somewhat disappointed as he prepared to head back. Rustling. Suddenly, the sound of leaves rustling came from the pile of dry grass. Ding Jiangguo turned his head and sensed something hidden there, so he quickly covered it with his divine sense. There was an unexpected find. Inside was a hole, and inside was a rabbit that weighed about 3 pounds. Without saying a word, Ding Jiangguo imprisoned it, intending to store it directly in his space and leave it for his family to eat that night. But when he thought of Aunt Zhang who brought him here today, he changed his mind. Aunt Zhang usually takes good care of their family and is also very considerate of them. Last time, they fainted. She even secretly brought her an egg. Why did she bring a novice like herself along when she came to dig for wild vegetables today? I just wanted to help him out. I even shared half of my lunch with him. I'm going to share half of the wild vegetables I dug up today with him, even though he didn't even dig up a third of them. This is clearly an attempt to take care of him. Ding Jiangguo didn't consider himself a good person, but he was someone who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. He decided to share some of the rabbit meat with Aunt Zhang. Rabbit meat is definitely more valuable than the wild vegetables we dug up today, but Aunt Zhang's care for their family far exceeds the value of that rabbit meat. After making the decision, he immediately rushed over and knocked the rabbit unconscious. "Use tough vines to tie its limbs, and use your shirt to cover it." Then he ran quickly towards Aunt Zhang. When Aunt Zhang saw Ding Jiangguo running towards them quickly, she thought something had happened. He quickly stood up and strode over to Jiangguo. "What have you discovered?" Ding Jiangguo whispered boastfully to her, "Great news! Aunt Zhang, look what this is." He moved closer to her and showed her the wild rabbit he had hidden in his clothes. Aunt Zhang looked at Ding Jiangguo in surprise and said, "You caught this?" Ding Jiangguo smiled and nodded, saying, "I saw him in the haystack just now and knocked him unconscious." "Jiangguo, you're really amazing. Quickly put it in the bag, let's go home now." After saying that, Aunt Zhang made a point of looking around. Finding that no one was paying attention, he put the rabbit in the bag and hurried home with Ding Jiangguo. Throughout the journey, Aunt Zhang remained vigilant, glancing around every now and then. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and the two returned safely to the courtyard. Ding Jiangguo was home at the time, so Aunt Zhang helped him take the rabbit out and put it inside. He found a sturdy rope again and tied it securely before leaving with peace of mind. Not long after Aunt Zhang left, Ding Menzu suddenly returned from the supply and marketing cooperative. "Fourth sister, do you know I caught a wild rabbit? Aunt Zhang took me to pick wild vegetables and we caught this rabbit. I'd like to share some with her, is that okay?" Ding Jiangguo looked at Ding Menzu and asked happily, "What wild rabbit?" Ding Menzu looked at Ding Jiangguo with a puzzled expression. "It was today that Aunt Zhang took me to the outskirts of the city to dig for wild vegetables. I caught a wild rabbit," Ding Jiangguo immediately explained to her. "A wild rabbit? Where?" Ding Menzu was very surprised. "There." Ding Jiangguo pointed to the wild rabbit lying on the ground. "That's really true. Jiangguo, you're really amazing. Okay, I'll do it your way. I'll prepare it tonight and bring some to Aunt Zhang." Ding Menzu nodded in agreement. "Fourth sister, why are you back so early today?" Ding Jiangguo asked curiously. "Oh right, how could I forget about that?" Ding Menzu suddenly slapped her forehead. "Director Chen asked me to come back and take you to his office. He has something urgent to discuss with you." "Did he say what it was about?" Ding Jiangguo asked curiously. "No, you'll see when you get there. Let's go. He's still waiting in his office." Ding Menzu locked the door and rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative with Ding Jiangguo. After the two arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Ding Jiangguo went to Director Chen's office alone. Knock knock knock. Ding Jiangguo knocked gently on the door. Come in, came Director Chen's voice from inside. Upon hearing the sound, Ding Jiangwo pushed open the door and went inside. Jiangwo, you've finally arrived. Come, have a seat. Director Chen warmly invited Ding Jiangwo to sit down, poured him a glass of water, and then sat down next to him himself. Ding Jiangwo looked at Director Chen. Director Chen, my sister said you wanted to see me. Yes, Jiangwo. Here's what happened. Director Chen quickly recounted the incident to Ding Jiangwo. It turned out that he had an old friend who was the director of the logistics department of a steel plant. Tomorrow, a technical team from another region will be coming to the factory to provide guidance and training. The factory leaders required him to do a good job in logistics. But meat isn't so easy to get these days. He pulled strings everywhere to get 2 chickens, some fish, and a little pork. But that's not enough. The technical team will be here for a week, and this little bit of stuff will be gone in 2 days at most. Just as he was worrying about the meat for the next few days, someone told him that Director Chen of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had recently acquired several hundred kilograms of pork. He immediately came over, and after much pleading and cajoling, Director Chen finally agreed to help ask around. Director Chen initially didn't want to get involved, but considering their long-standing friendship, he couldn't very well refuse to help. So they had someone call Ding Jiangwo over to see what he thought. Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangwo's expression remained unchanged, but he was overjoyed inside. He had always wanted to get his brother-in-law a job so that he could have someone to look after him in the city. Before he could even take action, the opportunity came, and it was at the steel factory, where his third sister worked. If you build a good relationship with this logistics director, your third sister will have someone to take care of her at the factory. Ding Jiangwo feigned some difficulty. The time is a bit tight, I don't know if he's still there. I'll go take a look for you and I'll come back before I leave work to let you know the results. Okay, I'll wait for you in my office. I won't leave until I see you come back, Director Chen said happily. Ding Jiangwo didn't waste any more words and got up to leave the office. Seeing that it was still early, he decided to go check out the courtyard in the black market. I wonder if they've received the gold bars these days. Following his memory, Ding Jiangwo hurried toward the courtyard. Passing the entrance to the black market, he found it deserted during the day. This contrasts sharply with the lively atmosphere at night. He casually passed through the courtyard gate, but unfortunately he couldn't see the code he wanted, so he could only return to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative disappointed. When he returned to Director Chen's office, suddenly, they noticed a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit inside. Ding Jiangwo stopped in his tracks and looked at Director Chen with some dissatisfaction. Director Chen walked out with an embarrassed look on his face and pulled Ding Jiangwo toward the end of the corridor. He looked at Ding Jiangwo with a very apologetic expression. Jiangwo, I'm really sorry. After you left, I told him about it. I didn't expect him to suddenly come over. And then he just stayed here and wouldn't leave. I told him to go back and wait, but he refused. But I assure you, I haven't told anyone about you. Director Chen didn't want to strain his relationship with Ding Jiangwo over this matter. Besides, it was his fault in the first place. If you let someone meet without their consent, what if someone has malicious intentions? Wouldn't that harm that person? It's all right, Uncle Chen. I understand. He was probably forced into this situation. He rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Ding Jiangwo's expression also softened considerably. Actually, he didn't care about meeting people directly. What he cared about was Director Chen's attitude. Director Chen can arrange for anyone he wants to meet with. That proves that the other party does not respect him and only treats him as a tool, rather than a friend or partner. That's definitely not what Ding Jiangwo wants, because he wouldn't be able to control the risks that way. Fortunately, he was very satisfied with Director Chen's attitude just now. He at least took the initiative to explain himself. However, this incident also made Ding Jiangwo realize that in the future, he should let Boss Wang take the lead while he stayed behind the scenes. That's safer. Let's go. Since we're already here, let's meet them. I'll tell him the results then. Ding Jiangwo snapped out of his thoughts and gestured for them to go inside to talk. Old Chen, is this your nephew? When Director Ma saw Director Chen and Ding Jiangwo come in, he smiled and asked. Yes, Old Ma, it was my nephew who helped pass on the message about your matter, Director Chen replied. Oh. Director Ma's face showed a doubt upon hearing this. Could such a child be reliable? However, he quickly put the idea aside. I don't care about their age, as long as I can get some meat. Young comrade, what did they say over there? He asked expectantly. They said there are still 210 jin of wild boar meat left, Ding Jiangwo stated directly. Not long ago, I traded 260 pounds of meat for a job at a cotton mill. Meat prices are rising rapidly, and it's not always easy to buy some. 210 pounds of meat should be enough to get my brother-in-law a job at a steel factory. My older sister still has 2 children to take care of. We'll make arrangements for her in 2 years, when the children are a bit older. Great. Director Ma stood up excitedly when he heard that there were more than 200 jin of wild boar meat. With this wild boar meat, the feast will definitely be a success. But then he frowned again. This was government work, and he couldn't offer the black market price. If we buy meat at the factory's purchase price, we simply can't buy this much meat. Ding Jiangguo guessed the other party's difficulties, but he didn't say anything, waiting for the other party to explain their difficulties first. Then he proposed exchanging his job for wild boar meat, which would help Director Ma solve his problem and earn him a favor for free. Director Ma hesitated for a while before asking with a worried expression, "Young comrade, you also know that this was purchased by the factory. We can't get the black market price. How about we lower the price a bit and add some extra tickets?" "Director Ma, that probably won't work. They don't seem to be short of tickets." Ding Jiangguo refused outright. "Then, what should we do?" Director Ma asked anxiously. Ding Jiangguo didn't say anything, he just sat there pretending to be deep in thought. Only when he felt the time was right did he slowly speak. "Actually, Director Ma, I have another suggestion. Why don't you listen to it? Tell me quickly. If this works out, I promise I won't treat you unfairly." Director Ma looked at Ding Jiangguo with hopeful eyes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. You can give them a job, and who they want to sell to and how much they want to sell it to is their business. Moreover, this matter is beneficial to both parties. I believe that one job opening is not a big problem for your factory. Great idea. Please pass on a message to them. Tell them we're willing to exchange our work for meat. Director Ma's eyes lit up when he heard Ding Jiangguo's suggestion, and he immediately agreed. Then I'll go and pass on your message now. Ding Jiangguo got up and was about to leave when he suddenly seemed to remember something. He then turned to Director Ma and said, "You might be back quite late. Why don't you go back first? Shall I have Uncle Chen call you again tomorrow?" Director Ma quickly replied, "It's all right. I'll wait for you no matter how late it is." "Okay. I'll try to get back as soon as possible." Ding Jiangguo then ran outside. Director Ma watched Ding Jiangguo's departing figure and asked Director Chen with a smile, "Old Chen, your nephew has had a tough time this time. He helped me so much this time. What do you think we should reward him with?" Director Chen glared at him irritably. "You should think about it yourself. Why are you bothering me with this?" When Ding Jiangguo left the supply and marketing cooperative, he found that his fourth sister had already left work. He went straight home for dinner, and the thought of stewing rabbit meat tonight made him even happier. As for Director Ma, let him wait. I won't go to work on an empty stomach. Besides, as long as he can get the meat, the later I go back, the more grateful he will be to me. Fourth sister. It smells so good. Ding Jiangguo had just entered the house when he smelled the aroma of rabbit stewed with cabbage. "You're back just in time. We've been waiting for you to eat." Ding Menzu called to her younger brother to eat, then casually asked, "By the way, is everything taken care of?" "No, I have to go back after dinner." "Fourth sister, do you remember? I didn't come home for dinner tonight, you know." Ding Jiangguo thought for a moment and still reminded her. "Okay, I understand." Ding Menzu didn't ask any more questions. As long as she cooperated with her younger brother, that was enough. Since her younger brother helped her, the family's life has been getting better and better. She can't help her brother with other things, so she can only try her best to cooperate with him and make things easier for him. "Did you deliver the rabbit meat to Aunt Zhang?" Ding Jiangguo asked while eating the rabbit meat. "In the evening, Aunt Zhang brought over the wild vegetables you dug up. I just served her the rabbit meat as well," Ding Menzu replied, looking at him. "Jiangguo, I never expected you could dig up so many wild vegetables on your first try. There was almost half a basket of it. I saw that there were quite a few mustard greens and purslane in it, as well as some dandelions." "It's all right. Actually, most of them were dug up by Aunt Zhang." Ding Jiangguo didn't dare take credit and smiled as he explained. "Brother, did you go dig for wild vegetables today?" Ding Jianjun asked curiously. "Yes. Not long after you left, Aunt Zhang dragged me off to dig for wild vegetables," Ding Jiangguo replied with a smile. "Why didn't you call me? I'm really good at foraging for wild vegetables. You can ask fourth sister if you don't believe me." Ding Jianjun looked at Ding Jiangguo with some regret. "Yes, Jianjun is the best at digging wild vegetables. Hurry up and eat," Ding Menzu urged with a smile. "Jiangguo, well done. Let's make another one tomorrow." Third sister Ding Kaiju was always this direct. Ding Jiangguo thought to himself, "Do you think I raise wild rabbits and can have as many as I want? Wait, something's not right. It seems like they really are the ones I raised myself. If I want to eat a few, I can just buy a few. All right, I'll see if I can find another one tomorrow," Ding Jiangguo said with a smile. The Ding family was enjoying their dinner together. Everyone around Aunt Zhang was also enjoying their meal with smiles on their faces. "Mom, you're amazing. You just took Ding's son to dig for wild vegetables, and you earned a big bowl of meat." Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law praised her with admiration. That's right. Now you know why I have to manage this place, right? The reason why others are willing to share meat with us is because we are willing to help others in the past. Others may remember our kindness, but do you think they'll share any good with you because of what happened today? You're still too inexperienced. You need to learn more about these things. However, the Ding family has always been good people and knows how to repay kindness, which is why your mother was willing to get close to them. Do you think I'd be willing to get close to just anyone? It's very important to judge people. Aunt Zhang proudly shared her years of life experience with her daughter-in-law. Time passed quickly. After dinner, Ding Jiangwo used his spiritual sense to check his surroundings and found no one outside the courtyard. Ding Jiangwo then came out of the courtyard and walked towards the supply and marketing cooperative. He only sped up and ran towards the supply and marketing cooperative's backyard when he could see it in the distance. When he entered Director Chen's office, he was covered in sweat and panting heavily. Director Ma, who had been getting impatient, felt even more grateful when he saw Ding Jiangwo's current state. While panting heavily, Ding Jiangwo hurriedly said, "Director Ma, they'd given their answer. They say they agreed to exchange work for meat. They also said they knew you needed it urgently, and they'll deliver it here at 10 p.m. tonight." Phew. Director Ma was overjoyed when he heard that things had gone well. He looked grateful, reached out and pulled Ding Jiangwo to sit down, and thoughtfully poured him a glass of water. "Jiangwo, thank you so much. Sit down and have some water. Take a break." "No, Director Ma, I should go back for dinner. Otherwise, my sisters would be worried about me." Ding Jiangwo didn't sit down and turned to leave. "Jiangwo, look, your uncle didn't prepare anything today. How about you take these pastry coupons and sugar coupons? It's not much, but it's a token of my appreciation," Director Ma said, handing a few tickets to Ding Jiangwo. Ding Jiangwo didn't stand on ceremony, put the bag in his pocket, said goodbye to the two men, and left in a hurry. "What a good kid," Director Ma murmured, watching Ding Jiangwo's retreating figure. Then, with a smile, he looked at Director Chen. "Old Chen, this is your territory. Aren't you going to treat your brother to a proper meal? A brother like you should stay away from me in the future. You sit here for now. I'll go get you something to eat," Director Chen said with a look of disgust. All right. Remember not to prepare too much meat. We might not be able to finish it all," Director Ma joked. Director Chen didn't want to talk to him anymore, but the two of them had gotten used to this way of getting along over the years. Director Chen went downstairs and rode his bicycle home. It took him about half an hour to ride his bicycle back. He carefully carried the food upstairs. Inside were 2 steamed buns, 2 cornbread buns, and a small bowl of stir-fried cabbage with pork cracklings. He entered the office and saw Director Ma's smug face. "Old Ma, come and eat. I specially made you a bowl of stir-fried cabbage with pork scraps." "Great, Old Chen. Thanks to you, I even got to eat meat today," Director Ma said with a teasing smile. "All right, hurry up and eat. Otherwise, when the people arrive, there won't be time to eat." Director Chen picked up a white steamed bun and started eating. "Old Chen, weren't you saving these 2 steamed buns for me?" Director Ma reached out to grab them. "You want beauty? There's only one per person." Director Chen quickly put the steamed bun back in his hand. "By the way, Old Chen, what's your nephew's background? He seems a bit different from other kids," Director Ma asked curiously while eating a steamed bun. "Old Ma, you've broken the rules." Director Chen's expression was somewhat serious. "All right, Lao Chen, stop pretending with me. Tell me what happened." The two were too familiar with each other, and Director Ma wasn't fooled at all. "All I can say is that if you get along well with him, you won't have to worry about meat in the future. Let me put it this way, it doesn't include what you're asking for. They've recently sold over 600 jin of meat," Director Chen said with a mysterious look on his face. "So much? Where did all this meat come from?" Director Ma exclaimed in shock. A few years ago, these hundreds or thousands of kilograms of meat wouldn't have meant anything to him, but now, meat processing plants have no meat supply, and the meat on the black market is sold out as soon as it arrives. It seems to have been shot by hunters from the mountains. They were responsible for helping to exchange the items. "I've seen the person who delivered the meat last time before," Director Chen thought for a moment and then explained the matter. Then, Director Ma looked at Director Chen with anticipation. Director Chen understood what he meant and gently shook his head. "I've only met that person once. He never shows his face except when delivering goods. I suggest you don't waste your time on him," Director Chen said meaningfully. "You mean, you want me to focus my attention on your nephew?" Director Ma asked tentatively. "That person told me last time that if anything happens, I should contact Jiangwo directly." "Jiangwo is my nephew," Director Chen explained. After listening, Director Ma didn't say anything more, quietly eating his steamed bun with a thoughtful expression. The meal was eaten quickly. After finishing their dinner, the two saw that it was almost time, so they went to the backyard to wait for someone. Knock knock knock. The two hadn't even finished a cigarette in the backyard when they heard a knock on the door. Director Chen quickly went up and opened the door. When they saw that it was Boss Wang, they quickly helped push the cart in. Then they called on Director Ma to help carry the scale out. Old Wang offered to help put a piece of wild boar meat on the scale. 105 Jin, Director Ma said, glancing at the scale. Director Chen happened to push his tricycle over as well. Old Wang simply picked up the meat and put it in the truck bed. The other wild boar meat was also weighed, and it still came to 105 Jin, approximately 52.5 catties. The pork was all processed by Ding Jiangguo in his spatial dimension, and the total weight was exactly 210 Jin. Looking at the two pork patties in the truck bed, Director Ma couldn't stop smiling. Director Ma, are you satisfied with the goods? Boss Wang asked, reminding him. Satisfied, very satisfied. Bring him to my office tomorrow, and I'll personally help him with the paperwork. Director Ma understood what Boss Wang meant and immediately replied. Wang Leida didn't say anything. He turned to look at Director Chen beside him. Director Chen nodded. Brother Wang, you can trust old Ma's words. If he doesn't do it for you, come find me. With Director Chen vouching for him, Boss Wang nodded in agreement. All right. Since Director Chen is vouching for us, there's no problem. Director Ma, tomorrow might not be possible. It will take a few days to process the job openings. I'll come find you in a few days once I've got things sorted out here, Boss Wang replied to Director Ma. Okay, I'll get it done for you whenever you come, but it's best to hurry, otherwise things might change. Director Ma gave one last piece of advice. Old Wang nodded to indicate that he understood, and then pushed the cart away. Director Ma didn't linger any longer. He rode his tricycle towards the steel plant. After everyone left, Ding Jiangguo put Wang Leida and the cart into his spatial storage and then went home. The next morning, Ding Jianjun got up early and called Ding Jiangguo. He didn't sleep well last night, and he was looking forward to the next day. Today we're going to visit Sister Ziawa's new home, which is a military compound. Sister Ziawa also said that she had prepared a lot of delicious food for them. Ding Jiangguo was so shaken that he had no choice but to get up and wash up. Just as he was about to have some breakfast, Ding Jianjun stopped him. He replied in a serious tone, Brother, why are you so silly? If you eat something now, you won't be able to eat much when we get to Sister Ziawa's house. Then, with a smug look on his face, he pointed to the breakfast on the table and said, Look, I didn't eat it. If there hadn't been stewed meat last night, I wasn't planning on eating it at all. Ding Jiangguo rolled his eyes. This guy was trying to fleece anyone he could. Oh well, I'll just skip one meal and make up for it later when I get there. Ding Jiangguo locked the door to his house and then took his younger brother to the Dongcheng military compound. Based on their vague memories, Ding Jiangguo and his companion walked for more than an hour before finally arriving at their destination. Ding Jiangguo's stomach started growling because he hadn't eaten anything that morning. Ding Jianjun excitedly pointed to the gate in front of him. Brother, look, we're here. Seeing the heavily armed soldiers standing at the gate, Ding Jiangguo knew he had arrived at his destination. He led his younger brother toward the soldier on guard duty. Hello brother. Could you please help us find Su Yinghua? She asked us to come here today. My name is Ding Jiangguo. Thank you. Please wait a moment. The soldier on guard called over another soldier and said a few words to the other person. The other person nodded, then turned and went inside. Ding Jiangguo and his companion stood outside and waited for a short while before they saw Su Yinghua and Lu Yingying coming towards them. She was accompanied by a little boy of about the same age. Su Yinghua's outfit today caught Ding Jiangguo's eye. Wearing a green military uniform, she looked exceptionally dashing. Jiangguo, Jianjun, come in quickly. Why are you two only arriving now? Su Yinghua was very happy to see them arrive. Xiaohua, you came out to pick up these two boys. Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Just have your friend bring them in. A little boy in a white shirt and overalls next to him complained. John Hao, if you don't want to come out, then go back. You're so annoying. Su Yinghua wasn't going to tolerate him and directly retorted. This man had been bothering her all morning. If it weren't for saving face for her parents, she would have lost her temper long ago. Ding Jiangguo and Ding Jianjun are her best friends. And Ding Jiangguo said he would marry her when he grows up. Thinking of this, Su Yinghua's face flushed slightly. However, she quickly returned to her original expression. She walked quickly towards the two of them, led them into the duty room to register, and then they went home together. Ding Jiangguo suddenly felt a little nervous when he remembered what his younger brother had said that day. Could this be considered meeting the parents? Pa, what are you thinking? You're just a child, how can you be thinking so much? Su Yinghua led the two ahead, constantly complaining about Ding Jiangguo for not coming sooner. Ding Jiangguo stood there like a wooden statue, pretending not to hear. Soon, Su Yinghua stopped in front of a small courtyard. We're here. Let's go in, Su Yinghua said, stepping inside first. Ding Jiangguo, who was following behind, suddenly saw a familiar face come out from inside. Isn't this Director Ma? He was following behind a middle-aged man, about to come out. Director Ma clearly saw Ding Jiangguo as well. He was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly smiled. Ding Jiangguo responded with a smile in return. Uncle Yang, are you going back now? Su Yinghua greeted the middle-aged man with a smile. The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "Oh, it's Xia Hua. Uncle Yang has something to do today, so he'll head back first." "Hello, Uncle Yang." Zhang Hao also came over to greet him. "Hello, you too," the middle-aged man replied politely. Su Yinghua noticed that Ding Jiangguo kept looking at Uncle Yang, and assuming he was curious about him, she introduced him. "Uncle Yang is the factory manager of the steel plant, and one of my grandfather's old subordinates." Ding Jiangguo had no idea that Su Yinghua lived in the compound, but now that he heard her say this, he was also shocked. Damn. So, Su Yinghua is the so-called third generation? If her family finds out that he said he wanted to marry Su Yinghua, they'll find out. Would they consider him a pervert and have him executed? It seems I'll have to remind Jianjun again later not to say anything careless. Seeing Ding Jiangguo's nonchalant attitude, Zhang Hao's sense of superiority instantly soared. His father was the deputy director of a cannery, unlike this guy who has no sense of right or wrong. Ding Jiangguo then realized, your grandfather lived here, and you used to live here too. Su Yinghua didn't reply to him, but instead led the two of them directly into the hall. Father, mother, I'm back. They are my good friends whom I met while I was staying at my aunt's house. Jiangguo, Jianjun, you two sit down first. I'll go get you some soda. After inviting the two to sit down, Su Yinghua turned around to get some soda. Zhang Hao looked on with envy. Why didn't he get this treatment? What exactly is wrong with him? These two look like poor guys, how can they compare to him? So you're the ones who always talk about building the country and building the army, huh? Please sit down. There are candies, cookies, and apples here. Take whatever you like and don't be shy. Xiao Hao, come and eat with us. Su Yinghua's mother stood up and invited everyone. Ding Jiangguo said obediently, thank you, auntie. Ding Jianjun also said thank you, just like his brother, and then grabbed a handful of candy in one hand and a handful of cookies in the other. He didn't forget to remind Ding Jiangguo, weren't you hungry just now, brother? Quick, grab an apple. Apples are big. One is as good as 2 steamed buns. They keep you full. Ding Jiangguo blushed deeply. He could tell that his younger brother was really after the food. Everyone was stunned by Ding Jianjun's actions. Seeing that Zhang Hao hadn't gone to get anything, Ding Jianjun asked curiously, this pretty lady told us not to be shy. Why aren't you taking any? Don't you like it? Then I won't be polite. Ding Jianjun put the things in his hand into his pocket and prepared to reach for more. At this moment, a little girl of about 7 years old, wearing a floral dress, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She stared at Ding Jianjun with her big eyes, looking at him curiously. Ding Jiangguo couldn't sit still any longer and quickly pulled him back. Jianjun, don't take any more, leave some for others. After hearing his brother's words, he had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Then he took out a few candies and cookies from his pocket and gave them to Ding Jiangguo. Brother, these candies and cookies look delicious, you should try some. Ding Jiangguo took one as a token gesture and stuffed the rest back into his pocket. Ding Jianjun didn't care about any of that, he ate them one after another with great relish. Build the nation, build the army. Come and try some soda. Su Yinghua handed the 2 bottles of Arctic Ocean soda with straws stuck in them. Ding Jianjun's eyes lit up when he saw the soda, and he immediately reached out and took it. Ding Jiangguo had never drunk this kind of soda before and didn't know how it differed from the sodas of later generations. He took a sip and it tasted pretty much the same. Just then, in front of everyone, Zhang Hao took out a small, flat, red and white box and handed it to Su Yinghua. Xia Hua, today is your first day back home. This is a gift for you. This is the most popular snack abroad right now, and it's very difficult for ordinary people to get their hands on it. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, he gave Ding Jiangguo a disdainful look. Wow, isn't this chocolate? A little girl who had just come and exclaimed, cousin, this is imported chocolate. Brother, how is so good to you? The little girl exclaimed. Su Yinghua was about to accept it, but upon hearing her cousin's words, she quickly pushed the things back. Thank you, but I don't really like this stuff. Although she pushed the things back, the fondness that flashed in her eyes couldn't be faked. When Su Yinghua refused Zhang Hao's chocolate, she secretly glanced at Ding Jiangguo. When I realized he was like a wooden doll, not reacting at all, I immediately wanted to kick him. Cousin, don't take it. I'm taking it. Su Yinghua's cousin, Xiaju, reached out and snatched the chocolate away. Su Yinghua didn't show it on her face, but she still looked somewhat reluctant to leave out of the corner of her eye. Ding Jiangguo chuckled inwardly. Chocolate? Hard to get? He pretended to feel around in his pocket, but actually he used his mind to enter his spatial dimension and buy the same chocolate from the mall. Less than half a minute later, Ding Jiangguo, holding a stack of identical chocolates in both hands, walked up to Su Yinghua and said apologetically, "Little flower. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you didn't like this food." "No, I love chocolate the most." Before Ding Jiangguo could say anything more, Su Yinghua snatched all the chocolates away. Zhang Hao's face immediately darkened as he asked, "Xiao Hua, didn't you say you didn't like chocolate?" "Why? I like to eat now, so what?" "It's none of your business," Su Yinghua said with a dissatisfaction. "Hey, you have so many chocolates? Can I have a box too?" He Xiaoju stared wide-eyed at Ding Jiangguo and asked. Ding Jiangguo originally thought it wouldn't matter if he gave her a box. Suddenly, a chill ran through my body. It turned out that Su Yinghua's glare was about to strike him. Ding Jiangguo quickly waved his hand to indicate that there were none left. He Xiaoju got angry and left when Ding Jiangguo refused to give her chocolate. After she left, Ding Jiangguo took out a few more boxes and gave them to his younger brother and Lu Yingying. Of course, he also generously shared a box with comrade Zhang Hao. "Humph." Zhang Hao glared at Ding Jiangguo fiercely, then turned and left angrily. Su Yinghua happily stuffed both pockets full of chocolates, then tugged at Ding Jiangguo's clothes and said, "Jiangguo, come on. You haven't met my grandfather yet. I'll take you to see him." Ding Jiangguo was stunned. He had only come to freeload a meal, but it turned into a meeting with the parents. What Ding Jiangguo didn't know was that there was someone even more clueless than him, and that was Su Yinghua's father. Hearing his youngest daughter's words, he had a misconception that the flowers he had nurtured for so many years would eventually be taken away by this boy. However, he quickly came to his senses. The two children were still so young, he must have been overthinking things. Ding Jiangguo was quickly pulled to a corner of the garden by Su Yinghua. "There are two white-haired old men playing chess here. Old Fang, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Surrendering means you've lost half the battle." One of the old men shouted smugly. "Just kidding. The counterattack has only just begun. Don't get too cocky." Another old man retorted, sticking his neck out. "Grandfather, Grandpa Fang, who won?" Su Yinghua pulled Ding Jiangguo to the two of them. "Then your grandpa will definitely win. Look at this situation, we can take down old Fang in less than 5 minutes. Old Su replied smugly. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I only let him have his way at first," old Fang argued, his face full of indignation. Ding Jiangguo looked at the table and realized that they were playing Chinese chess. It seems that old Su has the upper hand. He now has one more horse and one more cannon than the other side, and a pawn has also crossed the river. Judging from the current situation, it won't be long before old Fang loses. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, old Fang was scratching his head anxiously. However, neither of them seemed to be very strong. "Grandpa, so you're playing chess here?" Zhang Hao walked over from a distance with a fake smile. He didn't look at Ding Jiangguo and Su Yinghua, but stared at the chessboard. When he saw the situation on the chessboard, he couldn't help but frown, but he quickly relaxed. He pretended to massage his grandfather's shoulders, but after he finished, he secretly drew on his grandfather's back with his fingers. All of this was detected by Ding Jiangguo's divine sense. He had just felt that Zhang Hao's sudden gesture of massaging old Fang's shoulders was a bit abrupt. Surprisingly, he was right. Although Zhang Hao's character isn't great, he's actually quite good at chess. With his addition, Mr. Fang quickly reversed the decline and is gradually expanding his advantage. "Old Su, how about that? I just said I was only giving you a handicap at the start." Old Fang's expression became extremely smug. He secretly thought to himself how close he had come to defeat. Thankful he had such a good grandson, otherwise he would have lost today. "Old Su, I think you should just admit defeat. Hurry up and bring out that bottle of good wine. I'll take it with me when I go back." "Ha ha ha," old Fang urged happily. "What's your hurry? I still have chess pieces, I haven't lost yet," old Su argued with a dark face. Ding Jiangguo found it somewhat amusing. Old Su was completely unaware that he had been tricked. Old Su noticed the strange expression on Ding Jiangguo's face. He turned and glared at him, then said to Su Yinghua, "Hua, you should stay away from this kid in the future. He doesn't look serious at all." Su Yinghua looked somewhat embarrassed. She had originally wanted to tell her grandfather that Ding Jiangguo was her best friend. "I never expected my grandfather to have such a bad impression of him. What should I do in the future?" Su Yinghua glared at Ding Jiangguo with some annoyance. It was all because the kid was snickering earlier. Ding Jiangguo scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself, "Old Su is too vengeful. Forget it, I'll let it go for Su Yinghua's sake. However, he will stay here for dinner later. If old Su loses, will he be kicked out? He'd been starving all morning. It would be a huge loss if he just left like that." Jianjun had been looking forward to this feast all night. "Let's think of a way to help old Su, but his chess skills aren't very good either. What should we do? He. Old Su, I'm going to checkmate you. Old Fang said triumphantly, raising a chess piece. Looking at the unsolvable chess game, Old Su's expression turned extremely ugly. Even at the very end, he did not admit defeat. In his dictionary, there was only dying in battle, not admitting defeat. He was planning to fight to the end by trading one enemy for another. Ding Jiangwo had already quietly come up behind him and pointed at his back to give him a hint. Old Su's expression grew even uglier, as if someone was playing a trick on him at this crucial moment. But he quickly understood what the other person meant. Old Su sat up straight again and placed the chess piece where Ding Jiangwo had indicated. Soon, the situation on the chessboard reversed. Zhang Hao's face turned extremely ugly at this moment. He never expected that his opponent's strategy would change so drastically. It was as if he had become a completely different person, and this person was far more skilled than him. Seeing the changes in the chess game, Ding Jiangwo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and used his mind to open the chess game on the computer and set up the game. Then play against the computer using the chess pieces from Fang Lao's side. Zhang Hadong's skill level is indeed good, but compared to a computer, it's far inferior. As expected, Mr. Su won by a narrow margin. Old Fang, you're too kind. You're too kind. Remember to have someone bring your bottle of wine over tomorrow, Old Su said with a smile. After speaking, Old Su even turned to look at Su Yinghua. Zaya Hua, this is your friend, right? Not bad. Not bad. Much better than that kid from before. This person seems very upright and clever. We can hang out together more often in the future. Ding Jiangwo was speechless, thinking to himself, is it really okay for you to talk such nonsense with such a straight face? The lunch was quite substantial, with fish, chicken, and wild boar meat. Ding Jiangwo felt a sense of familiarity with this wild boar meat. It looked very similar to the farmed wild boar meat he bought in the mall. I guess Director Ma delivered it today. Ding Jianjun was starving, and when it was finally time to eat, he sat down at the table and started eating without saying a word. This lunch took more than an hour to eat. After lunch, they played in the yard for a while longer before getting up to say goodbye and go home. Su Yinghua wanted them to stay for dinner, but Ding Jiangwo declined. Even though they are big spenders, you can't just take advantage of them, it's better to take it slow and steady. Su Yinghua had no choice but to personally see them out. When Ding Jiangwo reached the gate, Su Yinghua secretly slipped him a wind-up frog. What does this mean? Does he want to be the frog prince? That's quite an idea. Ding Jiangwo didn't refuse, he knew it was useless to refuse, so he just considered it as an exchange for the chocolates he received today. Jiangwo, Jianjun, remember to come visit me again when you have time. Su Yinghua stared at Ding Jiangwo. Ding Jiangwo nodded with a smile, while Ding Jianjun asked casually, Sister Zaya Hua, will there be so much delicious food next time we come? Yes, there will be delicious food for you whenever you come, Su Yinghua promised with a smile. Then we'll definitely come, Ding Jianjun shouted happily. Then the two turned around and hurried home. Su Yinghua watched the two figures disappear into the distance, then turned and went home. She was still muttering to herself, what a blockhead. On the way home, Ding Jianjun leaned close to Ding Jiangwo mysteriously and said with a smug look on his face, Brother, look what this is, he said, opening the two front pockets of his jacket. Ding Jiangwo glanced inside casually, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, wow, Jianjun is a real talent. There was an oil paper packet stuffed in each of the two pockets. Jianjun, there's no vegetable wrapped in here, is there? Ding Jiangwo asked uncertainly. It's not a dish. Ding Jiangwo nodded in agreement. I knew it. He was there when they ate, so how could he not know that his younger brother was packing up leftovers? It's all meat. We have vegetables at home. Ding Jianjun replied earnestly. When did you do this? Where did you get this oil paper? Ding Jiangwo asked, looking puzzled. Xiaoan gave me the oil paper, and she also helped me with the other things, Ding Jianjun said with a grin. Xiaoan? Xiaoan is that little brat in the floral dress, Ding Jianjun said, acting like a little adult. Ding Jiangwo carefully examined his younger brother and realized that he wasn't as handsome as him, so how come he was so capable? Hey bro, what are you looking at? Let's go. I want to give my third and fourth sisters a surprise. Ding Jianjun walked ahead impatiently. After listening to my younger brother's words, I realized that I was really not as good as him in the past. Ding Jiangwo decided that he would take good care of his younger brother from now on. Let him go back to school and study hard so he can become a useful member of society in the future. Jianjun will be very moved when he finds out. Meanwhile, in an office at the steel mill, a middle-aged man is harshly criticizing a teenage girl. Ding Kaijuju, how long have you been working here? How could you fill in these numbers wrong? How can you do your job like this? Someone like you should get back to the workshop. The section chief is right. This guy is really shameless. He can't even do this little thing right. He used to be so persistent in wanting to work in our office. A woman who was jealous of Ding Kaiju had a gloating look on her face. She's only a junior high school graduate. She had to give the section chief a lot of gifts to get transferred to this enviable office. Ding Kaiju is just a primary school student who doesn't know anything. Why should she be able to sit in an office like her? Section Chief Fang, this wasn't my job to begin with. You asked me to assist Li Laimei. And these numbers that were filled in incorrectly were all calculated by Li Laimei. I just copied them in for her. If you don't believe me, you can ask Li Laimei. Ding Kaiju tried her best to explain. Ha, fine. Ding Kaiju, I was going to give you a chance, but I didn't expect you to be so determined not to admit your mistake. Then don't blame me. Li Laimei, come here and tell everyone who wrote the number wrong. Speak the truth out loud. Don't let people misunderstand me or wrongly accuse my colleagues. Section Chief Feng feigned anger. Li Laimei received a hint and began to lie loudly. This was written by Ding Kaiju, and she also did the calculations. Her handwriting is also on it, everyone can compare them. Li Laimei, you said you accidentally hurt your hand last night and asked me to copy it for you. I have no grudge against you, why did you hurt me? Ding Kaiju glared at Li Laimei, her face flushed red. Li Laimei was so frightened by Ding Kaiju's furious appearance that she dared not speak. Section Chief Feng's lips curled into a smug smile, but he quickly suppressed it. He had wanted to get rid of Ding Kaiju for a long time. He had even taken money from others to secure that spot. Unexpectedly, Ding Kaiju ended up taking advantage of him. He not only lost the money but also lost face. At first, he thought Ding Kaiju had powerful connections, so he didn't dare to make a move. It wasn't until some time later that we learned the factory had only arranged it as a way to appease a worker who had died in an accident. He was thinking about how to get rid of the person, but he was worried that being too hasty would displease his superiors. I've been waiting for an opportunity, and recently someone wanted to arrange for my daughter to join the company. The amount of money offered was quite substantial. After pondering it for a while, he decided to take action only after concluding that the leader should forget about the man. Anyway, he knew that Ding Kaiju's family didn't have any powerful connections. I didn't fire her, I just transferred her to the workshop because she made mistakes at work and was disobedient. No one can say anything about it. Last night, he contacted his mistress, Li Laimei, and asked her to set up this trap for Ding Kaiju. Unexpectedly, Ding Kaiju was buried smoothly today. Now, all we need to do is report to the director, and we can use this work mistake as an excuse to send her to the workshop and free up her position. Alright. Ding Kaiju, your lack of seriousness in your work has caused errors in data reporting, which has negatively impacted production. Please go back to your seat now and deeply reflect on your mistakes. I'm going to report this to Director Song now. After giving Ding Kaiju a high-sounding critique, Section Chief Feng prepared to go find Director Song. Ding Kaiju has a fiery temper, how could she possibly tolerate being wronged? She angrily rushed towards Li Laimei, grabbed her collar forcefully, and slapped her twice across the face. You framed me. What have I ever done to wrong you? You tricked me. Help, you're going to kill me. Several handprints immediately appeared on Li Laimei's beautiful face. Just as Section Chief Feng was about to turn and leave, he saw this and quickly ran over to try to pull Ding Kaiju away. With a slap sound, a handprint suddenly appeared on his face. It turned out that when Li Laimei was struggling, she used too much force and slapped Section Chief Feng, who came to pull her away. Shen Dehua, go and call the security personnel here right now. Just say there's trouble in the office. Section Chief Feng shouted at a female staff member next to him with a gloomy face. Okay, Section Chief. I'll go right now. Shen Dehua rushed towards the security section at the entrance with an excited expression. Ding Jiangguo and his younger brother had just returned to the courtyard when they found several people standing outside their door. He walked towards the crowd and asked a middle-aged woman who looked somewhat familiar. Aunties, what are you all doing gathered around our house? Has something happened? The older woman turned her head and saw that the person who came was Ding Jiangguo, and shouted exaggeratedly. Jiangguo, something terrible has happened to your family. Your third sister has been arrested by the factory's security department. Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangguo's expression changed immediately. He hurriedly pulled the old woman aside and asked, "Do you know what this is about? I heard she assaulted someone at the factory, and the factory is preparing to send her to the police station." Ding Jiangguo hurriedly turned around and ran towards the door. Jianjun, you go home and stay there, don't go anywhere. If your fourth sister comes back, tell her not to worry and to just wait at home. As Ding Jiangguo ran, he quickly considered who he could ask for help. Regardless of right or wrong, let's find someone to suppress the matter first. Ding Jiangguo thought about it for a while and decided to see Director Ma first. If all else fails, we'll think of something else. Office of Director Song of the Production Department of the Steel Plant. Director Song, that's the situation. That Ding Kaijuju is outrageous. Not only is he not serious about his work, but he also fills in simple data incorrectly, and he refuses to admit his mistakes. Now they are even framing their own comrades and beating their own comrades. I suggest that she be dismissed as a black sheep. When Section Chief Feng spoke, his face was still a little sore. He originally only wanted Ding Kaijuju to work in the workshop, but since she didn't know what was good for her, he would make her get out of the steel plant. This is a bit tricky. Will people talk about us if we do this? Director Song wouldn't easily speak up if there was no benefit to it. Director Song, don't worry, I checked everything, no one will say anything. In a few days, I have a distant relative who is going to start working in our department. Please give me your approval, Director Song. These are local specialties that her family asked me to bring. After Section Chief Feng finished speaking, he took out an envelope and quickly stuffed it into Director Song's drawer. Director Song pinched it and thought to himself, not bad. Xiao Feng, I agree in principle to your suggestion to transfer Ding Kaijuju to the workshop. As for whether to do anything else, that's up to you. After saying that, he picked up his enamel mug and drank some water. Section Chief Feng knew this meant to see the guest out. As he walked out of the office, Section Chief Feng's expression was grim. He originally intended to get rid of Ding Kaijuju without spending a penny. Then, find an opportunity to secretly bring people in. Unfortunately, things escalated a bit today. If he doesn't blew some money, Director Song definitely won't let him transfer the person in. It's all Ding Kaijuju's fault for being so ignorant, causing me to lose another sum of money. It would have been so much better if she had just obediently gone to the workshop. Instead, she insisted on causing trouble. What a jinx! He's already made me lose money twice and embarrass myself twice. Now, when he goes out, he has to turn up his collar to cover the red handprint. This time, Ding Kaijuju must be fired, otherwise I won't be satisfied. Jiangwo, what brings you here? Weren't you at Old Sue's house today? Director Ma just heard from the security department that someone named Ding Jiangwo came looking for him. He was a little surprised, but he still had someone invite him in. I just got back from there. I heard something happened at home, so I came here, Ding Jiangwo said calmly. Oh, what's wrong? Can I help you? Director Ma immediately perked up, not to mention that Ding Jiangwo had helped him solve the problem of meat for the reception. Just the fact that Ding Jiangwo was able to visit Old Sue's home today is enough to make him a good friend. Is it possible for ordinary people to enter Mr. Sue's home? If it weren't for the factory manager leading him, he might never have been able to get into that kind of place in his entire life. We really need your help with this, Uncle Ma, Ding Jiangwo said without any hesitation. Jiangwo, what's the matter? Tell me. Director Ma's expression immediately turned serious. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that my third sister is currently being held in the security department. I heard he got into a fight with his co-workers and they're going to take him to the police station. I'd like Uncle Ma to help stop them for now, and I'll make a decision after I understand the situation with my third sister. Director Ma heard that it was an internal matter of his own steel plant. He readily agreed, okay, you're coming with me to the security office right now. After saying that, he led Ding Jiangwo to the security department. Inside the security office, Ding Kaijuju was angrily shouting at the interrogators. She framed me. Those wrong numbers were all made to be filled in by that bitch Li Laimei. I'm not wrong. She framed me. What's wrong with me hitting her? Why are you arresting me? Just as Ding Jiangwo and Director Ma reached the door of the interrogation room, they heard Ding Kaijuju shouting. A knock sounded on the door. The two security guards turned around and looked outside. You two come out here for a moment. The head of the security department called the two security guards out of the room. Jiangwo, go inside. I'll wait for you outside, Director Ma said to Ding Jiangwo. Thank you, Director Ma, Ding Jiangwo said, and then quickly went into the interrogation room. Jiangwo, what brings you here? Ding Kaijuju asked in surprise. Sister, we can talk about other things when we get back. What exactly happened? Ding Jiangwo looked at her with a serious expression. Jiangwo, you've grown up, daring to yell at your sister now. Even at this moment, Ding Kaijuju did not forget her sister's authority. Ding Jiangwo didn't speak, he just looked at her quietly. This was the first time Ding Kaijuju had seen her younger brother with such an expression, and he looked at her with a bit of a creep. He then quickly recounted the whole story to Ding Jiangwo. I understand, third sister. You can wait here without worry. I'll handle the rest. After listening to Ding Kaijuju's story, Ding Jiangwo quickly realized that someone was trying to get rid of his third sister. The mastermind is most likely Section Chief Feng, and Li Laimei was just an accomplice in setting up the scheme. Knowing who the enemy was, he had a solution in mind. As long as it can be proven that they deliberately framed third sister, then the matter of hitting someone is nothing. Having made up his mind, he immediately walked towards Director Ma. Uncle Ma, I have understood the situation clearly. The reason is that a woman named Li Laimei framed my third sister, causing property damage to the factory. She wanted my third sister to take the blame. My third sister was so angry that she hit him. Shouldn't bad elements like this, who frame their colleagues and sabotage factory production, be punished after being beaten? I know that words are not enough. I hope Uncle Ma can have the security department bring Li Laimei over so that she can confront my third sister in front of them. That way, it will be crystal clear who is right and who is wrong. Director Ma thought for a moment and then agreed, okay. Jiangguo, wait here for a moment. I'll go and talk to the security department now and have them bring the person over. After saying that, he walked towards the security office. Ding Jiangguo wasn't idle either. He quickly used his mind to enter the space and sold a batch of items to raise 20,000 yuan. Then, I used the 20,000 yuan to buy a box of 10 truth needles. If you get pricked, you will answer other people's questions without reservation. With the truth needle in hand, Ding Jiangguo finally felt much more at ease. At the same time, he was also looking forward to seeing the expressions on the faces of those two when they told the truth themselves. In the steel plant's medical room, Li Laimei's face was swollen from being slapped, making her look quite comical. Section Chief Feng looked at the person in front of him with concern. Comrade Li Laimei, you can rest at home for the next few days. The factory will definitely deal with Ding Kaiju's act of beating her comrade seriously. Just dealing with it won't do. Look how badly I'm injured. We have to make her pay compensation. And we have to send this wicked person to the police station. Li Laimei lay on the hospital bed in the infirmary, shouting angrily. Comrade Li Laimei, I will help you follow up on the compensation matter. You can stay here and focus on recovering. I'm going to the security department now to see how their interrogation is going, said Section Chief Feng, preparing to leave. Is Li Laimei here? A female security officer called out towards the infirmary. Here. I'm here. Li Laimei thought the security personnel had come to help her, so she quickly shouted. Upon hearing that someone was inside, 2 female security guards immediately came in from outside. Puffed. They couldn't help but laugh when they saw Li Laimei's face, which was swollen from being slapped on both sides. However, he quickly regained his serious demeanor. Li Laimei, could you please come with me to the security office now? Why do I have to go to the security department? Li Laimei asked reluctantly. I don't know about that, it was arranged by our section chief. When you get there, just ask our section chief. The 2 female security officers said expressionlessly. I guess they want you to testify. It'll be good for you to go. You can also talk about compensation while you're at it, Section Chief Feng advised from the side. Yes. We need her to compensate me. I was seriously injured, and this matter won't be over until I get a few hundred yuan. Li Laimei also agreed. She immediately got out of bed and followed the 2 female security guards outside. Li Laimei was quickly taken into the interrogation room. Upon seeing Li Laimei, Ding Kaiju was instantly enraged and wanted to attack. But remembering her brother's words of advice, she suppressed her anger. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to begin. Since Section Chief Feng is here too, let's sit down and listen in. The head of the security department said to Li Laimei and Section Chief Feng as they entered. That's good too, seeing Ding Kaiju being interrogated will make him feel a little better. Xiao Zhang, please take a statement. Adhering to the principle of not letting a bad person go unpunished, nor wrongly accusing an innocent person. I agree to Comrade Ding Kaiju's request for a confrontation. Comrade Li Laimei, who is to be confronted, has now arrived. Comrade Ding Kaiju, you may begin to confront her. Li Laimei became furious upon hearing that a confrontation was planned. What's the point of confronting her? It's such an obvious fact that she hit me, what's the point of confronting her? As she spoke, Li Laimei pointed to her swollen cheeks on both sides. Yes. Section Chief Wei, aren't you protecting bad elements by doing this? Section Chief Feng chimed in from the side. Section Chief Feng? Who gave you the authority to arbitrarily label your comrades as bad elements? Also, this is the security department, not the production department. If you don't want to stay here, then please leave now. Section Chief Wei didn't give them any face at all and kicked them out directly. Section Chief Feng opened his mouth, but didn't say anything more. He also reassured Li Laimei with his eyes. In the end, Li Laimei could only reluctantly sit opposite Ding Kaiju. He looked at her with disdain. If you have anything to argue about, just ask. Anyway, only the 2 of them were present when the data was filled in incorrectly. As long as they insisted on denying it, the other party couldn't do anything about it. Seeing that Ding Kaiju remained silent, she assumed she was scared and took the initiative to provoke her again. Don't you know how to confront them? Do you want me to teach you? After saying that, she still felt it wasn't enough, so she continued to provoke her. You can ask me that. Did you frame me? Why did you frame me? Ha ha, that's right. You didn't even graduate from elementary school, it's really too much for you. Just then, an invisible needle pierced Li Laimei's arm and then quickly disappeared. Li Laimei thought there were mosquitoes, but after looking around and finding nothing, she continued to look at Ding Kyoju with disdain. Li Mei, did you frame me? Ding Kyoju finally asked. Li Mei replied casually, with a relaxed expression, I framed you. The interrogation room fell completely silent. Even the recorder forgot to take notes. In all her years of record keeping, this was the first time someone had directly confessed to their crime. Thinking she had misheard, she repeated Ding Kyoju's words to Li Mei. Li Mei, you admit that you framed Ding Kyoju. Li Mei was also stunned. This wasn't the answer she wanted to give. She was about to say that she had misspoke, but upon hearing the recorder's question, she inexplicably answered, yes, I framed Ding Kyoju. Good. Li Mei, I never expected you to be so vicious, actually framing your own comrade. Tell me quickly, why did you frame comrade Ding Kyoju? When Section Chief Wei heard Li Mei admit her crimes, he slammed his hand on the table. Li Mei answered very honestly, Section Chief Feng told me to do it this way. Why did he do that? Section Chief Wei asked before the other party could respond. He said someone had given him money to transfer his daughter to our department, but there were no positions available, so he asked me to give the incorrect data to Ding Kyoju to write. Once she makes a mistake, we can transfer her away, and the position will be vacant. After saying this, Li Mei covered her mouth in horror. No, she's lying. Section Chief Wei, she must have been hit in the head by Ding Kyoju today and is talking nonsense. You absolutely must not believe her. Section Chief Feng also began to panic at this point, and he hurriedly spoke up to defend himself. Whether he's lying or not, we'll find out by continuing the interrogation. Section Chief Wei secretly gave a wink to the other two female security officers. While Section Chief Feng wasn't paying attention, a female security officer went up and handcuffed him to a chair. Another female security officer handcuffed Li Mei. Section Chief Wei, what are you doing? Why are you arresting me? I'm not a criminal. Section Chief Feng shouted angrily, but inwardly he was extremely flustered. Just then, Director Song from the production department arrived. He saw his men being handcuffed and frowned as he questioned them. Section Chief Wei, why are you interrogating Section Chief Feng? And why are you also handcuffing this woman who was beaten? Director Song, you've come at the right time. Please sit down. You'll know the reason after you've listened to our interrogation. Section Chief Wei smiled and invited Director Song to sit down to him. Oh, Director Ma, you're here too? What's going on? It was only then that Director Song noticed Director Ma sitting on the other side. Old Song, you'll understand once you sit back and watch the show, Director Ma replied with a smile. Although Director Song was full of questions, he still sat down, wanting to hear what had happened. Li Mei, please repeat what you just said to Director Song. Section Chief Wei spoke to Li Mei. Okay, I framed Ding Kyoju. Section Chief Feng asked me to do it last night. Li Mei covered her mouth with her hand. But his mouth was still out of control, and he honestly explained everything in detail. Of course, Section Chief Wei also gleaned some special information from her words, such as, last night. Section Chief Wei immediately pressed further, were you together last night? Yes. You two sleep together? Yes. How long have you been together? It's been 3 years. Has Section Chief Feng told you what other bad things he's done? Yes. He started accepting bribes as soon as he became Section Chief. Li Mei, I curse your whole family. Why did you hurt me? Section Chief Feng, who was sitting to the side, suddenly broke down. He never imagined that Li Mei would betray him. He usually treated Li Mei quite well, and the two didn't have any deep-seated hatred for each other, so why would she do this? Section Chief Feng just couldn't understand it. Not only could he not understand it, but everyone in the interrogation room couldn't understand it either. Director Song was too ashamed to stay here. With a dark expression, he immediately got up and walked towards the door. Director Song, you have to save me. I'm innocent. Li Mei must have gone mad from the beating. She's talking nonsense. When Section Chief Feng saw Director Song about to leave, he grabbed the chair and lunged at him. Director Song kicked him directly, as if he had seen a lump of something, and hurriedly left. Go and notify the police station and have them come and take him away. Section Chief Wei said to a female security guard. No, Section Chief Wei, I'm truly innocent. You can't notify the police station. Section Chief Feng, with tears streaming down his face, tried to stop the female security officer. However, she was pushed back down by another female security officer. Feng Xing, you don't need to waste your time. You should just honestly confess your problems. Take the initiative to admit your mistakes like Li Mei and strive for leniency, Section Chief Wei said to Section Chief Feng with a serious expression. Section Chief Feng slumped into his chair, looking dejected, and stared at the ceiling. He secretly regretted that if he hadn't provoked Ding Kyoju, this jinx, none of this would have happened. She really is a jinx. The last 2 times she made me lose money and face, this time she lost her freedom. Section Chief Fang, now that we've confirmed these two are troublemakers who sabotage production. As a victim, can Ding Kaijuju go back now? At this moment, Director Ma looked at Section Chief Wei and asked with a smile. Of course. We've already taken a statement. Comrade Ding Kaijuju can go back after signing here, Section Chief Wei replied with a smile. Upon hearing that she could go home after signing the document, Ding Kaijuju quickly picked up a pen, signed her name, and then stood up to leave. Third sister, over here. Ding Jiangwo saw everything that was happening inside clearly through his divine sense. When he saw his third sister sign the document and release it, he stood at the door and waited. Ding Kaijuju was overjoyed to see her younger brother and walked over to him. Director Ma followed with a smile. Thank you very much, Director Ma. Ding Jiangwo said to Director Ma solemnly. Thank you, Director Ma, for upholding justice for me. Ding Kaijuju also expressed her gratitude. All right, Jiangwo, you should go back now. Your families are probably getting impatient. Director Ma waved his hand and said. All right, we'll be going now. We'll come visit Uncle Ma again when we have time. After Ding Jiangwo finished speaking, he led Ding Kaijuju towards home. When they arrived at the factory gate, they saw fourth sister and Jianjun looking anxious. Fourth sister, Jianjun. Ding Jiangwo called out to the two of them first. When they saw Ding Jiangwo and Ding Kaijuju, they immediately ran over. Third sister, are you all right? I heard you got into a fight and are going to be taken to the police station. Ding Menzu asked with a worried expression. Fourth sister, don't worry. Everything's been taken care of. We'll talk about it when we get back. Ding Jiangwo comforted her. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Ding Menzu noticed that many people were looking this way and nodded in agreement. Then the group quickly walked home together. When they returned to the courtyard, they found that the people who had come to watch the commotion had all dispersed. Only Aunt Zhang remained sitting at her doorstep, looking at the gate with a worried expression. Jiangwo, Kaijuju, you're back. How did things go? Aunt Zhang asked with concern as she approached them upon their return. Aunt Zhang, thank you for your concern. Everything has been clarified. It was that section chief and staff member who tried to frame my third sister, and the security department has now found out. The security department is going to send them all to the police station. Ding Jiangwo briefly explained the situation to Aunt Zhang. It's good that you're all right. I'm relieved that you're all safe. I'll head back now. Seeing that they were all right, Aunt Zhang went home relieved. Please wait in the main room for a moment. I'll go cook now. Fourth sister opened the door and prepared to light the fire to cook. Fourth sister, I brought back some food. Ding Jianjun presented the two oil paper packages to Ding Menzu as if they were treasures. What are these? Ding Menzu looked at the two oil paper packages with curiosity. Meat. Jianjun had dinner at Ziawa's house today and brought it back with him, Ding Jiangwo said with a smile. Ding Menzu smiled and patted her younger brother's head, then took the things. Jianjun is really amazing. However, next time you visit someone's house, you can't bring anything back with you. Understand? Otherwise, people will say we have no manners. Ding Jianjun nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. With the meat and vegetables Jianjun brought back, dinner was quickly prepared. After everyone was seated, Ding Menzu finally asked about what had happened that day. Ding Kaijuju first recounted how she had been framed, her face full of anger. Then he turned to look at Ding Jiangwo and patted him hard on the shoulder. This time, we are very grateful to Jiangwo for asking Director Ma for help. Have the security department arrest that bitch and bring her here for questioning. That's how I cleared my name. Otherwise, I would have really ended up in the police station. Ding Menzu looked at Ding Jiangwo with a surprised expression. You also know Director Ma from the steel plant's logistics department? We only met recently. That time Director Chen asked you to come back and call me over, Ding Jiangwo reminded him. So it was him who contacted you that time, Ding Menzu said with a bright smile. Yes. I helped him get a lot of meat last time. It solved a big problem. Ding Jiangwo continued. I forgot to tell you. Last time, I also got a job at a steel factory through Director Ma. What? You got another job quota? Ding Menzu looked completely bewildered by her younger brother. A work target that would be incredibly difficult for others seems like a piece of cake for him. I got some supplies from the black market in advance and traded them with Director Ma. However, Director Ma didn't ask for much because he was grateful for the help last time. Just keep this to yourselves. Don't let anyone else know. My brother-in-law set up this indicator, Ding Jiangwo said, glancing at the three of them. His worries were unnecessary. It turned out that only Ding Menzu was listening to him. The other two were so focused on finishing their food that they completely ignored what the other two were saying. Then we won't see our eldest sister very often anymore. Ding Menzu asked in surprise. Yes. And my brother-in-law is such a good cook. We can always come over for a free meal. Ding Jiangwo said with a grin. When do you plan to inform them? I'll take time off work and go with you, Ding Menzu said expectantly. The day after tomorrow. Ding Jiangwo thought about how he still needed to talk to Aunt Wang about the deal the next day, so he postponed the date by one day. Okay. I'll buy some things from the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow and bring them over with me, Ding Menzu planned. Sister. No need. I've already prepared everything. I'll bring it back tomorrow. Ding Jiangwo quickly dissuaded her from her plan. All right. Ding Menzu looked at Ding Jiangwo for a long time before nodding. Mom, do you think they'll come today? Zhang Daniu asked anxiously. He's been hesitant to go back to the factory lately. When he does, he just reports in and leaves quickly. The whole batch of high-gluten flour he had previously bought had already been bought up by Director Zhang. Recently, Director Zhang has been subtly and overtly asking him to help him get some meat, otherwise. Fortunately, he was a purchasing agent with relatively flexible working hours, which allowed him to temporarily avoid Director Zhang. But he also knew that he could only hide from the beginning. Eventually, he would have to face it. But he couldn't contact those people, so he could only rely on his mother for help. Fortunately, I learned from my mother yesterday that I'm going to talk to people there about the deal at noon today. His mother also agreed to bring him. He thought to himself, I am a purchasing agent for a machinery factory. Those people selling things, it's better to sell to them than to anyone else. Although it earns less, it's safer and also contributes to the country's production. What a great thing. If those people don't know what's good for them this time, he'll secretly call the security department to arrest them. Let them know what regret is. You've asked so many times already. If you're really impatient, just leave, Aunt Wang said with a look of disgust. He. Mom, I was just asking, Zhang Daniu said, shrinking his neck. Grandma Wang really doesn't think much of her son anymore. She used to think that her son was honest but inflexible. Only now do I realize that he wasn't just honest and inflexible, he was simply stupid. The worst part is that he didn't even realize it and still thought himself superior, believing he was very clever. Being a mother is truly exhausting for her. As the appointed time approached, Aunt Wang began to feel anxious. She's found 2 big clients, it's just a matter of how much she'll get in return this time. Recently, the prices of grain and meat have risen so high that even she is starting to not understand them. She even went to the black market last night to check the prices. The prices of grain and meat change frequently. Even so, there's no guarantee you'll be able to snatch anything. As soon as someone puts out grain and meat, it's quickly bought up. Those who are slow to react can't get any at all. Just then, the courtyard gate was gently pushed open. An ordinary-looking boy walked in from outside. The person who came was none other than Ding Jiangwo. This is the boy that Ding Jiangwo transformed into using the 100 transformations clothes before he came in. Are you Aunt Wang? Ding Jiangwo walked straight towards Aunt Wang. Yes, come on, let's talk inside. Aunt Wang invited Ding Jiangwo into the main room with a big smile. Seeing the two go inside, Zhang Daniu quickly followed. Young man, is there still any grain and meat over there? Aunt Wang and the others asked expectantly after they came in. Yes, but as you know, the price has increased several times over now, Ding Jiangwo said expressionlessly. When Aunt Wang heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She had been hoping that even if the price changed, it wouldn't be by much. But now, after hearing what the other party said, she knew that it was impossible to find a bargain like last time. However, she still managed a weak smile and asked, so how do we exchange the items now? Ding Jiangwo then quoted the black market price to the other party. 1 small yellow croaker can be exchanged for 20 caddies of high-gluten flour, 30 caddies of cornmeal, or 15 caddies of pork. 1 large yellow croaker can be exchanged for 200 caddies of high-gluten flour, 310 caddies of cornmeal, or 150 caddies of pork. He believed that someone as shrewd as Aunt Wang must have known about the black market prices, and that this price was definitely lower than what was quoted to the public on the black market. Sure enough, when Aunt Wang heard the price, her expression froze for a moment, then turned very ugly. It was quite different from the one she had exchanged last time. However, thinking of the offers from those people on the black market last night, she was delighted again, as the items they were offering were 30% more than what they had received on the black market yesterday. Thinking about it this way, her smile widened. Then she thought about how her 2 old friends had promised her a 10% reward. So, she earned almost half of what she was looking for on this trip. What more could she ask for? Thinking of this, she immediately put on a smile and said, Hey buddy, I have a small yellow croaker and a large yellow croaker. I need 15 caddies of pork and 300 caddies of cornmeal. Do you have them? Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangwo laughed. It seemed he hadn't misjudged her. This Aunt Wang was not only bold, but her friends were also quite capable. And so, they got him 2 gold bars. Yes, the things will be put inside at 10 p.m. tonight. Just bring the gold bars. You know our rules? Ding Jiangwo said with a serious expression. I understand the rules. I understand the rules. Aunt Wang nodded quickly. Aunt Wang knew that the other party meant that they couldn't arrange for people to lie in ambush in the vicinity beforehand. She just wanted to exchange things, but didn't want to be cheated. After explaining the situation, Ding Jiangguo prepared to leave. At this moment, Zhang Daniel suddenly appeared again, just like last time. He looked at Ding Jiangguo with a big smile and said, "Young man, I'm Aunt Wang's son. We're one of you." Ding Jiangguo knew that this person was Aunt Zhang's son, but he still pretended to look at Aunt Wang. This time, Aunt Wang didn't stop Zhang Daniel. She knew that even if she stopped him this time, he would do it again next time. So Aunt Wang nodded slightly to Ding Jiangguo. Ding Jiangguo turned to look at Zhang Daniel and asked in a flat tone, "What's up?" Zhang Daniel smiled and led the man aside. "Young man, let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Daniel. I am a purchasing agent from the machinery factory. But soon you'll be the deputy head of the procurement department." He finished speaking and looked at Ding Jiangguo with a smug expression. To his disappointment, Ding Jiangguo did not react at all, and his expression remained indifferent. Zhang Daniel was somewhat displeased. He was just a speculator. What was so great about him? He's destined to become a deputy section chief. This guy really has no sense of propriety. I have no idea why those people would send this person out to discuss things. However, he still had a smile on his face. "Young man, this is what I'm thinking. You guys specialize in selling goods, and I just happen to be the one who collects them. You can sell everything to our factory. Isn't that much safer than selling it secretly like this? Do you have that many gold bars?" Ding Jiangguo asked, somewhat puzzled. Zhang Daniel's expression froze for a moment, then he quickly shook his head and said, "No, but we can give you money." Money is of little use to him now, but he is still curious about what price the other party can offer. He then asked, "Oh, so what price can you offer?" When Zhang Daniel heard Ding Jiangguo's question, he was overjoyed, realizing that he had persuaded the other party. "But what price should we quote to the other party? Too little won't do, and too much will be difficult for the factory to explain. For these speculators, I can get rid of so much stuff for them all at once. They'd probably be happy with a lower price. That must be it." Zhang Daniel smiled mysteriously before saying, "The prices have gone up recently, but it's very risky for you to sell things little by little like this. I recently received information that the authorities are preparing to crack down on speculation and profiteering." As Zhang Daniel spoke, he specifically glanced at Ding Jiangguo, but to his disappointment, Ding Jiangguo remained indifferent. "All I could do was continue. I can help you sell all the stuff to the factory in one go. That way, you won't be targeted, and the danger will be eliminated." Ding Jiangguo didn't say anything, he just watched him perform quietly. Seeing that Ding Jiangguo didn't say anything, Zhang Daniel thought he had intimidated him and felt even more smug. He continued with a smile, "I can help you sell all your stuff to the factory and resolve your danger. No need for your thanks. It's just that this price definitely can't be calculated at the black market rate. How about this? We're all acquaintances. I'll give you the rice noodles for 2 yuan. The pork will be 2 yuan and 50 cents. How about that?" Ding Jiangguo had only intended to watch this as a joke, but when he heard the price, he was so angry he laughed. He didn't even have the mood to look at the idiot anymore, so he turned around and prepared to walk out of the courtyard. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, Zhang Daniel immediately became furious and said, "Stop right there. Aren't you just speculators and profiteers? What's so great about you? Do you believe I'll report you right now?" Upon hearing this, Ding Jiangguo stopped and turned to look at Zhang Daniel, preparing to teach him a lesson. How dare this person threaten him? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Ever since he killed Ding Suo last time, Ding Jiangguo doesn't seem to be as afraid of killing anymore. Smack! Just then, a clear, crisp sound rang out. Caught off guard, Zhang Daniel was slapped to the ground. "Young man, my son has some mental issues. He was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Our transaction will continue tonight. We definitely won't report you. Reporting you would be reporting myself, wouldn't it?" It turned out that it was Aunt Wang who had just hit her son. After hitting him, she hurriedly apologized and explained to Ding Jiangguo. Ding Jiangguo didn't say anything, just nodded, and turned to leave. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Daniel's accusation at all, based on the cards he had up his sleeve. As long as he doesn't deliberately court disaster, there's really no one who can do anything to him. After Ding Jiangguo left, Aunt Wang finally helped her son up. "Mom, why did you hit me just now?" Zhang Daniel said indignantly. In Zhang Daniel's view, the man turned around just now because he was scared and was about to bow down to him. "But mother ruined all this good thing. You want to die. Don't drag me down with you. I still have to take care of my grandson," Grandma Wang said angrily. "How could he be dead? Didn't you see how scared I was?" Zhang Daniel continued, still dissatisfied. "If you hadn't come, they would have obeyed us to avoid being reported. Maybe all you need to exchange for today is a small yellow croaker. You've ruined such a good thing. Grandma Wang covered her face with one hand. She really didn't expect her son to be so stupid that he was beyond redemption. It seems we really should give up on this son and focus on raising our grandson. This son is a waste. Let's go back. Grandma Wang didn't want to talk to her son anymore. She was afraid she would be driven to her death by anger. Those who can obtain large quantities of food and meat under such circumstances must be simple characters. They must have connections, otherwise, where would all those Fukian fans have come from? In those days, high-gluten flour was a special commodity, mainly targeted at specific groups, foreign guests, leaders, senior officials, and those receiving special treatment. Ordinary residents are basically unable to obtain enriched starch through normal channels. This stupid son actually wanted to report others. I really don't know what's going on in that pig's brain. Forget it, next time I'll just not let him know and sneak in by myself. Zheng Danio had no idea about any of this. He only blamed his mother for ruining his plans. After leaving the courtyard, Ding Jiangguo did not go straight home. Instead, he went back to the courtyard in the black market. However, they still couldn't find any information left by the other party, and in the end, they could only go home disappointed. Ding Jiangguo opened the door, went into the inner room, and took out all the things he needed to bring when he went to his older sister's house tomorrow. 2 jin of fruit candies, 2 jin of biscuits, 2 jars of canned fruit, 20 jin of cornmeal, 5 jin of pork belly. Looking at the food on the table, Ding Jiangguo figured it would be enough to feed his older sister's family for several days. I estimate that once we've finished eating, my brother-in-law should be settled in, and then we can bring my sister and the others over. The thought of having another family member in the courtyard fills him with motivation. In the evening, Ding Jiangguo was pleasantly surprised to find that Ding Menzhou had actually returned pushing a women's bicycle. This is a bicycle, you know. Even if you have money and a ticket, you still have to wait in line for it. In Dingjia village, only the team leader's family has one, and it's a second-hand one. This thing is way better than the BBA, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, of later generations. Fourth sister, where did you get this bicycle? Ding Jianjun rushed out of the main room with a look of curiosity. He circled the bicycle with great interest, touching it here and there. Jianjun, this is borrowed from someone else, so you can't break it. Ding Menzhou smiled as she carried the bicycle into the inner room. Fourth sister, who lent you this? Ding Jiangguo asked curiously. Sister Xiaoli. She knew I was taking the day off tomorrow to visit my older sister, so she lent me her bicycle. I didn't want to lend it to her, but she said that if I didn't lend it to her, I wouldn't consider her a good friend. There was no other way, so I borrowed it back, Ding Menzhou said helplessly. It's all right. Next time I get some meat, I'll bring some for her. But, fourth sister, can you ride a bicycle? Ding Jiangguo saw that Ding Menzhou had been pushed back and asked with some uncertainty. Of course. Fang Fang's family has had them before. Fang Fang and I often ride around in her yard at night, Ding Menzhou said confidently. When Ding Jiangguo saw that his fourth sister had said so, he believed her. He waited until his fourth sister entered the inner room before pointing to the things on the table and saying, Fourth sister, I've prepared everything for our trip to eldest sister's house tomorrow. Find something to put it in, then check again to see if anything is missing. After parking her bicycle, Ding Menzhou began rummaging through the things on the table. Jiangguo, you're amazing. You can get so much stuff so easily. To be honest, fourth sister even wants to work for you. Seeing so many things on the table, Ding Menzhou started to joke. No, this is no joke. I'm just a kid, I'll be fine. It's not easy for anyone to find out. You're a young woman, it would be troublesome if something happened to you. Ding Jiangguo was so frightened that he quickly spoke up to dissuade him. I was just kidding. I'm a high-ranking official, I wouldn't trade jobs for anything. Ding Menzhou said with a smug look on her face. Great. The 8 great officials are awesome. Now, I would like to trouble the glorious 8 comrades to hurry up and prepare a meal. Oh right. There's still a pound of pork belly there, which I specifically set aside. We'll cook it together later. Ding Jiangguo pointed to the oil paper package on the lid of the rice jar. Okay, boss. I'll get right on it, Ding Menzhou said with a smile. In the evening, the family ate until they were half lying down in their chairs to rest. Brother, we ate meat yesterday, and we're eating meat again today. It feels so unreal. Ding Jianjun grinned and looked at Ding Jiangguo with a happy expression. This is just the beginning, the best is yet to come, Ding Jiangguo said with a smile, patting his younger brother's head. As night fell, Ding Jiangguo began to use his spiritual sense to explore his surroundings when he was not far from the courtyard. But his expression quickly turned grim as he discovered 5 people lying in ambush not far away. Captain, do you think Zheng Daniu is lying to us? Why isn't anyone here yet? Don't worry, he wouldn't dare lie to our security department even if he had 10 lives. Oh right, The boss instructed us not to hurt anyone, just arrest them and hand them over to the boss. That would be a great achievement. Aren't we going to hand people over to speculators? Are you stupid? Will they promote you or give you a raise? Remember whose side you're on. After listening to what the others said, Ding Jiangguo realized that Zheng Daniu had betrayed him. I guess he was holding a grudge at noon and is now thinking about getting revenge. Ding Jiangguo's lips curled up, thinking to himself, interesting, then I'll play along with you. Ding Jiangguo secretly covered the 5 people with his divine sense, and then with a thought, he took them all into his space. Then, he put on the ever-changing clothes and transformed back into the boy he was at noon before swaggering into the courtyard. Upon entering the main room, he skillfully placed 15 caddies of pork and 300 caddies of cornmeal in a corner, with the pork placed on top of the flour bag. After doing all that, he knocked the 5 people unconscious in the space, and then bought thick hemp rope to tie them all up. He felt that wasn't enough, so he stripped all 5 of them naked, leaving them only in their underwear. Only then did I feel satisfied enough to put them in another corner. Just as he finished his work, his divine sense detected that Aunt Wang and Zheng Daniu were heading this way. For some reason, they started arguing halfway there. You, how dare you do this? Are you trying to kill me? Kill my whole family? Suddenly, Aunt Wang slapped Zheng Daniu hard across the face. Mom, I just don't understand what you're afraid of. 5 people from our security department will be here this time. Director Cai said that if we can catch these speculators this time, he will give me credit. When it comes to promoting deputy section chief, I'll be ranked first, Zheng Daniu said, his tone tinged with excitement. Anyway, no way. You can't hurt others and yourself at the same time. I'm going to tell them later that I can't let you get them hurt, said Aunt Wang as she walked into the yard. Zheng Daniu pursed his lips. He had just given a fuss over the issue. He didn't tell his mother that the security guards were already lying in ambush there, he only said that the security guards would come later. Seeing that his mother had already gone inside, he followed her in without a second thought. After listening to their conversation, Ding Jiangguo nodded in agreement. He hadn't misjudged Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang is quite reliable. It's a pity she gave birth to a stupid son. But for Aunt Wang's sake, just spare his son's life, break both his legs to teach him a lesson. As for the items to be exchanged, Ding Jiangguo will still provide them. But whether Grandma Wang can keep her job after the change is none of his business. After all, it was her son who caused this, so she, as the mother, still bears some responsibility. When Aunt Wang pushed open the courtyard gate, she found Ding Jiangguo already standing in the main room. She rushed over. Young man, run! We've been spotted here. She dared not say that her son had betrayed them, for fear of retaliation. But some people will die if they don't court death, and Zheng Daniu happened to walk in at this time. He exclaimed with delight, "Great! You actually came! Ha ha ha! I'm not afraid to tell you, our security personnel are lying in ambush outside. If you know what's good for you, you'll take us to your hideout. Otherwise, we'll send you to be dealt with for speculation and profiteering." Zheng Daniu shouted arrogantly. "Oh, you mean them?" Ding Jiangguo said with a mocking expression, pointing to a corner. Zheng Daniu looked at the direction Ding Jiangguo was pointing with a puzzled expression. Perhaps the light was too dim for him to see the things in the corner clearly. So he continued shouting, "Stop pretending. Do you think you can fool me like this?" Ding Jiangguo remained calm and said, "Why don't you come closer and take a look? You might recognize someone." Zheng Daniu began to sense something was amiss when he saw Ding Jiangguo's calm expression. He then slowly walked towards that corner. "Ah, how could this be?" Zheng Daniu exclaimed in surprise when he saw the person in the corner. "Not like this? What do you think it would be like?" Ding Jiangguo asked with a smile. This is all a misunderstanding. I was just joking. I don't know any of these people. I have things to do at home, so I'll go now," Zheng Daniu said, ignoring his mother and trying to slip away. "Do you think you're faster, or my bullets?" Ding Jiangguo then took out a pistol he had bought from the mall and said to Zheng Daniu. Thump! Zheng Daniu was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. "Young man, I was really wrong. Please forgive me this time." Aunt Wang also stood in front of Zheng Daniu, pleading on his behalf. "Young man, please forgive him this time for my sake." Seeing that Ding Jiangguo didn't agree, Aunt Wang hurriedly took out 2 gold bars of different sizes from her pocket and handed them over. "I know this is my son's fault. Please forgive him for this. Consider these 2 as our compensation today." Ding Jiangguo took the gold bars without expression and put them in his pocket. When Aunt Wang saw that Ding Jiangguo had accepted the gold bars, she quickly helped her son up, and the 2 prepared to turn around and leave. Ding Jiangguo then spoke up, "Wait a minute." Aunt Wang and Zheng Daniu stopped at the same time. Aunt Wang thought that Ding Jiangguo had changed his mind and wanted to kill her to silence her. She immediately knelt down on the ground. "Young man, please spare my son. If you must kill me instead." This old woman, am willing to give my life to give you an explanation. After saying that, she forcefully pushed Zhang Daniu out of the courtyard. When Ding Jiangguo saw that Aunt Wang was about to kneel down before him, he quickly went forward to help her up. Aunt Wang, you've misunderstood. I meant to ask you to come in and collect the goods. One person does the deed, one person takes the blame. The mistake your son made is your son's problem. Our trading is our business. We may not be good people, but we would never steal from our customers. As for your son, he may be spared the death penalty, but he will not escape punishment. You don't need to plead for him, it's useless. This is our rule. Come on, come in with me and inspect the goods. Ding Jiangguo said expressionlessly, beckoning Aunt Wang into the main room. When Zhang Dania saw the two enter the main room, he assumed that they had forgiven him. He immediately rushed out of the courtyard. Just as he was secretly rejoicing that he had escaped a disaster, he suddenly vanished into thin air. Although Ding Jiangguo led Wang Dama into the main room, his spiritual sense remained locked on Zhang Daniu. Just as Aunt Wang wasn't paying attention, he immediately took Zhang Daniu, who had rushed out of the yard, into his spatial storage. Everything is here. One yellow croaker is worth 15 caddies of pork, and one large yellow croaker is worth 300 caddies of cornmeal. Ding Jiangguo pointed to something in the corner and said. Aunt Wang absent-mindedly opened the 4 bags and checked their contents. They then dragged out the scale that had been hidden in the inner room at noon and, with Ding Jiangguo's help, weighed it. After confirming that the weight was correct, Ding Jiangguo finally stepped away. Watching Ding Jiangguo's departing figure, Grandma Wang was filled with worry. Once outside the courtyard, Ding Jiangguo returned to his spatial dimension. He used his mind to break Zhang Dania's 2 legs and then threw him out at the courtyard gate. He then transformed himself into another form using the ever-changing clothes ability and rushed home. After returning home, Ding Jiangguo couldn't wait to enter his spatial dimension and sell the gold bars. After entering the space, he quickly opened the online store, and the screen displayed. Items included gold bars, 343.75 grams. Suggested selling price NT $20,625. Will it sell out instantly? Yes. Ding. 206,250 yuan has been successfully deposited into your account. More than 26,000 yuan. Not bad. Not bad. Ding Jiangguo then clicked the exclusive new arrivals zone icon and saw several interesting products displayed on the page. 1. Transformation clothes transforms you into anyone, plus a free outfit. 10,000 per piece, valid for 24 hours, 95 pieces in stock. 2. Power needle being pricked can increase strength by 8 times, 20,000 yuan per box, 10 needles per box, effective for 10 minutes, not sold individually. 3. Line needle, if pricked, it will make up a plausible explanation to deceive the other party. 20,000 yuan per box, 10 needles per box, effective for 10 minutes, not sold individually. 4. Reverse needle, when pricked, the words spoken are the opposite of what one intends to say. 20,000 yuan per box, 10 needles per box, effective for 10 minutes, not sold individually. With this large sum of money, Ding Jiangguo is now full of confidence, and he directly bought the remaining exclusive items for them all. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 4 pieces of the versatile outfit set. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 1 box of power needle. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 1 box of line needle. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 1 box of reverse needle. Ding Jiangguo then checked the tool boss Wang. Remaining usage time is 2 hours. I checked my account balance again, 106,250 yuan. I decided to spend 100,000 yuan to recharge 100 hours of Wang Leita's account. Looking at the usage time displayed on Wang Leita's device, it showed 102 hours. Ding Jiangguo returned to bed satisfied and closed his eyes to sleep. Jiangguo! Jiangguo! Get up! Ding Menzu's shouts came from the main room. Ding Jiangguo opened his eyes groggily, only then remembering that he had to go to his older sister's house today. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind, and then got out of bed to wash up. At this time, Ding Menzo had already prepared breakfast and was sitting at the table waiting for Ding Jiangguo. Jiangguo, hurry up and eat breakfast. We need to leave early, it will take more than 3 hours to get to my older sister's house. Ding Menzo greeted Ding Jiangguo, who had finished washing up. Okay. 4th sister. Ding Jiangguo walked over quickly. Meanwhile, in a thatched hut in Xinjia village. Hung Mei, I'm so sorry you had to go through all this. Chen Zaikai said to his wife with a guilty look on his face. Zhao Cai, it's alright. At least we've separated now. As long as we work together, we'll make things better, Ding Hungmei comforted her husband with a smile. Hungmei, you stay home and look after our son. I'm going to work now. After finishing the cornmeal porridge in his bowl, Chen Zaikai got up and walked out of the thatched hut. 4th sister, didn't you say you could ride a bicycle? Ding Jiangwo said, looking at Ding Menzu with a resentful expression. Yes, I can ride. I'm really good at riding in Fangfang Courtyard. I just didn't expect it to be so much harder outside than inside the hospital, Ding Menzu explained somewhat awkwardly. Ding Jiangwo was speechless. It seemed that this was a novice female driver, and her skills were truly appalling. Fortunately, Ding Jiangwo had the ability to control objects with his mind, otherwise the fruit cans would have been smashed several times over. I've fallen almost 3 times in less than half an hour since I came out of the yard. In the end, the two decided to ride on roads that were slightly smoother. The road was uneven, with many potholes, so we pushed it along. What should have been a 3-hour journey took the two of them 4 hours to reach their destination. As the two pushed their bicycles into Chinjia village, they were quickly spotted by villagers under an old tree at the village entrance. It was lunchtime, and many people had finished their lunch and were chatting under the old tree. The place immediately became lively when they saw people arriving on bicycles. Many of them surrounded Ding Jiangwo and his companion. "Young ladies, who are you looking for?" one of the older women asked warmly. "Hello, ma'am. We're here to visit relatives. My sister is Ding Hungmei. My brother-in-law is Chen Zai. Ding Menzu replied with a smile. "So you were looking for Hungmei. Didn't you say that Hungmei's parents had passed away and that she was having a hard time? They don't seem like it at all. It's also possible that she's just putting on a brave face. I heard that Hungmei was often kicked out by old man Chen and the others because she was trying to help them out." At this point, the surrounding villagers began to discuss the matter. "Auntie, my sister was kicked out?" Ding Menzu hurriedly asked the auntie from earlier. "They separated from their family last month. Actually, it's more like they were kicked out. It caused quite a stir back then, but thankfully the team leader and the village secretary went. Otherwise, it would have been even worse than it is now," the older woman said with some sympathy. "Auntie, do you know where my sister lives now?" Ding Menzu continued to ask. "Follow this road until you reach the end of the village, and you'll see a thatched hut. That thatched hut is where your sister's family lives now," the old woman said, pointing to the village road ahead. "Thank you, auntie," Ding Menzu said, then drove Ding Jiangwo to the end of the village. Ding Menzu rode very fast on the road, and the two soon arrived at the end of the village. Sure enough, there stood a solitary, dilapidated thatched hut surrounded by a simple fence. When Ding Jiangwo and his companion got closer, they were shocked to see that there were several finger-width cracks in the wall. These cracks were simply stuffed in with straw. The bottoms of several crooked wooden pillars are severely corroded, with almost half of them hollowed out. Fortunately, there's a severe drought right now. If it were windy and rainy, this thatched hut probably wouldn't last even one night. It seems the plan needs to be changed. This time, we'll bring them all back to the city together. It's too dangerous for them to stay in this house. Big sister, are you home? Ding Menzu and Ding Jiangwo shouted from outside the fence gate. The wooden door of the thatched hut creaked open, and a woman who looked to be in her 30s opened the door and looked this way. "Hey, fourth sister, Jiangwo, what brings you here? Has something happened at home?" Ding Hungmei came out of the inner room in a panic. Since her parents passed away, no one from her maternal family has come to visit. Of course, she doesn't allow them to come either, since her younger siblings are still quite young. This time, her fourth sister and fifth brother came over suddenly, and she thought something had happened at home. "Big sister, don't worry. Everything's fine at home. We just wanted to come and see you and your two nephews," Ding Menzu explained with a smile. "It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Please come in and sit down. I'll get you some water, you must be thirsty after coming all this way." After inviting Ding Menzu and her brother into the house, Ding Hungmei prepared to pour water. Ding Jiangwo and his siblings followed their eldest sister into the house and saw their two little nephews playing in the main room. The older one is a little over 3 years old this year, and the younger one is 2 years old. When the two nephews saw a stranger come in, they quickly hid behind their older sister. Ding Hungmei smiled and patted her two sons' heads. "Shitu, go Dan. Quickly call your uncle and aunt." The two little ones, with their big eyes wide open, looked at Ding Jiangwo and Ding Menzu with curiosity, and called out in their clear voices, "Uncle, Auntie, Stone, go Dan, come here quickly. See what delicious food your aunt and uncle brought you." Ding Menzu smiled and put the bag on the table, then grabbed a handful of white rabbit milk candies and waved them at the two little ones. The two little ones didn't go over, they both looked up at their mother, as if seeking her opinion. "Go ahead." Ding Hungmei smiled and nodded at the two little ones. The two little ones ran over to get the candy only after getting their mother's permission. "Thank you, Auntie." The two little ones thanked her after receiving the candy, feeling very grateful for the gift. He ran back and handed the candy to his mother. "Mom, you eat first. Mom, you eat." Ding Jiangwo and Ding Menzu were even more fond of their two well-behaved nephews. Ding Hungmei patted the two little ones' heads with satisfaction and said, "Mommy doesn't like sweets. You two eat them." After saying that, she went to pour water for Ding Jiangguo and his siblings. Stone, dog egg. Come here to your uncle, there's more good food here. As he spoke, Ding Jiangguo took some biscuits out of his cloth bag and handed them to the two of them. Thank you, uncle. The two little ones were no longer afraid. They walked over together, took the cookies from Ding Jiangguo, and said thank you again. Looking at the two very sensible and polite little ones, Ding Jiangguo couldn't help but admire his older sister's excellent parenting skills. Fourth sister, fifth brother. Come and have some water. Ding Hongmei brought in 2 bowls of water from outside. After traveling for so long, Ding Jiangguo and his sister were indeed thirsty. They picked up the water on the table and gulped it down. Ding Jiangguo felt the water tasted a little sweet, guessing that his older sister had added some sugar. After her older sister sat down, Ding Menzu also put down her bowl. She asked with a puzzled look, "Big sister, weren't you living in the old house in the village before? Why did you and your husband move here?" When the matter was brought up, the eldest sister showed a rare hint of anger, but she quickly calmed down. She first sighed softly, and then slowly began to tell the story. As everyone shared their stories, Ding Jiangguo also recalled many things about his brother-in-law. The brother-in-law's current parents are not his biological parents. My brother-in-law is an orphan of a martyr, his parents are now just his uncles. His uncle took him in because his sister's husband's family had a house, a pension, and the government provided monthly support. Because of these benefits, they treated their brother-in-law fairly well on the surface, but outwardly, they didn't let him go hungry. It's actually similar to being free labor. You have to help with chores to earn work points from a young age, and you can only be the last one to eat. Otherwise, he would be pinned down and beaten by his cousins, while his uncle and aunt pretended not to see it. Sometimes, when the government or the military brought gifts, my uncle and aunt would ostensibly hand them over to my sister's husband. After everyone left, they snatched all the food, ostensibly to help store it, but in reality, they kept it for their own consumption. It would never end up in the hands of my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is still young, and my uncle lives in a different city, so he can't take care of me much. Grandparents passed away early, leaving no one to support them. The village cotters didn't really get involved in the family's affairs, and the eldest sister's husband was too young to do anything but endure it. Days passed by like this, and when my brother-in-law turned 18, the child support payments stopped, and his life became even more difficult. In order to seize his family's house, his uncle's family tried every means to marry his brother-in-law off to another family so that he could become a live-in son-in-law. This way, you can not only get a dowry, but also occupy a room for free. My brother-in-law definitely wouldn't agree, so he had a fight with my uncle's family. It was only after the team leader and the village secretary mediated that the matter was finally settled. Fortunately, my brother-in-law also apprenticed with an old man in the village and learned some cooking skills. He also helped his master prepare banquets for others, which added to the family income and allowed him to make ends meet for another 2 years. At that time, my father had not yet entered the factory, and my eldest sister married my brother-in-law through an introduction. Later, after their father went to work in the factory, they tried to curry favor with their eldest sister, hoping that her family could help them out. She treated her brother-in-law and sister-in-law much better, at least on the surface. But after they learned that their eldest sister's parents had passed away, coupled with the famine of the past 2 years, no one would invite them to sit on the ground, and their income disappeared. My brother-in-law's family is causing trouble again, trying to use my sister as a servant. Fortunately, the brother-in-law withstood the pressure and blocked everything for his sister, even suggesting that they divide the family property. But how could they be willing to give up 2 free laborers? They just kept dragging their feet on dividing the family property. My eldest sister is a weak-willed person, so she asked her husband to be patient, and that's why they didn't divide the property. Until last month, when the eldest uncle's youngest son wanted a house to get married, they started making things difficult for the eldest sister and her husband. In addition to working and taking care of the children, everyone was required to cook for the family and do their laundry. Otherwise, they won't give us food. What's most despicable is that his cousin even taught his own children to beat up his 2 nephews. Especially at the end of last month, they even broke my nephew's head. My brother-in-law couldn't take it anymore this time and started fighting with them. Unfortunately, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, and in the end, he was injured. However, the opposing family didn't gain much advantage either. With this incident, the division of the family became inevitable. Finally, with the coordination of the team leader and the village party secretary, for the safety of the 2 little ones, the brother-in-law did not want the room, but received 50 yuan, 50 kilograms of coarse grains, and some daily necessities. In addition, I signed a letter of severance with their family and opened a separate account for them. This thatched hut was once lived in by an elderly person living alone, but after they left, it was taken back to the village. When the team leader saw that his brother-in-law's family had nowhere to stay, he temporarily lent them the place to stay. My brother-in-law is also planning to hire someone to build a new place this month. Big sister, why didn't you go back and tell us? Although our parents are gone, our grandparents are still here, Ding Menzu said. pulling her older sister along. Big sister, don't worry. I know some powerful people who can help you get revenge, Ding Jiangwo said to Ding Hongmei. Ding Hongmei thought Ding Jiangwo was just trying to comfort her, so she joked, okay, I'll wait for my fifth brother to get revenge for your sister. Sister, I'm not joking, Ding Jiangwo said seriously. Okay, I understand. Ding Hongmei affectionately pinched her younger brother's cheek. You two must be hungry. I'll go make you something to eat now, Ding Hongmei said, getting up to cook for the siblings. Sister, these are what we brought. Take them and make them together. Ding Menzu handed over 2 small cloth bags. Ding Hongmei took the cloth bag, opened it, and was immediately stunned. Then, with a stern face, she said, "How could you bring so much stuff? Take it back quickly." Seeing the cornmeal and meat in the bag, she immediately put it back. At first, she thought it was a sweet potato or potato and didn't pay much attention to it. I never expected it to be cornmeal and meat. She just mentioned that there were probably close to 20 pounds of cornmeal and several pounds of meat. Kyoju is the only one working in the family, and it's already very difficult for her to support 4 people. As the eldest sister, she already felt guilty for not being able to help her younger siblings, so how could she possibly take their things? Sis, just take it. We can take it, we definitely don't need it at home. Also, don't cook yet. Go and call your brother-in-law back. I have some good news to tell you, Ding Menzu said with a smile. What good news? Why are you being so mysterious? Even if you don't need it at home, you can take it back and eat it several times. It will help you get some nutrition. Ding Hongmei still declined. Big sister, just listen to fourth sister. Accept it. Let's go and call my brother-in-law back now, Ding Jiangwo chimed in. Alright. You guys sit here and keep an eye on Stone and Dog Egg for me. I'll go and call Zai back right now, Ding Hongmei said, then turned and walked out of the courtyard. Zhao Cai. Someone saw that Hongmei's family came to visit. Aren't you going back to check on them? A villager said to Chen Zhao Cai. Rat, don't lie to me. My sister-in-law and brother-in-law are both in the city, why would they come at this time? Hurry up and do more work, otherwise the team leader will think you're slacking off and deduct your work points. Don't blame me then. Chen Zai said with disbelief, it's not a holiday or festival, so why would anyone be visiting relatives? Besides, no one has come over since my parents-in-law left. Speaking of which, it seems like it's been a long time since I sent anything to my sister-in-law and brother-in-law. I wonder how they are doing now. Chen Zai was always grateful to his parents-in-law for not looking down on his family background and for letting Hongmei marry him. No, I need to wait a few days until I have some free time, then go to the mountains to gather some things and send them to them. I remember that Jian Guo and Jian Jun loved roasted small birds the most, so I'll get them a lot. Mouse was getting impatient. Why don't you believe me? I just went home to get something, and my mom told me. I heard he came on that same bicycle. Something might really have happened. You'd better go back and check on him. If someone comes here at this time of year, it's probably because something has happened. Really? You're not lying to me. Chen Zai stopped and looked at his childhood friend with a serious expression. May you have wealth. May you have wealth. Just then, a shout interrupted their conversation. Upon hearing the shout, Chen Zai's expression changed immediately, because it was his wife's voice. Could something really have happened over there? He quickly picked up a hoe and walked towards the direction of the sound. Hongmei, what brings you here? Did something happen at home? Chen Zai asked Ding Hongmei as she ran toward him. Something's come up. Go ask the captain for leave first, then go home. Let's talk about it when we get home. Ding Hongmei said breathlessly. Okay. You go back first. I'll be there right away. Chen Zai carried his hoe and went to ask the team leader for leave. Ding Hongmei didn't linger and turned to walk home. Father, mother, I heard that people from Zai's wife's family came today. It seems they came by bicycle. I wonder what's going on. A thin-faced man with a hooked nose whispered. Humph, they don't come during the holidays. They're rushing here now. It must be because something happened at home and they're asking for help. It's a good thing we separated them, otherwise they would have been a burden to us. An old woman said with a look of disgust. Since they've already severed ties, don't expect us to help him, an old man said angrily. Uncle Qianshui, I heard that your family has some relatives who are bringing good fortune. It seems he still came on a bicycle, carrying quite a lot of things. Why don't you go and take a look? Said an older woman who came over. Who's related to him? We're no longer related, Jin Feng, don't talk nonsense, the old woman immediately retorted. I heard you brought a few small cloth bags with you, aren't you tempted? The older woman continued. No matter how much stuff he brought, we're not going to take advantage of him, the old man said with a disdainful look. He deduced that the people from Chen Zai's wife's side must have come because something had happened at home and they were looking for help. I'm not stupid enough to go looking for trouble. Jiangguo, Ziazu, you're here. Ding Hongmei had only been sitting for a short while when Chen Ziyaki also returned. He greeted the two men with a smile as he entered the main room. Brother-in-law. Ding Menzu and her brother also called out. All right, fourth sister. Your brother-in-law is back now. If you have something to say, just say it. Ding Hongmei said to Ding Menzu. Chen Ziyaki assumed something was wrong at home, and the two, too embarrassed to speak, quickly chimed in. Yes, Ziazu. Has something happened at home? Talk to your brother-in-law, and he'll help you figure out a solution. Sister. Brother-in-law. Don't worry, everything's fine at home. There's something I need to discuss with you all, Ding Menzu said, pausing deliberately. Fourth sister, keep going. Are you trying to keep us in suspense? Ding Hongmei said irritably. Big sister, don't be in such a hurry. I'm about to tell you. Here's the thing, there's a position available at a steel factory, and I was wondering if you'd like to apply, Ding Menzu said with a smile. What? Fourth sister. Are you talking nonsense? Ding Hongmei said in disbelief. Chen Ziyaki was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Big sister. Fourth sister didn't lie to you. These job openings are real. We came back this time to ask if my brother-in-law would be willing to work at the steel factory in the city, Ding Jiangguo repeated from the side. Why was the job arranged for the eldest sister's husband first, instead of the eldest sister? The main reason is that the two children are still too young and need someone to take care of them. After all, men are not as meticulous as women. Once the child is older and goes to school, we can arrange another job for her if she still wants to work. Since I have so many resources, it won't be difficult for me to find a job. Chen Ziyaki was stunned for a while before he came to his senses after this unexpected windfall. He looked at the two of them with excitement on his face. Jiangguo, Ziazu, is what you're saying true? Of course. Why would we run away when it's neither a holiday nor a festival? Ding Menzu said with a grin. After confirming that it was true, Chen Ziyaki excitedly hugged Ding Hongmei and shook her from side to side. Are you trying to kill me? Let me go. Ding Hongmei, her face flushed, pushed Chen Ziyaki away forcefully. I'm so excited. I never thought I'd become a worker and have a stable job. Chen Ziyaki grinned and said. After a brief period of excitement and exhilaration, they began to calm down. They were so overwhelmed by the news of the job that they forgot to ask where it came from. How much money do you need? He only has a little over 100 yuan right now, which is not enough to buy a job. Ding Hongmei seemed to have thought of this question as well, so she asked. Fourth sister? Where did you get this job? How much would others charge? Yes. How much will it cost? I'll go find someone to borrow it right now, Chen Ziyaki pressed. Big sister, this job is free. Jiangguo got it for me. Ding Menzu looked at Ding Jiangguo and only spoke after seeing him nod. What? It's free? Jiangguo got it? Ding Hongmei and Chen Ziyaki exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Yes, sister and brother-in-law. I got the job quota. It's not just the job quota at this steel plant. Not long ago, I also got my fourth sister a job at a supply and marketing cooperative. We also got a job at a cotton mill for my uncle's brother, De Chun. As for how I got it, don't ask. I won't tell you even if you ask. Just trust me, I won't harm you. You are all my dearest family in this world. Ding Hongmei turned to look at Ding Menzu, wanting to verify with her whether what Ding Jiangguo said was true. Ding Menzu smiled and nodded at her. Ding Hongmei and Chen Ziyaki couldn't help but swallow hard. The couple were truly shocked. Ding Jiangguo has already secured 3 such difficult-to-obtain work quotas, and they don't even have to pay for them. This all sounds a bit unreal, especially since her younger brother is only a few years old. Ding Hongmei only now truly noticed that Ding Jiangguo really looked very different from other children. He speaks and acts like a little adult. She even began to doubt whether he was still her brother. Seeing that his older sister was staring at him, Ding Jiangguo quickly changed the subject, saying, Sister, brother-in-law, this house is no longer habitable. Here's what I'm thinking. You should go to the village today to get the certificate. Then come back with us tomorrow. Stay with us for 1 night. After your brother-in-law starts his job, I'll pull some strings and get the factory to assign you to our compound. We can all look out for each other from now on. Of course. We can often come to my sister's house to eat and drink for free, Ding Jiangguo said with a grin. No problem. Jiangguo, your brother-in-law isn't very good at anything, all he can do is cook. As long as you like it, you can come to my place to eat every day from now on. We're so happy that you thought of your brother-in-law when you had a job. We can take your money for free. How much is it? Just tell me the amount, and we'll pay it back in installments. Chen Ziyaki and Ding Hongmei exchanged a glance before turning to Ding Jiangguo. Ding Hongmei chimed in, That's right, Jiangguo. We can't take advantage of you. If it's free, we'd rather not have it. Seeing their determined expressions, Ding Jiangwo said helplessly, for this job, sister and brother-in-law, you can just take 300 yuan. You can pay back the 300 yuan over 5 years. But when people ask, I just say it's 600 yuan. You don't need to refuse yet. Consider the 300 yuan discount as support from your family, Ding Jiangwo added after thinking for a moment. Chen Ziyaki knew this was an attempt to help their family, so he stopped worrying about it. Alright, we won't be coy anymore. If you ever need your brother-in-law's help, just let us know. Ding Jiangwo wanted to get things settled as soon as possible, so he looked at the two of them. Big sister, big brother-in-law. We'll stay here tonight. We'll go back to the city together tomorrow. Go borrow a donkey cart tonight and take some usable items with you. Find a place to leave the rest. We also need to get the supporting documents from the team leader, so we can get everything done as soon as we get back. Chen Ziyaki nodded. It was better to get things settled as soon as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more likely things would go wrong. Okay, Jiangwo, I'll start packing now. I'll go find the team leader to borrow the donkey cart and get the necessary permits later. Okay, we brought some things with us today, we can take some with us when we go to the captain's house. We'll buy more for Shitu and Go Dan when we get back to the city. Ding Jiangwo pointed to the items on the table. Chen Ziyaki, okay, I'll listen to Jiangwo. Jiangwo, you've really grown up. Ding Hongmei suddenly walked over with a feeling of heartache and hugged Ding Jiangwo tightly. Considering that Ding Jiangwo was only a few years old, yet he understood these social niceties, it seems he has really grown up a lot in the past 2 years. They must have suffered a lot. As the eldest sister, I couldn't offer them any help. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Ding Jiangwo was a little dazed when he was hugged. He looked up at his older sister, whose eyes were full of tears. Suddenly, I panicked a little, wondering if I had done something wrong and upset my older sister, big sister. Why are you crying? Did I do something wrong that made you sad? Jiangwo, you must have suffered a lot these past 2 years. At such a young age, they have to shoulder the heavy burden of their families. It's because I'm useless. I can't help you at all. Ding Hongmei's tears flowed even more as she spoke. Big sister, I didn't suffer much, don't worry. Ding Jiangwo quickly reassured her, saying that he hadn't really suffered much since he transmigrated, and that what he said wasn't wrong. Ding Hongmei didn't believe Ding Jiangwo's words. In her opinion, if Ding Jiangwo could get this job, the work he was doing must be very dangerous. Jiangwo, if there's anything dangerous in the future, let your brother-in-law handle it. He's an adult, and he's more capable of handling things than you, a kid. Chen Ziyaki couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard what his wife said. She really was a good wife. However, he also agreed with his wife's words. His brother-in-law was still a child, and it was always better for him, as an adult, to do some things than his brother-in-law. Jiangwo, your sister is right. I can help you if you need to. Okay, sister, brother-in-law. Ding Jiangwo was also very moved at this moment, and he knew the meaning behind these words. At the same time, he was also gratified that he hadn't pulled the wrong person into his fold. Gurgle gurgle. Just then, Ding Jiangwo's stomach suddenly made a sound. Ding Hongmei only remembered that the siblings hadn't eaten lunch when she heard the sound, so she quickly let go of Ding Jiangwo. Look at my memory. I completely forgot you haven't eaten yet. Jiangwo, please have a seat. I'll go get you something to eat. Big sister, let me help you. Ding Menzu followed her out. Jiangwo, you sit at home for a while. I'll go find someone to borrow a place to put my things. Chen Ziyaki went into the inner room to get his things and then went out. Jiangwo, eat something to fill your stomach. When your brother-in-law comes back later, he can cook you something delicious. Ding Jiangwo waited inside for a short while before his eldest and fourth sisters brought over the noodles. It's basically just a bowl of cornmeal porridge with a piece of meat and some leafy greens in it. Ding Jiangwo was indeed hungry, so he took the bowl and began to eat heartily. After finishing their meal, the three of them chatted idly in the room. Most of the time, it was just the eldest sister and the fourth sister talking, while Ding Jiangwo listened from the side. The sun was setting, and it was soon time to leave work. My brother-in-law also came back from outside. He walked in carrying a few small birds, a smile on his face. Jiangwo, wait for your brother-in-law to roast a little bird for you. Ding Jiangwo swallowed hard as he looked at the few small birds Chen Ziyaki was carrying. Brother-in-law, did you just make that call? When I went to find someone to put something away this afternoon, I remembered that you love to eat roasted birds, so I went and hunted a few of them. I'm going to cook now. I'll roast the little bird, and we'll eat it together with dinner later. After saying that, he took the little bird into the simple kitchen next door and started cooking. For dinner, several small birds were roasted until golden brown. Ding Jiangwo ate 3 of them in a row, even chewing and swallowing the bones. My brother-in-law's roasted bird skills are really good, no wonder the original owner liked it so much. Compared to roasted birds, the two little ones preferred stir-fried pork belly with wild vegetables and minced pork with garlic sauce, and their mouths were stuffed full. After dinner, my brother-in-law took his things and went out to find the team leader. Ding Jiangwo and the others helped pack their things in the courtyard, preparing for their departure the next day. Knock knock knock. Uncle Daking, are you home? Chen Ziyaki knocked on the courtyard gate and called out. Coming. Who is it? Came the reply from inside the courtyard. Uncle Daking. I'm Ziyaki. Jiao Cai. Wait a minute. I'll open the door right away. Squeak. The door opened, and Captain Chen Daking saw Chen Ziyaki carrying something. I had some doubts. Did I want him to move me to a different house? But there weren't any spare houses in the village. Let's hear what he has to say first. Good fortune. Come in and have a seat. Chen Daking smiled and led the person into the house. Chen Ziyaki followed them inside, carrying the things. This time he really went all out, buying a pound of pork belly, 2 jars of fruit, and a bag of candy and biscuits. These things are considered a great gift in the village. In some places, these very items can even get you a wife. When Chen Ziyaki entered the courtyard, the team leader's wife, Huang Fengjiao, saw what he was carrying. She quickly stood up from the chair next to her face beaming with enthusiasm. Oh my! Jiao Cai. You've arrived. Come in and sit down. I'll go pour you some tea. Thank you, Auntie. Chen Ziyaki smiled as he placed the things on the table in the main room before sitting down. Chen Daking entered the main room and frowned upon seeing the items on the table. Jiao Cai. Why did you bring something so expensive? You just separated from the family, and things aren't easy for you. You should leave the food at home for the 2 younger ones. Huang Fengjiao saw what she had brought and stared intently at it. 1 pound of pork belly, 2 jars of fruit, and something wrapped in oil paper, which I guess is also a good thing. She was about to say thank you when she was surprised that her husband was going to refuse, and she immediately became unhappy. She carried a bowl with some tea leaves on it and walked towards the 2 of them. As she passed by Chen Daking, she deliberately stepped on his foot to express her displeasure. Uncle Daking, this is what my brother-in-law brought from the city. It's nothing valuable, I just brought it over for you to try. I've lived in the village for so many years, and I'm so grateful for your care. Otherwise, I don't know if I would still be alive today. Although Chen Ziyaki's words were a bit of an exaggeration, Captain Chen Daking had indeed treated him quite well. I always stand up for him and seek justice whenever something happens. This is all I should do as the team leader. Actually, I haven't taken care of you much. To be honest, I haven't done a good job many times, Chen Daking said apologetically, waving his hand. Uncle Daking, I know there are some things you can't help. Chen Ziyaki understood the other party's situation. After all, it was his family matter, and the captain could often help him warn the family instead of keeping a close watch on them all the time. Even so, he was very grateful. If the captain had stood up for him back then, he would very likely have been sent to become a live-in son-in-law. Uncle Daking, you should accept the things. Unless you look down on me. Chen Ziyaki didn't want to waste too much time, so he quickly cut to the chase. All right. I'll take it. Since Chen Ziyaki had already said so, Chen Daking couldn't refuse. Is there anything else you need to do tonight? Tell me if there's anything I can help with. Chen Daking knew that sending such an expensive gift meant the sender needed something from him, so he took the initiative to bring it up. Nothing can be hidden from Uncle Daking. I've come today to ask Uncle Daking for help with 2 things. Firstly, I'd like to borrow someone to drive our family into the city in a donkey cart tomorrow morning. Let me see how much it costs, and I'll pay the village. After Chen Ziyaki finished speaking, he stopped and looked at Chen Daking. All right, this is easy to arrange. I'll just go and inform old Donkey Head later. Just give the village 1 yuan and provide old Donkey with 2 meals, and that'll be fine. Chen Daking assumed they wanted to go to the city to visit relatives together, and since they were even giving money to the village, he agreed without hesitation. Seeing that Captain Chen Daking agreed, Chen Ziyaki continued. Secondly, Hungmei's family got me a job in a factory. I need Uncle Daking to issue a certificate so I can complete the household registration transfer procedures. Getting a certificate? That's a small matter. Chen Daking thought it was just a certificate for visiting relatives, so he readily agreed. However, he quickly realized what was happening and stared wide-eyed at Chen Ziyaki. What? Jiao Cai, you mean you want to go to the city to become a worker? Chen Ziyaki scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Yes. My brother-in-law and sister-in-law came to tell me about this today. I'll go into the city with you tomorrow to complete the formalities. Upon hearing this news, Huang Fengjiao, who was sitting to the side, suddenly found that nothing on the table tasted good anymore. This is a factory worker with a secure job. How come Chen Ziyaki is so lucky? You're so lucky. You're really something. Our village has been around for generations, and you're the only worker we've produced. This is an incredible achievement. Chen Daking looked at Chen Zayaki with some envy. This guy really married a good wife. I know you must be very busy right now. I won't take up any of your time. Let's go. We'll go to the brigade headquarters right now and get you the certificate. Chen Daking knew that Chen Zayaki was leaving tomorrow and that his family must be very busy, so he didn't waste any more time. He led the other person out and headed towards the brigade headquarters. Not long after they left, the news that Chen Zayaki was going to the city to become a worker spread throughout the village. A young man pushed open the door and said excitedly to the person inside, "Father, Mother, have you heard?" The two elderly people stared blankly at their youngest son who had suddenly barged in. They had been home since they got off work, so what did he know? "What did you hear? That jinxed Chen Zayaki. He's actually going to the city to work as a laborer tomorrow." The young man shouted excitedly as he looked at the two of them. "What? That guy who killed his parents and then his in-laws can actually go to the city to work as a laborer? You must be mistaken." The two old people looked incredulous. How could someone like Chen Zayaki have such good fortune? "I not only heard about it, but I also saw him go to the brigade headquarters with the captain. I guess he was getting a certificate." "Father, Mother, we must snatch the job opportunity from him." The young man's expression was filled with extreme greed. "Father, Mother, our family raised him for so long, now it's time for him to repay us. As long as he gives me his job, once I have a job and an apartment in the city, I will bring my parents to the city to enjoy their retirement." The young man began to make empty promises to the two old people, knowing he couldn't get the job on his own. "Yes, we raised him to adulthood, now it's time for him to contribute." The two elderly people were moved by their son's words. They selectively forgot that they had already kicked Chen Zayaki out and signed a termination agreement. "Dad, Mom, we're going to ask him for a job right now, or he'll run away tomorrow." Seeing that his parents had agreed, the young man hurriedly suggested that they set off now to avoid any unforeseen complications. "Xiang Ye, go and call your eldest and second brothers. If he doesn't know what's good for him and refuses to give up his job, then let the eldest and second eldest brothers beat him up together." The old woman from the Chen family tugged at her youngest son and offered her advice. "Listen to your mother, go now." Old Chen saw his youngest son hesitate and knew what he was thinking, so he gave him some advice. "Don't worry, the job will definitely be yours. You just need to share the money with your two older brothers when the time comes." Chen Xianjai thought about it and agreed with his parents. It would be safer for his older brothers to go together. Otherwise, if Chen Zayaki finds out and rushes into the city overnight, he won't even have a place to cry. Once Chen Xianjai understood all this, he hurriedly ran to call for help. Chen Zayaki was unaware that someone had already set their sights on his job. He followed Captain Chen Daking to get the necessary permits and arranged for an ox cart before heading home. Seeing his brother-in-law Chen Zayaki enter with a smile, Ding Jiangguo knew that everything had been taken care of. He was just about to ask about the sleeping arrangements when he saw several people he vaguely recognized follow him in. "You're so lucky. Honestly. Your brother-in-law and sister-in-law came to visit, why didn't you bring them home? Isn't this a sign of neglect, living in such poor conditions?" Old Mrs. Chen looked at Chen Zayaki with a fake smile. Upon seeing the newcomers, Chen Zayaki's face darkened. These people coming at this time must mean nothing good. Chen Zayaki stared intently, showing no mercy as he chased people away. "Those are my brother-in-law and aunt, what does it have to do with you? Get out of here, you're not welcome in our house." The three sons of the Chen family did not expect that Chen Zayaki would not give them any face at all and would directly kick them out. They immediately lost face and jumped out to criticize. "Chen Zayaki, are you trying to be too nice to me? We've raised you for over 10 years, and you've turned out to be such an ungrateful wretch. Is this how you repay our family for raising you?" Chen Zayaki watched them make a scene with a cold expression. Seeing that the other person didn't speak, Chen Xianjai assumed he was frightened and swayed forward. "What? Not saying anything? Do you know you were wrong? If you admit your mistake, apologize properly and give me your job opportunity, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, you'll be sorry." Chen Zayaki looked at him and smiled. "Am I your father?" Chen Xianjai didn't react immediately and instinctively asked, "No." Chen Zayaki asked in a serious tone, "That's right. I'm not your father, why should I give you my job? I've seen people find money on the ground, but I've never seen anyone find a father for themselves. You, how dare you play me?" Chen Xianjai finally realized what was happening and angrily raised his fist to smash Chen Zayaki. Seeing that they were about to fight, Ding Jiangguo quickly moved closer to his two older sisters. "Big sister, you should go find the captain right away. Your brother-in-law might suffer if he goes alone. Fourth sister, let's quickly go inside and keep an eye on our two nephews, lest they get caught up in the chaos." After hearing Ding Jiangguo's words, Ding Hongmei quickly went through the fence behind her and ran desperately towards the team leader's house. Ding Jiangguo and his fourth sister also retreated back into the house and bolted the door. Fearing that his brother-in-law might get hurt, he specially took out the power needle from his spatial storage and gave him an acupuncture. While dodging, Chen Ziyake suddenly felt a strange stinging pain in his arm. He thought it was a mosquito bite and didn't pay much attention. What he didn't know was that his strength had increased eightfold. The old lady of the Chen family was originally keeping an eye on her youngest son, but she suddenly caught sight of the bicycle in the yard and had a sudden inspiration. She immediately pointed to the bicycle and said to her two sons beside her, "Go and take that bicycle back. If he won't give up his job, he can forget about getting the bicycle back." Upon hearing this, her two sons walked towards the bicycle, preparing to carry it away. Chen Ziyake panicked when he saw this, and rushed over to push the person away. Chen Xiangyu is 1.8 meters tall, half a head taller than Chen Ziyake. Chen Ziyake had been bullied by him since childhood, and seeing that the other party still dared to rush over, Chen Xiangyu raised his fist to smash it. He thought Chen Ziyake would be knocked down with one punch, but the other party just blocked it with force. He was sent flying backwards and crashed hard into the fence. The Chen family members were stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. "Damn it! You beast, you dare to lay a hand on me! What are you all standing there for? Go and help!" When the old woman of the Chen family saw that her eldest son was being taken advantage of, she quickly called on her other two sons to join in. Upon seeing this, Chen Xianjai and Chen Zuan, after hearing their mother's words, rushed towards Chen Ziyake without saying a word. Chen Xiangyu, who had fallen onto the fence, was also helped up by his father. He shook his head, and after regaining his senses, he prepared to rush towards Chen Ziyake. Before he could even take a step, he saw a dark shadow hurtling towards him. With a thud, he was knocked down again in the same spot. "Dad, quickly pull them away. I can't breathe." Chen Xiangyu looked listlessly at the old man beside him. Old Chen was also frightened by the figure that had just thrown the object. He hadn't recovered yet. Hearing his eldest son's voice, he quickly went to pull the thing off the top. Huff, huff, huff. After the people were pulled away, Chen Xiangyu gasped for breath. He had almost lost his breath just now. "Dad, why did you pull me? My arm is all scraped up." The person who had been pulled away complained. Old man Chen and Chen Xiangyu looked at the person lying to one side. "Wasn't that Chen Xianjai? When did Chen Ziyake become so powerful?" The old woman was furious when she saw them all standing there dumbfounded, not helping her second son. "What are you useless things still doing in there? Hurry up and go help." Chen Xiangyu and Chen Xianjai quickly stood up, ready to rush towards Chen Ziyake again. This time, Chen Xiang had mastered martial arts. He followed behind his younger brother, his eyes fixed on the front. He thought to himself, if Zuan is thrown over later, and Xianjai bumps him, he'll have a chance to dodge. He was overthinking it. Before the two of them could even move to the sides, they saw Chen Zuan throwing things at them. Chen Xiangyu had no time to dodge and was pinned down by the two men. At this moment, two tears slid down Chen Xiangyu's cheeks, his expression one of utter despair. "Why am I always the one who gets hurt?" He decided he would never get up again, not even if the King of Heaven himself came. He decided to lie down. "I raised you all, and you're completely useless." When the old woman of the Chen family saw that none of her three sons could beat the other party, she cursed fiercely and then stepped up herself. She rushed over quickly, picked up the bicycle, and pushed it away. Ding Jiangguo didn't interfere since he saw that his brother-in-law hadn't suffered any loss, but he didn't expect that the old woman would actually take action herself. He quickly used his divine sense to cover the bicycle, firmly imprisoning it there. The old woman from the Chen family thought that this thing had wheels and could be pushed away with a little force. To everyone's surprise, her face turned a deep purplish red, and beads of sweat kept sliding down her forehead, but she still couldn't budge it. "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" Just then, a sharp shout came from afar. It turned out that Ding Hongmei was leading the team leader and militiamen on their way here. The first to rush in was the eldest sister, Ding Hongmei, whose tone was extremely anxious. "Zhao Cai, are you all right?" She assumed her husband must be injured and lying on the ground at this moment, given that there were so many people on the other side. When she entered and saw the scene, she was instantly dumbfounded. "My husband wasn't even sweating, let alone injured." Only the old woman from the Chen family was still standing there holding onto her bicycle, everyone else was lying on the ground. "Chen Xiangyu, is your family just bored and have nothing better to do? You have so much energy but nowhere to use it. You're really bored, so I'll assign you some other work tomorrow so you can put in more effort." Before Captain Chen Daking even arrived, his voice could already be heard coming from outside the gate. Chen Daking assumed that Chen Ziyake must have been badly beaten by old man Chen and his family, so let them speak before they arrive. To his surprise, when he entered the courtyard, he found that the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. 3 or 4 men from old Chen's family were squatting on the ground, looking at him with a wronged expression. When Ding Jiangwo saw his older sister return with her entourage, he knew it was his turn to make his appearance. He quickly opened the door, came out, hugged his older sister, and shouted loudly, "Big sister! I'm so scared! Their family is coming to steal our bicycles. My brother-in-law wouldn't agree, so they beat him up." Seeing that Ding Jiangwo was trying to frame them, old Mrs. Chen quickly let go and retorted, "You little brat, talking nonsense. Who's trying to steal your bicycle? We just heard that our in-laws were visiting, so we came to see them out of kindness." I never expected that Chen Zayaki, that ungrateful bastard, would actually lay a hand on someone. But how could Ding Jiangwo let her have her way? He used his divine sense to firmly bind her hands to the bicycle. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't separate them. Ding Jiangwo feigned anger and shouted, "Sister! She's so fierce. Let's hurry back to the city. We'll report her to the police and have these robbers arrested." Chen Daking glared fiercely at Chen's eldest son, Chen Xiangbiu. "Why don't you tell your mother to let go right now? Do you really want the police to arrest you as robbers and send you to a labor camp?" Chen Daking was so frightened that he quickly came over and pulled his mother away. But no matter how hard he pulled, her mother wouldn't let go, and wouldn't respond when he spoke to her. What he didn't know was that Ding Jiangwo had already gagged his mother when he arrived. To outsiders, it seemed that old Mrs. Chen was unwilling to give up the bicycle. "Captain, hello. What are your plans for dealing with these burglary robbers?" After Ding Menzu started working, she became bolder, and today these people actually dared to take her brother-in-law's job opportunity. It's not very realistic to actually send them in. This is someone else's territory. If their family goes in, it will definitely affect the reputation of this village. The villagers and the team leader are willing to uphold justice for them, but only if it does not affect the village. So she just wanted to scare the other party and then get some compensation for her older sister's family. Old Chen rushed over, smiling as he looked at Ding Menzu. "My dear in-laws. We are in-laws after all. This is all a misunderstanding. Besides, you haven't suffered any loss. We're all injured, so I don't want any compensation from you. Let's just forget about it. I'll take my men back right now." Old Chen was really afraid that the other party would call the police, and if the main breadwinner of the family were arrested, the family would fall apart. Ding Menzu ignored him and instead looked at the team leader of Qinjia village. "Captain, my brother-in-law is from Qinjia village, and we don't want things to get too ugly. But we can't just let them break into the yard and beat someone up, and then just say it was a misunderstanding and everything's fine, right?" Chen Daking agreed with the other party's statement, saying that it's unacceptable to steal something and then beat someone up. It's just a misunderstanding and everything will be fine. Even he wouldn't agree. After thinking for a moment, Chen Daking looked at Ding Menzu. "You're right. How about this? They were definitely in the wrong. How about I make them compensate you 10 yuan? In their production team, it's about 50 cents or 10 work points. A strong laborer can only earn about 130 yuan a year. 10 yuan is almost equivalent to a month's worth of work for them." "I disagree." Ding Menzu and Old Man Chen both expressed their opposition. For Ding Menzu, it wasn't even enough for half a month's salary. Now, cornmeal costs more than 2 yuan, so 10 yuan is only enough for a little over 4 jin of cornmeal. 4 kilograms of cornmeal is only a little over a day's worth of food for them, which is far too little. Her idea was to get at least 50 yuan from the other party. Old Chen felt that his family was more wronged, as their own family members were injured and they hadn't even asked the other party for compensation. Why should they have to pay the other party money? Team leader Chen Daking was also at his wit's end, but he couldn't just ignore it, so he had to mediate for them again. Finally, seeing that the captain's job was difficult, Chen Zayaki made a concession after discussing it with Ding Menzu. Team leader Chen Daking then used a combination of coaxing and intimidation to persuade Old Man Chen's family to pay him 20 yuan in compensation. After paying compensation, Old Chen's family was too ashamed to stay any longer and quickly went back home. Everyone who knew that Chen Zayaki was going to the city to work as a laborer offered their congratulations. Chen Zayaki didn't want so many people to know. Although he trusted his brother-in-law, he was still somewhat uneasy. "I'm afraid that if it turns out to be fake, or if something unexpected happens along the way and I don't get to work in the factory, then I'll become a laughingstock." So when everyone thanked him, he humbly said that he was just going for an interview and might not even get the job. He might have come back to the team to continue working back then. After everyone had left, he closed the courtyard gate and handed a key to the middle-aged man next to him. "Rat, I'll leave the keys to you for now. Could you please keep an eye on the yard for me when you have time? I paid the team money and temporarily rented it for 6 months. The mouse took the key and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Zhao Cai, aren't you going to move your whole family to the city? Why are you wasting money renting a house?" Chen Zayaki looked at Hezi and said with a smile, "I'm just worried that if I can't make it in the city, I'll have a place to stay when I come back." "All right. You can go without worry. I'll definitely take good care of the yard for you. Mouse patted his chest and assured him. Okay. Thank you. It's getting late, you should go back and rest early. Oh, right. I forgot something. Wait a minute. After Chen Ziyake finished speaking, he went into the kitchen and soon came out carrying a piece of pork belly, which he handed to Huzzy. I know you've been craving meat for a long time, so I'll treat you to some when we get back. The mouse's eyes lit up when it saw the pork belly. You're a true brother. I won't be polite. He took the things and turned to hurry home. Chen Ziyake watched his friend's departing figure, shook his head with a smile, and continued packing the things he needed to take. The countryside at night is very quiet, with only the occasional chirping of birds and insects. Ding Jiangwo and his brother-in-law are sleeping in the main room tonight. He glanced at his brother-in-law beside him, but he was relieved to see that he was sleeping soundly. They quietly opened the door, then gently closed it, and quickly passed through the space to leave the courtyard. After hearing his elder sister's story today, he plans to go and take good care of the Chen family tonight. Although they lost 20 tonight, it was far from enough. He decided to help his older sister's family tonight and get back what they had lost. Hey. Ding Jiangwo recalled for a moment, put on the versatile clothes, and mentally recalled the appearance of Chen Xianjai, the youngest son of the Chen family, and his clothes for the evening. His appearance and clothing gradually changed into the image I had imagined. After the changes stopped, Ding Jiangwo looked at the mirror in the space and revealed a strange smile. Once outside the space, he swaggered towards the Chen family's residence. He had visited the Chen family once 2 years ago, so he still remembered them. Following his memory, he arrived at the Chen family's courtyard and entered the courtyard through a spatial portal. It was pitch black, but that didn't matter. Ding Jiangwo could use his divine sense to investigate. As his divine sense covered the area, he quickly located Chen Xianjai, who was fast asleep. With a thought, Ding Jiangwo instantly took the person into his space. After taking the person inside, he continued to use his divine sense to search for old lady Chen inside the house. He searched through the rooms and found that the eldest and second daughters-in-law of the Chen family were also there, and they were all taken into his storage space. After searching with their divine sense, they finally found old lady Chen in the innermost room. Why look for old Mrs. Chen? Because the family hasn't divided yet, and she holds all the assets. He planned to make the other party reveal all the places where he hid things in his house, and then take them away. Now that he had found the person, he immediately put them into his spatial storage and left the courtyard. Ding Jiangwo went to a secluded spot at the end of the village and tied old lady Chen to a tree. I took off the sole of my shoe and slapped her across the face. The old woman from the Chen family opened her mouth wide in pain, and instantly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes and found herself tied to a tree. My face still feels burning hot. She looked completely bewildered, her face full of questions. Who is she? Where is she? Who tied her up? Mother, you're awake. A familiar voice pulled her back to reality. When she looked up, she saw her beloved youngest son holding a shoe in his hand, smiling at her. Old Mrs. Chen was instantly enraged. No one in the family had ever dared to treat her like this before. Xiang Ya, what are you doing? Untie your mother. Otherwise, see how I deal with you. With a smack, the old woman from the Chen family was slapped on the other side of her face again. After slapping the old woman, Ding Jiangwo asked, Mom, I don't want to waste my breath talking to you. Where are all the things we've hidden in the house? The items were placed in 2 locations. I keep all my daily expenses in my bedside table. I hid my life-saving supplies in a hidden compartment in the roof of the outhouse in the yard. There's something that's been passed down in the family, hidden under that chili pepper plant in the southwest corner of the private plot about 20 meters behind the yard. I'll have to interrogate them myself, otherwise I'll miss out on this information. Before Chen's wife could even react, she had already revealed the answer Ding Jiangwo wanted tonight. Why was she so honest, answering every question? Because Ding Jiangwo had just used the truth needle on her. Once Ding Jiangwo got the answer he wanted, he quickly knocked the old woman unconscious, put her into his spatial storage, and returned. He first went to his private plot to find the location of the chili peppers, and used his divine sense to probe it, discovering a small enamel mug underneath. Inside the jar was a box containing a gold bean, 2 yuan shikai silver dollars, a jade pendant, and 2 jade bracelets. Not bad, not bad. It was worth the trip. He put the box into his spatial storage and returned to the courtyard. He used his divine sense to probe the hidden compartment above the toilet door. Sure enough, he found a small wooden box. Ding Jiangwo didn't even look at what was inside before putting it directly into his spatial storage. He looked into the room of the old woman from the Chen family and began to use his divine sense to probe the contents of the bedside table. Upon discovering 8 receipts totaling 56 yuan, Ding Jiangwo immediately stored them in his spatial storage. After storing the items in his spatial storage, he did not immediately withdraw his divine sense, but continued to probe the room. 100 jin of cornmeal? Take it. 70 caddies of sweet potatoes? Buy. 80 pounds of potatoes? Buy. 3 eggs? Take them. A hen? Take it. An iron pot? Take it. A thermos? Take it. A kitchen knife? Take it. Ding Jiangwo used his divine sense to scan the courtyard inside and out, and only stopped when he found nothing of value. After taking away all the valuables, he put Chen Xianjai and his 2 sisters-in-law back on the bed. Looking at the 3 people he was holding, he couldn't even imagine what would happen when everyone in the house woke up tomorrow. The donkey cart arrived while it was still light. Chen Xiaokai handed the cornbread he had prepared the night before to Old Donkey Head. "Uncle Donkey, I'm in trouble today. Here are 2 cornbread buns, you can eat them first. We'll have to wait a while." The old donkey didn't stand on ceremony, smiling as he accepted the 2 steamed buns. "It's alright. You guys go ahead with your work. I'll only be hauling you guys today." Ding Jiangwo also got up early and helped move the items one by one onto the donkey cart. "Mouse, what brings you here?" Chen Xiaokai, who was loading things onto the donkey cart, greeted his childhood friend with a smile as he saw him coming over. "I was worried we'd be late. Luckily we made it," said Mouse, and then offered to help carry the things. There weren't many things to begin with, and the group finished moving everything in no time. Chen Xiaokai locked the courtyard gate and looked at his childhood friend beside him. "Huzzy, you can come to the city to visit me sometime." "Sure, where should I look for you then?" Huzzy looked at Chen Xiaokai with excitement. Chen Xiaokai thought for a moment. "I don't know where I'll be assigned to live yet. If you come to the city, you can find me at the steel factory." "Okay, I'll come visit you when I have time." "Don't say you don't recognize me then," Mouse teased with a smile. "Don't worry, it definitely won't happen." Chen Xiaokai joked with him. "Then you might as well not know me. It's getting late, I'm not going to chat with you anymore, I'm going home." After saying that, Mouse turned around and went home. After Chen Xiaokai got on the donkey cart, he said to the old donkey leader in front of him, "Uncle Old Donkey, we can set off now." "All right, hold on tight." The old donkey driver instructed the group before urging the donkey cart forward. This time, Ding Jiangwo was smarter. He chose to ride in a donkey cart instead of his 4th sister's bicycle. The eldest sister was unaware of her 4th sister's driving skills and primarily chose to ride a bicycle. Ding Jiangwo initially tried to secretly pull his eldest sister aside, but seeing the resentful look in his 4th sister's eyes, he decisively gave up. "Perhaps my 4th sister is particularly adaptable, because she didn't fall down even once on the way back." When Ding Jiangwo and his group were almost home, the lively atmosphere at Uncle Chen's house was just beginning. "Chen Xianjai, you beast!" A woman's shrill cry startled the sleeping members of the Chen family. Upon hearing the shouts, Chen Xiangyu and Chen Zuan immediately jumped off the bed and rushed into the room from which the sound came. When they pushed open the door, they discovered that Chen Xianjai had actually slept with his wife. He was instantly enraged and grabbed whatever was nearby and started throwing it at him. Chen Xianjai was also completely bewildered, but he knew that if he didn't dodge, he might lose his life. He thought of his beloved mother and quickly hid in her room for refuge. Unexpectedly, when the old woman of the Chen family saw her youngest son come in, she grabbed a stick next to her and smashed it down without saying a word. "You bastard! I raised you with so much love and care. Is this how you repay your mother? I'll beat you to death, you beast." The old woman from the Chen family was getting angrier and angrier when she thought about the 2 big slaps her youngest son had given her the night before, so she hit him harder and harder. Chen Xianjai was beaten so badly that he was running around in all directions, and many things in the house were also damaged. Just then, old Mrs. Chen suddenly remembered something and dropped the stick in her hand. She hurriedly opened her bedside table and frantically searched through it, but a moment later, her eyes suddenly rolled upwards, and she collapsed onto the bed. "Mother! Mother! What's wrong with you?" Upon seeing his mother faint, Chen Xianjai shouted and rushed over. People outside heard the shouts and rushed in. In an instant, the entire Chen family was thrown into chaos. The donkey cart entered the courtyard, and Ding Jiangwo and the others carried everything into the house. Old Donkey wasn't idle either. He got off the vehicle to help carry the things into the house. While they were moving things outside, Ding Menzu went to fetch water for everyone. Ding Jianjun was awakened by the noise outside, so he rubbed his eyes and went out. Seeing her eldest sister and brother-in-law, she walked towards them with a happy expression. "Big sister, big brother-in-law, you're here." Ding Hongmei smiled and rubbed her younger brother's head. "Jianjun, help me bring Shitu and Go Dan into the house. Keep an eye on them and don't let them run around." "Okay, big sister." Ding Jianjun happily pulled the 2 little ones into the house. There weren't many things, and everyone quickly finished moving them. Ding Menzo quickly brought water to everyone. "Everyone is thirsty, please have some water." Then, he handed Ding Hongmei a key. "Big sister, we're going to be late. I'm going back to work first. The food and other things are all in my room." Go inside and get the things when you're cooking for everyone. Ding Hongmei took the keys and waved to her. Go to work now. Your brother-in-law and I are here too. We can manage on our own. Then I'll be going now, Ding Menzu said, and rode away on her bicycle. Seeing that he had finished getting everything ready, Chen Zaikai took out 4 cornbread buns from another bag and handed them to the old donkey. Thank you so much, Uncle Donkey, for today. Old Donkey Head smiled and accepted the 4 steamed buns. Jiao Cai, you're too kind. Now that I've brought you all here, I'll head back now. I have a lot of things to take care of at home. After saying that, he put the 4 cornbread buns in his pocket, went out happily, and drove off in his donkey cart. Chen Zaikai and the others saw Old Donkey to the outside of the courtyard. Uncle Old Donkey, take care. After seeing the person off, Ding Jiangwo looked at Chen Zaikai and asked, brother-in-law, would you like to rest for a while? We'll go to the factory to complete the formalities later. Chen Zaikai waved his hand excitedly. No need. I'll just wash my face and then we'll set off. He doesn't want to waste a single moment. As long as the onboarding process isn't completed, his heart will remain in suspense. The sooner he can complete the onboarding process, the sooner he can feel at ease. Okay, brother-in-law, go wash your face first, then bring your ID and wait for me here. We'll try to get everything done today in one go. After Ding Jiangwo finished speaking, he went into the inner room and put on his satchel. He plans to help his brother-in-law complete the onboarding, household registration transfer, grain ration, and housing allocation all at once today. There are definitely many places to give gifts here, so carrying a shoulder bag is more convenient. When Ding Jiangwo came out of the inner room, his brother-in-law was already waiting at the door. Brother-in-law, let's go now. Ding Jiangwo called to his brother-in-law as they hurried toward the steel plant. The two arrived at the steel plant, and Ding Jiangwo gently knocked on the window of the guardhouse. A middle-aged man walked out and looked at them, asking, what are you doing here? Hello, we're here to see Director Ma from the logistics department. We already made an appointment. The middle-aged man suddenly remembered that it seemed the same young man had approached Director Ma that day, and he was the one who opened the door for him. He opened the door with a smile. Oh, it's you. Director Ma is in his office. Please come in. Thank you, Ding Jiangwo said, then led his brother-in-law into the steel plant. Entering the steel industry was like entering the city for the first time for Chen Zaikai. Looking at the rows of factory buildings and office buildings, he couldn't help but feel excited. He never imagined that Chen Zaikai would one day be able to work here. Ding Jiangwo ignored what he was thinking and led him to Director Ma's office with practiced ease. I knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A man's voice called from inside. Ding Jiangwo pushed open the door and walked in. Director Ma, I'll have to trouble you again today. He casually took a small net bag out of his bag and handed it over. These are newly arrived apples. I heard they taste pretty good. Director Ma, please try some. Director Ma's eyes lit up immediately. It was an apple, such a rare item. When government agencies distribute welfare benefits during holidays, ordinary employees usually only receive 1 per person, while high-ranking officials have the opportunity to receive around 5. Even if he's the logistics director, he'll only get 2 more apples than others at most. And those are egg-sized apples. Comrade Ding delivered 6 at once, and each one was so big. He's definitely not an ordinary person. No wonder he's someone who can get into a big leader's house. Thinking of this, he became even more enthusiastic. Jiangwo, this young man is here to complete his onboarding, right? Ding Jiangwo smiled and introduced the two to each other. This is my brother-in-law, Chen Zaikai. Brother-in-law, this is Director Ma from the logistics department. Director Ma helped us get this job opportunity. Thank you, Director Ma. Chen Zaikai quickly thanked Director Ma. Director Ma smiled and waved his hand. Since you are Jiangguo's brother-in-law, then you're one of us. Jiangguo, please sit down for a while. I'll take your brother-in-law to handle the formalities now. Ding Jiangguo quickly stopped Director Ma. Director Ma, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Director Ma stopped in his tracks, looked at Ding Jiangguo with a smile, and said, Jiangguo, what is it? Tell me. Ding Jiangguo didn't stand on ceremony and said directly, Director Ma, it's like this. My brother-in-law used to learn how to cook, and he's quite good at it. I just wanted to ask if there are any positions available in the kitchen. Director Ma's smile widened even more after hearing this. He nodded at Ding Jiangguo. Jiangguo, your brother-in-law is really lucky. We were just about to find a kitchen helper. You brought them here right away. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha, that's great. Then I'll have to trouble Director Ma with this. Ding Jiangguo quickly thanked him. Chen Zaikai was also a little excited. He could go back to his old profession. You're too kind. Please sit here and wait a moment. I'll take your brother-in-law to complete his onboarding process now. With that, Director Ma left with his entourage. Ding Jiangguo was also very happy that his brother-in-law could work in the kitchen. With his abilities, his family will have a much better life in the future. Ding Jiangguo sat in his office, and before long, Director Ma brought the person back. Jiangguo, all the formalities are complete. You can take people to transfer household registration and registered grain rations. Thank you so much, Director Ma. After Ding Jiangguo finished speaking, he turned to Chen Ziyaki and said, Brother-in-law, go to the factory gate and wait for me. I'll be down in a bit. Chen Ziyaki knew that his brother-in-law probably had something to say to Director Ma alone, so he tactfully went out. Ding Jiangguo closed the office door before saying to Director Ma, I have another favor to ask of you. Director Ma noticed that Ding Jiangguo had stayed behind to talk to him alone, and guessed that this matter was not easy to resolve. Jiangguo, what's the matter? Tell me about it first, and I'll see if I can help you. Ding Jiangguo didn't stand on ceremony and directly stated his thoughts. My brother-in-law's family has moved here now. Could you arrange a private room for me instead of assigning me to the dormitory? It would be best if you were assigned to one of our wards. He knew that it was very difficult for new employees to get a room, but he knew that these were just a little troublesome for Director Ma, not a difficult problem. Because the factory's housing allocation is handled by the logistics department, it just depends on how much benefit is required before they'll agree to it. Although Director Ma wanted to build a good relationship with Ding Jiangguo, allocating housing to a new employee at the steel plant was not an easy task. There are quite a few places to make arrangements for inside, and we also need to find a plausible reason to do so. Otherwise, if the other workers find out, they will definitely cause trouble. Director Ma pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Jiangguo, this is not a good matter. You know that housing is always in short supply. Many long-term employees who have been with the company for several years have not been allocated housing. When Ding Jiangguo heard Director Ma say that things wouldn't be easy, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was pretty much what he had thought. Now it was just a matter of seeing what conditions the other party would offer. He smiled and agreed, I know Director Ma's difficulties, but my brother-in-law's family has already moved here. It's troublesome that this family doesn't have a place to live. Do you see if there's any way to arrange it? I see. Director Ma pretended to think for a moment before slowly speaking. Fine. It's only for you, Jiangguo. I definitely wouldn't help anyone else. I've come up with an idea for you. Listen to it and see if it works. Director Ma estimated in his mind that if he sent 20 jin of meat to old Zhang at the street office, the matter would probably be settled. This way, you not only gain a favor but also earn 5 pounds of meat. It's a worthwhile deal. If we're going to get this done, we'll need to smooth things over with some connections. Ding Jiangguo knew the main event was about to begin, so he went along with what the other party had said. Director Ma, I understand. Tell me roughly how much stuff you need to clear the blockage. I'll prepare it. Director Ma didn't waste any time and directly stated the number he had just calculated. I estimate that if we had 20 pounds of meat, this should be feasible. Ding Jiangguo was overjoyed upon hearing this. 20 pounds of meat was nothing to him, as he had several thousand pounds more in his spatial storage. He pretended to think for a moment before speaking. Director Ma, 20 caddies of meat is no problem. I didn't bring it today, but could you arrange it for me today? 20 pounds of meat, my brother-in-law will bring it to you at work tomorrow. Upon hearing that he was to be taken here, Director Ma quickly waved his